the cave dwelling of Elder Lu from the Heavenly Extreme Gate. After traversing a corridor of over 20 zhang, Han Li finally arrived at the hall of the cave, a stone chamber measuring around 7 or 8 zhang. Inside stood a kindled, gray-haired elder and a middle-aged man in a tall crown, both of whom were welcoming Han Li. Daoist friend Han, you have finally arrived, the gray-haired elder greeted with a smile. Brother Han has kept us waiting for quite some time. We have each dispatched personnel and searched for you in this place for over a month. Alas, you are as elusive as a ghost, we could find no trace of you. I almost thought you had changed your mind. South Long Marquis said with a wry smile, though a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. Given the secluded nature of your residence, it is no surprise that my search proved challenging. Additionally, I happen to be in seclusion for a period recently. It is only natural that you two could not locate me. Han Li sighed and explained with a hint of helplessness. Without further ado, he joined the two in taking a seat, engaging in conversation. Brother Han's current reputation is indeed at its zenith. Not only did you shine in the border battle, but even a mid-stage Yuaning elder from the demon sect of the Jin Kingdom reportedly fell at your hands. Such prowess is truly remarkable. It must have been quite a struggle to keep it hidden from me, South Long Marquis remarked with an unusual expression as soon as Han Li sat down. You have witnessed my abilities firsthand, South Long. If I possessed such extraordinary powers, I would not have fled in defeat at the Mulan grasslands that day. My current reputation is merely a product of fortune. Without a stroke of luck, I would not be here before you today, Han Li replied, shaking his head and speaking vaguely, unwilling to divulge the complete truth. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu and South Long exchanged glances, both appearing somewhat skeptical. With their keen perception, they could clearly see that Han Li's cultivation was still at the early stage of Yuaning. While they understood that Han Li was exceptional, it was still difficult for them to believe that he could slay a mid-stage Yuaning demon cultivator, possibly even one at the peak of that stage. Yet, the rampant rumors surrounding Han Li's exploits had reached alarming proportions, leaving them in a state of confusion. Daoist friend Han is being overly modest. In truth, the greater your powers, the more assistance he will provide for our expedition into the Devil's Fall Valley. We would be overjoyed if your cultivation could rival that of the three great sects, South Long Marquis said with a forced chuckle. Han Li, upon hearing this, merely smiled without engaging further on that topic. Elder Lu then spoke in a serious tone. Since Brother Han has sought us out, it seems you have given due consideration to our previous suggestion. Are you willing to enter the valley with us to slay that ancient fire toad? At this inquiry, South Long turned his gaze towards Han Li, his expression growing grave. Such an opportunity is not one I wish to let slip by. However, before I make my final decision, I must inquire about the distribution of the treasures from the ancient cultivator's remains once we succeed. If the terms are satisfactory to me, I would not mind taking the risk, Han Li replied calmly, maintaining an air of composure while inwardly contemplating the negotiation. If we successfully obtain the treasures, how about we divide them equally among the three of us? This question seemed to have been pondered by South Long and the elder countless times. As soon as Han Li posed it, the elder responded without hesitation. Han Li did not immediately agree or show dissatisfaction. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, dividing the treasures equally among three is indeed fair. After all, without the guidance of both fellow Taoists, I would not be able to delve deep into the valley, let alone find the fire toad to claim the treasures. However, I do have one condition that I hope both Taoists will agree to. Daoist friend Han, please feel free to state your condition. Elder Lu responded with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of unease. South Long's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained silent, fixated on Han Li. The inner core of that fire toad must be left to me, as I have some minor uses for it, Han Li stated nonchalantly, as if merely seeking a small advantage. Not a problem. The fire toad's defeat will indeed rely on your prowess, so it is only right that the inner core belongs to you, Elder Lu replied, visibly relieved and readily agreeing. Indeed, even if you had not mentioned it, the inner core would naturally belong to you as long as you take action, South Long echoed, his expression relaxing as he indicated that the matter was easily settled. Seeing their enthusiastic agreement, Han Li smiled slightly. Since both Taoists are so generous in your acquiescence, I shall accompany you both into the valley. With Taoist friend Han joining us, our expedition will surely be successful in acquiring the treasures, they exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Indeed, we shall be relying heavily on Brother Han, they reiterated. Han Li humbly dismissed their praises, asserting, "You flatter me. I am fully aware of my own cultivation. In this expedition, I shall play a supporting role while you two take the lead. It is only through our united efforts that we can hope to return unscathed. Naturally, since we have sought your cooperation, it is because we have faith in you. That is why we have extended this invitation. Had those treacherous figures from the Ghost Spirit sect obtained the two instruments ring, I would have directly killed them for their treasures," South Long remarked, his expression turning grim at the mention of the Ghost Spirit sect, clearly still harboring resentment from previous losses. Han Li regarded South Long with renewed scrutiny, pondering the extent of his recovery from prior setbacks. "Speaking of the Ghost Spirit sect, what are your thoughts on their provision of the means to enter the valley?" Han Li deftly shifted the topic. What is there to say? This merely disrupts their scheme to monopolize the treasures. Now that other cultivators are entering the valley, it not only conceals our movements, but also mitigates the risk of being besieged by the Ghost Spirit sect within, South Long replied with a cold chuckle, a strange expression crossing his face. "From what you imply, does it mean that the Ghost Spirit sect's knowledge of the entry method was intentionally leaked by you two?" Han Li asked, somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, this was orchestrated by us. I had known before heading to the vast grasslands that the Ghost Spirit sect was also researching the entry method. Since they suddenly turned against me, I naturally would not hold back," South Long admitted, his expression darkening as he showed no intent to conceal the truth from Han Li. Han Li remained contemplative, nodding thoughtfully without offering his own opinion. Elder Lu furrowed his brow, slowly articulating, "However, we did not anticipate that the Ghost Spirit sect would devise the Devil's Fall Order, both offering a favor to the various sects and ensuring their own dominance within the valley. It seems they also intend to have others scout the path for them. While they may not gain exclusive access to the treasures, they have significantly reduced their own dangers. In this world, nothing is ever perfect. The actions of you two have certainly yielded more benefits than drawbacks." The higher-ups of the Ghost Spirit sect must be seething with frustration, Han Li remarked with a smile, stroking his chin. "You speak truly. Letting the Ghost Spirit sect suffer a silent loss is quite satisfactory. As for our grievances with them, I shall settle accounts once we emerge from the Devil's Fall Valley," South Long replied, invigorated. The three then shifted their conversation away from the Ghost Spirit sect, delving into the specifics and arrangements for entering the valley. Thus, time passed gradually. 7 days later, the miasma of the Wanling mountain range finally dissipated. Many cultivators, who had been concealed on the outskirts, began to emerge, one after another, heading towards the direction of the Devil's Fall Valley. Meanwhile, some of the weaker cultivators, or those unwilling to take risks, seized the opportunity to forage for spirit herbs and seek out spirit beasts within the mountains. The Devil's Fall Valley is located in the northwestern part of the Wanling mountain range, spanning an area of 100,000 li. However, unknown to many, the ancient demon cultivators had set up layers upon layers of ancient restrictions around the valley and in the sky during their fierce battles. Each of these restrictions was extraordinarily formidable, intricately interlinked, and any disturbance could trigger a chain reaction, rendering entry impossible. The only area devoid of restrictions was the entrance to the Devil's Fall Valley, a narrow passage measuring 100 zhang in width and extending for several dozen li. This passage could have been traversed with ease, but the aftermath of the ancient cultivators' battles had left it riddled with countless spatial fissures. Some fissures emitted blinding white light, clearly unusual, while others were faint and elusive, and some were entirely invisible, making them nearly impossible to evade. These fissures varied in size. Some were as wide as 10 zhang, capable of engulfing dozens of individuals without issue, while others were merely a foot long, resembling suspended blades that instilled a sense of dread. Worse still, these spatial fissures would move and close on their own with the passage of time, making their patterns unpredictable. Such terrifying spatial fissures had caused countless cultivators to meet their demise at the entrance of the valley, never even entering the outer valley, including many formidable Yuan-ing experts. Thus, the infamous reputation of the Devil's Fall Valley as a perilous location was largely attributed to these spatial fissures. However, this time it was different. It is said that the Ghostly Gate possesses a means to safely transport individuals into the abyss of demons, which immediately stirred a commotion throughout the entire southern celestial realm of cultivation. Numerous cultivators, who had long been coveting the treasures of the abyss of demons, swiftly converged to divide the several hundred demon tokens among themselves. Some cultivators, lacking tokens, undeterred by their misfortune, still clung to a glimmer of hope and flocked to this place, eager to test their luck in the hopes of sneaking into the valley. Chapter 802. The gathering of cultivators beyond the valley in the vicinity of a small valley adorned with a profusion of vines, a magnificent spirit bird, as pure as freshly fallen snow, bore a graceful and gentle maiden clad in green upon its back. In the blink of an eye, the spirit bird soared with incredible speed to the skies above the valley. Suddenly, it folded its wings and dove downward. Just as it appeared poised to plunge headlong into the dense tangle of vines below, the maiden raised her hand, casting forth a spell. Instantly, a flicker of green light shimmered beneath, causing the vines to vanish abruptly, revealing instead a shimmering green barrier. Without hesitation, the maiden urged her spirit bird onward. In a flash of white light, they vanished into the barrier. Beneath the barrier lay a different realm altogether, where 6 cultivators clad in green sat serenely within a pentagonal formation at the center of the valley. This formation was modest in size, measuring only 6 or 7 zhang across. 5 of the practitioners were seated at the 5 points of the formation, their auras pulsating gently at its edges. While a long-bearded elder sat in the center, his eyes firmly shut. Suddenly, the elder opened his eyes and raised his gaze toward the heavens. He beheld a sphere of white light slowly descending. And moments later, the green-clad maiden stood before him, performing a respectful bow. Disciple has arrived to pay respects, Master Uncle. The miasma of the mountains has completely receded, and many cultivators have already ventured into the Devil's Fall Valley. The maiden said with a lowered head, her tone reverent. Has the ghost spirit sect set out yet? The long-bearded elder inquired, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Most of the members of the ghost spirit sect have yet to depart, though a few disciples have taken the lead. The maiden replied cautiously after a moment's contemplation. Humph, since the old codgers of the ghost spirit sect have not yet made their move, we need not rush. As long as we keep a close watch on the elders accompanying them, we shall not encounter any missteps. Han, my niece, continue to monitor their movements closely. Report back immediately should there be any unusual activity. The elder instructed in a calm yet authoritative manner. Yes, disciple will set out at once. The green-clad maiden responded without hesitation, accepting her orders. She then bowed once more to the elder before gracefully mounting her spirit bird and soaring into the air. Before long, she burst through the barrier, disappearing from sight. The elder fixed his gaze upon the vanishing figure of the green-clad maiden, a glimmer of calculation flickering in his eyes, though his expression soon returned to its usual composure. The 5 male and female cultivators surrounding the formation remained utterly motionless, their faces devoid of expression, resembling wooden puppets. The long-bearded elder seemed unfazed by this scene, displaying no surprise as he once again closed his eyes. Meanwhile, atop a lofty mountain peak 100 miles away, a Taoist clad in gray, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, stood resolutely upon a boulder, braving the fierce winds as he gazed intently toward the direction of the Devil's Fall Valley. Behind him stood 2 towering figures, one red and one green, each nearly 2 zhang tall, but a closer inspection would reveal their ghastly faces and emotionless expressions, revealing them to be mechanical puppets resembling malevolent spirits. At that moment, the Taoist glanced back at the 2 puppets, a fleeting look of satisfaction crossing his face as he murmured to himself, with these 2 ancient puppets, comparable to nascent soul cultivators, assisting me, our expedition to the Devil's Fall Valley is sure to yield great rewards. After uttering these words, the Taoist raised his hand and unleashed 2 spells that in an instant, the 2 malevolent puppets shrank rapidly. Darting into the folds of his flowing robes, the Taoist then transformed into a streak of red light, soaring through the air toward the Devil's Fall Valley in another lofty expanse. 3 radiant rainbows soared in parallel. Within the shimmering light, 2 elderly men and a woman propelled themselves towards the abyss of demonic descent. Should Han Li lay eyes on these 3 individuals, he would undoubtedly be filled with astonishment. For among them were 2 whom he recognized. 1. An elderly man clad in a yellow robe with a sallow complexion was none other than the venerable ancestor Linghu of Huangfeng Valley. Beside him stood a pallid woman dressed in white, her expression frigid, who was, astonishingly, the senior sister of Nangong Wan from the Hidden Moon sect, The only elder Han Li did not recognize bore high brows, deep-set eyes, and a uniquely striking visage. The trio remained silent. Their focus solely on their journey. The brilliant light of their escape streaked across the sky, transforming into 3 luminous points that vanished in an instant. Similar scenes unfolded intermittently near the Wanjing mountain range. Numerous cultivators brimmed with confidence regarding their expedition to the abyss of demonic descent. At this juncture, Han Li had also arrived in the vicinity of the abyss, from atop a humble mound. Situated over 10 miles from the entrance, he gazed calmly in the direction of the abyss, lost in contemplation. Even without probing with his spiritual sense, he was aware that within a radius of several dozen miles, there congregated over 1,000 cultivators, among whom lurked formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. While these elders may not possess the same profound cultivation as the 3 great cultivators, each was adept in esoteric techniques and formidable in their own right. Han Li did not naively presume that apart from the 3 great cultivators and the esteemed Master Mulan, there were no others to fear. A moment's carelessness could just as easily cost him his life in this perilous place. As Han Li pondered, he frequently scrutinized the entrance to the abyss. Had it not been for the gathering of cultivators at the outset, he would have found it hard to believe that such an unremarkable mountain cleft was the entrance to the abyss of demonic descent. Yet above the entrance, ominous gray clouds churned, spiritual energy surged, and various anomalies manifested, causing a shiver of foreboding in the hearts of onlookers. From an external perspective, the entrance appeared no wider than a mere 10 zhang. Han Li extended his spiritual sense into the mouth of the gorge, conducting a brief exploration. However, after penetrating a mere 100 zhang, he encountered an inexplicable barrier that thwarted his advance, preventing him from witnessing the so-called spatial rift. Although Han Li could rely on his formidable spiritual sense to force a breakthrough, he hesitated, opting for caution in the face of the treacherous abyss of demonic descent, and thus withdrew his probing senses. Thereafter, Han Li settled into a meditative posture atop the mound, closing his eyes in deep concentration. Time gradually slipped by, and after half a day, he sensed an increasing number of cultivators gathering in the area. Among them, several auras felt vaguely familiar, suggesting they were acquaintances. After a moment's reflection, Han Li identified each one, though a frown creased his brow at that moment. A sudden voice of anger and surprise rang out nearby. The disciples of Mulan had arrived. It was the Mulan sorcerers, intent on entering the gorge to seek treasures. Following this proclamation, a stir erupted at the entrance. Han Li, too, felt a jolt of apprehension and opened his eyes. He soon spotted an unusual flying carriage approaching leisurely from the sky. This vehicle was considerably larger than ordinary flying cars, taking on a conical shape, measuring over 20 zhang in length, its surface shimmering with silver and inscribed with a myriad of intricate runes. It was evident that this was no ordinary contraption. Within the carriage stood a dozen or more cultivators clad in the garb of Mulan, if not the Mulan sorcerers. Then who could they be? Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Han Li's face revealed a hint of astonishment. Although he had previously heard rumors that the Murins intended to wade into these murky waters, he had always regarded such a notion as implausible. After all, despite the Murins' recent peace overtures, the casualties suffered during the border conflicts had been considerable on both sides. The Murins had harbored deep-seated enmities with numerous sections without centuries of gradual influence. Such grievances are not easily resolved. In this context, it was indeed astonishing that the Murins dared to venture deep into the heart of Tiannan, seeking treasures in the Devil's Fall Valley. Did they truly not fear the vengeful cultivators lurking in the shadows, ready to strike? Just as Han Li pondered this, a colossal flying carriage ascended into the sky above the entrance. The faces of those within the carriage became distinctly visible to the naked eye. As Han Li's gaze shifted to the 2 leading figures, a sense of realization washed over him. With these 2 at the helm, there was indeed little to fear from ordinary cultivators seeking retribution. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why the 3 prominent Murins would permit their presence here. The 2 sorcerers at the forefront of the flying carriage, a man and a woman, were none other than the Confucian scholar of the Zhong surname and the woman of the Lu surname, who oversaw the ancient lanterns among the Murins. With the late-stage nascent soul prowess of the scholar, he could indeed quell the vengeance of common cultivators. The carriage descended upon a small hill not far from Han Li, and the sorcerers disembarked in succession. The woman of the Lu surname performed a hand gesture, causing the flying carriage to shrink and vanish. The remaining sorcerers fixed their gaze intently upon the entrance of the Devil's Fall Valley, their expressions reflecting astonishment, As they shared Han Li's surprise, the cultivators regarded the arrival of the Murins with cold, hostile glances. A sudden radiance flickered in the distant sky, and over 100 streaks of light abruptly appeared, hurtling towards them. That it's the ghostly spirit sect. Someone quickly identified the source of the lights, whispering in recognition. The attention that had been focused on the Murins instantly shifted skyward. Han Li, however, let out a cold huff internally, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. The speed of these streaks was not particularly swift. They approached the valley entrance leisurely before descending 100 yards from the entrance. As the light dimmed, over 100 black-clad cultivators emerged, all belonging to the ghostly spirit sect. Among them, 3 prominent figures captured Han Li's attention. The cultivator on the far left was someone Han Li recognized, Wang Tiangu from the ghostly spirit sect. Han Li's mind stirred, and he quickly scanned the crowd, soon spotting Wang Chan and Yin Rian. Wang Chan appeared to be in good health, seemingly unaffected. In contrast, Yin Rian bore an expression that hinted at distress. Her complexion somewhat haggard. Had the previous encounter with the shadow demon not inflicted severe injuries upon her, or had she merely reattached a severed limb, rendering it undetectable? Han Li's thoughts raced as 2 unverified possibilities surfaced in his mind. Nevertheless, given Han Li's current cultivation and reputation, Wang Chan posed no threat to him. Thus, his gaze shifted back to the 2 nascent soul cultivators at the forefront. The middle figure was a middle-aged man clad in a voluminous black robe, his countenance stern and commanding, exuding an air of extraordinary authority, clearly someone accustomed to wielding power and issuing orders. To his right stood a pale-faced elder, his hair and beard completely white, yet his eagle-like eyes glinted with piercing intensity, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Both individuals are cultivators at the nascent soul stage, yet their faces are unfamiliar, suggesting they have not participated in the Battle of the Borders. However, the elder has already reached the mid-stage of nascent soul cultivation, which prompts Han Li to cast a few more glances in his direction. Chapter 803, Unidirectional Teleportation Array. The soul fragmentation true man from the ghost spirit sect did not arrive. Instead, this somewhat unfamiliar elder made an appearance. Mobilizing 3 nascent soul cultivators is undoubtedly a rare and significant endeavor for a major sect. However, in light of the perilous nature of the falling demon valley and the multitude of treasure-seeking cultivators present, it seems somewhat insufficient. Could it be that the ghost spirit sect has prepared additional contingencies? Han Li pondered this, while the group of ghost spirit sect cultivators busied themselves at the valley's entrance, seemingly setting up a massive formation. Naturally, at this moment, no other cultivators dared to disturb them, choosing instead to observe from the shadows with cold, watchful eyes. The Mulan law masters congregated together, with the leading scholar of the Zhong family and a woman of the Lu family engaged in hushed conversation. Han Li's gaze fixed upon the formation, his eyes clear and his expression unperturbed. However, after a brief moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, and he lifted his head towards the sky. That instant, a brilliant light flashed on the distant horizon, and a dazzling white rainbow suddenly appeared, racing towards them with astonishing speed, dispersing the clouds and fog in its wake, exuding an overwhelming presence. Other cultivators soon noticed the anomaly, and they looked up in astonishment. The white rainbow swiftly reached the sky above the valley entrance, and as the blinding light retracted, it revealed an expressionless elder clad in green robes. Wei Wuyo. How is it that he has also arrived? Could it be that the 9 Nations Alliance is determined to obtain the treasures of the falling demon valley? Upon recognizing the elder's visage, the concealed cultivators around stirred restlessly, most feeling a surge of alarm. Yet, surprisingly, after revealing himself, Wei Wuyo cast a casual glance downward before slowly descending before the members of the ghost spirit sect. The middle-aged man with a stern countenance displayed a faint smile upon witnessing this, approaching with cupped fists. "Brother Wei, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to think you were delayed by some matter. If that were the case, our entry into the valley would have to be postponed. Since I have promised Taoist Wang, I will not easily change my mind," Wei Wuyo replied indifferently. "However, it would be best if you are not misleading. For if the valley does not contain the item you spoke of, do not blame me for turning hostile." Wei Wuyo's expression remained cold, seemingly disregarding the middle-aged man's smile. This was hardly surprising, as there was no cordiality to speak of between the 9 Nations Alliance and the demonic sections. "Rest assured, how could I possibly have the audacity to deceive Brother Wei?" The middle-aged cultivator, unfazed by Wei Wuyo's lack of courtesy, continued to speak while welcoming him over. This scene left the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded as the Grand Elder of the Nine Nations Alliance, Wei Wuyo, was now entangled with the Ghost Spirit sect. It was hard for anyone to believe that there was no ulterior motive at play. Observing this development, Hanli furrowed his brow. If a conflict were to arise in the falling Demon Valley involving the Ghost Spirit sect, with Wei Wuyo intervening, his only option would be to flee in disarray. This was an unexpected turn of events for him. After a moment of contemplation, Hanli could not help but glance towards the Zhong family scholar. If no other late-stage nascent soul cultivators were to intervene, then these two individuals would be the most formidable within the falling Demon Valley. Before him stood the esteemed Master Mulan, hands clasped behind his back. His expression serene as he regarded Wei Wuyo, revealing little of the thoughts swirling in his mind. That in contrast, the woman of the loose surname beside him displayed a hint of astonishment, evidently surprised by Wei Wuyo's sudden appearance. Although the arrival of Wei Wuyo had unsettled many, all the cultivators continued to observe quietly as the members of the Ghost Spirit sect meticulously completed the formation. After a laborious half-day, a vast array, spanning over 100 zhong, gradually came into view. Hanli, initially indifferent, began to exhibit a look of intrigue as he scrutinized the formation. That appeared to be a fragment of an ancient teleportation array he had studied. Yet certain nuances differed. Some aspects seemed simplified while others had grown more intricate, clearly indicating substantial modifications. Hanli narrowed his eyes, fixating on the array, lost in contemplation. Despite his considerable expertise in formations, he found himself at a loss to discern the underlying secrets of this particular array, his brow furrowing in thought. After more than an hour had passed, the formation was finally completed. Several cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect commenced placing various mid-tier spirit stones around the array. Wang Tiangu, who had been standing vigil as the array was arranged, suddenly flickered into the center of the array. He then produced a jade box from his storage belt with a single motion of his hand. The middle-aged cultivator and the ominous elder remained unfazed, clearly aware of Wang Tiangu's intentions. With great care, he opened the jade box, revealing a golden-hued spirit stone within. The stone shimmered brilliantly, and as it was exposed, an astonishing aura of spiritual energy radiated outward. A high-tier spirit stone, someone exclaimed, having recognized the gem within the box, prompting gasps of astonishment from the other cultivators. Hanli's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the term. The total spiritual energy contained within a high-tier spirit stone equated to that of over 100 mid-tier stones. However, even the exchange of 100 mid-tier spirit stones for a single high-tier stone was a rare occurrence, often impossible even for 1,000 mid-tier stones in the cultivation world. This peculiar situation arose from the fact that the pure high-tier spirit stone mines had long been depleted due to their remarkable energy, making them easily discovered. The few remaining high-tier spirit stones were sporadically found among low to mid-tier spirit stone mines, their numbers exceedingly scarce. Nevertheless, many formidable ancient formations and prohibitions required high-tier spirit stones for activation. Even standard formations would see a threefold increase in potency when empowered by high-tier stones. Thus, possessing a high-tier spirit stone during a battle allowed even nascent soul cultivators to replenish a significant amount of spiritual energy. As time progressed, the value of high-tier spirit stones soared, becoming increasingly rare, nearly vanishing from the southern heaven cultivation realm. Wang Tiangu delicately placed the golden high-tier spirit stone at the heart of the formation. Hanli could not help but feel a pang of envy. He has slain countless cultivators, yet he has never acquired a single high-grade spirit stone, which underscores the rarity of such treasures. Even when he later endeavored to seek them out, hoping to exchange for one or two in various markets, it proved to be a futile endeavor, yielding no results. After all, the high-grade spirit stones currently existing in Tiannan have undoubtedly been hoarded by the major sects and clans, reserved for emergencies. Now, the Ghost Spirit sect has actually produced this spirit stone, indicating their exceptional concern regarding the matter of the abyss of demonic fall. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the Ghost Spirit sect stands to gain a substantial sum from the sale of the demonic fall token. Thus, the sacrifice of this minor amount seems rather inconsequential. Wang Tiangu placed the high-grade spirit stone securely and approached the middle-aged cultivator, whispering a few words. The middle-aged cultivator nodded in acknowledgement, and with a command, all the members of the Ghost Spirit sect withdrew from the formation. Then, with a flick of his hand, each person produced a pale yellow array flag. Having practiced countless times, they immediately ascended into the air. swiftly forming a peculiar formation above the array, while the flags in their hands emanated a faint spiritual light, poised for action. This man must be the leader of the Ghost Spirit sect. Otherwise, how could Wang Tiangu, whose cultivation was comparable, exhibit such deference towards him? Hanli scrutinized the sinister-looking middle-aged cultivator, discerning something in the details, and he couldn't help but ponder at that moment. The middle-aged cultivator suddenly became enveloped in black mist, gradually rising into the air. After scanning the surroundings with a chilling gaze, he spoke. I am Wang Tiansheng of the Ghost Spirit sect, currently assuming the position of sect leader, that I shall dispense with unnecessary words. The entrance to the valley has been meticulously prepared, and the spatial rifts have been significantly reduced and stabilized. We are ready to enter the valley. This formation is a specially crafted teleportation array, devised by several masters of formations within our sect after years of arduous contemplation, that IT can transport individuals directly from the valley's entrance to a designated location outside the abyss of demonic fall, offering great convenience. However, due to its particular nature, it can only be activated with high-grade metal spirit stones. Our Ghost Spirit sect has expended considerable effort to procure such a spirit stone. Therefore, the number of individuals who can be transported is limited. Only those possessing the demonic fall token, regardless of their alignment with righteous or demonic paths, may utilize this array for passage. The rest shall bear no responsibility from our sect. However, I must clarify one point. This teleportation array is unidirectional, and thus the destination is not fixed. Although the likelihood is minimal, there exists a possibility of being transported into one of the spatial rifts within the valley. Should such an event occur, one can only blame their own fate for inadequacy. Our sect shall assume no responsibility in this regard. After all, this method of teleportation has yet to be fully perfected. It was hastily completed for the sake of time. Certain risks are undoubtedly present. Those unwilling to take risks may opt not to use our teleportation array. Upon concluding these words, the middle-aged cultivator casually folded his arms, but then added, those without the demonic fall token should not entertain any notions of taking advantage of the situation. Our sect will ensure that all are transported in the last wave. The formation will be destroyed simultaneously. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of every individual at the valley's entrance, inciting a flurry of whispered discussions among the surrounding cultivators. Some cultivators resorted to using sound transmission techniques, engaging in a meticulous discussion. Given that entry requires a teleportation array, how shall we exit? Are we to wait for your esteemed sect to set up another formation within? A relatively youthful voice, filled with perplexity, emerged from a nearby grove. Upon the utterance of this inquiry, several individuals discreetly nodded in agreement, harboring similar doubts. However, upon hearing this question, Hanli could not help but smirk coldly to himself, seemingly indifferent. The concerns of this fellow cultivator were entirely unwarranted. As far as I am aware, within the abyss of demons, many ancient prohibitions are directed outward rather than inward. While entry into the valley is arduous, there exist numerous vulnerabilities for exiting. In fact, there are several intact ancient teleportation arrays within the valley that can directly transport one outside. Exiting the valley is, indeed, a rather simple matter. Wang Tianxing responded with an emotionless tone. Upon hearing the words of this leader of the Ghost Spirit sect, some cultivators felt a surge of joy. After all, very few were privy to the intricate details concerning the abyss of demons. To instill further confidence among you, I will have my son and elder Zhong proceed first. Then, you may act at your own discretion. Wang Tianxing stated, gesturing towards Wang Chan and Yen Rian in the distance. Wang Chan, adorned with a silver mask, and Yen Rian, silently stepped from the perimeter of the formation into its center, accompanied by an expressionless elder in the mid-Yuaning stage. Following this, at Wang Tianxing's command, the cultivators in the air simultaneously pointed their array flags downward, causing multicolored beams of light, as thick as an arm, to erupt from the tips and strike various points of the formation. Instantly, the entire array resonated with a booming sound, and the luminous stones illuminated brilliantly. Amidst a cascade of radiant light, the three individuals abruptly vanished from the center of the formation. Witnessing this scene, the nearby cultivators stirred restlessly. Wang Tianxing, undeterred by the commotion, instructed Wang Tiangu to lead 7 or 8 foundation-building cultivators to proceed sequentially. This time, the other cultivators understood the situation clearly. Despite the vastness of the formation, it appeared capable of transporting only 3 individuals at a time. Consequently, the cultivators of the Ghost Spirit sect could only depart in batches, seeing the ghost spirit sect's intent to take the lead. Many of the other cultivators at the entrance felt tempted. However, these cultivators were all cunning and shrewd, and out of caution, none dared to rush forward. They preferred to let others test the waters first. After all, the reputation of the ghost spirit sect was not particularly favorable, and any misstep could be a matter of life and death. Hanli rose, standing atop a mound, exhibiting no inclination to descend. Observing this situation, Wang Tiansheng let out a cold laugh, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed skyward, his figure motionless in the air. The atmosphere at the valley's entrance became subtly tense and silent. Amidst this somewhat awkward ambience, the Mulan individuals took action. A dozen Mulan spellcasters, led by a Confucian scholar surnamed Zhong and a woman surnamed Lu, silently advanced towards the gigantic formation. A flicker of dark energy passed across Wang Tiansheng's face, only to quickly revert to his usual demeanor. Meanwhile, Wei Wuyo, who had been gazing upward in silence, slowly lowered his head and casually glanced at the approaching scholar. The scholar, without uttering a word, waved his sleeve before the group could enter the formation, unleashing a dozen streaks of azure light that soared into the heavens. With a stoic expression, Wang Tiansheng gestured towards the azure light, which promptly coalesced into a dozen tokens that fell into his hands. Indeed, the number was precisely right. "Please, my friend, step inside," he said, exhaling softly after learning of the identity of the Confucian scholar bearing the surname Zhong. Despite not having participated in the Boundary War, the Confucian scholar nodded slightly, and the legal practitioners behind him flickered, all entering the center of the magical array. Instantly, the cultivators of the ghostly spirit sect began to cast their spells, teleporting the Mulan individuals away in groups of 3. If the positions designated by this teleportation array must be random, if that is indeed the case, it would be wise for your sect's cultivators to avoid crossing paths with us," remarked the scholar as he stepped into the array, casting a glance at Wei Wuyi and casually uttering a phrase. What a coincidence that would be. If that were truly the case, one could only say it is the will of heaven. Confronted with this Mulan divine master, the middle-aged cultivator displayed little sign of fear on his countenance. The will of heaven? Heh! If that were so, let it be, the Confucian scholar scoffed, and he, along with the 2 individuals beside him, vanished amidst the white light. After hearing this final remark, Wang Tiansheng gazed at the now deserted magical array, a hint of coldness curling at the corners of his mouth at that moment, as the other cultivators observed that the Mulan individuals had safely teleported away. Someone finally lost their composure and stepped forward. After surrendering the Demonfall token, they began to teleport away with the assistance of the disciples of the ghostly spirit sect. Moments later, those possessing the Demonfall token emerged from their hiding places. In a brief span of 15 minutes, the teleportation array flickered with spiritual light, having successfully dispatched over 300 individuals, nearly a quarter of the cultivators present. Meanwhile, the high-grade spirit stone at the core of the array had dimmed significantly compared to its initial brilliance. Its spiritual energy nearly depleted. From his elevated vantage point, Hanli observed all of this coldly, meticulously noting the cultivators from the Valley of the Shadows that warranted attention for future reference. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted 6 green-robed cultivators approaching the array, led by the Grand Elder of the Spirit Control Sect, Dongmin Tu, whom Hanli had encountered before. Hanli harbored no favorable impressions of this individual. Although they had never truly clashed, Hanli had always been wary of him due to the matters concerning Gu Shuangpu. However, now that his own powers had significantly advanced, he felt less inclined to regard this individual with concern. Just then, the 5 green-robed cultivators surrounding Dongmin Tu abruptly trembled and simultaneously turned to glance in Han Li's direction. Almost concurrently, Han Li's second nascent soul, which had been assimilating smoothly, suddenly became violently unstable. Had he not been astute enough to promptly concentrate his consciousness and forcibly stabilize this nascent soul, it would likely have fled from his control that moment. Han Li scrutinized the 5 green-robed cultivators with his spiritual sense, only to be taken aback. All 5 were indeed at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, possessing 5 elemental spirit infants, connecting this with the peculiarities of his own second nascent soul. Han Li swiftly deduced the origins of these 5 cultivators, his pupils involuntarily contracting. The anomaly of the 5 green-robed cultivators did not escape Dongmin Tu's notice as he turned his head to glance back. Locking eyes with Han Li for a brief moment, a flash of surprise crossed Dongmin Tu's face, but he quickly masked it, turning away nonchalantly as he stepped into the teleportation array. The previously composed Wang Tiangu's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Dongmin 2 accompanied by 5 nascent soul cultivators. Wei Wuyi scrutinized the group of green-robed practitioners, his face betraying a contemplative demeanor. "Brother Dongmin, these fellows are quite unfamiliar to me. Might you introduce them to Wang?" Wang Tianxing inquired, his gaze fixated on the newcomers, his voice low and serious. "This matter is easily addressed after the expedition to the abyss of demons concludes. I shall personally introduce you to them." Dongmin Tu replied with a cunning nonchalance, deftly sidestepping the question. Internally, Wang Tianxing cursed the old fox, yet he understood that the other party would not divulge the truth. Thus, he refrained from pursuing the matter further and instructed his disciples to transport the 6 individuals in 2 batches to guarantee the moment of their departure. Dongmin Tu inadvertently cast a glance at Han Li, his eyes brimming with malice. Although his actions were exceedingly discreet, Han Li perceived everything with his spiritual sense that it seemed that Dongmin Tu had discerned the presence of the spirit infant within him. A situation that could prove troublesome. With 5 elemental spirit infants in tow, he had become formidable. Regrettably, he had yet to fully assimilate the wood spirit infant that appeared that once they entered the valley. He would need to exercise considerable caution around this individual that as Dongmin Tu vanished from sight. 3 more cultivators approached. Upon recognizing one among them, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips. This individual was none other than his silver-haired senior, Chung. The other 2 elders bore faces etched with deep wrinkles, suggesting they were nearing the end of their lifespans. Han Li sighed as he watched the trio enter the formation and be transported away. His gaze then shifted to the spirit stones at the center of the array, which now appeared even more dim and lackluster. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Han Li ceased to hesitate. He soared into the air, enveloped in a swirl of azure light, and propelled himself toward the formation. Moments later, he landed before the array and tossed a demonic fall token into the air toward Wang Tianxing. "Brother Han, it appears you have also come at such a young age. Your future is boundless. Why take such risks?" Wei Wuyi suddenly materialized before Han Li from several dozen paces away, urging caution. "That I appreciate your concern, Brother Wei. However, I have my own compelling reasons for entering the abyss of demons," Han Li replied with a calm and composed demeanor. Wei Wuyi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Han Li's face for a prolonged moment, his expression gradually darkening. "Since your mind is set, I shall refrain from further discussion. I hope our objectives do not align," he ultimately remarked, his figure flickering as he returned to his original position. Wang Tianxiang, witnessing Wei Wuyi's unexpected deference toward the young man and his explicit mention of Han's name, was no longer oblivious to Han Li's identity. Though his expression remained unperturbed, he was inwardly astonished as he appraised Han Li. He had heard of Han Li many years prior, though at that time, the latter's cultivation was quite meager, and his son, Wang Chan, had suffered a significant setback at Han Li's hands, allowing him to escape. Now, years later, this individual had re-emerged in Tiannan, having ascended to the rank of a nascent soul cultivator. Coincidentally, the Ghost Spirit sect had once again forged a profound enmity with this young man, resulting in yet another opportunity for him to elude capture. In just a few short years, Han Li's reputation had soared, and his displayed prowess left all cultivators in it unexpectedly became a presence second only to the 3 great practitioners. When the master of the Ghost Spirit sect received this news, it was hardly a matter of joy. Naturally, he had long etched Han Li's name in his memory. Now that he had the opportunity to meet Han Li, he was eager to discern some insights. Unfortunately, as Han Li stepped into the center of the array, he immediately closed his eyes slightly, exhibiting an indifferent demeanor, as if he wished to ignore everyone around him, revealing no discernible weaknesses whatsoever. Observing this situation, Wang Tianxing felt a chill in his heart, his apprehension towards Han Li intensifying. Yet, on the surface, he casually waved his hand, prompting the disciples in the air to activate the array. Following a resonating hum, Han Li vanished amidst a swirl of radiant light. After a slight discomfort from the teleportation, Han Li finally regained his composure and began to survey his current surroundings. He found himself on a slope of shattered stones, more than half collapsed, a chaotic scene with wild grasses towering to half a person's height. In the distance ahead, and on either side lay a series of low hills, rolling gently, devoid of any human presence. However, this was not particularly strange, for the Devil's Abyss spanned a vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles, and it would indeed be remarkable if individuals from the same group coincidentally converged. Nonetheless, when Hanli turned his head to glance back, astonishment flickered across his face. Not far behind him, an area of 100 zhang in width was starkly bare, devoid of any vegetation, unmistakably unnatural in origin. Han Li's expression shifted as he released his spiritual sense, swiftly scanning the surroundings within a radius of 20 to 30 miles, yet he found no trace of other practitioners. Only then did he cautiously approach a depression in the ground. Standing at the edge of this hollow, Han Li examined it closely, a hint of surprise crossing his features. This was not merely a depression. It was an exceptionally uniform circular pit. The pit was shrouded in a grayish haze, the depth of the accumulated ash obscuring any details beneath. Han Li stared at the large pit for a moment, exhibiting a contemplative expression. After a brief pause, he formed a hand gesture, raising his hand to conjure a swirling wind over 10 zhang high. Manifesting seemingly from thin air, Han Li uttered a word of command, and with a sweep of his sleeve, the whirlwind surged forth, sweeping the ground's dust toward the center of the pit, wherever the wind passed. Stones and dust were lifted into the air, gradually revealing the true nature of the stone pit. Below lay smooth stone walls, their surface resembling dark red lava, exceptionally sleek. Han Li immediately recognized that this was evidently formed by intense heat. Considering the shape of the pit, he pondered for a moment, and a look of dread crossed his face. Could it be that this was a gigantic pit created by an attack similar to the fireball technique? If he were to release a fireball against the stone wall, it would indeed produce a similar pit, albeit only a few zhang in size that in comparison to this 100 zhang pit, his would be insignificant. Was this truly the prowess of ancient practitioners, astonishingly formidable? Han Li remained in a daze for a considerable time before finally exhaling deeply and shaking his head. His thoughts had strayed too far. This pit could also have been formed by an attack from some fire attribute ancient treasure. Yet, even so, the abilities of ancient practitioners were undeniably beyond the reach of contemporary cultivators. Continuing onward, Han Li circled the stone pit at a leisurely pace, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. Before coming to a halt and gazing skyward, it should have been midday, yet the blinding sun that had been present before the teleportation was conspicuously absent. Instead, a vast expanse of murky, yellowish clouds loomed overhead, emanating a faint glow. Han Li was not taken aback. He had encountered such phenomena numerous times before. This was the consequence of some form of restriction enveloping the entirety of the sky. He estimated that ascending to a significant height would likely trigger this restriction. Despite this speculation, Han Li flicked his finger, releasing a golden devouring insect, which he had summoned at some point, sending it soaring into the air. He watched the creature impassively as it ascended. Indeed, as the insect reached an altitude of 50 or 60 zhang, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens, striking the devouring insect directly. The creature tumbled and plummeted from the sky, yet when it fell to a height of 7 or 8 zhang, it spread its wings and resumed its flight as if nothing had happened. Observing this scene, Han Li's expression turned contemplative, and he subsequently recalled the insect using his spiritual sense. After determining the direction, he was enveloped in a shimmering aura, gradually making his way westward amidst a sphere of azure light. In such a peculiar environment, he dared not unleash his full speed. Otherwise, he might inadvertently collide with a restriction or a spatial rift, which would be tantamount to courting death. With prior engagements with Xiling and Nanlong Ho, Han Li resolved to tackle two tasks sequentially. He decided to temporarily set aside the Ling Zhu Gua and first join forces with Nanlong Ho to eliminate the fire toad beast. While it was likely that the members of the Ghost Spirit sect would also seek the Ling Zhu Gua upon entering the valley, Han Li did not believe that the vague recollections of the lone Yuanying who had escaped the valley would suffice for an immediate location of the fruit. Nor could he predict how much time that would consume. Furthermore, even if he painstakingly located the Ling Zhu Gua, he would need to refine it into a pill immediately upon picking it, and subsequently meditate to assimilate its medicinal properties. Such delays could extend well beyond a few days. Thus, Han Li aimed to secure the fire toad's inner core, which was of utmost importance to Nangong Wan, before he could comfortably pursue the Ling Zhu Gua. Moreover, he harbored considerable interest in the treasures that might lie within the ancient cultivator's remains, which guarded the fire toad. As Han Li pondered these matters, he expended great mental effort to fully activate his spiritual sense. Simultaneously, the blue light in his eyes flickered intermittently as he employed the Mingqing spiritual eye technique to guard against any restrictions or spatial rifts that might elude his awareness. Although he could not ascertain his precise location within the outer valley, it was evident that he was not far from other cultivators. The teleportation array, while random, operated within a certain range. Hanli had no desire to encounter other cultivators. Instead, he aimed to rendezvous with Nianlong Ho and the others at the far western edge of the Demonfall Valley. According to Nianlong Ho, although he had also acquired the method of entry into the valley from the Tsongkuan master, this method entailed certain risks and drained a measure of vital energy. The sole advantage of this method was that it eliminated the need to ascertain one's location. Upon entering the valley, one could follow the route taken by the Tsongkuan master in years past to infiltrate the inner valley. After careful consideration, Hanli opted to utilize the Ghost Spirit Sect's method for entering the valley. After all, the Ghost Spirit Sect's boldness in selling the Demonfall orders indicated a degree of confidence in their method of entry. Thus, Hanli resolved to choose a more prudent approach. At present, it appears that the methods of the Ghostly Spirit Sect have seamlessly infiltrated this outer valley. However, during the journey there, he is likely to encounter certain risks. As Hanli pondered, he incessantly cast glances around him. Suddenly, he halted, fixating on a point ahead, his brow momentarily furrowing. Yet, he quickly resumed his composure and continued soaring forward, albeit at a slightly reduced pace. After flying a distance of over 100 zhang, Hanli came to a stop and gazed at a suspended white light fox in the distance, unconsciously biting his lip. This light fox, approximately a foot in length, was thick in the middle and tapered at both ends. Resembling a crescent moon, it hung silently in the air, emitting no trace of spiritual energy. Hanli scrutinized the light arc carefully before abruptly raising his arm and lightly slashing through the void ahead. A green sword aura materialized above the light fox and then descended with great force. With a resounding boom, the green light erupted. However, as soon as the sword aura made contact with the light fox, it vanished without a trace, as though devoured. The light arc remained unperturbed in the air, showing no signs of change. Hanli nodded. It seemed this was what was referred to as a spatial rift. If it were so conspicuous, it could be easily avoided. Nevertheless, there were rumors of elusive spatial rifts, which posed a considerable threat. Moreover, having barely traveled a short distance, he had already encountered such a rift, indicating that the entire demonic Fall Valley was indeed riddled with them, that a moment's negligence could lead to disastrous consequences. He contemplated with a shiver. Then, with a flicker of his form, he maneuvered his escape light in a grand arc, circumventing the rift and continuing his flight without a second thought. Unbeknownst to Hanli, over 100 miles away, a plump elder was similarly fixated on a much smaller light arc, murmuring words of a similar nature. How perilous it is, as I've been transported right next to a spatial rift. Had I veered just 10 zhang further, my life would be forfeit. It seems the demonic Fall Valley is indeed fraught with spatial rifts. I must exercise extra caution, the elder muttered to himself, his complexion paling slightly. After surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of danger with his spiritual sense, he determined a direction and, with a flash of his escape light, soared 5 or 6 zhang away, intent on leaving this place. Suddenly, a white light flared up along his path. The elder did not even have time to emit a scream before his body was instantaneously cleaved in two. The two halves of his corpse, drenched in a thick scent of blood, tumbled to the ground, his face etched with disbelief and resentment in his final moments. The spatial rift, which had just revealed itself, dimmed its radiance before gradually becoming transparent and invisible again. Should another wanderer come by, they too would be unable to discern its existence. Elsewhere, 3 cultivators clad in resplendent robes were drenched in sweat, flitting back and forth amidst a chaotic pile of rocks. Yet, no matter which direction they chose, upon flying a mere several dozen zhang, a 7-colored radiance would materialize, obstructing their path. This is untenable. We cannot escape like this. Those scoundrels from the Ghostly Spirit Sect have actually transported us 3 into this confinement. Once we manage to get out, we shall hold them accountable. One of the trio, a burly man with a face marred by scars, could no longer restrain his frustration and erupted in curses. Humph, save your breath. The Ghostly Spirit Sect will hardly fear a trifling disturbance from our small sect. Moreover, it was stated from the very beginning that the teleportation is random, and being transported into a spatial rift could be considered mere misfortune. Fortunately, while this restriction is formidable, it does not appear to be of an offensive nature. We should eventually find a way to escape. Another cultivator, distinguished by high cheekbones, paused and coldly remarked, "However, if this is the case, won't the treasures within the valley be seized by others? It is essential to understand that the three of us, at best, could only search for treasures in the outer valley. Venturing into the inner valley would be tantamount to courting death. We have already exhausted our resources to procure this residence's anti-demon talisman." The scarred, robust man shook his head repeatedly. "If that is the case, we must resort to brute force to break the restriction. Although this barrier appears somewhat mystical, the restrictions of the outer valley, no matter how powerful, cannot be excessively formidable. Thus, while it may consume more of our mana, we should be able to exit swiftly." After a moment's hesitation, the high-cheekboned cultivator spoke again. "Well then, it seems we have no choice. Second brother, your magical artifact is of the offensive type. It is up to you to exert your strength. The two of us will provide support." Another cultivator, dark of countenance, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Leave this matter to me. A few strikes will suffice to shatter this infernal object," the robust man declared, his spirit invigorated by the prospect. Subsequently, he opened his mouth and expelled a burst of yellow light, within which was encased a small, square stone seal, roughly the size of a thumb. The man gestured with both hands, directing his finger towards the seal. Instantly, the stone seal swelled in size, rapidly expanding to several feet. The other two cultivators released a red and a white flying sword, both shimmering with brilliance. Chapter 806. Each doing their part. Go, the robust man bellowed, and as the stone seal began to spin rapidly, the two flying swords transformed into red and white streaks of light, slicing through the air alongside the stone seal. The magical artifact indeed proved to be extraordinary, even before striking the barrier. The sound of wind and thunder resonated ominously, following a resounding crash that echoed through the heavens. Various colors of spiritual light intertwined, causing the ground nearby to tremble slightly. Witnessing the immense power of the stone seal, the other two cultivators displayed fleeting smiles of satisfaction. However, their expressions quickly froze at the corners of their mouths, for amidst the intertwining spiritual lights, a seven-colored radiance suddenly erupted with overwhelming brilliance, causing the light of their three artifacts to be momentarily suppressed beneath it. Subsequently, a melodious chime resonated from within the radiance, and the three artifacts were simultaneously repelled. Startled, the trio hastily attempted to regain control of their artifacts. Exchanging bewildered glances, the might of this barrier seemed to far exceed their expectations. The robust man snorted, on the verge of voicing his thoughts, when the surrounding radiance began to flicker, taking on a fiery red hue. The three were momentarily taken aback, still trying to comprehend the situation when, above the barrier, countless fiery clouds began to coalesce and roll ominously. A wave of searing heat instantly permeated every corner of the radiance. "What is happening? Wasn't it said that this restriction bore no offensive capabilities?" the scarred man exclaimed in a mix of shock and anger. Yet, the other two had no time to respond to his bewildered inquiry, for the fiery clouds above were descending mercilessly. In that moment, enveloped within, the three cultivators, trembling with fear, urgently activated their artifacts, hastily shielding themselves while frantically slapping various spiritual talismans onto their bodies. Various protective barriers shimmered around them, illuminating the dim space. The crimson clouds enveloped the three individuals in an instant. Moments later, chilling and anguished screams echoed from within the fiery mist, only to be followed by an eerie silence. After a short while, the flames dissipated on their own, and the radiant hues faded away, leaving the chaotic rock pile barren of any presence. Only three artifacts lay upon the ground, their brilliance dimmed to an extreme, as if they had lost all essence. The number of cultivators who encountered misfortune upon entering the abyss of despair was not particularly high, merely 7 or 8 instances. Yet, those who perished accounted for a significant majority. Within the valley, nearly every unforeseen encounter posed a threat to life. This even included a mid-tier sect's nascent soul cultivator, who, in a moment of carelessness, met his demise beneath a spatial rift. Han Li was unaware of the fates of others, but in this most treacherous land of the southern realms, he remained exceedingly cautious. However, at this moment, he was filled with delight. Standing in the open expanse, he clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes wide open as he gazed ahead, his pupils flickering with a mesmerizing blue light, somewhat blinding to the onlooker. To outsiders, Han Li, with his luminous blue gaze, appeared rather otherworldly. Yet, he had no intention of dwelling on such matters. The space before him was devoid of any notable features. And even after sweeping his divine sense across the area, everything seemed normal. However, under the full exertion of his mystic clarity eyes, Han Li discerned a faint arc of light, several feet in length, shimmering weakly a good distance ahead. Taking a deep breath, he gradually dimmed the blue glow in his eyes, his expression shifting between light and shadow. He could now be entirely certain that his divine sight indeed allowed him to detect invisible spatial rifts that could not be sensed through ordinary means. This revelation was a gratifying return on the considerable amount of spiritual liquid he had expended to cultivate his mystic clarity water for the cleansing of his vision. Thus, his life within the abyss of despair was significantly safeguarded. The only inconvenience was that while the mystic clarity eyes could reveal such rifts, they required his utmost concentration. A momentary lapse could lead to oversight. The consumption of spiritual energy for employing the mystic clarity eyes was negligible. However, should he find himself alongside the likes of the Nanlong Marquis and his companions, and they noticed the peculiarity in his gaze, it could pose a problem. He had no desire for others to discover his extraordinary ability. Han Li lowered his head in contemplation, but soon devised a plan. With a swift motion, he tapped his storage pouch, and a resplendent azure cloak materialized in his hand. This cloak was no ordinary garment. It was one of the spoils he had previously acquired, classified as a top-tier spiritual artifact. Its sole function was to conceal one's visage, preventing others from glimpsing one's true appearance. Naturally, this effect required a continuous infusion of spiritual energy into the cloak, and there had to be a reasonable parity in cultivation levels between the wearer and the observer. Han Li estimated that donning this item would render him virtually undetectable to all but the likes of the Confucian scholar with the surname Zhong and Wei Wuyo. The other cultivators within the valley would be unable to perceive the anomaly in his gaze. After securing the cloak, Han Li cast one last indifferent glance at the barely visible spatial rift before transforming into a streak of azure light and darting past it. In a dense forest filled with towering ancient trees, a tall woman of unremarkable appearance was gliding through the air at low altitude. Her features were not striking, yet her eyes were exceptionally clear and captivating, frequently darting left and right as if searching for something. After a brief interval, the woman finally emerged from the thicket of trees. Then, at the edge of the forest on the other side, the fleeing light came to a halt, and her expression turned vacant. It seemed that this place was not the one. There were no markings left by the elder of the ghost spirit sect. It must be located elsewhere. However, why was I instructed to find the mark first and then wait for him for a period of time? What could this possibly mean? Could he have another objective within the abyss of demonic descent? The woman raised her delicate head, gazing at the hazy sky, murmuring softly, a hint of confusion evident in her bright eyes. Suddenly, her brows furrowed, her figure swiftly shifting as she retreated back into the forest, simultaneously concealing her presence and casting several spells to obscure her tracks, taking refuge beneath a massive tree, remaining utterly still. Before long, 3 beams of varying colors of fleeing light approached from afar, moving at a leisurely pace, allowing her to discern that 3 elderly figures were flying in unison. In the blink of an eye, the 3 beams reached the treetops of the dense forest. One silver-haired elder seemed to sense something, casting his gaze downward to glimpse the woman's hiding place, letting out a soft exclamation. "What is it? Did Brother Cheng discover something?" inquired a nearby elder clad in a purple robe, his face lined with wrinkles. "Nothing? Just a woman cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage hiding in the woods below, seemingly not wanting to be seen," replied the silver-haired elder nonchalantly. "Though, this woman is quite cautious. Could it be that there is some treasure hidden within the forest?" The elder could not help but express his intrigue. "Brother Lin, do not indulge in fantasies. There are no signs of any restrictions in this forest. The person below is merely a Foundation establishment cultivator, and being hidden from us 3 old fellows in such a perilous place is hardly surprising. Let us not meddle. We should focus on treasure hunting. It would be best to gain something in the outer valley. Otherwise, we may have to venture into the inner valley," spoke another elder, whose face was shrouded in a greenish hue, in a leisurely manner. "Brother O makes a valid point. We need not concern ourselves with this female cultivator in this cursed place. Even if I could flee at great speed, I would not dare to go all out. Searching through such a vast outer valley is likely not a task to be completed in a short time. It is better not to waste time," the purple-robed elder replied, showing no signs of displeasure at being countered. Instead, smiling in agreement, the silver-haired elder nodded calmly, and the 3 of them soared away from the dense forest without looking back. Once the fleeing lights disappeared into the distance, the woman cautiously emerged from the woods. She gazed in the direction they had departed, pondering for a moment before speaking to herself. That silver-haired elder seems to be a senior brother from my time at the Falling Clouds sect. I did not expect him to be here as well. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. This woman, of course, was Ziling, who had disguised herself to enter the abyss of demonic descent. She had made an agreement with Han Li, instructing her to first seek out clues regarding the spirit candle fruit in the outer valley, and then wait for a period before reuniting with him to search for the fruit. Ziling had readily agreed to this arrangement, yet she had harbored some doubts about Han Li's reasoning. However, she understood that this matter had little to do with her and had never pressed him for the details. Now, having found no leads in the forest, she hesitated for a moment before propelling herself through the fleeing light towards the direction of the three elders, in another dense forest area of the abyss of demonic descent. 6 disciples of the ghost spirit sect, clad in black garments, were scouring the woods in every direction. Wang Chan and Yin Rian were among them. Above the dense forest, a pale-faced elder hovered motionless in the air, his countenance devoid of any expression. The master of the ghost spirit sect, Wang Tiangu, along with the other disciples of the sect, had vanished without a trace, their whereabouts a mystery. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from somewhere within the woods. Moments later, the elder's ears were graced with the jubilant transmission of a disciple. "We've found it. It's here." The elder's expression shifted slightly. A flash of dark light enveloped him as he transformed into a shadowy arc, shooting downwards. Upon hearing the news, the others hastened to the location as well. In the next instant, the elder stood above the disciple, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before he coldly inquired, "Elder Zhang, is it here?" The disciple respectfully pointed towards a large tree nearby, replying, "Yes, master." The elder's eyes followed the disciple's gesture, his brow furrowing slightly. The tree was remarkably peculiar, its roots branching out while its trunk bore 2 substantial limbs extending in opposite directions. The immense tree loomed like a giant. "Well done. It is highly likely to be this one. If it indeed is, you shall be richly rewarded upon our return to the sect." The elder nodded solemnly. The disciple, elated, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The elder then descended slowly, circling the giant tree twice before halting at one side. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand, fingers grasping the air above the tree. A wisp of blackened energy gradually emerged from the trunk, coalescing into a sphere that shot into the elder's palm. "Indeed, this is the place. Summon the others to join us." A faint smile finally graced the elder's face as he commanded. Meanwhile, as time passed, other cultivators entering the valley gradually dispersed. Apart from a select few who purposefully searched for something, most wandered aimlessly, hoping to make a discovery. However, disappointment reigned for the majority. It seemed that, perhaps due to the outer valley, aside from a few fortunate souls who stumbled upon remnants of previous entrants, most found nothing during the initial period. It was not as the rumors suggested, that treasures were abundant throughout the valley. Some impatient cultivators, confident in their formidable powers, began to edge towards the inner valley. For Han Li, the first day in the Devil's Fall Valley felt rather uneventful. He had no intention of wasting time hunting for treasures. He traversed only where it was safe, avoiding areas that might harbor dangers. As a result, despite his slow speed, he finally neared the location agreed upon with the Southern Marquis, gaining clarity on his position within the valley. Chapter 807. The path to the inner valley on a small hill in the west of the Devil's Fall Valley, littered with brown stones, sat a benevolent-looking elder clad in white robes. Standing before him was a man adorned in splendid attire with a long beard reaching his chest. These were Lu Weiying, an elder of the Celestial Gate, and the Southern Marquis. The Southern Marquis stood several paces away from Lu Weiying, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly gazing calmly into the distance, though a flicker of anxiety occasionally crossed his eyes. "Southern brother, there is no need to be overly anxious. That individual likely transmitted to a remote location. Naturally, it will take some time for him to arrive. Did we not witness him entering the formation that transported him here?" Lu Weiying, seated upon a large stone and in a state of quiet contemplation, seemed to sense the Southern Marquis's unease and spoke up suddenly. "Indeed, the words ring true. Yet, you are well aware that the abyss of demons is fraught with peril, and some dangers cannot be surmounted merely by divine prowess. Our endeavor certainly requires the presence of this individual. Otherwise, our journey to the abyss may well be in vain." With a sigh, Lord Nanlong turned his head, expressing a hint of resignation. As for the polar yuan light, it is essential to possess the Tui ring to navigate through. But is that fire toad truly so formidable? Otherwise, why would we have insisted on bringing this person along after merely acquiring the ring? Lu Wei opened his eyes, unable to suppress a note of complaint. Whether it is formidable or not, I cannot attest to, having not witnessed it firsthand. However, the writings of the elder Tsang Kuan indeed describe this beast as exceptionally fearsome. It would be prudent to seek out a practitioner whose techniques counter this creature. Otherwise, even if we manage to contend with it, the endeavor may leave us severely depleted in such a treacherous locale. I am loath to provide any advantage to others. After furrowing his brow, Lord Nailong explained, Brother Nailong makes a valid point. It appears that following the incident at the Mulan Prairie, he has grown increasingly cautious and meticulous. Nevertheless, I have perused certain texts that introduced the fire toad. This ancient beast was not particularly renowned in antiquity. According to those descriptions, it should not pose a significant challenge. However, given that Elder Tsang Kuan has proclaimed it so, it is likely that the one within the valley may be a mutated fire toad. Lu Wei pondered aloud, articulating his assessment. Mutated? That is indeed a possibility. However, I suspect that this creature lacks natural enemies within the valley. Having cultivated for an excessively prolonged period, Lord Nailong partially concurred with the elder's perspective. Now that matters have reached this juncture, further discussion is futile. The fire toad must be eradicated. The pathway leading to the fire toad is heavily imbued with polar yuan light. Those unprepared cannot possibly traverse that route. We need not concern ourselves with the ancient cultivator's remains being discovered by others, Lu Wei remarked, closing his eyes once more, speaking in a languid manner. Observing the elder's calm demeanor, Lord Nanlong could not help but smile faintly. Just as he was about to speak again, his expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly turned to gaze skyward in the distance. A flash of azure light flickered, followed by a blue rainbow gradually approaching. It is he. He has finally arrived. Familiar with Han Li's escaping light, Lord Nanlong recognized it at a glance, his face lighting up with joy. Hearing this, Lu Wei hastily opened his eyes and rose to his feet. It seems that even though this elder from the heavenly extreme sect appeared composed, he too was anxious. The blue rainbow moved cautiously, its speed not particularly swift. After a considerable while, the escaping light hovered above them as the azure glow dissipated. A figure cloaked in a hooded garment emerged, gently floating above the two, gazing down at them. Is it you, Taoist Han? Lord Nanlong inquired, his expression one of surprise upon discovering that his spiritual sense could not penetrate the dark azure cloak. What is this? Besides myself, have you summoned another? Han Li chuckled lightly, adjusting his hood while casting a sidelong glance at the elder Lu Wei also noted the peculiarities of Han Li's cloak, yet his expression remained unchanged. Taoist Han, you jest. Brother Lu and I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, he responded, recognizing the unmistakable voice of Han Li. Nanlong Ho let out a sigh of relief. Although he found Han Li's donning of the cloak somewhat peculiar, he noticed that Han Li had no intention of addressing the matter further. So he refrained from probing. The three were not ones to dwell on trivialities and promptly began deliberating on the extermination of the fire toad beast. Reach the fire toad beast. One must first enter the inner valley. The so-called inner valley is, in fact, an area secured by even more formidable ancient prohibitions, which have further confined a vast expanse at the center of the Devil's Fall Valley. However, this time, the entrance to the inner valley is not singular, by merely encircling the entire outer valley. One can effortlessly discover more than a dozen passages of varying sizes. Yet, these passages are laden with intricate prohibitions. To traverse them, one must dismantle the prohibitions painstakingly, as relying on brute force would be an exercise in futility. Each of these ancient prohibitions possesses immense power and is utterly merciless. They do not retaliate unless provoked. And once engaged, they strike back with unrelenting ferocity. The esteemed Tsang Kuan, confident in his mastery of formations, devoted several days to studying them before ultimately conceding defeat. It is not to say that they were utterly unsolvable, but the time required for him alone was simply too great. Eventually, through a combination of ingenuity and fortuitous circumstances, Tsang Kuan discovered a hidden path replete with polar primal light. This passage is exceedingly discreet, rarely detected by others, yet the polar primal light within is potent enough to obliterate any unwary cultivator who stumbles into it. However, with the presence of the two instruments re-entering the inner valley should now be a considerably effortless endeavor. After a brief consultation, Han Li and his companions wasted no time and ascended into the air, preparing to set forth towards the inner valley. Just as they took flight, Nanlongho struck his storage pouch with one hand and retrieved several bells of varying colors, each a few inches in size, which he then hung at his waist. Hanli paused in surprise at this sight, casting a curious glance at Nanlongho. These are sensing bells. Whenever there is any anomalous fluctuation in the surrounding space, the bells will ring of their own accord. While not capable of predicting every spatial rift, they can certainly alert one to the majority of them. Noticing Han Li's inquisitive expression, Nanlongho offered a brief explanation. Han Li nodded in understanding. The trio transformed into 3 streaks of escaping light, swiftly departing from the small mountain. As they flew towards the valley's center, the copper bells proved to be quite effective. At the emergence of any spatial rift, the bells would immediately emit a clear, ringing sound, allowing the trio to remain vigilant and avoid inadvertently colliding with one. However, most of these rifts were traceable, or of a dimmer nature. Truly invisible spatial rifts were beyond the bell's capability to detect. Han Li was acutely aware of this, having spotted a concealed rift during their journey, which lay not far from the trio. As their 3 streaks of light brushed past it, the copper bell remained inert, failing to sound any alarm. With this realization, Han Li became more circumspect. Nonetheless, as Nanlongho had indicated, the presence of these copper bells indeed facilitated their progress significantly. Both Nanlongho and Lu Weiying felt emboldened, enabling them to increase their speed considerably. Given that the trio was traveling without encountering any hidden rifts, Han Li saw no need to sound any warnings, content to remain silent. Thus, the 3 continued their journey without incident. After the better part of a day, they found themselves at the outer edge of the inner valley, before a range of unfamiliar mountains. This range, consisting of over a dozen small peaks, stretched across several dozen miles, forming a miniature mountain range. Behind this range, a blood-red light obscured the hazy sky, exuding an eerie and otherworldly aura. That was the inner valley. The blood light represented formidable prohibitions, which one should never provoke. Otherwise, one would suffer grievously, if not fatally. This was the first time Nanlongho had encountered such blood light, but upon seeing it, he immediately warned the others with the instinct of an old horse recognizing the way. Han Li squinted, casting a few glances at the blood light, his expression impassive. The peculiarity of the blood light was such that even had Nanlongho remained silent, he would not have rashly ventured forward. Nevertheless, the ancient demonic cultivators had indeed woven layer upon layer of formidable prohibitions within this valley of the fallen demons. It was perplexing to ponder what purpose this valley originally served. To warrant such stringent defenses, was it a prison or a cage? For some inexplicable reason, a strange thought arose in Han Li's mind, only to be quickly dismissed with a wry smile. What manner of creature would require such a vast valley as a cage? That was utterly implausible. Most likely, this place still served as a significant stronghold for the ancient demonic cultivators. Han Li speculated inwardly at that moment. However, Nanlongho, accompanied by the elder and Han Li, soared into the upper region, directly heading towards the space between 2 mountain ridges. Upon arrival, Nanlongho raised a hand, prompting the trio to halt and gently descend to the ground. With a discerning glance ahead, they surveyed the verdant grass, rocky hills, towering trees, and entwined vines. All appeared perfectly normal, seemingly devoid of any anomalies. This is the place that it ought not to appear as it does now. However, when Song Kuan Shangren departed, he cast an illusion, concealing the entrance. Thus, the entrance remains hidden from sight. I shall first dispel the illusion, Nanlongho stated, a flicker of excitement gracing his countenance, though his tone remained calm. Subsequently, he flicked his sleeve, and a misty white jade pendant shot forth from his sleeve, spiraling before settling above his head. A low incantation resonated from Nanlongho's lips. With both hands forming intricate seals, he directed a series of colorful spells towards the jade pendant above. All the spells vanished in an instant, absorbed completely by the pendant, which then emitted a dazzling white light, vibrating gently as it produced a clear chiming sound. With a powerful shout, Nanlongho unleashed a torrent of white radiant light from the pendant, sweeping forward with great force. Below, a strange scene unfolded. Wherever the white light passed, all rocks and trees twisted and tore apart like a painted scroll, disintegrating in the radiant glow. After a clear chime, the white light swiftly retracted, returning rapidly into the jade pendant, vanishing without a trace. Yet before Han Li and the other 2, an unfamiliar landscape emerged. Chapter 808, Gray Mist at a Glance. The once lush vegetation had completely vanished. Between the peaks on either side, White stones lay scattered everywhere, each oval and smooth, some the size of a human head, while others were merely the size of a fist. Looking further afield, vast expanses of gray mist appeared, shrouded and indistinct, rendering the situation within the mist unclear. However, this gray mist remained confined to a 100-zhang-wide area in the center, while on either side, blood-red light surged like a tide, continuously pouring into the center, pressing inward. However, upon reaching the edges of the mist, it felt as though they had encountered an insurmountable barrier, making any advance impossible. But is this the passage that fellow cultivators spoke of? Lu Weiying exhaled slowly, inquiring, indeed, it should be here. Does Brother Lu sense anything amiss? Nanlong Ho, momentarily taken aback, remarked, those blood-red rays of light undoubtedly indicate some sort of restriction within the valley, yet these mists seem to be anything but ordinary. Did the writings of Shangren Songquan mention this fog? Lu Weiying gazed into the distant gray mist and asked nonchalantly. No, there was no mention of this fog. Perhaps it was deemed unimportant. After a brief hesitation, Nanlong Ho replied, I can't shake the feeling that these gray mists are rather peculiar. It would be wise to exercise caution. The elder of the Lu clan shook his head, a grave expression crossing his face. Is there a problem? We can simply test it out. Han Li interjected from the side. What you say is quite reasonable, fellow Taoist Han, that I happen to have a few thousand-mile larks that I usually use for locating spiritual herbs. Now, they may serve a different purpose. Nanlong Ho clapped his hands in approval. Upon hearing this, Lu Weiying did not object. Immediately, Nanlong Ho retrieved a small spiritual beast pouch from his waist, tossing it into the air while murmuring a low incantation. A small bird, entirely adorned in golden feathers, shot forth from the pouch like an arrow, subsequently spiraling in the air. With a flick of his hand, a blue talisman flew from his grasp, striking the little bird perfectly. As the bird unfurled its wings, a small azure light shield materialized around it. Following a command from Nanlong Ho's consciousness, the bird emitted a sharp cry and transformed into a streak of golden light, darting towards the distant gray mist. Before the bird could make contact with the mist, Han Li's eyes flashed with a blue glow. He utilized his spiritual eye to scrutinize the situation intently. However, as his gaze inadvertently swept to one side, his expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of peculiarity in his eyes. Nanlong Ho and Lu Weiying, entirely focused on the 1,000-mile lark, failed to notice Han Li's unusual reaction. The 1,000-mile lark had already plunged headfirst into the gray mist, disappearing from sight. Unable to discern the circumstances within the mist, Han Li, opting for caution, refrained from recklessly probing with his divine sense, instead glancing at Nanlong Ho's demeanor. Nanlong Ho's eyes were slightly closed as he concentrated on establishing a mental connection with the spiritual bird. His expression appeared normal, suggesting that the bird had not encountered immediate danger after entering. As Han Li ruminated on this, Nanlong Ho suddenly trembled, his complexion paling, and his eyes flew open. What is happening? Lu Weiying, also attentive to Nanlong Ho's expression, quickly inquired that it seems there is a malevolent creature within the gray mist that has devoured the 1,000-mile lark in one bite. I believe it is. Nanlong Ho's expression turned strange, as if he struggled to confirm. Han Li and the elder of the Lu clan exchanged astonished glances. It seems to be a colossal python. That must be the case. This gray mist must be the miasma emitted by this giant python. Nanlong Ho pondered for a moment before finally asserting a giant python. That is rather peculiar. If such a beast existed, why would the writings of Shangren Songquan make no mention of it whatsoever, unless the giant python came to this passage later on? Han Li interjected, completing Lu Weiying's hesitant words. Indeed, that is precisely the implication I was suggesting. Both fellow cultivators make compelling points. However, the enormous python that can survive unscathed in this abyssal valley evidently is not an ordinary beast. It must indeed be some ancient creature. Without vanquishing this beast, entry into the valley would be impossible. This presents quite a dilemma. The Marquis of Nanlong nodded in agreement, as if this was the only explanation that made sense. There was no need for concern. Since these gray mists are merely demonic fog and not a restriction, there is no reason to be overly apprehensive. One ancient beast should not pose too much difficulty for the three of us to confront together. It cannot possibly be more formidable than that fire-toad beast. Lu Weiying's eyes glinted with a cold light as he spoke calmly. Whether it is as powerful as that fire toad remains uncertain. However, at this juncture, we must eliminate the python. Let us all strike together. As the Marquis spoke, he opened his mouth and a small sword of resplendent golden light shot forth. The elder of the Lu clan rubbed his hands together. and a dazzling white flag of light appeared in his grasp. Seeing this, Hanli could not help but reveal a wry smile. These two were remarkably decisive. Upon realizing there was no avoiding the confrontation, they moved to act without a trace of hesitation that if the two esteemed friends intend to eliminate this beast, I have no objections. However, before we proceed, should we not invite another friend to join us? You, who have been secretly observing from the shadows for so long, surely must have had your fill by now. Hanli suddenly directed his gaze toward a seemingly empty corner, his expression darkening as he spoke. At the same time, he flicked his finger, unleashing several streaks of azure sword chi that shot forth. Moments later, the sword chi erupted into a dazzling explosion several dozen yards away, revealing a figure radiating a yellow glow. Brandishing a massive shield, who appeared mysteriously in that spot, the Marquis of Nanlong and Lu Weiing were momentarily left speechless. Misunderstanding. Esteemed seniors, please do not be angry that I have only just arrived and will take my leave immediately. The figure enveloped in yellow light was a gaunt man, about 40 years old, who hurriedly bowed to the three, though fear was evident in his eyes. Huang Tianming, is that you? Lu Weiing exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the man. What, do you know him, Brother Lu? The Marquis of Nanlong asked darkly, a glint of malice flashing across his face. This man is a cultivator from a minor sect within our Heavenly Dao Alliance. As for his cultivation level, let us not speak of it. However, I have heard that he once obtained an ancient cultivator's invisibility talisman, allowing him to conceal himself in a manner that is extraordinarily elusive. I never imagined this would prove to be true. He is hidden here without us even noticing. Lu Weiying's expression darkened as he fixed a cold gaze upon the gaunt man. Esteemed seniors, I have only just arrived here. I merely followed out of curiosity upon witnessing your esteemed presence casting spells. Upon hearing the unfriendly tones of the Marquis and Lu Weiing, the gaunt man's complexion drained of color. Following us so furtively, what good could it possibly lead to? Brother Lu, he is one of your Heavenly Dao Alliance members. What say you? The Marquis of Nanlong snorted and turned to the elder. Upon hearing this, Lu Weiying's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes narrowed. My opinion is naturally to eliminate him. The elder spoke nonchalantly, and as soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly flickered, vanishing into the white light. Upon hearing this, the gaunt man was struck with terror, and disregarding his fear of the three nascent soul cultivators, he flashed with spiritual light and transformed into a long rainbow, soaring into the sky. At that moment, the old man, unbeknownst to anyone, employed some form of evasion technique. Manifesting at the very spot where the man had once stood, he raised his gaze, casting a cold glance at the rapidly retreating yellow light. And with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed his. Upon its release, the transformed into a swirling white tempest, swiftly engulfing the yellow light that had darted several dozen feet away. The enormous shield before the man flickered wildly for a brief moment before it was gradually shattered within the tempest. With a piercing scream, he too was torn to shreds by the countless blades of wind, resulting in a torrential rain of blood. Observing this, the elder surnamed Lu nodded indifferently, gestured towards the tempest, and the returned to his hand in a flash of white. Well done, Brother Lu. With this, we need not fear any leakage of this passage, remarked the South Long Marquis, clapping his hands in amusement. It is nothing that a mere insignificant cultivator dared to pursue us. He met a fitting end. Lu Weiing replied nonchalantly. He then reached down, grasping at the ground, and two items emerged from the bloodied dirt, landing in his palm. A storage bag belonging to the emaciated cultivator and a pale yellow jade talisman. The elder, surnamed Lu, without any hesitation, inspected them briefly before stowing them away in the storage bag. We owe this encounter to Han, my friend. Otherwise, we would have truly found ourselves in a precarious situation. However, it is remarkable that Brother Han could see through such ancient concealment techniques. No wonder he has garnered such a formidable reputation. The South Long Marquis said, turning to Han Li with a smile that it is merely luck, nothing more. Both of you could have discerned his whereabouts as well. It was merely a moment's oversight that allowed him to slip away. Han Li replied with a faint smile, appearing unconcerned. The South Long Marquis, hearing Han Li's humble words, shook his head but chose not to elaborate further. That moment, Lu Weiing returned. Let us act swiftly to avoid unnecessary complications, he urged, his expression somewhat grave. However, there was merit to his words. Han Li nodded, flipping his palm to reveal a stack of glimmering array flags. When we eliminate the giant python, there will surely be considerable commotion. I shall first set up a barrier array to contain the impact within the confines of our restraints. This way, we need not worry about other cultivators passing nearby, Hanli suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Brother Han is indeed meticulous. This is the best course of action, the old man remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his features in appreciation. Hanli then transformed into a streak of azure light, deftly placing the array flags between the two peaks. Moments later, a large-scale magical formation was established, primarily designed to minimize both sound and spiritual fluctuations in a concentrated area. Otherwise, such a complex setup would not have been completed in such a short span. When the azure light that was Han Li returned to stand before the South Long Marquis and the Elder, the latter brandished his and calmly stated, "Now that Brother Han has completed the arrangement, let me use this hurricane flag to disperse the mist, leaving the giant python nowhere to hide." With that, the Elder cast the treasure into the air and began to chant incantations. The South Long Marquis, witnessing this, pointed at the golden smallsword before him, causing it to transform into a golden ray that shot skyward. After a swift pirouette in midair, the golden light intensified dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, a massive golden sword, measuring 5 to 6 zhang in length, materialized above the South Long Marquis. Chapter 809. The Ancient Beast of the Giant Python, as the incantations uttered by Lu Weiing ceased. The flag trembled and suddenly unfurled, radiating a blinding brilliance. A series of hurricanes, identical to those before, surged forth from it, transforming into a dozen ethereal wind dragons that swept furiously towards the distant gray mist. The golden giant sword, resonating with a hum, shot forth from its position, hovering restlessly above the fog.it. Appeared that the Marquis of Nalong intended to await the dispersal of the mist, ready to unleash a thunderous strike the moment the monstrous entity revealed itself. Han Li, maintaining his silence, flicked his large sleeve, causing a gleaming silver bowl to emerge from his robe, which then transformed into a dazzling sphere of silver light, soaring into the distance. This bowl was one of the few ancient treasures he had acquired after vanquishing the Mulan mage, and its power could only be deemed passable in utilizing this artifact. Han Li primarily harbored a sense of curiosity. The wind dragons surged ahead, diving into the dense fog, causing the gray mist to churn violently as large swathes were lifted high by the hurricane, only to be torn asunder. The gray sea of fog gradually weakened under the relentless onslaught of the winds. However, this situation persisted for but a fleeting moment before a strange hissing sound resonated ominously from within the mist. A colossal serpent's tail, as thick as a water barrel, suddenly lashed out of the fog, striking one of the wind dragons. The hurricane dissipated instantly, and the serpent's tail, unrelenting, struck twice more, effortlessly shattering 2 additional wind dragons. Seeing this, the Elder with the surname Lu's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, he promptly formed an intricate hand seal and uttered a decisive incantation. The remaining 10 or so hurricanes flashed with white light, simultaneously erupting into a tumultuous gale that raged through the fog, scattering the majority of the gray mist into disarray. At last, the fog dispersed entirely, revealing the silhouette of the monstrous creature, enormous and shadowy, akin to a small mountain. Seizing the opportunity, the golden giant sword, which had been circling above the gray mist, descended silently towards the newly unveiled giant python. Han Li, channeling his technique, propelled the silver bowl forward. It burst forth in resplendent silver light, abruptly enlarging to a size of several feet. A deep, resonant hum emanated as a torrent of silver light surged from the colossal orb, rushing towards the giant python in a synchronized assault with the golden giant sword. The giant python, seemingly sluggish, remained coiled and motionless in the face of the silver wave and golden sword's onslaught. Naturally, the Marquis of Nanlong felt a surge of elation, hastily infusing additional spiritual energy into the sword, causing it to grow even larger. However, before the golden light could deliver a decisive blow, a flash of spiritual light flickered across the python's body, and a layer of verdant radiance suddenly materialized upon it. With a resounding boom, the intertwining golden and azure lights erupted, the azure radiance shining forth with such intensity that it repelled the golden giant sword. The 3 cultivators were taken aback as the subsequent silver light struck the azure glow, yielding no results. After enduring these 2 assaults, the giant python seemed to awaken slightly, slowly lifting its massive head, which had been buried deep within its body, and glancing towards Han Li and the others. By this time, the gray mist had completely cleared, and the true form of the giant python was now vividly visible to the 3. The serpent, cloaked in an inky blackness akin to iron, stretched an impressive length of 50 to 60 fathoms. Its body astonishingly robust and adorned with scales resembling the size of a palm. The pair of emerald-hued serpent eyes gleamed with a chilling, malevolent light that a shiver coursed through Han Li's heart as he contemplated summoning his silver bowl back to him. When the colossal python seemed disturbed, in an instant, a long, ethereal shadow flickered, and the silver giant bowl, positioned over 30 fathoms away, vanished without a trace. Han Li was taken aback, still grappling with the unfolding situation, when the golden sword of Nan Long Ho encountered a similar fate. Following the swift passage of the shadow, the golden sword in the sky abruptly disappeared. However, this time, Han Li, having been forewarned, discerned the entirety of the event. In an extraordinary moment, the massive python elongated and thinned, lightning fast, and devoured the two treasures whole. The speed of its movement had initially left Han Li and his companions momentarily stunned. Despite the python's colossal form, its agility was astonishing. Han Li's expression turned grave. Beside him, Nan Long Ho, witnessing the swallowing of his flying sword, transitioned from shock to elation. That golden flying sword had taken him a century of dedicated cultivation to forge into his life as treasure. Originally, the python's scales were impenetrably tough, impervious to any external harm. Yet, now that it had voluntarily ingested the sword, was it not sealing its own doom? With this thought, Nan Long Ho fell silent, hastily urging his golden sword with his divine sense, preparing for it to unleash its might within the belly of the beast, intending to pierce through its very core and end its life. Yet, the next moment, Nan Long Ho's expression froze, although he could still connect with his life treasure. It felt as though something within the python's belly had ensnared it, rendering it utterly immobile. Instantly, anxiety gripped him. After all, if his life treasure were to sustain damage, the bond they shared would inflict a grievous blow upon him as well. My two fellow Taoists, my flying sword is trapped. This python is indeed no ordinary beast. We must exercise utmost caution. Upon delivering this cautionary remark, Nan Long Ho inhaled deeply, his countenance darkening that he raised a hand. And a verdant green ring slipped from his finger, hovering before him. The surface of the ring flickered between light and darkness, inscribed with myriad runes that glimmered faintly. It was evidently no ordinary artifact. On the other side, Lu Weiying, alarmed by the loss of Han Li's and Nan Long Ho's treasures, hastily retrieved his magical flag. He then waved his hand, sending forth several talismans that soared gracefully. And suddenly, a brilliance erupted, conjuring dozens of blindingly white, enigmatic fireballs that materialized before the elderly man. Han Li glanced at the white fireballs with astonishment, faintly recalling having heard of such orbs before. However, now was not the time for contemplation. Turning back, he tapped his waist pouch, and 4 beams of white light shot forth, landing on the ground. 3 white wolves, 2 red bulls, and a green python emerged. These were the 6 ancient puppet beasts acquired from the Celestial Crystal Master during the trading fair. Having not yet put these puppets to the test, Han Li seized the opportunity to gauge their power against the ancient serpent. Nan Long Ho and the elder regarded Han Li's puppets with mild surprise. But soon their expressions returned to normal. The 3, seasoned in combat, exchanged solemn glances before preparing to unleash their combined powers in a concerted assault. However, the enormous python fixed its gaze upon the 3 individuals. Its eyes glinting with malice. It suddenly raised its head and forcefully exhaled, releasing a nauseating stench that assaulted Han Li and his companions. Startled, they hurriedly activated their protective auras and held their breaths. Yet, in the next instant, they realized that while the odor was indeed repugnant, it posed no real threat. The trio hesitated in astonishment for a brief moment. However, during this fleeting delay, the python's gaping maw opened wide, and its belly contracted, drawing in a powerful breath. In an instant, the debris and soil before the python leapt into the air, surging uncontrollably toward its gaping mouth. Caught off guard, the 3 felt as if a tremendous force had propelled them from behind, their steps faltering, rendering them momentarily immobile, as if they were being inexorably drawn into the python's maw. Han Li's 4 puppets, without the slightest resistance, were swiftly drawn to the python's mouth. Reaching its edge in an instant, a flicker of horror crossed Han Li's face. Yet he remained composed within. A flash of azure light enveloped him, and he became immensely heavy, plummeting downward. Simultaneously, his consciousness stirred, and the 6 puppets that had just reached the python's mouth launched their attack. The 4 horns of the 2 red bulls glimmered crimson, and suddenly they shot forth, transforming into 4 streaks of red light that hurtled toward the python's gaping maw. The python, wholly intent on swallowing Han Li and his companions, was met with the red beams effortlessly striking its exposed fangs that a resounding thud echoed as the python emitted a low groan of pain, its massive fangs retracting in response. Though the extent of the injury was indiscernible, its voracious sucking momentarily faltered. Seizing this brief respite, the three white wolves regained their control, their bodies radiating brilliant white light. In an instant, they regained mastery over their movements, their claws extending into formidable talons. While razor-sharp fangs emerged from their mouths, in a blur, they transformed into three streaks of white light, charging towards the python's head. A sound akin to metal grinding echoed from the python's cranium. Although the previous azure radiance did not manifest this time for reasons unknown, the claws and elongated fangs, when raked against the python's dark scales, left merely faint white imprints, failing to inflict any real harm. Nevertheless, two of the white wolves swiftly altered their trajectories, darting towards the python's exposed eyes, which lacked the protective covering of scales. In a flash, two muffled thuds resonated as the two wolves, mid-flight, were violently swatted away by the python's swift, serpentine strike. The gargantuan head of the serpent tilted slightly, and in one swift motion, it devoured one of the ejected wolf puppets. As it attempted to ensnare another, the blue python puppet suddenly swelled to an immense size, launching itself ferociously forward. The two Red Bulls once again unleashed their horns in a barrage. The ancient beast was thoroughly incensed by the onslaught of these puppets. With a low growl, the serpent's head shook violently, and a plume of black mist erupted from its nostrils, enveloping its entire head. The remaining two white wolves seized this opportunity to retreat. Yet, from within the black mist, two shadowy figures darted forth, simultaneously capturing both wolves in their jaws. What lay before them were two identical snake heads, albeit one size smaller. The unfolding of this tale may seem lengthy, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the dark mist rapidly dissipated, revealing the true form of the giant python. The recently liberated Han Li and his companions were immediately met with exclamations of astonishment. "This is the three-headed serpent. How could this be possible?" Their voices were laden with disbelief. Opposite them, a monstrous python with three snake heads glared furiously. The central head continuously flicked its tongue, while the heads on either side exerted themselves to devour the puppeteered beasts in their mouths. Just then, a chilling word echoed from across the way. With a thunderous roar, the two puppeteered beasts in the serpent's jaws erupted, transforming into two dazzling bursts of blinding white light. Moreover, Moulingua sensed nearly 10 powerful auras at the peak of the mid-stage foundation establishment surrounding the venue. These were likely the protective forces of the Merchant Association's headquarters. This unknown spirit realm entity showed no inclination to assist Li Si. Yet, to sever the ties of causality, it left behind a pill that enhanced physical strength. As if feeling excruciating pain, the body of the ghostly Bone Si Kun writhed violently, its two wings flailing. "Lin Xian, recount in detail to the two sect masters your battle with Qing Wan." Master Chen interjected suddenly. After all, the Blood Demon Sword Sect and Sword Void Island stood on the same side, making it unnecessary to withhold information. He considered himself formidable, yet he fell short compared to class leader Yang Wei, who had secured a factory for processing rebar, thriving in business with profits exceeding $1 million each month, far surpassing Chao Zhe. Fang Yuyin swiftly darted to the side of the elder, observing that although he had been cleaved in two, he still clung to life. The sapphire on his forehead radiated an even more blinding blue light, enveloping half his body, while a layer of frost formed over his wounds, staunching the flow of blood. With a resounding crash, a massive boulder slowly shifted aside, revealing a spacious cave entrance, where the Xianzhen Taoist stood with Lin Xian. Perhaps due to Xie Yunchuan's attire, he appeared anything but ordinary, making Yichen seem somewhat easier to intimidate by comparison. "Continue the bombardment. Do not cease until ordered." Zhang Zhen furrowed his brow, realizing that the fear surrounding the corpse king was not unfounded. The artillery fire elicited no response, and the thick smoke began to instill a sense of trepidation in him. However, unbeknownst to her, the man she looked down upon was indeed the CEO of a prominent company, renowned in its field. Could the gold be hidden within the coffin? Lin Fei pondered, preparing to open a coffin for inspection, when suddenly, cries for help echoed upstream from Si Yuanhao. "Let us depart. We are heading back. Lu Ji, this place is entrusted to you. After you finish, return promptly to rest, and remember to inform uncle and aunt that I will treat them to a meal in a few days." After Lu Hao concluded, he made his way toward the tavern's exit, With Wang Chuchu following closely beside him and the Rose students trailing behind. The three divine beasts inhaled deeply, their faces displaying a rare and complex expression. Had news finally arrived? Boom, boom, boom. Several tracking high-explosive shells struck the roof of the vehicle. However, with the energy shield in place, the shield's integrity was reduced by merely 15%. Yi Chun endeavored to elevate his status to that of hers, consistently referring to her as a fellow cultivator. The old scholar nodded slightly. He was acutely aware of the paramount importance of corporate information security. To put it simply, if the technology behind the reverse-engineered rice cooker chip were to leak, its value would likely surpass $100 million. This chip was no less formidable than the processors used in advanced computer technologies. With continued research and development, it could undoubtedly dominate the global chip market. The individual speaking was, in essence, an ice spirit silver fox, inherently depraved, fixating intently on the twin sisters Dongfang Bingqing and Dongfang Yujia, his expression shifting from one of regret to a gradually emerging lewd grin. Meanwhile, Kent provided support in the Bat Cave, relishing Alfred's meticulous and comprehensive service. Ares, feeling somewhat bored, rose from his seat and exited the room without a word, stealthily departing from the ethereal paradise. Chapter 810. Slaying the Python Beast. Upon witnessing the white wolf puppet being restrained, Han Li wasted no time, forming hand seals with both hands. The three-headed giant python, though immensely resilient, lacked such extraordinary defensive capabilities in its maw. These two white wolf puppets were crafted from numerous rare and unidentified materials, their self-destructive power formidable indeed. Consequently, after the explosion, both serpent heads emitted piercing cries of agony, displaying evident distress. The central serpent head, however, remained unaffected, growing even more enraged. With a swift motion, it lashed its colossal tail, sending the recently pounced green python puppet flying, crashing to the ground a considerable distance away, incapacitated. Simultaneously, the python head lunged forward, crushing a Red Bull puppet with a powerful bite, leaving Han Li with no opportunity to trigger a self-destruction. Meanwhile, Nan Longho and the elderly Lu, seizing the moment created by Han Li's puppets, finally launched their attack in astonishment. First, dozens of blazing white fireballs erupted from the elder's position, soaring into the air with a single command. Nan Longho then raised his hand, casting a spell upon the verdant ring. The ring trembled, swiftly transforming from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Conjuring over 100 identical illusions in an instant. The real ring blended among them, morphing into a cascade of emerald light that shot forth. Han Li, remaining composed, flipped his palm, summoning a dark, obscure object into the air. This item expanded in the wind, transforming into a towering peak of over 10 zhong in height, continuously swelling under the influence of his spell. It was indeed the ancient treasure, Qian's Hongfeng. Faced with such a colossal, tough-skinned beast as the giant python, this treasure was the most fitting choice. However, he needed to devise a means to ensnare it first. As Han Li pondered, the heads of the three-headed giant python on either side seemed to have recovered from the earlier explosion, opening wide to unleash two massive, gray beams of light. The white fireballs collided with the light beams, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The fireballs instantly transformed into a swirling tempest of white flames, intertwining with the gray light in a stalemate. Meanwhile, those verdant rings deftly bypassed the conflict of gray light and flames, directly targeting the three serpent heads. The black giant peak, belonging to Han Li, leisurely followed the green shadow, drifting away with a languid grace. Observing the menacing demeanor of the green light, the giant python seemed to sense an imminent threat, with a low growl emanating from its primary head. A flash of spiritual light enveloped its entire form, and then its gaping maw suddenly lunged forward. The emerald-hued shadow, transformed from the verdant ring, dissipated into nothingness upon mere contact with the python's fierce advance. Only one ring, hidden behind, wavered slightly before vanishing from its original position and reappearing above the python's head. Subsequently, the radiating ring transformed into a stream of green mist, plummeting downwards with a swiftness that could scarcely be perceived. At the python's 7-inch mark, an enlarged green jade ring materialized, swiftly constricting and embedding itself deep within the python's flesh. Despite the python's immense size, being ensnared at such a crucial point proved agonizing. It immediately writhed in pain, its primary head crashing violently against the ground, while the green light at the 7-inch mark flickered incessantly, as if desperately attempting to escape the constraints of the jade ring. The two smaller heads also bore expressions of anguish in response to this torment. Thus, the gray light beam, previously locked in combat with the white flames, came to an abrupt halt. Witnessing this, Lu Weiying's eyes brightened. Seizing the opportunity, the white flames surged forth, propelled by his incantations, raising towering waves of fire that engulfed the giant python. In an instant, the inferno enveloped the creature. However, the azure light emanating from the python's body was remarkably potent. Although the white flames surrounded it entirely, the blue light flickered and danced without relent. Even as the green ring tightened around its vulnerable spot, the python's body showed no signs of damage. Suddenly, black light flickered above the python, and a black mountain, towering several dozen feet high, materialized from thin air. The mountain spun in the air, unleashing vast plumes of black mist from its base, which swiftly shrouded the python below. Within the black light, the python's movements became sluggish, as if burdened by an immense weight. Seizing this moment, the black mountain began its descent. The three-headed monstrosity sensed the impending peril. The three heads attempted to launch a few luminescent projectiles into the air, hoping to impede the mountain's fall. Yet, these projectiles disintegrated before even making contact with the mountain, dissolving into the black mist. Unwilling to accept defeat, the python summoned all its strength to strike the ground with its massive tail, propelling itself out of the mist. However, the surrounding white flames suddenly transformed into numerous thick chains of fire, ensnaring the python and preventing it from ascending more than a few dozen feet before it crashed heavily to the ground once more. Finally, the mountain descended with a deafening force. The point of impact radiated black light, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. The three heads of the python could only emit a brief cry before being drowned out by the thunderous sound. The Nanlong Marquis displayed a look of delight, while the elder of the Liu clan exhaled a sigh of relief. Only Hanli gazed on, his brow momentarily furrowing in contemplation. As the black light gradually receded, the scene came into view. Astonishingly, beneath the black peak, the three-headed giant python had not perished immediately. One head remained exposed, thrashing wildly and emitting frantic cries, its eyes filled with a frenzied intensity. The sheer vitality of this creature was truly awe-inspiring. Lu Weiying let out a soft grunt, raising his hand as a beam of white light shot forth, gracefully encircling the head of the python before it fell effortlessly to the ground. Devoid of its protective azure aura, blood spurted from its remaining body, soaring several feet into the air, and it lay motionless thereafter. At last, the threat was vanquished. However, a hint of surprise lingered. This three-headed serpent appeared to lack the ferocity ascribed to it in tales. The elder with the surname Lu relaxed, murmuring to himself, "This may not be the true three-headed serpent. Let us not forget, the genuine three-headed serpent not only possesses three heads, but also sports a pair of fleshy wings. It is said that each head can simultaneously wield different attributes of divine powers. This creature bears little resemblance to that. Otherwise, how could we have subdued it so effortlessly?" Nanlong Ho shook his head, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Perhaps this python is a variant of another species, not necessarily a true three-headed serpent. We need not delve into its origins. Let us hasten through the passage. Hanli spoke in a calm tone, gesturing towards the towering peak, which swiftly diminished in size, transforming into a streak of black light that vanished into his sleeve, leaving behind the remains of the python. Now resembling a mushy paste, Nanlong Ho extended his hand, summoning a golden light and a green glow that suddenly rose from the corpse, buzzing softly before darting back. It was indeed the golden flying sword and the emerald ring. The sword embedded itself directly into his body, while the ring reverted to its original form, sliding back onto his finger. Lu Weiying glanced at the remnants, briefly contemplating before swiftly moving beside the carcass. With a casual gesture, he reached into the python's head and retrieved a thumb-sized azure interdand. The elder displayed a hint of satisfaction and, after examining the other two heads, extracted another interdand from each. At that moment, Han Li, who had just stored away the remaining puppet beasts, and Nanlong Ho also approached. Without hesitation, the elder tossed one interdand to each of them. Han Li caught it with one hand, casting a cursory glance before discreetly stowing it away. Nanlong Ho, of course, accepted it without ceremony. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a fireball that reduced the massive python's body to ashes. Only then did Lu Weiying speak. Had any one of us encountered this beast alone, it would have posed a considerable challenge. However, as a trio, eliminating such ancient creatures should not be overly difficult. If that fire toad proves equally manageable, our journey will be significantly eased. Let us hope so. Yet, I suspect that the fire toad may be somewhat more formidable. After all, the formidable Tsang Kuan ascendant, despite suffering grievous injuries, was compelled to retreat from a beast of such caliber. It is surely not trivial. Nalong Ho sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Lu Weiying pondered for a moment before silently nodding in agreement. At that juncture, Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light, retracting all the array flags set around them. He then turned and said, "Let us proceed. Soon, we shall discover just how formidable the fire toad truly is." With that, he took the lead. Nalong Ho and the elder exchanged glances before promptly following suit, for they were relying on Han Li's Tuyin ring to traverse the impending northern polar primordial light. With the demise of the giant python, the previous gray mist dissipated entirely, revealing the surroundings with crystal clarity. The rugged stone path remained, extending over 100 zhongs, with the surroundings and the sky adorned with a blood-red glow of prohibitive light. Obscuring clear vision, Han Li and his companions glided at an altitude of 5 or 6 zhong, gradually advancing forward. After traversing over 20 li, the scenery shifted dramatically, revealing a towering stone wall of a pale yellow hue. A dark, cavernous opening, approximately 7 or 8 zhong wide, was exposed within the wall. This must be the place. Passing through this cave should lead us to the inner valley. However, within the cave, there existed a formidable expanse of Arctic primordial light spanning over 10 li. Han Daoyu, it will all hinge on your 2-in-1 ring shortly. South Longho exhaled deeply, turning to Han Li. Knowing that there was Arctic primordial light within the cave, could we not find another means to traverse the stone wall? Must we necessarily enter this cave? Lu Weiying mused, stroking his chin, his gaze flickering. That approach is utterly futile. Brother Nalong, if you were to strike this stone wall with your magical treasure, you would understand the underlying reason. South Longho replied, shaking his head calmly. "Oh, let me give it a try." Clearly undeterred, the elder flicked his sleeve, summoning a white beam of light that surged forth, striking the stone wall with a forceful blow. Han Li observed closely this time, noting that the light beam was, in fact, a uniquely designed short blade, reminiscent of a rare flying dagger artifact. In Chapter 811. Silver Sandstorm. As Han Li watched, the flying dagger struck the stone wall. Sensing something amiss, Lu Weiying's expression shifted, and he swiftly summoned the dagger back to him. Han Li focused his gaze, noticing that where the dagger had struck, a shallow knife mark about an inch deep had appeared, with faint silver glimmers emanating from within it. "This is..." The elder's face flashed with surprise as he hurried a few steps forward to examine the knife mark closely. "Silver Sandstorm. This stone wall actually contains raw, or of silver sand?" The elder's voice quivered slightly after a brief observation. Upon hearing the words silver sandstorm, Han Li's expression changed dramatically. He too stepped forward, extending a finger to gently caress the knife mark, scrutinizing it intently. Han Li was well aware of the material known as silver sandstorm, as it could be incorporated into artifact refinement to enhance their durability, ranking just below refined crystal among rare materials. This substance was notoriously hard, difficult to manipulate for artifacts, and was nearly extinct in both the Chaos Star Sea and the Southern Heaven Cultivation Realm. No wonder Lu Weiying's dagger had little effect upon striking it. After contemplating the knife mark gravely for a moment, Han Li silently raised his hand, and over a dozen shimmering azure swords shot forth from his sleeve, transforming into streaks of azure light that pierced the stone wall in various locations. South Longho and the others were initially taken aback, but soon grasped Han Li's intentions. A cacophony of clinks and clatters ensued as over a dozen sword holes, each several inches deep, appeared on the stone wall, each emitting faint silver glimmers. Indeed, it was silver sandstorm. Furthermore, the entirety of the stone wall was infused with silver sandstorm, though the density was uneven, suggesting it was not artificially created, but rather that the wall itself contained a vein of silver sandstorm ore. A hint of astonishment flickered across Han Li's face, yet his voice remained composed and unhurried. Upon witnessing Han Li's ability to pierce the stone wall with sword holes that were several times deeper than his flying daggers, the expressions of the two men from Nanlong shifted slightly. However, upon hearing this, the elder surnamed Lu's eyes sparkled with avarice, fixating intently on the stone wall, rendered speechless. A flicker of fervor also crossed Nanlong's face. But after a moment's contemplation, his expression gradually returned to calm. "Let us proceed. We shall first explore the inner valley for treasures," Nanlong said with composure. "Is that all? These rare silver sands are indeed treasures. We ought to extract some before moving on." The elder hesitated, his face filled with reluctance. "Brother Lu, how could you be so foolish at this juncture? Did you not witness firsthand the hardness of these silver sands? Although it seems there may be an entire vein of silver sand here, a piece of, or the size of a fist yields but a minuscule grain of silver sand. How long will it take, and how much of your spiritual energy will you expend to extract enough or for your needs? Moreover, while this substance is indeed precious, let us not forget that what we truly lack are elixirs that can extend our lifespans and swiftly elevate our realms. Otherwise, when our time comes, we shall be but a pile of bones. Nan Long Hao remarked with a furrowed brow, casting a meaningful glance at the elder. Upon hearing Nan Long Hao's words, Lu Weiying was momentarily taken aback, then nodded repeatedly, somewhat enlightened. What you say is indeed correct, Brother Nan Long. I was momentarily blinded by the allure of treasures and nearly forgot the primary purpose of our journey. Thank you for the reminder. The elder, not an ordinary cultivator himself, swiftly regained his composure and clasped his fists in gratitude towards Nan Long Hao. Subsequently, he averted his gaze from the stone wall, hurrying deeper into the cave to avoid further temptation. At this, Nan Long Hao's expression softened, and he called out to Han Li, following suit into the cave. Han Li, too, felt a pang of regret at the sight of the silver sand vein, his steps involuntarily slowing. However, even with his flying sword infused with gung metal, which rendered it significantly sharper than an ordinary sword, and with spiritual liquid to swiftly replenish his energy, extracting a sufficient amount of silver sand would not be a trivial endeavor. It could easily incite the jealousy of the two men from Nan Long Hao. Contemplating the implications, Han Li could only sigh, his heart heavy with reluctance as he prepared to join the two in the cave. Just then, the voice of the dying divine monarch resonated within Han Li's mind. Hiki, such an abundance of silver sand. I once searched long and hard for it in my youth, yet found scarcely any. Truly, this is the devil's abyss. It is perfect for the puppets I am currently developing. With these silver sands infused into the puppet bodies, ordinary treasures shall not harm them in the slightest. We must take all of it. The excitement in the divine monarch's voice was palpable. Take all of it. Old monster, have you not fully awakened? This is a silver sand vein, not a spirit stone vein. How could I possibly take it all? Should I chop it piece by piece with my flying sword? Han Li retorted, vexed by the suggestion. Humph, since this is what the monarch has decreed, there must indeed be a way. Young Han, do you not possess the gold-devouring insect? I shall impart a method to you. You can command the insects to burrow into the stone wall and devour the silver sand, subsequently regurgitating it to crystallize into silver sand formations. This method was acquired years ago from a slain insect cultivator. Not only the golden devouring worm, but several other types of spiritual insects can also accomplish this task. Although none are as convenient as your golden devouring worm, the Yin divine monarch remarked, having long been prepared. Such a method exists. Excellent. Please impart it to me, Han Li exclaimed, both astonished and elated. I shall immediately instruct these spiritual insects to gather the silver sand of the Yang. That it was unclear whether his enthusiasm stemmed from the prospect of the silver sand or the power of the technique. Let me make one thing clear. Regardless of how much silver sand is obtained, you must first reserve it for me to craft the final puppet. It cannot be squandered elsewhere, nor can it be mixed into your magical treasures. Should there be any surplus after the puppet is completed, you may dispose of the remainder as you wish. I will not claim a single fraction of it. Before transmitting the spell to Han Li, the Yin divine monarch calmly laid down his terms. It appears you are not aware, esteemed senior. My magical treasure does not require the infusion of silver sand, as I have already refined it using crystal essence. That material surpasses silver sand in efficacy. Han Li replied with a light chuckle upon hearing this. Crystal essence? You possess such extraordinary material. Is there any left? Even a small amount would be immensely beneficial. The Yin divine monarch exclaimed, initially taken aback before bursting into an ecstatic outcry filled with joy. You are aware that my magical treasure comprises an entire set of flying swords. The crystal essence I acquired back then, though not insignificant, was merely sufficient for my needs. There is nothing remaining, Han Li replied nonchalantly. None left. Truly a prodigal waste of heavenly resources. The Yin divine monarch's countenance fell into profound disappointment, his lips murmuring with regret. Han Li, upon hearing this, could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Utilizing crystal essence on one's primary magical treasure hardly constitutes a waste of heavenly resources. However, as he currently sought something from the other party, he could only feign ignorance and listen to a few complaints. At this juncture, Han Li had already followed the two individuals into the cave for some distance, deliberately maintaining a certain space between them to prevent them from noticing his peculiar behavior. The cave was somewhat dim, yet all three were adept in magical arts, with a mere infusion of spiritual power into their eyes. They could discern their surroundings without difficulty. The dimensions of the cave remained consistent with those at the entrance, and the stone walls retained their pale yellow hue. Along the way, Han Li casually drew a flying sword and sliced through the stone wall, revealing a glimmering silver surface. He was somewhat taken aback. Yet the thought of claiming these mineral veins surged within him even more. As he walked, he listened intently to the Yin Divine Monarch transmit a technique for controlling insects through his consciousness. Although the incantation was composed entirely of archaic language and somewhat obscure, under the Yin Divine Monarch's sparse guidance, Hanli, who already possessed a modicum of understanding regarding insect control techniques, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, seamlessly grasping its essence. Once the incantation was fully imparted, the voice of the Yin Divine Monarch fell silent once more. Hanli then pondered over the incantation, confirming his understanding. With a seemingly casual gesture towards his waist, a spiritual beast pouch abruptly vanished from sight. Subsequently, while his gait remained unchanged, a flurry of golden devouring worms silently emerged from his sleeve, quietly making their way back along the path they had traversed. The two individuals ahead, oblivious to Hanli's subtle maneuvers, continued on their way. After a brief period, the pouch was completely emptied of the golden devouring worms. Hanli, with his hands tucked within the sleeves of his robe, formed a series of intricate gestures and sealed a mystical imprint. His consciousness resonated with a low, solemn chant, which then transmitted back to the entrance of the cave, directly onto the multitude of golden devouring insects hovering before the stone wall. Suddenly, the golden cloud of insects burst forth in a radiant glow, and after a fleeting moment of blurriness, they surged towards the stone wall, seamlessly vanishing into it without a trace. Despite this, the surface of the wall appeared utterly unscathed. Perceiving this through his spiritual awareness, Hanli finally felt reassured enough to retract his focus and took a few measured steps forward. After traversing a short distance, he rounded a bend, only to find the two individuals ahead had halted their advance. A chill ran through his heart, prompting him to peer ahead. Before him lay an astonishingly broad opening. The passage widened significantly. In this expansive corridor, peculiar stone formations resembling stalactites adorned the ceiling and walls, emanating strands of silvery light that illuminated the entire passage with an almost blinding brilliance. These silver strands exhibited an uncanny nature. Although they were evidently intangible, each filament appeared strikingly distinct, as if they possessed a corporeal quality. This was the Arctic primordial light. While his companions should have been somewhat aware, he felt compelled to reiterate. Within the Arctic primordial light, aside from the two instruments ring, one must not recklessly wield any spiritual energy or artifacts. Should any external spiritual energy escape and be sensed by the Arctic primordial light, our trio would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. After taking a deep breath, Nanlongho gazed intently at the shimmering strands and spoke with solemnity. Hanli remained silent, refraining from responding, yet with a flick of his sleeve, a dark ring shot forth, spiraled, and landed gently in his palm. The ring flickered with vibrant energy. Upon witnessing Hanli produce the two instruments ring, Nanlongho and Lu Weiying immediately shifted their forms. Acknowledging Hanli's leadership in this endeavor, cradling the ring in his hands, Hanli opened his mouth, releasing a swirling mist of azure essence that enveloped the ring. The dark luminescence pulsed as the entirety of the azure energy was absorbed by the ring, which then soared upward to hover above Hanli's head. With an impassive expression, Hanli raised his hand, casting a spell upon it. The two instruments' ring trembled lightly before expanding and contracting. In an instant, the ring transformed into a colossal circle measuring 5 or 6 zhang in diameter. Hanli extended a slender, pale finger and lightly tapped the ring, uttering a peculiar incantation. A strange low hum resonated as the massive ring shot forth. The expressions of Nanlongho and his companion turned grave. The moment the enormous ring plunged into the myriad strands of light, an astonishing scene unfolded. The straight silver threads twisted and churned as if disturbed, transforming chaotically at the instant the ring penetrated. In the midst of the relentless dark glimmer, every silver strand, upon contact with the outer surface of the ring, miraculously veered away, circumventing the ring as if guided by an unseen intelligence. Observing this spectacle, Hanli felt a wave of relief wash over him, and a smile graced the faces of Nanlongho and his companion. However, Hanli remained somewhat curious about the potency of the Arctic primordial light. After a moment of contemplation, he reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a fist-sized azure orb, a high-grade protective spiritual artifact acquired long ago. Holding the orb in his hand, he infused it with a modicum of spiritual energy, causing a shimmering blue barrier to materialize upon its surface. Hanli flicked his wrist, causing the orb to transform into a sphere of azure light, which shot forth with great velocity. As soon as the blue orb entered the Arctic primordial light, the myriad silver threads surged toward it as if they had encountered a delectable prey, quivering momentarily before enveloping it completely. Delicate filaments, as slender as a hair, pierced through the orb in various places, rendering the luminous shield virtually inconsequential. Moments later, after a series of frantic flashes, the orb, pierced by the multitude of silver threads, erupted spontaneously, transforming into a splendid radiance that vanished amidst the countless light strands. Han Li's pupils constricted slightly, and both the Southern Long Marquis and the Elder's expressions darkened. However, Han Li's demeanor quickly returned to normal. He gestured with his hand, summoning the massive ring back to hover above him, silently descending and enclosing all three within its embrace. Subsequently, a dark, nebulous shield materialized around the ring, safeguarding Han Li and the others within. "Let us proceed," he stated succinctly, taking a step forward, with the two instruments ring following suit. The Southern Long Marquis and the Elder, enclosed within the shield, dared not exhibit the slightest carelessness, dutifully trailing behind. Although they had witnessed the ring's extraordinary protective capabilities against the Arctic primordial light, they did not dare to invoke any protective measures or deploy any treasures while traversing through it. While Han Li appeared calm on the surface, a flicker of concern lingered in his heart. Yet, the moment they found themselves enveloped by the Arctic primordial light and observed the light strands deftly avoiding the black shield, he finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Shortly thereafter, he inclined his head slightly, noticing the Southern Long Marquis and the Elder beside him similarly relaxed their expressions. Han Li offered a faint smile and gently urged the two instruments ring to advance. In another part of the Abyss of Demons, in a snow-laden expanse near the Inner Valley, a group of practitioners from the Ghost Spirit sect, clad in black robes, engaged in a fierce battle against a colossal, lizard-like ancient beast amidst swirling snowflakes. Not far above them, the pale-faced elder of the Zheng clan hovered in the air, coldly observing the fray between the ancient beast and a cadre of core formation disciples, who were fervently attempting to subdue it. After a while, seeing that 6 or 7 disciples were still unable to overcome the ancient beast, he furrowed his brow and decided to intervene personally. With a swift gesture, he conjured countless inky black vapors that erupted from his form, swiftly morphing into 2 obsidian serpents that lunged aggressively at the lizard-like creature. Following closely behind was an enormous, radiant green net, descending upon the beast, interspersed with numerous fist-sized green fireballs, which surged toward the ancient beast with a cacophony of thunderous roars. After a brief moment, as the brilliance subsided, the sight revealed the charred remains of the colossal creature. With a flick of his sleeve, the elder summoned a fierce wind that swept the beast's carcass away for several dozen feet, unveiling a broad fissure in the ice below. This fissure descended ominously, emitting a faint white light whose destination remained a mystery. "Let us go," the elder intoned in a low voice, swiftly transforming into a streak of black light as he vanished into the fissure. The remaining disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect wasted no time in following suit. Among this group of disciples were Wang Chan and Yin Ruyan, while the sect leader and Wang Tiangu remained conspicuously absent. Shortly after a group of Ghost Spirit sect cultivators entered the ice fissure, tranquility was restored to the area, with only delicate snowflakes silently drifting down. The ancient beast's corpse soon became encrusted with a layer of frost, concealed beneath the pristine white snow, transforming into an inconspicuous snow mound that in the dense forest where the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators had previously lingered. Xiling stood in a certain spot, gazing at what appeared to be an ordinary little earthen mound, somewhat lost in thought. After a while, she lifted her gaze to the towering trees surrounding her and then lowered it back to the mound before her. Suddenly, with a flick of her delicate fingers, a misty orb of light shot forth. With a muted thud, a sizable pit appeared before her. The pit was filled with a swirling mass of ash and soot, and a small section of charred tree root was revealed within. This must be the place. The Ghost Spirit sect, with their numbers and might, would find it much easier to search than I. However, they seem to have underestimated that others are also in search of the same markers. Hastily leaving behind such traces, Xiling's face lit up with joy as she murmured to herself. Subsequently, she waved her fragrant sleeve, covering the pit once more, and took out a blue talisman from her hand. After circling a few of the nearby large trees, she suddenly pressed the talisman against one of the colossal trunks. Instantly, a flash of azure light flickered, and the talisman vanished into the surface of the giant tree. Only then did she carefully ascertain the direction, transforming into a radiant beam of light and soaring into the sky. At the mouth of a vast gorge, an elderly Taoist gazed thoughtfully at the various restrictions before him. Behind him stood 2 puppet-like figures resembling malevolent spirits, motionless as statues. Looking far down the gorge, he could faintly see flashes of blood-red light flickering incessantly. This was indeed one of the passages leading to the inner valley. Yet, this short stretch of gorge was riddled with several formidable ancient restrictions. Although the old Taoist prided himself on his expertise in formations, whether he could dissolve these restrictions in a short span of time was merely a 50-50 chance. He was uncertain whether to spend some time searching for an easier entrance or to immediately commence attempts to break the restrictions without wasting a moment. Thus, he found himself hesitating at this juncture. What's the matter? Does Taoist Tianjing feel uncertain about breaking the restrictions alone? Perhaps we should join forces, old friend. A chilling voice suddenly emanated from behind the old Taoist. It was none other than the Tianjing Jinren, who had previously engaged in a soulstone transaction with Han Li. The malevolent puppet behind him was one of the two ancient puppets he had reforged using soulstones, each possessing the strength of an early nascent soul stage. Even Tianjing Jinren himself would find it quite taxing to contend with any one of them. With such a trump card in hand, he had the audacity to venture into the abyss of demons in search of treasure. Upon hearing someone speak behind him, he was startled and swiftly turned. Focusing intently on the source of the voice that to his surprise, he saw several green-robed cultivators silently hovering about 50 to 60 zhang away. Gazing in his direction, the speaker was an elderly man in a green robe, his countenance grim, adorned with a long beard. A quick assessment of the cultivator's prowess sent a jolt of alarm through Tianjing Jinren's heart. They were all at the nascent soul stage. It turned out they were friends from the eastern gate of the spirit control sect. These individuals seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Could they be elders of your esteemed sect? The true man of Tianjing suppressed the astonishment within his heart and forced a smile as he spoke. Let us consider this a tentative agreement. However, those two puppets behind you, my friend, do not seem to be ordinary artifacts. They appear to be rather formidable. Dongmin Tu of the spirit control sect, after casting a fleeting glance at the two malevolent puppets, remarked with a glimmer in his eye, "You jest, my friend. How could such diminutive puppets occupy a place in your thoughts? Yet, I am curious as to why you would wish to join forces with me." The true man of Tianjing replied cautiously, "Though I have long resided in the spirit control sect and have had little social interaction, I have certainly heard of your esteemed reputation in the realm of formations, Tianjing. As for myself, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding formations as well. If we were to tackle this array individually, I fear we might lack the confidence to succeed. However, if we were to collaborate, we could undoubtedly achieve our goals with greater efficiency." Dongmin Tu fixed his gaze on the elderly Taoist and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Tianjing furrowed his brow, falling into a contemplative silence, visibly hesitant. "What troubles you? Are you concerned that I might act unfavorably towards you?" Dongmin Tu continued. "Let us agree that our alliance will be limited to overcoming the restrictions to enter the inner valley. If there are no conflicts of interest, I assure you, I have no intention of crossing paths with you unnecessarily. Moreover, do not forget that even if one could break the restrictions alone, by the time they succeed, the most accessible treasures within may very well belong to others. As far as I know, there are many individuals entering the valley who possess considerable expertise in formations." Dongmin Tu's expression darkened slightly. Yet he remained patient in his counsel. Upon hearing these words, the true man of Tianjing felt a stir in his heart. He then lifted his gaze to observe the 5 green-robed cultivators behind his companion. Ultimately nodding in agreement, "Since Dongmin has spoken thus, I shall humbly acquiesce. Let us work together to dismantle the restrictions here. However, once we enter the inner valley, we shall each pursue our own paths and need not remain in each other's company." "Ha! That is precisely the right attitude. Fear not, true man of Tianjing. I would never compel you to undertake anything against your will. Once we enter the valley, we shall rely on our fortunes to seek treasures." The elder in green robes responded with an immediate smile, eagerly assuring him. Chapter 813. The Inner Valley. Is this truly the inner valley? Han Li found himself murmuring involuntarily as he gazed at the scene before him. A mere 10 or so zhang behind him loomed a towering cliff, over 1,000 zhang in height. At the base of this cliff, there was a modest opening. As Han Li stepped through this entrance, it was scarcely a moment before he emerged. Standing beside him were the Southern Long Marquis and the elderly man of the Lu surname, both equally astonished as they surveyed the spectacle before them. What lay ahead was a vast mountain range, interspersed with countless hills of varying sizes, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Simultaneously, it was a kaleidoscopic world, filled with ethereal wisps of color dancing across the skies and ground alike. These wisps of light varied in hue and size, with some as expansive as several li, reminiscent of the evening glow, while others measured merely a few feet, resembling delicate veils, each astonishingly vibrant. The true source of their astonishment, however, was not the splendid clouds, but rather the chaotic spiritual energy permeating this realm. Every type of spiritual energy was intermingled and entangled, creating a palpable sense of restlessness, as if the slightest disturbance might provoke their ire. This place is indeed worthy of being the battleground of ancient cultivators, for it has managed to utterly obliterate the very essence of the spiritual energy that permeates this realm. In such circumstances, anyone attempting to cast spells here is bound to be affected in some manner. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Nanlong Ho finally exhaled deeply and spoke. These concerns are secondary. The primary issue lies with those entities, which pose a true and formidable challenge. Suddenly, Hanli raised a hand and pointed towards a certain spot in the sky, offering a wry smile as he spoke. In the air, several hundred zhang away, there floated faintly a dozen or so elongated forms, reminiscent of white light and mist, gently drifting about. Upon recognizing these entities, both Nanlong Ho and the elder of the Lu family were taken aback. How could there be so many spatial rifts? They seemed to move of their own accord. Lu Weiying exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, Nanlong Ho's expression turned exceedingly grave. This reaction is quite understandable. Given that this locale is an ancient battlefield, the prevalence of spatial rifts here surpasses that of the outside world, which was to be expected. Otherwise, how could so many extraordinarily talented yuan cultivators enter this place only to vanish without a trace? To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, we must adhere strictly to the route chart left by the esteemed Song Kuan from this point onward. Otherwise, Hanli glanced at Nanlong Ho and chuckled lightly. Brother Han speaks wisely. We must refrain from taking reckless actions. Who can predict where these invisible spatial rifts may manifest? Although these wandering rifts sound terrifying, as long as we remain vigilant, their speed poses no real threat. Nanlong Ho mused, regaining his composure. However, the density of the spatial rifts here is at least tenfold that of the outside. Moreover, the method proposed by Brother Nanlong is only reliable if the invisible rifts do not wander. If they behave like those visible rifts and dart about haphazardly, then the route chart left by Song Kuan may no longer guarantee safety. Lu Weiying furrowed his brow, fixating on another area densely populated with spatial rifts, his expression contemplative. Upon hearing this, Hanli was momentarily taken aback. Tilting his head slightly, he noticed a blurred arc of light suspended motionless in the air, 100 zhang away. After gazing at this invisible spatial rift for a moment, Hanli steadied his mind. Yet, as he pondered whether to disclose this information to the two men and how to do so, Nanlong Ho, noticing Hanli's pensive demeanor, misinterpreted it. After a moment's hesitation, he uttered words that took Hanli by surprise. There is no need for concern, my friends. Such invisible rifts do not move. This has been confirmed in the writings of the esteemed Song Kuan. Brother Nanlong, can you be certain of this? How did Song Kuan ascertain such knowledge? Lu Weiying inquired, his spirit momentarily lifted yet tinged with skepticism. Do you not consider how, in his severely weakened state, the esteemed Song Kuan managed to emerge unscathed from the abyss of demons? It was entirely due to a certain divine ability he cultivated that allowed him to sense the presence of spatial rifts, enabling his escape from that valley. Otherwise, even in his prime, Song Kuan would not have been able to exit safely after sustaining such grievous injuries. Nanlong Ho calmly explained to the two. Upon hearing this clarification, the elder's expression relaxed considerably, finding solace in the revelation. Such arcane techniques truly exist in this world. If that is the case, the ascended being, Song Kuan, was not merely fortunate to have escaped the abyss of despair in his time. Han Li's expression also shifted, seemingly relieved. Observing this, the Southern Duke let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He feared the duo, particularly Han Li, whose intentions remained inscrutable to him. It was imperative to have him accompany them against the fire-toad beast. Very well, it is time for us to depart. According to the ancient manuscript, the lair of the fire-toad beast lies a full day's journey away, should we be unable to fly swiftly. During this trek, I urge you both to exercise utmost caution, the Southern Duke remarked, his demeanor turning serious. Rest assured, esteemed Taoist my life is one that both I and Taoist Lu shall cherish dearly. Hanli replied with a slight smile, his lips curling upwards. The elderly Lu nodded in agreement. That is reassuring. We have already squandered a considerable amount of time. Let us set forth, the Southern Duke said with satisfaction. After determining their direction, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and he ascended into the air, gliding slowly towards a specific destination. Hanli and the elder exchanged glances, their protective auras shimmering as they lifted into the sky, closely following the Southern Duke's flight path. At this juncture, even a minor deviation of a few zhang could potentially trigger a spatial rift or awaken an ancient seal. Both Hanli and the elder remained exceedingly vigilant. The Southern Duke's flight trajectory was peculiar, at times proceeding in a straight line and at other moments taking wide detours. Regardless of the course, every hour of flight necessitated a halt to recalibrate their position before resuming their journey. Throughout, he did not consult any jade slips, clearly having memorized the route with remarkable proficiency. While maintaining a calm facade, Hanli diligently committed every step of the route to memory, should any unforeseen events arise. This knowledge could serve as a vital escape route. He surmised that Elder Lu was likely doing the same, as cultivators typically possessed an innate ability to remember, having practiced the fundamental 5 elements techniques. Thus, retaining these paths required little effort. After flying for over half a day, just as the Southern Duke had predicted, they encountered no peril. Hanli gradually felt a genuine sense of relief. It appeared that the Southern Duke had indeed acquired the navigational map once held by Song Kuan. Following closely behind the Southern Duke, Hanli not only recorded the flight route but also employed his spiritual sense to perceive the surroundings. He estimated that there were at least 3 or 4 locations along the way exhibiting intense fluctuations of prohibition, while several others were ambiguous, leaving him uncertain whether they were arrays or merely disturbances in the spiritual energy of the area. Naturally, Hanli found himself intrigued by these sites, aware that they likely harbored treasures left behind by ancient cultivators, which could yield significant rewards if explored. However, he swiftly quelled the burgeoning desire to investigate further. The more he delved into the intricacies of ancient formations, the more he became wary of ancient prohibitions. Through his studies of certain arcane arrays, he came to understand that the true dangers of some ancient seals lay not beneath them, but rather above, in the very fabric of spatial rifts. Even though he possessed the extraordinary ability of clairvoyance, allowing him to evade all spatial rifts, to meddle with the ancient prohibitions of uncertain depth was akin to risking one's life in a perilous gamble. From his current perspective, ordinary ancient treasures no longer captured his interest. Furthermore, during his expedition into the valley, should he manage to acquire the fire toad demon's essence, the remnants of ancient cultivators, the spirit candle fruit, and the numerous strands of silver sand at the cave's entrance, it would already be considered a substantial gain. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Hanli resolutely abandoned the notion of taking such risks. However, upon casting his gaze around, he noticed that the elderly man of the Lu clan wore a rather sullen expression, frequently glancing into the distance. Hanli sighed inwardly. It appeared that if this individual could not obtain what he desired from the ancient cultivator's remains, he would likely explore some areas within the inner valley. This could not be deemed as mere greed on the part of the elder. Hanli, reflecting upon his own situation, acknowledged that if he too were nearing the end of his lifespan, he would similarly seize the opportunity to take a risk. After all, success could significantly prolong one's life or lead to tremendous advancements in cultivation. Contemplating this, Hanli couldn't help but feel a tinge of sorrow. Just then, the guide, Nagong Ho, abruptly halted his escape light, staring intently ahead with a countenance fluctuating between gloom and brightness. Observing this, Hanli furrowed his brow. A sense of foreboding creeping in. He shifted his gaze nearby before refocusing on Nagong Ho's silhouette. Remaining silent, below them lay a small hill rising over 100 feet, unremarkable and lacking any distinguishing features. In the distance ahead, 2 unusually towering mountains loomed on either side, catching the eye. Having previously mentioned a day's journey to the fire toad beast's lair, it was evident they had only traversed a little over half a day. Thus, they were far from their destination. The previously distracted Lu Weiying, upon witnessing this, displayed a look of astonishment. Nagong, what is the matter? Why have we not proceeded? The elderly man's eyes gleamed with caution as he inquired, perplexed. In response, Nagong Ho slowly turned around, casting a glance at both Hanli and the elder, suddenly revealing a wry smile. My friends, I fear we may have encountered some trouble. It is likely we will have to take certain risks. What do you mean, Nagong? The elder's white brows twitched, his expression turning to one of confusion. Hanli scratched his nose, remaining silent, though his face equally bore a hint of inquiry. Do you see the 2 mountains in the distance? Nagong Ho pointed towards the 2 similar towering peaks and spoke slowly. Indeed, we see them. Is the trouble related to them? Lu Weiying asked, astonished. Precisely, it is because of them, Nagong Ho affirmed with conviction. What issue do these 2 peaks present? The Lu elder glanced at the mountains but discerned no apparent anomaly. If we proceed from here towards those mountains, we can converge and reach the lair of the fire toad beast. However, within the left peak resides a group of legendary sky-soaring purple-patterned scorpions, though there are only a dozen or so. Each one is exceedingly ferocious. I fear that merely passing by that mountain peak would likely provoke them, and when that happens, trouble would indeed escalate. After pondering for a moment, Nagong Ho finally revealed the crux of the matter. Purple-patterned scorpions? Is it not the fearsome insect that once appeared in the kingdom of Wangshui, which annihilated the entire disciples of the Lanhai sect? Lu Weiying exclaimed in shock upon hearing the term flying purple-striped scorpion. Han Li's expression also shifted dramatically, his heart shaken. Indeed, it is this venomous creature. Moreover, it seems that the flying scorpions here are even more formidable than the one that emerged in the kingdom of Wangshui. Each having lived for tens of thousands of years, their bodies a deep, ominous purple. Lord Nanlong sighed and continued, "Friend Nanlong, are you jesting? With such mature purple-striped scorpions, how could we possibly provoke them? If there were only 2 or 3, we might cautiously manage to subdue them. However, now there are over a dozen. If we proceed, are we not courting death?" Lu Weiying could no longer contain his agitation, glaring at Lord Nanlong, speaking without courtesy. "It seems Brother Lu intends to take another route. Yet that path is fraught with even greater peril, for the journey from here to the next mountain peak lies within an area riddled with numerous invisible fissures. Due to the overwhelming number of fissures, we cannot circumvent them, nor can we discern their locations one by one. To dare traverse this region is perilous, and I believe both of you are somewhat aware of the dangers involved," Lord Nanlong said, a helpless expression crossing his face. Lu Weiying was momentarily stunned. Space fissures, particularly of the invisible kind. This certainly posed a greater threat than facing a dozen purple-striped scorpions. Just as the elder was lost in thought, Han Li, upon hearing the mention of invisible fissures, gazed into the distance, his eyes flickering momentarily. It appears that the route taken by Master Songquan back in the day involved such spatial fissures. After all, he possessed the ability to sense their presence. Remaining silent, Han Li spoke in a grave tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. Upon hearing this, Lord Nanlong was momentarily taken aback but promptly responded with a wry smile. "You are correct, friend Han. This is precisely the predicament I faced. We lack the supernatural abilities that Master possessed to safely navigate these fissures. In comparison, I still believe we stand a better chance against the purple-striped scorpions. No, we must never provoke the purple-striped scorpions. What you know about the events in the kingdom of Wangshui is merely hearsay. In my youth, I personally represented the Tianji sect in the extermination efforts against the purple-striped scorpions. Their terrifying nature far exceeds your imagination. To provoke a dozen at once is nothing short of a death wish." The elder from the Lu family vehemently shook his head, dismissing the suggestion outright. The elder's profound fear of the purple-striped scorpions surprised Lord Nanlong. His initial confidence that the 3 of them could contend with these flying scorpions began to waver, revealing a hint of hesitation upon his face. At that moment, Han Li furrowed his brows, recalling the information regarding the purple-striped scorpion from the list of extraordinary insects. The flying purple-striped scorpion was recorded in the Jade Slip as ranking 14th. Almost adjacent to the devouring gold insect in the ancient hierarchy of wondrous creatures, greatly esteemed by the cultivator of the Yuling sect who perished at Han Li's hands, were it not for the scorpion's rarity in laying eggs, making it difficult to gain a numerical advantage. They might even rank above the devouring gold insect. Although they lack the unique ability of the devouring gold insect to consume anything, their physical resilience is nearly on par. Impervious to blades and magical treasures, and they possess swift flight with wings, infused with deadly venom. Yet, with this alone, it suffices to position them prominently on the list of strange insects. The purple-patterned scorpion residing atop the nearby mountain, having lingered in the abyss of demons for countless millennia, has evolved into its final, mature form of a deep, dark purple. The degree of its terror is beyond imagination. However, it seems that the South Long Marquis possesses only a superficial understanding of this formidable creature. While the elder of the Lu clan appears to have suffered greatly at its claws, exhibiting a palpable fear, observing the grim expression on the South Long Marquis's face, Han Li could not help but smirk coldly within. Having arrived at this juncture, the sudden mention of the purple-patterned scorpion by the Marquis likely harbors ill intentions, akin to setting a trap for them to fall into. After all, both Han Li and the elder of the Lu clan would never recklessly retreat after venturing this far. They must confront the matter head-on, for they cannot afford to fail at this critical moment. Contemplating this, Han Li pondered all he knew regarding the purple-patterned scorpion, searching for anything that could be of use. After all, taking an alternate route would expose his ability to perceive all spatial rifts, which stands as his greatest asset in the abyss of demons. He would not reveal this unless absolutely necessary. While Han Li was lost in thought, the elder of the Lu clan stood in silence, his face darkened with anxiety, while the South Long Marquis gazed intently at the mountain where the scorpion resided. His expression fluctuating between hope and dread, the 3 appeared to be at an impasse, seemingly unable to advance or retreat. After an indeterminate period of silence, Han Li's expression shifted as he raised his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although the South Long Marquis and the elder of the Liu clan seemed somewhat preoccupied, they were subtly attuned to Han Li's movements the moment he exhibited any unusual behavior. The South Long Marquis swiftly turned his head and inquired, "What is it? Brother Han, do you have a brilliant idea?" There was a hint of anticipation laced within the voice of this nascent soul cultivator. The elder of the Liu clan, upon hearing this, also regarded Han Li with newfound interest. Without immediate response, Han Li reached into his storage bag with one hand, producing a small green vial that appeared in his palm. "Are both of you familiar with the 10 absolute poisons?" Han Li inquired nonchalantly. "10 absolute poisons? I have heard of them to some extent. They are said to be remarkably toxic substances of unparalleled potency. Even we cultivators could perish instantly if exposed to them." The elder of the Liu clan responded with a hint of astonishment. It is said that the poison cultivation mastered by our friend Wei Wai allows him to wield the Viper Corpse poison from the 10 absolute poisons. Other cultivators dare not approach him within 10 paces, lest they suffer immediate demise upon contact. As for the other poisons within the 10 absolute poisons, I have heard little. The elder continued. However, I have learned that the 10 absolute poisons, aside from their lethal toxicity, possess various peculiar applications. Could it be that what you hold in your hand is one of them? The South Long Marquis seemed to have realized something, his gaze fixed on the vial in Han Li's hand. His voice tinged with urgency. "It seems I need not elaborate further. Brother South Long has already surmised part of it. This vial contains the emerald dove from the 10 absolute poisons. This poison is said to be derived from the saliva of the demonic bird known as the emerald-billed dove. Not only is it extraordinarily toxic, but its scent is also intensely repugnant and unforgettable, making it the favorite of the world's deadliest poisonous insects," Han Li stated, gently cradling the vial in one hand. Brother Han's implication is that the elder of the Liu clan suddenly grasped the concept, a glimmer of delight illuminating his countenance. "Why must we confront the purple-patterned scorpion head-on? As long as we use this poison to divert them from that mountain peak, we can take the opportunity to pass by," Han Li stated succinctly. "How can we use this poison to draw them away?" He chuckled, realizing he had forgotten that his companion was well versed in the art of puppetry, that a few puppets coated with this toxin would suffice to lure these venomous scorpions away. At this moment, Nin Longho also wore a beaming smile. Upon hearing these words, Han Li maintained a calm demeanor, yet inwardly he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Nin Longho spoke beautifully, deftly shifting all responsibility onto Han Li. When it came to luring creatures, it seemed that his several thousand-mile songbirds could also accomplish the task. The last time they encountered that ancient giant python beast, he had already destroyed several puppets. Han Li felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within, but outwardly he nodded in agreement. For such a trivial matter, he was not inclined to fall out with his companion, especially since Nan Longho would need to guide them along the latter part of their route. Moreover, the vial of Baijiu poison in Han Li's possession was one of the treasures from the box of the esteemed Song Kun. With Han Li's profound knowledge of pharmacology, he had recognized this poison immediately upon merely catching a whiff, causing him to startle and stow it away promptly. Now, reflecting on it, he wondered if Song Kun had concealed this toxin in the box specifically for the purpose of dealing with these purple-striped scorpions. Otherwise, why would he have hidden it? Yet, the meticulous planning by Song Kun for future treasure seekers seemed somewhat peculiar. He appeared overly eager. Pondering further, Han Li recalled the three-headed, six-armed demonic beast statue he had seen in the loft at Song Kun's ruins. He sensed that there was some hidden mystery within. Moreover, Nin Longho had previously mentioned that Song Kun was his ancestor, suggesting that he must possess additional knowledge. Nevertheless, regardless of any underlying schemes, as long as he obtained the fire-toad beast's demon core, it would have no bearing on him. He had no intention of meddling in affairs that did not concern him and planned to part ways with these two immediately to avoid attracting any significant trouble. Han Li had made up his mind, yet his hands remained in constant motion. With a casual gesture, he patted the storage bag at his waist, and instantly, 4 or 5 white points of light shot out, revealing several giant ape puppets. Han Li then retrieved a few small jade vials and added a drop of the viscous green Baijiu venom into each vial before sealing them once more. He handed the vials to the giant apes, instructing them to grip the small bottles tightly in their large hands. At that moment, Han Li secretly urged his spiritual sense, under Nan Longho's guidance. All the giant apes silently made their way toward the left mountain peak. After they had flown a considerable distance, Han Li turned his face and spoke in a low voice. "We should also proceed. We must not stray too far from the puppets. After all, it remains uncertain how effectively they can lure these flying scorpions away. We need to traverse this mountain as swiftly as possible. Nin Longho and the elder had no objections, promptly following the trajectory of the giant apes, just as the giant apes soared into the mountains, and Hanli and the others were only a few miles away from the mountain. The three of them immediately cast spells to conceal their presence. Simultaneously, the giant ape puppets exerted force with one hand, crushing the small vials in their grasp. Instantly, an intensely pungent odor began to waft throughout the vicinity of the mountain peak. The giant apes transformed into blinding white lights, swiftly darting off in a sideways direction. Chapter 815, The Land of Lava. As several puppets dispersed and fled, the concealed figures of Hanli and his two companions remained vigilant. Although Hanli spoke with conviction, the effectiveness of his words was a matter of debate. In truth, even Hanli himself did not possess complete assurance. After all his knowledge of the 10 absolute poisons was derived from ancient texts, and he had never conducted similar tests himself. However, moments later, their doubts evaporated. Just as a few colossal apes soared several dozen zhang away, an abrupt cacophony of eerie cries erupted from the previously tranquil mountaintop. The moment the bizarre sounds reached his ears, Hanli felt a surge of vitality tumultuously coursing through him, and his head grew heavy, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. Alarmed, he swiftly channeled his spiritual energy to stabilize himself. A slight turn of his head revealed the two individuals beside him, Nan Longho and his companion, who were similarly unsteady, only regaining their equilibrium after a few wobbles. Hanli furrowed his brow, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. The attack from the strange cries seemed to target not the consciousness directly, but rather the true essence within their bodies, and no matter how powerful his spiritual awareness, he would be helpless against such an unusual assault. The fact that the purple-patterned scorpions possessed such a peculiar innate ability was indeed startling. It appeared that the ancient texts were far from exhaustive in their accounts. As Hanli pondered this, 13 or 14 dark purple streaks shot forth from the mountaintop, fleeting as they pursued the colossal apes. Hanli hastily urged his companions with his spiritual awareness, prompting the ape puppets to unleash their maximum speed, transforming into white streaks that dashed into the distance. Even in that brief moment, Hanli, relying on his formidable awareness, managed to glean some details about the entities within those purple streaks. Aside from their alarming size, each scorpion was approximately a zhang long, their bodies gleaming dark purple with a pair of translucent wings. However, the foremost flying scorpion was of a significantly larger stature, measuring 2 zhang in length, seemingly the leader of its kind. Upon witnessing its fearsome visage exhaling yellow mist, Hanli could not help but narrow his eyes. Although the fleeing apes were clearly slower than those purple streaks, they managed to create enough distance to momentarily elude the pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the scorpions had transformed into mere specks in the distance. Moments later, a booming voice rang out from above. "Run! One of the puppets has triggered a restriction and has been caught." With this declaration, Hanli's spiritual light flickered around him, and his concealment spell promptly dissipated as he shot forth into the air. The other two, witnessing this, also transformed into golden streaks of light, racing toward the mountaintop. All three understood that these purple-patterned scorpions moved with the swiftness of the wind. Should they fail to pass the mountain ahead in time, they would be in grave peril. Fortunately, all three possessed considerable speed, and Hanli, despite not utilizing his wind thunder wings, leveraged his superior cultivation level to swiftly cross the mountaintop. That moment, he sensed that the 8 puppets had lost their connection. A surge of alarm coursed through Hanli, compelling him to flee for over 10 miles from the nest of the purple-patterned scorpions. When they finally paused on another mountaintop, the trio could truly breathe a sigh of relief. This time, it was thanks to Han's exceptional by Jiao poison and the mechanical puppets that they had managed to pass this perilous trial. "Indeed, it is an exceedingly troublesome matter," remarked Ne Long Ho with a beaming smile. "It's nothing, merely a coincidence," Hanli replied, casting a discreet glance at Ne Long Ho without revealing his thoughts. Although the poison of the green dove was originally a treasure of the venerable Song Kuan, Hanli chose not to elaborate, merely glossing over the matter. The elderly man of the Liu clan, witnessing the ease with which the situation was resolved, also expressed his admiration, his words imbued with sincerity. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hanli smiled, and the trio resumed their journey. The path ahead returned to its initial smoothness, and after a half-day of uneventful flight, the air gradually grew increasingly warm. The lush vegetation adorning the mountains began to dwindle, transforming into barren, desolate terrain, an unsettling sight. Eventually, the stones scattered across the mountains appeared to take on an eerie, fiery hue that on some peaks faint traces of various lava fissures could be discerned, exuding an intense crimson glow and releasing scorching winds along with ash of a pale gray. The scene resembled a furnace of hellfire. Hanli and Lu Weiying exchanged looks of astonishment. But upon noticing Nianlongho's unperturbed demeanor, they understood that they had not strayed from their intended path and chose to remain silent. Shortly thereafter, a colossal crimson peak, towering several thousand zhang, emerged before them, its summit piercing the fiery clouds above that in contrast to the surrounding diminutive hills. This giant peak commanded attention. Upon sighting it, Nianlongho paused momentarily, his figure halting in its tracks. The two companions, glancing at each other, felt a surge of excitement. Dear friends, beneath the peak ahead lies a cavern, which serves as the lair of the fire-toad beast. The remains of an ancient cultivator are enshrined within that lair. It is said that this creature possesses considerable spiritual awareness, so we should deliberate before proceeding. Nianlongho exhaled deeply, turning to speak with gravity. Underneath that peak, Hanli inquired, his brow twitching slightly as he swiftly extended his consciousness. Indeed, at the base of the towering peak, a substantial fiery entrance could be seen, intermittently releasing gusts of hot wind. Fearing to disturb the fire-toad beast within, Hanli retracted his consciousness, refraining from probing further. What is there to deliberate? With Han Daoist's attribute technique leading the charge, we can simply eliminate the fire-toad beast, Lu Weiying stated without hesitation. Brother Lu, matters are not so straightforward, Nianlongho countered. According to the venerable Tsang Kuan, the lair of the fire-toad beast is nearly half submerged in lava. Regardless of the injuries it sustains, should it leap into the molten rock, the beast will instantly recover. Engaging it in such an environment would be exceedingly disadvantageous. The most prudent course of action is to set up a formation and lure it out of its lair for extermination. To that end, I have specifically prepared a set of water attribute formation tools, Nianlongho elaborated. Having made preparations, upon hearing this, the elderly Lu did not voice any opposition. Hanli also found no fault in the plan. Consequently, the three of them conferred and began their preparations. In addition to the grand formation mentioned by Nianlongho, Hanli took it upon himself to arrange several additional formations outside of the main one, just in case of unforeseen circumstances. After completing all these preparations, the final decision was made for the three to conceal themselves nearby, allowing Hanli to lure the fire-toad ancient beast from its lair using the puppet beast. He clapped his hand on the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and the remaining white wolf puppet immediately soared out. Hanli then sat cross-legged near the formation, controlling the puppet beast as it swiftly flew towards the cave beneath the towering peak. Chapter 816. The lure through the puppet's spiritual connection. As it entered the cave, a natural passageway towering 7 to 8 zhang appeared before the white wolf. The walls of the cave were a deep black red, with flickering flames occasionally leaping from the crevices, causing the surrounding air to shimmer and distort from the intense heat. Hanli was convinced that any cultivator with slightly lower cultivation might easily succumb to the oppressive heat upon entering this passage, fainting from the scorching winds. However, as a mechanical puppet, the white wolf was impervious to such effects. It advanced through the passageway, and soon after, the surroundings brightened, revealing a fiery underground world. The area spanned several hundred zhang. But the most striking feature was a vast lake of molten lava occupying a significant portion of the space, its fiery bubbles roiling and explosively bursting, evoking a sense of dread that one might be incinerated should they venture too close. Surrounding the lake was a reddish ground, where several patches of green could be seen, indicating the growth of spiritual herbs, which was quite astonishing. The unusual nature of these herbs was evident. Yet, Hanli, through the white wolf's senses, had no interest in the spiritual herbs. His gaze was fixated on a massive rock protruding from the center of the lava lake. Upon it lay a creature, resplendent in fiery hues, lazily rolling onto its back in deep slumber. This creature, though not particularly large, 3 zhang wide and 5 or 6 zhang long, bore a striking resemblance to an immense toad. Its skin glimmered like flames, exuding an imposing presence, and with each breath, a layer of red mist occasionally enveloped it, adding an air of mystery. This, it seemed, was indeed the fire-toad beast. Hanli scrutinized the beast with utmost caution for a considerable time before shifting his focus to a stone platform situated across the lava lake. The platform appeared ancient, adorned with intricate patterns and runes, yet its corners had succumbed to decay. At the center of the platform, however, lay the remains of a cultivator, wrapped in a simple yet uniquely styled azure robe, lying quietly. The robe, though simplistic and archaic, appeared remarkably pristine after all these years, emanating a faint green light, indicating it was no ordinary garment. The remains encased within the robe had long since turned to bone. Yet the bones were translucent and crystalline, almost eerily clear. After meticulously scanning the remains and glancing back at the fire-toad beast, Hanli extended a sliver of his consciousness towards the bones, intending to ascertain whether any treasures might be concealed within the remains. Although nothing resembling treasures or storage pouches was immediately visible, which raised his suspicions, he reasoned that perhaps the treasures lay hidden within the azure robe or nearby the stone platform, prompting him to search further. A wisp of divine consciousness soared above the remains, gently descending to probe when an unexpected transformation occurred. Suddenly, the figure clad in azure robes radiated a brilliant light, a veil of azure mist enveloping it, which instantaneously repelled the divine consciousness. The surrounding spiritual energy experienced a peculiar fluctuation. The fire toad, which had been slumbering with its gaze directed skyward, seemed to sense something amiss. Abruptly opening its tightly shut eyes, its pair of emerald orbs darted about rapidly, fixating on the white wolf puppet at the cave's entrance. Alarmed, Hanli silently exclaimed. The controlled white wolf puppet hastily turned, its spiritual light shimmering as it transformed into a white rainbow, retreating swiftly. Simultaneously, the seemingly corpulent fire toad unexpectedly flipped over, leaping high to land back on the colossal rock, adopting a crouched posture. It cast a glance at the vanishing white rainbow, letting out a low growl filled with rage before forcefully propelling itself, enveloped in a burst of crimson mist, and giving chase. The fire toad was on its way. Fellow Taoists, exercise caution. Hanli, concealed near the formation, silently mouthed words, conveying his warning to Nan Longho and the others. The two men's expressions tightened as they simultaneously gazed towards the distant towering peak. A white rainbow was erupting from within, hurtling straight towards them. Moments later, a brilliant red entity surged forth from the cave entrance, hot on the heels of the white rainbow. Its speed was astonishing, rivaling that of an ordinary early-stage Yuanian cultivator. Witnessing this scene, Hanli's expression shifted slightly. Fortunately, the white wolf puppet dispatched was one of speed. Otherwise, whether it could lure the creature here would truly be a matter of contention. With that thought, he urged the fragment of his divine sense within the white wolf puppet, commanding it to flee with reckless abandon, unafraid of damaging its puppet form. Then, he turned one palm over, conjuring a silent, azure flame that flickered into existence in his hand. Nan Longho and his companion, with solemn expressions, prepared their magical treasures, silently waiting on either side of the formation. Though the towering peak seemed distant from Hanli and the others, the white rainbow and the crimson light rapidly approached. Hanli's face hardened, and the azure flame in his palm silently expanded. Yet, just as the white rainbow neared, poised to plunge into the grand formation they had set, the fire toad, still a distance of 30 to 40 zhang away, appeared restless. With a resounding croak, it expelled a crimson fireball from its maw. Initially, the fireball was no larger than a head, but after shooting several zhang away, it suddenly transformed into a colossal entity several zhang in size, swiftly catching up to the white wolf puppet at the formation's edge. A towering flame vortex, reaching over 10 zhang high, engulfed the puppet beast in an instant. A series of thunderous explosions echoed from within the flames, which soon fell silent. Hanli's expression shifted slightly. As the flames receded rapidly, the puppet beast had vanished without a trace, leaving not a single remnant behind. Hanli was naturally taken aback by this. The demonic fire within the fire toad was indeed no ordinary flame. It surpassed the infant fire of Yuanian cultivators, and he was uncertain whether his azure flame could counter it. Nevertheless, he did not overly fret. After all, he possessed more than one or two methods capable of dispatching this beast. Both the Ziluo celestial fire and the Dagung sword formation were far more formidable trump cards. Moreover, even if one were to unleash all the puppets of the Jedon level in a single breath, they could indeed overwhelm and annihilate this beast. However, Hanli was naturally unwilling to incur such a considerable loss. In certain circumstances, puppet beasts proved to be exceedingly valuable. At that moment, the fiery toad, having just vanquished the intruder that had recklessly invaded its lair, emitted a long, satisfied cry, and in a flash of crimson light, it began to turn and flee. At this, Hanli and his companions exchanged glances, particularly Hanli, whose heart tightened. How could he allow the fiery toad to depart so easily, especially considering the fate of Nan Gongwan? With a furrowed brow, he abruptly moved, Transforming into a streak of azure light that shot forth on the opposite side of the formation, Han Li's solitary figure emerged. Nan Long Ho and Lu Weiying were momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Han Li's intention. His action successfully startled the fiery toad, which had already turned halfway around. It swiftly pivoted, fixating its gaze on the newly appeared adversary, standing motionless, a hint of suspicion flashing in its singular eye. Han Li remained silent, one hand cradling a small orb of shimmering azure flame, while the other swiftly patted his waist, summoning 6 orbs of blue light that cascaded behind him. As the radiance subsided, 6 towering blue turtles, each 3 zhang tall and glimmering with ethereal light, materialized behind Han Li. These were the colossal turtle puppets he had recently crafted. With a mental command, Han Li directed the 6 turtles, whose shells shimmered brilliantly, suddenly forming a series of ice cones, each about a foot in height, that jutted forth, emanating a chilling aura. Instantly, the seemingly innocuous giant turtles transformed into fearsome entities, exuding an astonishing presence. The fiery toad, sensing Han Li's hostility, glared with a fierce light in its green eyes, and with a breath, unleashed a massive fireball from its mouth, observing the fireball swell to a terrifying size as it hurtled toward him. Han Li remained silent, harboring a desire to test the power of the fiery toad's demonic fire. He raised his hand, the azure flame morphing into a delicate blue ice flower that floated gracefully toward the oncoming giant fireball. The fireball, with a diameter of 5 to 6 zhang, dwarfed the mere inches of the ice flower. Yet, astonishingly, upon their collision in midair, a remarkable scene unfolded. With a crackling sound, the fireball was enveloped in a thick layer of blue ice, transforming into a colossal ice sphere, while crimson flames continued to flicker at its core. Han Li was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. However, the fiery toad, upon witnessing its fireball ensnared, erupted in fury. Opening its mouth, it unleashed a torrent of hundreds, if not thousands, of fist-sized fireballs that surged forth. Han Li pressed his lips together, gesturing with a single hand. The 6 colossal turtle puppets, which had long been poised for action, simultaneously shook their back shells. Countless ice cones erupted from their shells, hurtling toward the incoming fireballs in a dense barrage. Following a thunderous explosion, the fragments of the icy cones intermingled with the surging waves of fire, enveloping the sky in a swirling tempest of white mist. Han Li fixed his gaze ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was evident that the power of the opponent's fireball far surpassed that of the ice spikes conjured by the giant turtles. In an instant, the fiery waves forced the chilling air to retreat in disarray. Observing this, Han Li muttered something under his breath and suddenly shot backward. The 6 giant turtle puppets promptly followed suit. At that moment, the sea of flames completely overwhelmed the cold air formed by the ice spikes, relentlessly pursuing them. However, the 6 giant turtles immediately unleashed another barrage of ice spikes, which once again halted the advancing flames, allowing Han Li and the turtles to soar over 20 zhang away. Han Li kept a vigilant eye on the fire toad beast, which remained stationary, his lips pressed tightly together. According to the information he had gathered prior to arriving at the Abyss of Demons, the fire toad beast could not only harness the power of lava to recover from injuries, but was also adept in the art of fire escape, capable of traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. The area beneath the mountains was rife with molten lava. If this beast were to burrow underground, it could easily evade capture. Perhaps the 2 from the southern Long Marquis were unconcerned, as they had come for the relics and treasures. Even if they could not eliminate the beast, as long as they could drive it away, it would be of no consequence to them. However, Han Li had different intentions. He was determined to obtain the demon core of this beast. Therefore, it was imperative to lure it into the formation and block its escape route before he felt secure enough to confront it. Hence, whether the fire toad beast would pursue became a matter of utmost importance. The fire toad beast, taken aback by Han Li's sudden retreat after a brief skirmish, momentarily froze in confusion. Yet, it appeared to possess little intelligence. As it instinctively transformed, its body enveloped in vibrant flames, and surged forward in hot pursuit. Witnessing this, Han Li's heart soared with joy. Just as it closed the distance, a sudden manifestation of blue and white light enveloped the fire toad, as a translucent blue water curtain emerged around it. Almost immediately, several streaks of white light flickered across the water curtain, revealing the silhouettes of white water dragons, poised to strike. The entire scene grew damp and chilly. Startled, the fire toad halted its fiery escape, its eyes darting in alarm, releasing a low, threatening growl. At the same time, ethereal lights flickered to the left and right of the water curtain, revealing the figures of the southern Long Marquis and the elderly man. Upon seeing the fire toad ensnared by the formation, They wasted no time in summoning their respective treasures. The southern Long Marquis cast forth the jade ring from his hand, while the elder, instead of utilizing the previously invoked flag, raised both hands, sending forth two intertwining blue flying blades. The light of the formation posed no hindrance to their treasures, swiftly penetrating the water curtain to attack the fire toad within. Simultaneously, the white water dragon surged forth from the curtain, claws bared, ready to strike. From a distance, Hanley seized the opportunity to activate a flag in his possession, coordinating the restrictions of the formation with the onslaught of the two attackers. The fire toad, sensing the dire situation despite its low intelligence, let out a thunderous roar. It then contracted its body before expanding rapidly, unleashing a protective divine ability. With a mighty bellow, it conjured a series of identical crimson light shields around itself. The myriad small shields surged forth in relentless waves from the body of the fire toad, coalescing into a singular entity, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a dense and impenetrable crimson barrier. At that moment, the jade ring, the water dragon, and two blue spears struck the luminous shield almost simultaneously. The cacophony of thunderous roars erupted from within the watery veil, as fiery flames and aqueous vapors intertwined in a dazzling display of colors, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze directly upon. However, following another ferocious roar from the fire toad, a thick crimson beam, as wide as a water barrel, erupted from the brilliance, slamming into one side of the water barrier. The curtain of water yielded with a resounding pop, momentarily obstructing the attack before being effortlessly pierced, creating a gaping void. Chapter 817, Beast Slaying. The crimson light suddenly blazed forth at the center of the water veil. In an instant, regardless of the water dragon, the ring, or the two blue spears, they were forcibly expelled from the fiery column. At the heart of this blazing column loomed the indistinct figure of the ancient fire toad. Emanating an ominous power, all attacks were repelled by the column of fire. The fire toad, realizing it had fallen into a trap, seized the opportunity to retreat, transforming into a mass of flames that shot forth towards the gradually sealing hole. Seeing this, Nanlong Ho and the elder of the Lu clan were taken aback, hastily directing their treasures to intercept and prevent the beast from escaping the confines. Yet, it seemed they were a beat too late. As the fiery mass approached the water veil, it was on the verge of slipping through. Suddenly, a piercing shriek rang out from afar, just as the fire toad extended a forelimb through the opening. It perceived a flash of darkness, something brushing past it, and in the next moment, its limb was met with a searing heat followed by a chilling sensation, abruptly severing a substantial portion of it. The fire toad recoiled in agony, an unbearable pain radiating from the severed limb. Despite its considerable powers, it could not suppress a wretched scream before plummeting from the sky. Outside, Nanlong Ho and his companion rejoiced at this turn of events, swiftly commanding their treasures to surround the incapacitated fire toad, unleashing a frenzied barrage of attacks. The verdant ring flickered momentarily before conjuring hundreds of phantoms that swirled around the fire toad, attempting to bind it, while the two blue spears transformed into colossal blue ice serpents, lunging directly at the creature. Yet, the fire toad was no ordinary beast. Even with a limb severed, its prowess remained unscathed. In mere moments, a multitude of luminous shields materialized before it once more, effortlessly absorbing the onslaught. The verdant phantoms could not inch closer to its presence, rendering their attempts at confinement futile, as they merely collided against the shields with minimal effect. The two ice serpents, possessing attributes that countered the fire-based shields, shattered a shield with each strike, yet these defenses appeared inexhaustible. However, moments later, 6 azure beams shot down from the heavens, joining the fray. With each flash, a shield was shattered, and a resounding roar echoed as the fire toad, attempting to rise, was once again forced to the ground. Nanlong Ho paused, casting a glance, only to find Hanley had somehow maneuvered nearby. Waving his hand to disperse the black mist enveloping one of his arms, behind it, 6 blue giant tortoise puppets opened their mouths, unleashing beams of light as thick as a bowl, assailing the fiery toad beast amidst the water curtain. Hanley shifted his gaze and caught sight of the severed limb of the fiery toad that had fallen outside the water curtain. Though this appendage had detached from its original host, it still emitted faint red glimmers, floating near the water curtain as if retaining some semblance of sentience. Observing this phenomenon, a flicker of astonishment crossed Hanley's eyes. He had previously witnessed the dire situation from a distance. With the fiery toad on the verge of escaping the restraints. In a moment of desperation, he had unleashed a shadowy strike, successfully severing the beast's forelimb. However, He had not anticipated that the fiery toad would remain so formidable even after losing a limb. Despite being beset by 2 Yuanian cultivators and 6 giant tortoise puppets, it still managed to stand its ground. It was no wonder that the esteemed Song Kuan, severely depleted of energy, had chosen to withdraw when faced with such an opponent. Han Daoist, the fire attribute's spiritual shield on this fiery toad, is unrelenting and inexhaustible. It seems we will require your chilling divine abilities to subdue it. Otherwise, we may find ourselves engaged in this battle for an indeterminate duration. The elder of the Liu clan exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing the small shield on the fiery toad shatter, only to be absorbed into its body, with fresh waves of shields immediately surging forth. Without the elder's urging, Han Li had already perceived the situation that he said nothing. Instead, with a flourish of his sleeve, he sent forth over 10 gleaming golden swords that emerged from his robe. After a brief swirl, these swords coalesced into a massive sword over 10 feet in length at Han Li's command. The sword shimmered with a resplendent golden light, exuding a chilling aura. This action rendered Lu Weiying and Nan Longho momentarily speechless. They had anticipated Han Li to unleash that fearsome blue-cold flame against the fiery toad, yet he had opted to release a multitude of flying swords instead, leaving them perplexed. As the colossal sword took shape, Han Li, devoid of expression, beckoned with a hand. The golden light flickered slightly, and the giant sword descended, coming to rest before him. Han Li opened his mouth, releasing a slender blue flame that struck the massive sword. The golden blade quivered slightly, and a layer of blue flame enveloped it, igniting fiercely. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li rubbed his hands together and invoked another incantation, awakening the protective divine thunder within the sword. Instantly, a deep rumble echoed, and within the blue flames of the giant sword, countless slender golden arcs of electricity flickered and danced. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes gleamed with cold light as he pointed a single hand towards the fiery toad beast within the water curtain. Uttering a command, with a resounding hum, the colossal sword transformed into a golden rainbow, hurtling towards the fiery toad with lethal intent. Meanwhile, after a frenzied but ineffective assault, Nan Longho and Lu Weiying found their momentum faltering. Giving the fiery toad a moment to catch its breath, its fiery red spiritual light pulsed rhythmically, and in a sudden surge, its abdomen swelled dramatically, seemingly preparing to unleash a counterattack. In that instant, the golden giant sword soared above the fiery toad, accompanied by a thunderous roar as it descended with tremendous force. The fiery toad, fixating on the looming golden sword, blinked its emerald eyes in trepidation. Sensing the grave threat it posed, with its abdomen already inflated to twice its normal size, it could no longer afford to delay. Emitting a peculiar cry, it expelled a crimson, crystal-like fireball aimed directly at the descending golden sword. This fireball, though no larger than a fist, gleamed with a smooth surface, its inner red light flickering like a gigantic fire pearl. Upon the moment of its emergence, the air within the entire curtain of water became intensely heated. A demon Dan? No, that cannot be. It is not a tangible entity. Han Li, upon witnessing this fiery orb erupt, was initially taken aback. However, he soon realized that this object was not corporeal, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, had it truly been a fire toad demon Dan, he would have had to exercise caution. With a flourish of his magical technique, Han Li commanded his golden sword to strike decisively at the fireball. Given the razor-sharp nature of the Qingzhou Fengyun sword, combined with the potency of 10 flying swords, Han Li believed that, despite the fireball's peculiar nature, a single strike would obliterate it. Yet, to his astonishment, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. With a resounding bang, the fireball erupted in a brilliant display of light, intertwining hues of red and gold. Although he managed to cleave through half of it, the immense sword was abruptly halted by the fireball's formidable resistance. A glimmer of mockery flickered in the eyes of the fire toad beast. It then opened its mouth and emitted a sharp cry. The severed fireball, in an instant, detonated, releasing a torrent of crimson light that swiftly coalesced into a 2-zhong-long red light serpent. With a sudden leap, this serpent ensnared the enormous sword, wrapping it tightly within its coils. The sword faltered, seemingly rendered immobile by this enchantment. Initially taken aback, Han Li's lips curled into a slight smirk. With a deft gesture of his hands, he pointed gently at the giant sword. Instantly, brilliant golden light surged forth, and a delicate electric net materialized upon the sword's surface, with countless arcs of electricity crackling and bursting forth. The light serpent, which had firmly bound the sword, was forcibly repelled. Seizing the opportunity, the giant sword quivered slightly and vanished from its original position, reappearing above the myriad luminous shields of the fire toad beast. With a powerful downward slash, The blue flames upon the sword surged upward by a foot. The sound of shattering filled the air as every luminous shield struck by the giant sword was instantly frozen into crystalline ice, only to be shattered into countless fragments moments later. After shattering more than 10 small shields that stood in its way, the giant sword hovered above the fire-toad beast, aiming fiercely at its massive head for a decisive strike. The fire-toad beast, caught completely off guard by this sudden turn of events, had just expelled a fireball forged from its inner essence and had no time to catch its breath. Even with its limited intellect, it could not mask its fear as the giant sword breached its defenses and ascended above its head. In desperation, the fire-toad opened its mouth. With a whoosh, a long, dark tongue shot forth, aiming to entwine the descending giant sword, while its hind legs propelled it upward to evade the blow. If this were an ordinary flying sword or dagger, the beast's actions might have been justified. After all, the resilience of this toad's tongue rivaled that of common magical artifacts, and it could have temporarily staved off an attack. However, this Qingzhu Fengyun sword, infused with the essence of Gungjin, possessed an unparalleled sharpness that far surpassed ordinary flying swords. The moment the tongue made contact, a flicker of golden light flashed, and the giant sword effortlessly severed the tongue in two, continuing its descent without pause, with a sickening squelch, as the fire-toad leaped about a zhang into the air. Its massive head was abruptly severed from its body. The surrounding luminous shields disintegrated into nothingness. It is done, exclaimed the elderly man with the surname Liu, his voice filled with unrestrained joy at the sight. Nan Longho exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his face, while simultaneously forming a hand gesture to part the water curtain and advance forward for a closer look. Hold on, Hanli interjected coldly, halting Nan Longho's intent to withdraw the water barrier. What does this mean, Brother Han? Nan Longho was taken aback, a look of astonishment flickering across his features, as one hand instinctively rested on the storage pouch at his waist. Lu Weiying cast a glance at Hanli, slightly shifting his stance, his demeanor tinged with a hint of vigilance. It's nothing, but it's just that this fire-toad has not yet been completely annihilated. Brother Nan Long is rather impatient, Hanli remarked nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. What? The fire-toad is still alive? Both Nan Longho and the elder were taken aback by this revelation. Hastily peering once more into the water curtain, they soon discovered that the fire-toad's body within the curtain appeared rather peculiar. The bisected body and head floated in the air, retaining an eerie luminescence, showing no signs of descending. Chapter 818. Ancient cultivators' remains. As they scrutinized further, the severed head of the fire-toad emitted crimson rays from its neck, while the head itself, suspended nearby, was entwined in radiant streaks that gradually drew closer together. An indestructible body. This fire-toad possesses such an innate divine ability, Nan Longho exclaimed in astonishment. The elder, initially startled, soon displayed a look of dread. Indestructible. Is there truly anything in this world that is immortal? It merely possesses a vitality stronger than that of ordinary beasts, he retorted. Having perused numerous tomes, Hanli understood what was meant by the so-called indestructible body and, upon witnessing the peculiarities of the severed limbs after he had decapitated the fire-toad, had harbored suspicions. Thus, he had intervened to prevent Nan Longho from recklessly activating the barrier. Otherwise, should the fire-toad seize the opportunity to revive and escape, his prior efforts would have been in vain. Now, with a cold smirk, Hanli pointed at the colossal sword that had severed the fire-toad's head. The sword whirled in the air, suddenly splitting into two, transforming into twin beams of golden light that shot downward. A flash of blue light illuminated the scene, accompanied by two crisp sounds. The head and body of the fire-toad were instantaneously encased in ice by the sword's frosty flames, sealing the crimson rays within. Subsequently, the flying sword struck, shattering them into countless sparkling motes that danced through the air. Where the body had fractured, a thumb-sized crimson orb remained, the demonic core of the fire-toad. Upon the emergence of the demonic core, Nan Longho and the elder exchanged glances, each detecting a flicker of desire in the other's eyes. After all, it was the core of an ancient beast with an indestructible body, potentially possessing unique effects. Yet, considering Han Li's prior display of power and his recent resounding reputation, the momentary wavering in their resolve was swiftly extinguished. They both understood that Han Li's abilities undoubtedly surpassed their own. Even combined, they would likely only manage a 50-50 chance against him. The prospect of turning against one another for an unknown ancient beast's core seemed unworthy, especially since opportunities in the abyss of demons were still plentiful. Although Han Li lacked the art of probing minds, he had surmised the thoughts of the two individuals from Nan Longho with considerable accuracy during the recent confrontation against the fire-toad. It was evident that these two, being cultivators at the nascent soul stage, had not exerted their full power. The beast was vanquished almost solely by his own supernatural abilities. Thus, after severing the head of the fire toad, Hanli maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, while inwardly he had heightened his vigilance towards the two men severalfold, wary of any rash actions they might take in a moment of greed. Now, upon witnessing their briefly altered expressions that quickly returned to normal, Hanli felt a sense of relief. Though he did not fear engaging in combat with them, it was certainly preferable to avoid such risks altogether. Immediately, Hanli reached into the water curtain and summoned the fiery red demon core, which shot forth with a swift motion into his palm. The two flying swords, after a melodious chime, disassembled into over a dozen smaller blades that similarly darted back into his sleeves, disappearing from sight. Glancing down at the demon core in his hand, Hanli exhaled deeply, pleased that he had accomplished one of his objectives for this venture into the Valley Ikiti that moment. Nanlong Ho suddenly spoke with a smile, expressing gratitude to Han Li for the successful extermination of the fire toad, suggesting they investigate the creature's lair, as Han Li would surely be interested in the treasures among the remains. Naturally, Han Li replied, discreetly nodding as he stowed away the demon core. The elderly man of the Lu surname beamed at their exchange, and soon the three of them retracted their nearby formations and proceeded towards the cave at the base of the towering peak. In truth, Han Li had briefly contemplated stealthily releasing Silver Moon to scout the cave for treasures ahead of the others. However, given the cunning nature of these two, who were acutely aware of his actions, coupled with their superior cultivation, he believed it would be nearly impossible to conceal Silver Moon's release from their keen senses without any cover. Additionally, there appeared to be something peculiar about the ancient cultivator's remains, which also caused Han Li some trepidation, leading him to abandon this notion after a moment's deliberation. The three figures transformed into streaks of radiant light, swiftly arriving at the cave entrance and continuing without pause into the depths. Upon encountering the lava lake, Nanlong Ho and the elder were initially taken aback, yet quickly resumed their casual survey of the surroundings. Their gazes soon settled upon the ancient remains shrouded in a blue robe atop a stone platform, and their expressions brightened with excitement. It seems this is indeed the remains spoken of by the master Tsongkuan, Nanlong Ho remarked, his smile fading into a mask of composure. Let us approach together, my friends. Han Li and the elder did not decline, and the three swiftly crossed the lava lake, soaring to the stone platform's edge. Standing a few yards away from the platform, Han Li scrutinized the skeletal remains with a hint of intrigue. Meanwhile, Nanlong Ho and the elder wasted no time. As soon as they stabilized their footing, they extended their divine senses to search for the precise location of any treasures. Observing this, Han Li's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile, choosing to remain silent. He was already aware of the peculiarities surrounding the ancient robe and was not averse to allowing the two men to experience its mysteries firsthand. Indeed, as the two individuals directed their consciousness towards the skeletal remains, a resplendent azure light emanated from the robe, instantaneously repelling their probing awareness. The Southlong Marquis and the elder, unaccustomed to such an occurrence, could not help but utter a soft exclamation of surprise. Ah, this robe possesses some peculiar qualities, remarked Lu Weiing, his face betraying astonishment. It is merely an azure silkworm robe, the Southlong Marquis replied with regained composure, woven from the silk of ancient spiritual silkworms. It serves to shield against the probing of a cultivator's consciousness. While it may be a rarity in today's cultivation world, it was quite commonplace in ancient times. With that, he reached out with one hand and grasped the air before him. The azure robe quivered and transformed into a beam of azure light, detaching from the skeleton and flying into the Southlong Marquis's grasp. Consequently, the skeletal remains were revealed in their entirety, revealing a small, dark leather pouch ensconced at its waist. Indeed, a storage pouch, Lu Weiing exclaimed, his face alight with joy. The Southlong Marquis, equally exhilarated, casually tossed the azure robe aside and fixated his gaze on the black storage pouch without blinking. Meanwhile, Han Li, who had maintained an impassive demeanor, subtly altered his expression upon hearing the sound of the robe hitting the ground, though he quickly restored his previous composure. If my fellow Taoists are at ease, I shall proceed to examine the treasures within the pouch, the Southlong Marquis suggested with a smile, breaking the suddenly tense atmosphere. Of course, please do, Southlong brother, Han Li replied with a light chuckle. Glancing at the leather pouch, the Lu surname elder hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Thus, the Southlong Marquis stepped forward, cautiously retrieving the storage pouch and scanning its contents with his consciousness. Betraying no emotion on his face, Southlong brother, what treasures lie within? Lu Weiying could not contain his curiosity and inquired. Upon hearing this, the Southlong Marquis nodded and deftly turned the pouch upside down, unleashing a flurry of white mist that enveloped the area. A multitude of items then revealed themselves upon the ground. What in the world is this? The elder exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the scene before him. Most of the items were blocks of deep red iron, each radiating a scorching heat, suggesting they were anything but ordinary. Additionally, several other items caught the eye: a misty white jade box, a small purple mirror, a yellow dagger, a set of dark green flying needles, and 2 black medicinal vials. A.S. Hanley squinted slightly. A flicker of interest crossed his features. Apart from the jade box and vials, the remaining items all appeared to be extraordinary ancient treasures. The contents of the jade box and vials, in particular, piqued Han Li's curiosity, for upon his earlier scan, he discovered that he could not forcibly penetrate their defenses. He was unfamiliar with the materials from which they were crafted. It seems like a semi-finished product, Han Li mused, furrowing his brow in uncertainty. Describing them as semi-finished was not entirely inaccurate. If he was not mistaken, these iron blocks were likely the spiritual materials spoken of in legends. Special substances used by ancient cultivators to forge ancient treasures. It was said that the method of refinement was rather unique. Most would utilize rare materials combined with the forces of heaven and earth to forge spiritual materials. It is likely that this esteemed ancient cultivator seeks to refine formidable fire-attributed ancient treasures, which explains the presence of such an abundance of items. Somewhat unexpectedly, Nenlongho contemplated for a moment, as if recalling the origins of these iron blocks, akin to family heirlooms. The term spiritual materials instantly reminded Han Li of a reference he had encountered in an ancient tome. Upon further reflection, he arrived at the same conclusion as Nenlongho. Indeed, it was a rare material for crafting ancient treasures. It seemed that ancient treasures forged from such materials possessed extraordinary power. The elder of the Lu clan displayed a lack of interest upon hearing this explanation. After briefly glancing at other treasures, his gaze settled on the jade box and the medicinal vial. That moment, Nenlongho raised his hand and surprisingly tossed the bag he held over to Han Li. Instinctively catching it, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the other's intent, and without hesitation, he weighed the bag in his hand before swiftly scanning its contents with his spiritual sense, then tossed the bag to the elder Lu. After a brief inspection, the elder nodded in affirmation, indicating there were no issues, before carelessly dropping the bag to the ground. How shall we divide these treasures? Are we to simply allow one person to take 2? Lu Weiying's lips twitched as he finally voiced his most pressing concern, a hint of seriousness crossing his face. Is there perhaps another method of distribution? Brother Lu? Han Li inquired, his gaze flickering thoughtfully. If the jade box and the medicinal vial are indeed ancient treasures, then it would pose no problem for each of us 3 to take 2 items. However, as we remain unaware of the contents within the jade box and the vial, it is only prudent that we first open them to ascertain their worth before proceeding to distribute the treasures based on their value. Nenlongho interjected suddenly, articulating what seemed to be a fair proposal. Upon hearing this, the elder Lu furrowed his brow slightly, but then nodded repeatedly. That is precisely my intention. I wonder, what are your thoughts? Taoist friend Han, I have no objections. I shall abide by the decision of my 2 esteemed companions. Han Li replied almost without contemplation. Taoist friend Han is so agreeable. In that case, let us see what lies within. Nenlongho expressed his satisfaction at Han Li's prompt response. He then extended his hand, and with a swift motion, the white jade box flew into his grasp. Subsequently, he slapped the box with his palm, intending to open its lid. However, at the moment his palm made contact with the lid, a sudden flash of white light emerged, enveloping the lid in a misty veil, causing his hand to rebound. Ah, this box has been sealed with a restriction, Nenlongho exclaimed in surprise. After a brief moment of contemplation, he summoned golden light to once again grasp the lid. This time, as the white mist emerged once more, the golden light and white haze intertwined in a dazzling display. Yet, after a brief struggle, the radiant golden hand gradually overpowered the white mist, ultimately forcing the lid open. The white haze dissipated instantaneously. Han Li's gaze sharpened as he immediately discerned the contents within the box, a slightly yellowed ancient jade slip. Under the astonished gaze of the elder Lu, Nenlongho hesitated momentarily before extending 2 fingers to delicately extract the jade slip. Pressing it against his forehead. In an instant, his consciousness swept through the contents of the slip, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Two fellow cultivators, do come and take a look. The Nanlong Marquis swiftly removed the jade slip to avoid suspicion and tossed it to Hanli. Hanli's expression shifted as he accepted the jade slip, immersing his divine sense within it. However, after a brief moment, he inadvertently furrowed his brow and returned the jade slip to the elder of the Liu family. Lua Ing hastily scanned the contents of the jade slip. What ancient treasure is this Seven Flames fan? I've never heard of it. This ancient treasure, truly formidable. The elder murmured, his lips moving before he had finished reading. That remains uncertain. However, the meticulousness with which the crafting method has been inscribed onto this jade slip, coupled with the fact that the materials required are predominantly spiritual resources, suggests it must possess considerable power, the Nanlong Marquis replied, albeit with some hesitation. Yet, even if it is powerful, it is of little use. The spiritual resources required to forge this treasure are exceedingly numerous. Although there are methods for refining the spiritual materials mentioned, it astonishingly necessitates the fusion of 81 types of fire attribute spiritual resources, along with a plethora of auxiliary materials. Some of these seem to have long since vanished from this realm. In this day and age, this jade slip is essentially a useless trinket, only suitable for research and artifact crafting. The Liu elder remarked, shaking his head before tossing the jade slip back to the Nanlong Marquis. The Nanlong Marquis chuckled, his expression reflecting a certain understanding as he carelessly returned the jade slip to its box. The Seven Flames fan, Master, does this jade slip truly contain the crafting method for this treasure? At that moment, as Hanli felt the jade slip was of no use, the ecstatic words of Ingwe suddenly echoed in his mind. Hanli's heart stirred at her words, and he promptly responded through their connection. Indeed, that is its name. How do you know of this ancient treasure, Master? If my memory serves me correctly, the Seven Flames fan is also one of the celestial treasures. Although it seems to rank quite low among the celestial treasures, almost at the tail end, Ingwe's voice trembled slightly, her excitement palpable. Celestial treasure. Hanli was taken aback, his mind reeling. What? This Seven Flames fan is a celestial treasure? Then this jade slip is a must-have. I have long wished to study the celestial treasures, and now there exists a method for its crafting. How splendid! Before Hanli could respond, the usually reticent Dian Divine Lord suddenly erupted with enthusiasm in Hanli's mind. You old monster, what nonsense are you spouting? Ingwe retorted coldly, her tone sharp upon hearing the Dian Divine Lord's words. Haha, little fox spirit, you still harbor resentment over that day, don't you? I merely suggested borrowing you for a bit of research. Having never encountered a sentient artifact spirit before, did your master not agree? The Dian Divine Lord chuckled dismissively. You. Enough, Ingwe, that matter has long since passed, so there is no need to dwell on it. However, it is quite surprising that a senior like you is aware of the celestial treasures, Hanli said coolly. Nevertheless, this is not the time for detailed discussions. We shall address everything later. He then shifted his gaze back to the jade box on the ground, only to find that the Nanlong Marquis had already taken 2 black potion vials in hand and was in the process of uncapping them. Ingwe immediately recognized the cue to quiet down, while the Dian Divine Lord, though somewhat displeased, could only mutter a few words, falling silent thereafter. As soon as the black medicine bottle was opened, a fragrant aroma wafted forth from within. Hanli inhaled deeply and felt a wave of comfort wash over him, invigorating his spirit. This did not seem to be one of the commonly known ancient elixirs. Its nature remained a mystery. However, it was undoubtedly not a harmful poison that he resolved to return and consult ancient texts for further investigation. The Southern Duke poured out a droplet-like green pill from the bottle, cradling it delicately in his hand while musing to himself hesitantly. How many pills are there in the bottle? The elder with the surname Liu inquired, his eyes narrowing as he fixated on the pill. There is only one. It appears to be a rare ancient elixir, the Southern Duke stated, tilting the empty bottle several times before adding thoughtlessly. Let us examine the other bottle. Liu Weiying's voice carried a hint of urgency. Hearing this, the Southern Duke nodded, returned the pill to its vessel, and then opened the second bottle. Out came another identical green pill. At this moment, both the Southern Duke and the elder with the surname Liu exchanged glances, a sense of mutual understanding passing between them. It seemed this venture had yielded commendable results. 3 ancient treasures, 2 unknown elixirs, and a recipe for crafting ancient artifacts. How do you wish to divide these treasures, my friends? Hanli interjected with a smile, inquiring leisurely. Although we are unaware of the nature of these elixirs, I trust you understand that our primary purpose in entering the valley was to seek out miraculous medicines. My companion and I plan to each take one of these elixirs, thus deeming it our share of the treasure. As for you, Han Daoist, you may select one item from the remaining ancient treasures as your priority. If you have no objections, the Southern Duke stated calmly, glancing at the two bottles in his hand. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, surveying the ancient treasures scattered on the ground. The value of ancient elixirs is well understood by both of you. To be honest, I would prefer to forego the ancient treasures in exchange for one of those elixirs. Who knows, it might significantly enhance my cultivation. Han Li remarked, stroking his chin and shaking his head lightly. Upon hearing his words, the Southern Duke and Lu Weiying's expressions shifted dramatically, revealing signs of tension. After a moment of indecision, the Southern Duke forced a smile and said, "Young Han, why should you compete with us, two individuals nearing the end of our lifespans, for these two elixirs, with your remarkable aptitude? Advancing to the nascent soul stage in such a short time, entering the path of the Supreme will surely be a walk in the park for you. Youth and the desire for these elixirs are two separate matters entirely. When opportunity presents itself, one must strive to seize it. I, Han, shall exert all efforts to claim these elixirs. I could relinquish all other treasures, provided I obtain these two elixirs. Frankly, I do not lack for ordinary ancient treasures." Han Li replied, his demeanor calm and his voice soft. "Brother Han, you jest. How could we simply relinquish these elixirs? Perhaps we could propose this. If you are willing to forego the elixirs, we can allow you to select another item from the remaining treasures first. The rest we shall divide evenly. Would that be agreeable?" Lu Weiying suggested, feeling a sense of urgency as he observed Han Li's determination. The Southern Duke, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow but soon smiled wryly, stating, "If you are willing to give up the elixirs, we can indeed allow you to choose two treasures first." The South Long Marquis, who uttered these words, momentarily displayed a fleeting look of reluctance on his face. After all, following the expedition to the Mulan grasslands, his ancient treasures had been nearly obliterated during the assault by the Ghost Spirit sect. Naturally, he felt a profound sense of regret over the ancient artifacts that were now within reach. However, when it came to the matter of the ancient spirit elixir, he was quite adept at discerning the weight of priorities. At that moment, Han Li's expression shifted, revealing a hint of hesitation, as if he were becoming somewhat swayed by the suggestion. Observing this, the elderly man with the surname Lu hurriedly seized the opportunity to press further, stating, "My friend, your lifespan still stretches far ahead. There will be ample time in the future to seek out spirit elixirs. In comparison, these ancient treasures are of greater significance to you at this juncture. After all, the conflicts you will inevitably face in the future will be numerous. Acquiring an additional ancient treasure now might very well save your life later." The elder, in his earnest attempt to persuade Han Li to forego the elixirs, spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Han Li couldn't help but chuckle lightly. It appeared that if he were to cling to these spirit elixirs, he would indeed have a difficult time distributing these treasures. "Very well. In light of the genuine intentions displayed by both of you, I can agree to forego these two ancient spirit elixirs. I also do not require the selection of two ancient treasures. Apart from this mirror, please provide me with the method of refining treasures contained within this jade box, as well as the necessary materials and spiritual ingredients. I have always held a keen interest in the art of crafting." As Han Li reached out and grasped the air, the purple mirror sword into his hand, and he spoke with an unhurried demeanor. "No problem. I shall abide by your words, Brother Han." The South Long Marquis and the elder were momentarily taken aback, but after a brief exchange of glances, they readily acquiesced. Although they were somewhat puzzled by Han Li's decision to forego the ancient treasures in favor of these items, they were too preoccupied with the prospect of the ancient spirit elixirs to delve into the matter further. Upon hearing their response, Han Li nodded nonchalantly and with a flicker of brilliance from his hand. The purple ancient mirror vanished from sight. Subsequently, he elegantly swept his sleeve over the materials and jade box on the ground, and after a flash of azure mist, the large pile of materials and the jade box simultaneously disappeared without a trace. Chapter 820. The Blood Curse Gate. Witnessing Han Li's actions, the South Long Marquis and the elder were not shy about each claiming a vial of medicine. The three men's gazes naturally fell upon the remaining two ancient treasures. With two treasures and three individuals, the situation had indeed become somewhat complicated. Just as the South Long Marquis and the elder hesitated, Han Li blinked and suddenly broke into a light chuckle. "How about this? I am not in need of any ancient treasures if both of you possess a sufficient quantity of spirit stones. feel free to take these 2 ancient treasures, provided you offer me an equivalent amount of spirit stones. Han Li spoke leisurely. Such generosity from Brother Han prompts us to comply with utmost respect. I have indeed brought along a considerable amount of spirit stones, the elder with the surname Lu responded, his face lighting up with joy. After all, ancient treasures were practically priceless within the southern heaven cultivation realm. The Southlong Marquis, lacking ancient treasures himself, readily agreed with a beaming smile to Han Li's proposal. Thus, when the 2 of them had scrounged together a sufficient number of spirit stones from their belongings, they finally managed to gather an adequate quantity to present to Han Li in this manner. Both parties found themselves in a state of mutual satisfaction upon witnessing the 2 remaining ancient treasures being stowed away by Nan Longho and his companion. Han Li nonchalantly summoned the discarded Chinkan robe that had been carelessly thrown aside, drawing it effortlessly into his grasp. He then flamboyantly secured it for himself. The 2, though momentarily taken aback, felt it inappropriate to voice any objections after Han Li had just graciously relinquished 2 ancient artifacts to them. While the robe was indeed rare, its practical utility was rather limited. Thus they allowed Han Li to claim it without further dispute. After the 3 had divided the treasures, their avarice led them to pluck some spirit herbs growing beside the lava lake. With each acquiring several specimens, these herbs, thriving in such an environment, were not ordinary. They were a type of fire attribute spirit herb known as Jinyangzi, a premier material for concocting fire-based elixirs. Once it was established that no further items of interest remained, the trio reconvened before the stone platform to deliberate their next course of action. Having secured the treasures, Han Li expressed his intention to depart from the inner valley and retrace his steps back to the outer valley. Why not return together, my fellow Taoists? He suggested with an unhurried demeanor. Dio not jest, Han Taoist, replied Nan Longho with a chuckle. Daiti took great effort for my brother Lu and I to enter the inner valley. We certainly do not wish to exit so soon. However, I must ask, why the haste to leave? Nothing of great concern. I have already achieved my objectives and see no reason to tempt fate further. The path of cultivation is long and fraught with peril. I have no desire to linger in such a dangerous locale. Han Li replied casually. Duh. I did not expect you to be so adept at self-preservation. Han Taoist, regrettably, my companion and I cannot accompany you on your journey back. You may depart alone, the elder Lu said with a knowing smile. Alone? But if I were to take the airy ring, how would you 2 contend with the northern polar yuan light within the passage? Han Li inquired, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Rest assured, we have long since considered this matter. You may be at ease. Han brother, the Master Tsang Kuan has already located a teleportation array within the inner valley that can transport us directly back to the outer valley. However, it does require some travel, making it less expedient than retracing our steps. Otherwise, I would have informed you directly. Nan Longho responded confidently. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself, nodding in understanding. I see. In that case, I bid farewell to you both. May you find great fortune in your endeavors. Thank you for your kind words, Han Taoist. We wish you well, Lu replied, as they both expressed their delight at Han Li's decision to depart. With a faint smile, Han Li cast a fleeting glance at the glimmering skeletal remains before transforming into a streak of azure light, shooting towards the exit and vanishing in the blink of an eye. The elder, who had been wearing a constant smile, found his expression fading as soon as Han Li's aura disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, Nan Longho, with an impassive demeanor, tapped his spirit beast pouch, releasing several golden birds that soared forth. These were his trained spirit birds, the Qianli Li, with a sweeping gesture of his sleeve towards the exit. Several Qianli Li transformed into bright golden flashes, darting into the passage and disappearing in an instant. He then gently closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to some unseen force. Upon witnessing this, Lu Weiing slightly raised an eyebrow and chose to remain quietly by the side. Refraining from uttering a single word, it was unclear how much time had passed when Nan Longho's eyelids fluttered gently, and then he slowly opened his eyes. The person had indeed departed, at the very least not lingering in the vicinity. Qianli Li scoured a 10-mile radius and found no trace of him. Nan Longho stated with composure, "Did you not mention that this individual possesses formidable spiritual awareness? Might he have employed some form of concealment to evade your search?" The elder Lu inquired, his brow slightly furrowed in skepticism. "Fear not, if he were truly concealed nearby, he could not possibly evade my perception. As for the reasons behind this, I shall refrain from elaborating to you." "My dear Lu," Nan Longho replied, Stroking his chin with an enigmatic expression, Lu Wang regarded Nanlong Ho's unwavering confidence with a hint of doubt. However, after a moment's contemplation, he clasped his hands together and cast several incantations into the air. A misty, small-scale soundproof barrier materialized around them, enveloping them entirely. Nanlong Ho smiled, though his countenance betrayed a sense of indifference. Exercise caution. It is always prudent. The background of our companion Han remains opaque to us. Though his cultivation appears modest, he exudes an air of profound mystery. He cast a final glance at the skeletal remains, pondering whether they might reveal any peculiarities. Once Lu Weiying had completed the soundproof barrier, he spoke with newfound assurance, though his last words were tinged with uncertainty. My dear Lu, you are overly cautious. While Han possesses considerable abilities, how could he possibly discern the secrets of the bones? It is likely just a random act on his part. After all, this skeleton does appear rather extraordinary, Nanlong Ho countered, shaking his head. Regardless of whether he truly perceives anything amiss, it is evident he does not wish to remain in our company. Perhaps he believes his powers are sufficient to explore the inner valley alone. The elder mused thoughtfully. Very well. As long as this lad does not interfere with our endeavors, it matters little whether he truly departs the valley or feigns to do so. We shall simply heighten our vigilance. Time is of the essence. We must proceed with haste. According to the legacy of Tsang Kuan, these ancient remains are indeed the key to unlocking the Blood Curse Gate. The formidable seals binding this door imply that whatever lies within is of great significance. In ancient times, the Blood Curse Gate was typically employed to safeguard treasures of immense value. The transformation of this ancient remains into a transparent hue is a clear indication of the curse's application. Tsang Kuan's retreat during those arduous times fortuitously benefited us. Nanlong Ho sighed. Indeed, in comparison to the treasures beyond the Blood Curse Gate, the artifacts we currently possess should be deemed trivial, Lu Weiying concurred. Now, let us set forth. Though the Blood Curse Gate is not far from here, it is prudent to retrieve the treasures as soon as possible. After a moment of contemplation, the elder added, your reasoning is sound. Dear Lu, let us embark. I too harbor great expectations for what lies beyond the Blood Curse Gate. Had it not been for Tsang Kuan's serendipitous discovery of this ancient remains near the gate, we would have been utterly powerless against it. It is rather peculiar that the individual who once cast the spell did not stray far from the Blood Curse Gate before passing away here. There must surely be a tale to tell regarding this ancient figure. What a story, or perhaps not a story at all. Such matters hold no interest for this old man. Brother Nanlong, let us depart. Shortly thereafter, two beams of light shot forth from the cave beneath the towering peak, soaring over the summit and heading towards an unknown destination. At that moment, Hanli had not lingered nearby. He was already on his way back, having flown 100 miles away. Meanwhile, in his mind, Silver Moon was inquiring about something. Master, are you truly leaving just like that? Those two seem to be concealing something from you. That skeleton also appears to harbor some issues. The voice of Silver Moon echoed with confusion. I am indeed aware of this matter. It likely pertains to some other treasures. Although I find myself somewhat tempted. My primary concern at present remains the spirit candle fruit. Aside from this item, what other treasures within the valley could prove more beneficial to me, having fallen behind the ghost spirit sect for such an extended period? Regardless of the schemes of Nanlong and his companion, I have no desire to become further embroiled. As Han Li continued to soar along the same path, he spoke in a nonchalant manner. I see. In comparison to the spirit candle fruit, it is true that the Demon Fall Valley holds no other treasures of greater value to you, Master. However, what was your intent when you suddenly seized that green silkworm robe? Silver Moon inquired curiously about another matter. This situation can indeed be regarded as those two old fellows being blind to the obvious, Han Li remarked with a slight smirk, a hint of irony in his tone. Master, what do you mean by that? Silver Moon questioned, perplexed. Han Li did not respond immediately. Instead, he abruptly extended his hand and tapped his storage pouch. A flash of azure light revealed the green silkworm robe in his grasp. With a tearing sound, Han Li skillfully ripped open one edge of the robe with his fingers. Silver Moon exclaimed in surprise, for from the crevice of the robe, Han Li extracted a small piece of material that was neither fabric nor silk. Upon it were crudely drawn lines, sketched with the most primitive method using charcoal. Han Li stowed the torn robe and held up the thin, supple piece, squinting his eyes to examine it closely. This was a map, and it appeared to be a map of the Demon Fall Valley. As Han Li focused on this item, Silver Moon was equally captivated. After just a few glances, she could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Han Li remained silent, but as he fixated on a prominent bold mark on the map, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Chapter 821. The Water Pool and the Blood Curse Gate, without Silver Moon needing to voice a reminder. Han Li discerned the general outline of the map. However, the rest of the map was drawn in an exceedingly crude manner, with only the marked locations depicted in meticulous detail. Not only was the area of the mark within the inner valley illustrated, but even the surrounding terrain was clearly labeled. After a brief calculation of the distance between the marked location and his current position, Han Li realized it was quite far, and he remained unaware of what perils he might encounter along the way. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head and tucked the map away, fully aware that the marked location undoubtedly contained some significant secret. However, until he resolved the matter of the spirit candle fruit, Han Li had no intention of instigating further complications. Whether he would eventually investigate this matter would naturally depend on acquiring the spirit candle fruit first. The Silver Moon seemed to have discerned Han Li's thoughts. Remaining silent thereafter, Han Li, in turn, flipped his hand and retrieved a new jade box, deftly stowing it into the bamboo tube at his back. He spoke calmly to the great Yin Divine Monarch, saying, "The materials required for the seven-flame fan are largely extinct or exceedingly difficult to procure. However, perhaps with the extraordinary talents of a predecessor, one might uncover suitable substitutes, if it were indeed possible to replicate a spiritual treasure in today's cultivation world. I would be utterly in awe of your capabilities." "You think I am a fool," the great Yin Divine Monarch retorted, a cold smile playing on his lips after a moment of silence. "Though I have a keen interest in spiritual treasures, why would I undertake research into their crafting methods for you without cause? Is it simply due to your light-hearted words of admiration? Replicating a spiritual treasure is no simple feat," he continued. "While your extraordinary talent is unparalleled in my experience, I harbor little confidence in the ability to devise a method for imitation. However, should you truly accomplish this, I am willing to grant you any request within my means as a form of recompense. What say you?" Han Li replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the great Yin Divine Monarch fell silent once more before scoffing and declaring, "Long ago, I stumbled upon some records at an ancient cultivation site that revealed the existence of such extraordinary treasures. Naturally, I became curious about these artifacts, which even ancient cultivators revered. Regrettably, information regarding spiritual treasures is exceedingly scarce, and I have yet to make any substantial discoveries. Now, in my current state, neither fully human nor ghostly, with only a few decades left before my essence dissipates, I wish to leave no regrets behind. Thus, despite knowing you are employing a provocation, I shall accept your proposal. Besides, it merely involves seeking some alternative materials, not reconstructing the entire method for crafting a spiritual treasure. How difficult can that be? Just do not forget to fulfill one of my requests in return." "Very well. It is settled then," Han Li responded with a carefree smile, pleased to have reached an agreement with such an extraordinary individual, one who could even establish the great Yin technique. At his side, Han Li certainly would not squander the opportunity. Although he already possessed the Void Heaven Cauldron, a spiritual treasure in its own right, he was unaware of when he would be able to unlock its full potential. Furthermore, treasures of such a transcendent nature could only grow in value over time. Below, the great Yin Divine Monarch's voice fell silent, presumably engrossed in opening the jade box and studying the method of crafting within. Han Li, feeling a surge of spiritual energy, hastened forward with renewed vigor. After a short while, as Han Li neared the mountain where the purple-patterned scorpion's lair was located, Nan Long Ho and the elderly man of the Liu clan found themselves traversing a strange underground passage. The atmosphere was oppressively dark and damp. Even with their cultivation levels, they could barely see a few zhang ahead. "Brother Nan Long, I never would have imagined that amidst this lava-ridden landscape, such a damp and shadowy place could exist. I now find myself believing in the matter of the Blood Curse Gate to a considerable extent," Lu Weiying remarked, trailing a short distance behind Nan Long Ho. "So you have been somewhat skeptical all along. My esteemed companion is aware that the matter concerning the Blood Curse Gate was never mentioned when I, alongside that scoundrel of the Yun surname, stumbled upon the venerable Songkuan. Had it been otherwise, the denizens of the Ghost Spirit Gate would assuredly not have overlooked this place. The Blood Curse Gate is a closely guarded secret passed down through generations of my ancestors." With a faint smile, Nan Long Ho replied, "However, were it not for the requirement of 2 Yuanian cultivators to unlock the Blood Curse Gate, I dare say you would not have involved me, would you? The elder of the Liu surname, his eyes glinting, suddenly chuckled. Brother Liu, you jest. Having forged such a bond with you over the years, it is only natural to invite you for such an opportunity. Otherwise, why have I kept this matter hidden from that young scoundrel of the Han surname? Nanlong Ho laughed heartily, deftly sidestepping the inquiry. I sincerely appreciate your kind intentions, Brother Nanlong. The elder of the Liu surname responded, having sensed the delicate nature of the situation and wisely refraining from further discussion. In a scenario where only the two of them sought treasure, it sufficed to subtly alert the other, ensuring that Nanlong Ho remained aware of his guarded disposition, lest he engage in any treacherous actions. Unlike the muddled fools who find themselves embroiled in conflict, the elder preferred to navigate this encounter with caution. Nanlong Ho, equally aware of the elder's intentions, maintained a facade of calm, though an inward smirk played upon his lips. The two men proceeded in silence for a short distance until a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Both felt a surge of excitement, hastening their steps into a considerable limestone cavern. This cavern spanned over 30 zhang in width, its ceiling adorned with conical stalactites of several feet in size, while the walls shimmered with a white radiance. Yet, the most striking feature lay at the center of the cavern, a vast emerald pool. Measuring over 10 zhang in diameter, aside from the pool's slightly verdant hue, it appeared utterly unremarkable. The blood curse gate truly located here. The elder of the Liu surname surveyed the surroundings, finding no signs of any restrictions, and could no longer contain his curiosity. Observing the elder, who had just professed a strong belief in their find, now questioning its authenticity, Nanlong Ho cast a sidelong glance, his expression betraying a hint of amusement. It is indeed here, without a doubt. However, such a critical location as the blood curse gate would naturally have been concealed by the venerable Tsankuan upon his departure. We merely need to dispel the restrictions, Nanlong Ho replied nonchalantly, his gaze shifting to the pool at the cavern's center. The elder of the Liu surname paused, momentarily taken aback, and began to scrutinize the pool with newfound clarity. At that moment, Nanlong Ho flicked his sleeve, and a small blue flag shot forth, plunging into the pool with a soft splash, vanishing from sight. Then, with a series of hand seals and incantations, Nanlong Ho invoked his powers. The previously tranquil surface of the pool suddenly rippled. The waters began to swirl, gradually accelerating until a massive vortex formed. Within the center of the vortex, a faint buzzing sound emerged. The water parting flag? I never anticipated that Brother Nanlong possessed such a rare treasure, the elder of the Liu surname remarked, astonished at the sight. It is nothing of great significance. This flag serves only to part the waters, Nanlong Ho replied, shaking his head dismissively. Subsequently, with a sharp command, he raised his hands and infused 2 more incantations into the vortex. The waters surged dramatically, parting to reveal a passageway before them. Without uttering a word, Nanlong Ho transformed into a beam of golden light and descended directly into the depths below. Liu Wing hesitated momentarily before also morphing into a white rainbow, promptly following suit. After a brief interval, the elder of the Liu family appeared somewhat pallid. The pool of water was profoundly deep, or rather, exceedingly profound. He had flown downwards for a distance of 200 to 300 zhang and still had not reached the bottom. This prompted him to glance upwards at the tiny point of light that was the pool's surface, stirring a sense of unease within him. Fortunately, after flying down for over 100 zhang, he finally witnessed Nanlong Ho's light flicker as it gently descended, ultimately arriving at the pool's bottom. The elder felt a sense of inexplicable relief and retracted his light, floating down gracefully. The bottom of the pool was at least several zhang in diameter, appearing somewhat larger than the surface, with the ground damp and covered in enormous blue stone slabs, exuding an exceptionally smooth sheen. In the center, a water-dividing flag was embedded halfway into the ground, emanating a faint blue, ethereal glow. Surrounding them were towering water curtains of an extraordinarily vibrant green, reaching up to the pool's mouth. If the blood curse gate were concealed here, it would indeed be extraordinarily secretive. An ordinary person would hardly venture hundreds of zhang deep into the water, would they? However, how did Song Kuan Shangren know of this place? This was rather peculiar. After surveying the vicinity, the elder furrowed his brow and remarked, "Perhaps Song Kuan Shangren possessed extraordinary perception, directly sending a fragment of his spirit to delve into the depths of the pool for exploration." Nanlong Ho was momentarily taken aback, uncertain in his response. Having never contemplated this matter before, he too felt a flicker of suspicion arise within. Perhaps that is the case. The elder stroked his chin, his gaze flickering with thought. After a brief contemplation, Nianlong Ho shook his head, dismissing the doubt from his mind, and suddenly patted the storage bag at his waist that a beam of white light burst forth from the bag's opening, revealing the white jade pendant previously used at the entrance of the inner valley. Now levitating in midair and spinning continuously, Nianlong Ho formed intricate hand seals, casting a flurry of multicolored spells that surged towards the pendant. In an instant, the spells were completely absorbed by the jade. Subsequently, the brilliant white light intensified, and the pendant abruptly halted its rotation, facing one of the water curtains while emitting a sound akin to a phoenix's cry. Without uttering a word, Nianlong Ho raised a hand and forcefully pointed at the pendant. With a tremor, the pendant unleashed a torrent of white mist that surged forth, sweeping ahead. A bizarre scene unfolded. Where the white mist passed, the water curtain twisted and tore apart like a shattered painting. Disintegrating in the glow. In its stead, an arching stone door, approximately 3 zhang high, emerged, shimmering with a blood-red light. The surface of the stone door was intricately carved with a colossal horned demon head, occupying nearly half of the door's area. Vividly lifelike and menacingly fierce. Is this the blood-cursed gate? The elder of the Liu family murmured, his eyes twitching involuntarily, for reasons unknown. Upon seeing this door, he was suddenly filled with trepidation, his heart racing with unease. Chapter 822. Spirit Meow Garden. Indeed, Nianlong Ho observed the modest stone door, a contemplative expression crossing his face before he exhaled deeply and remarked, "The blood aura emanating from this door seems excessively demonic. Could there be any complications?" Lu Weiing gazed at it for a while, feeling a sense of unease, and inquired hesitantly, "This door is sealed with the lifeblood of ancient practitioners. Naturally differing from ordinary prohibitions, this is quite a normal occurrence. What? Does Brother Lu now wish to retreat?" The South Long Marquis shifted his gaze and spoke indifferently. "Retreat? Having arrived at this juncture, how could I, Lu, engage in such foolishness? However, for the sake of caution, should we not exercise a bit more prudence?" The elder shook his head, speaking gravely. "Brother Lu's words do carry some merit. This door indeed imparts an unsettling sensation. Let us do this. We shall first set up several layers of prohibitions outside the door. This way, should anything amiss occur, we shall have an assured retreat." The South Long Marquis pondered for a moment before his expression softened and he spoke. "Very well, that would be most prudent. I shall adhere to your counsel." Liu Weiing nodded without hesitation, readily agreeing. Thus, the South Long Marquis and the elder retrieved several sets of array-setting tools from their belongings and began to establish a magical formation at the bottom of the pool. But just as the South Long Marquis and the elder were preparing to the blood curse seal on the door, in another part of the inner valley, a group of several individuals was slowly making their way towards the mountain peak. Amidst towering dark stones the forefront was a middle-aged practitioner with a stern expression, alongside him an elderly man in a green robe, none other than the leader of the ghost spirit sect, and Wei Wui. Wang Tiangu fell behind them by about 10 paces. Following the three were 4 disciples of the ghost spirit sect at the core formation stage. This place is indeed quite eerie. A remote location like this has prohibitions spanning over 100 miles, preventing even flight a few zhang above the ground. Wang Tiangu glanced at the blood-red clouds lingering not far above, suddenly murmuring to himself, "The more we encounter such phenomena, the more it indicates we have found the right place. If I were an ancient practitioner, I too would establish a crucial site in such a location. After all, with such prohibitions in place, few practitioners would be willing to trek here on foot for a day or two." The leader of the ghost spirit sect, maintaining his expression, replied calmly, "Having expended so much effort, I hope we have not erred in our location this time. We have already lost 3 disciples on this journey." Wang Tiangu displayed a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, the leader of the ghost spirit sect chuckled softly, offering no response at this moment. Wei Wui cast his gaze towards the peak, his expression unreadable, and said, "Having entered the inner valley, we have already journeyed for 3 days and 2 nights. We should be nearing our destination, should we not? Pray, do not tell me we must continue for several more days. Fear not, Taoist way. Once we cross this mountain, we shall arrive at that place. There is no need for undue haste. If this endeavor succeeds, our ghost spirit sect shall undoubtedly become the foremost sect of the demonic path. And for Taoist way, a breakthrough to the transformation stage shall be but a matter of time." The leader of the ghost spirit sect, not daring to treat Wei Wui lightly, spoke after a moment of contemplation. To speak candidly, I harbor skepticism regarding the legends of Ling Miao Garden. They are likely mere fabrications passed down by ancient practitioners. If such a space truly exists at the juncture of the spirit realm and our human realm, it should have been discovered by others long ago and could not possibly remain concealed to this day. Wei Wui remained silent for a moment before uttering a somewhat sardonic remark. Since you harbor such disbelief, Brother Wei, why did you readily accept our sect's invitation back then? The leader of the ghost spirit sect did not betray any sign of displeasure. Rather, he responded with evident curiosity. Wang Dao's demeanor was notably grave, as he nearly led away half of the elite forces from the sect, indicating that he must possess considerable confidence regarding the expedition to the Abyss of Demons. It is likely that the location you seek, even if not the Ling Miao Garden, should be an ancient cultivator's secret haven. Since I am aware of this matter, it is only natural for me to involve myself. You may leverage my reputation to quell the other cultivators entering the valley, and in return, I shall partake in some treasures. This should not be deemed excessive, should it? Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Wuyo replied bluntly. Haha, Brother Wei, you are indeed direct and forthright. However, there is one matter that you have miscalculated. Our sect has expended considerable effort precisely in pursuit of the Ling Miao Garden. This place is no mere figment of imagination. It truly exists. The entire Abyss of Demons was, in fact, constructed by ancient cultivators specifically to guard the Ling Miao Garden. Once we traverse this mountain and endure several more hours, we shall behold it with our own eyes. At that time, the activation of this spatial realm will require Brother Wei's assistance, proclaimed the leader of the ghost spirit sect with a hearty laugh, his expression tinged with a hint of madness. Upon hearing this, Wei Wuyo appeared somewhat taken aback, a flicker of emotion crossing his visage. It seemed that Wang Daymaster's words implied he already possessed evidence of the Ling Miao Garden's existence. Indeed, our sect is approximately 70 to 80% certain of the Ling Miao Garden's reality. As for the nature of the evidence, you will naturally discover it upon our arrival, declared the middle-aged man in black robes with an air of mystery. This individual, embodying the essence of a formidable figure, stood at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, yet faced the formidable Wei Wuyo, a late-stage nascent soul grandmaster, without a trace of trepidation. Wei Wuyo nodded, his expression returning to its original calm. Yet inwardly, he could not suppress a sneer, and no matter how grandiloquently the leader of the ghost spirit sect spoke, he would never believe a word until he witnessed the Ling Miao Garden with his own eyes. Naturally, Wei Wuyo refrained from voicing such thoughts, instead offering a nonchalant smile before shifting the conversation to another matter. After Elder Zhong of your sect entered the valley, he has acted separately from us. It has been quite some time, yet we have not seen him. Might Wang Daomaster enlighten us on Elder Zhong's whereabouts? Surely, your esteemed sect would not permit such a venerable elder of the nascent soul stage to meander through the abyss of demons like any ordinary cultivator? Brother Wei is jesting. To be candid, Elder Zhong has actually ventured to another secret location within the valley in search of a different treasure. While this treasure is indeed rare, it is certainly not comparable to the Ling Miao Garden. The leader of the ghost spirit sect replied dismissively, seemingly unfazed by the inquiry. Hearing such a nonchalant admission, Wei Wuyo chuckled awkwardly, finding it inappropriate to press further. The group fell silent once again, continuing their ascent in solemnity towards the mountain summit. Amidst a chaotic jumble of uneven rocks, 6 or 7 disciples of the ghost spirit sect were dispersed, tirelessly searching beneath boulders for something elusive. Meanwhile, the elder surnamed Zhong floated motionless at the center of this rocky expanse. Although his spiritual awareness could effortlessly encompass a vast wilderness, pinpointing specific markers proved a challenge beyond his capabilities. Thus, despite his growing impatience, he could only rely on his disciples to conduct a slow and arduous search akin to finding a needle in a haystack at the exit of a certain gorge within the inner valley. A thunderous rumble suddenly echoed through the vividly colored canyon, which was awash in hues of 5 celestial lights. Following this, the radiant glow intensified, and amidst a cacophony of thunder and lightning, a group of cultivators burst forth from the depths of the gorge. Leading the charge were an elderly Taoist and a green-robed elder, both of whom, despite appearing unscathed, bore a rather disheveled demeanor, their faces smeared with dust and debris. These were none other than the esteemed Tianjing Jinren and Da Min Tu, the grand elder of the Yuling sect. The 5 green-robed cultivators trailing behind them were similarly ragged, their complexions pale, suggesting they had endured considerable hardship. In stark contrast, the 2 malevolent puppet spirits remained unchanged, their appearances as fearsome as ever. They had finally breached the restrictions and entered the inner valley. Who could have anticipated the prowess of Tianjing's two puppets, which rivaled that of early-stage top-tier cultivators? Truly enviable. After soaring several dozen paces beyond the gorge's mouth, Dongmin finally ceased his escape and turned to glance back at the canyon, casting a furtive look at the two grotesque puppets. His eyes betraying a flicker of intrigue. Puppets are merely puppets. No matter how formidable they may be, they cannot compare to your subordinates, Brother Dongmin, he remarked. Each of them practices one of the 5 elemental disciplines, and when united, they could likely contend with late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Evidently, Tianjing Jinren harbored significant wariness towards Dongmin too, deliberately keeping a distance after emerging from the valley, subtly maintaining a cautious separation. At that moment, the two mechanical puppets swiftly darted to position themselves behind the elderly Taoist. Observing this, Dongmin-tu's expression momentarily darkened, but he soon sighed and managed a wry smile. You truly are cautious. My friend, I had thought that after our collaborative efforts to break the formation over the past 2 days, you would hold no prejudice against me. Perhaps you might reconsider the prospect of an alliance. Our combined efforts in treasure hunting would undoubtedly be far more secure than pursuing our fortunes solo. Brother Dongmin, your words are too kind. I harbor no bias against you. However, I am simply inclined towards solitude. Let us not dwell on the notion of collaboration, replied Tianjing Jinren, chuckling lightly, and with a nonchalant wave, he declined the proposition. Bowing slightly, he fixed his gaze intently upon Dongmin-tu's face, unwavering in his scrutiny. Noticing this, Dongmin-tu furrowed his brow momentarily before breaking into a smile. If Brother Tianjing truly prefers to go alone, I shall not press the matter further. Let us part ways here, and I wish you abundant success in your endeavors, he said with an air of casual mirth. Then I shall take your good wishes to heart, Brother Dongmin, replied Tianjing Jinren, his expression visibly relaxing, a serene calmness washing over him. Subsequently, the elderly Taoist, accompanied by his puppets, took a moment to ascertain their direction before departing leisurely. As he watched the receding figure of Tianjing Jinren, the green-robed elder's countenance suddenly darkened. This old fox is indeed cautious. After spending 2 days in his company, not a single flaw has slipped through his grasp. Had there been 2 more puppets accompanying me in the inner valley, my safety would have been significantly enhanced. Dongmin-tu sighed, a hint of reluctance evident in his breath. After scanning his surroundings, he slapped his waist pouch, and with a swift motion, a large, silvery bat soared forth, landing gracefully before him. With a swift motion of his hand, a dark, glossy pill was propelled forward. A massive silver figure in midair promptly engulfed the pill, then, with a graceful swirl, darted off in an entirely different direction. Witnessing this scene, Dongmin-tu hastily beckoned to the 5 cultivators behind him, leading the way as a streak of emerald light surged forth. The 5 disciples of the Spirit Master sect followed closely in pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the entrance to the gorge was rendered devoid of any human presence. Chapter 823, The Blood Curse Unbound. How does it appear? With these several formations enveloping this place completely, even the gravest troubles can be managed to some extent. Moreover, it is highly likely that we are merely squandering time here. After inserting the last of his magical flags into a corner at the bottom of the pond, Nanlong Ho chuckled wryly, clapping his hands together. Heh, I would much rather waste a little more time than risk encountering unforeseen circumstances. If this door indeed conceals the treasures of ancient cultivators, that would be splendid. If not, it is certainly better to be prepared than unprepared. Though I am quite covetous of treasures, I value my life even more. Lu Weiing smiled faintly, nonchalantly replying. Upon hearing this, Nanlong Ho merely shook his head and refrained from further comment. At this moment, the elder meticulously arranged the last of his formation plates and activated the restrictions. A veil of ethereal white light manifesting around them. Satisfied, the elder nodded before turning back to face the blood-glimmering stone door. Nanlong Ho was beginning to feel impatient, and as soon as the elder completed his preparations, he unceremoniously snatched a storage device from his waist and tossed it into the air. Instantly, a cascade of white light erupted, revealing the crystalline remains of an ancient cultivator upon the ground. This blood curse gate is indeed diabolical. To unravel its restrictions, one must offer the essence or flesh of the incantation's originator, Nanlong Ho remarked gravely. Finding flesh is surely out of the question. However, this ascended ancient cultivator's remains should still contain some essence of the cultivator. With that, he exhaled sharply, unleashing a golden flying sword. Reaching out, he grasped the air above the ground, causing the skeletal remains to levitate, ascending to a height of 5 or 6 zhang. With a flick of his finger, A white incantation struck the small sword hovering motionless before him. With a resonant hum, the small sword quivered, and a blinding sword radiance erupted from its tip, a dazzling golden light. Gradually, this radiance intensified, transforming into a luminous golden sphere. Moments later, the orb of light shot forth from the small sword, crashing into the suspended remains, causing an explosion of brilliance. Countless razor-sharp sword energies crisscrossed, enveloping the entire skeleton in a tempest of light. In an instant, fine bone powder, akin to sand, cascaded to the ground. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Long Ho's eyes as he flicked his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of golden light that swept up all the semi-transparent bone powder without leaving a single grain behind. The golden sword radiance in the air began to wane, observing the crystalline bone powder now coalesced into a golden haze. Long Ho nodded inwardly. He then turned to glance at Lu Weiying, who, understanding Long Ho's intentions, promptly rubbed his hands together, summoning the misty white magical flag into his grasp. With a gentle shake, a whirlwind abruptly materialized near the. At that moment, sat cross-legged, his hands forming intricate mudras, while a low incantation resonated from his lips. Subsequently, an array of colorful surged forth from his hands, all directed towards the golden radiance enveloping the bone powder. The golden light, invigorated by these, began to swirl and rotate, embracing the bone powder within. These semi-transparent particles shimmered with various ethereal glows amidst the radiance, flickering in a mesmerizing display of brilliance. Meanwhile, the with the surname cautiously launched an attack against the stone door. Rather than hastily employing the in his grasp, he nonchalantly raised one hand. With a flash of red light, a series of fist-sized fireballs shot towards the stone door in rapid succession, but a few muted thuds echoed as the fireballs approached the door. And after a brief flicker of bloodlight, the door suddenly came to life. A vast crimson radiance converged at its center, weaving together to form a gigantic visage of a demon, identical to the one sculpted upon the stone door. Measuring nearly 10 feet in height, the demon's mouth opened wide, swallowing several fireballs whole, before flashing momentarily and vanishing entirely. The stone door astonishingly reverted to its original state. Witnessing this spectacle, Tho was taken aback. However, after a moment's hesitation, he pointed once more at the stone door. The tempest that had manifested upon the flag transformed into a dragon of wind, howling as it launched its assault on the door. The demon's visage appeared yet again, and with a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of red light, engulfing the wind dragon and drawing it into its gaping maw. As the demon's face faded amidst this mingled astonishment and rage, he exchanged glances with, both of them sharing looks of perplexity. This blood-cursed door was indeed peculiar. Perhaps it is best to adhere strictly to the to unravel this door, sighed, speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, stroked his chin and could only nod in agreement. Despite possessing more formidable means of attack, he found the demon's face on the stone door to be rather sinister. He was unwilling to risk a clever plan backfiring. Given S' illustrious reputation, it was reasonable to assume that the method to dismantle this barrier held substantial reliability. Go, suddenly declared in a low voice, pointing at the golden radiance hovering in the air. The golden light flared brilliantly, resonating with a hum before decisively rushing towards the stone door. As the bloodlight flickered, the demon's visage re-emerged upon the door. Yet this time, as the emotionless face met the golden radiance, the bone powder mingled within it transformed into tiny white light points, desperately adhering to the demon's face. Upon contact with these luminous specks, a billowing grayish-white mist erupted from the demon, causing its visage to dissolve instantaneously. In mere moments, the entire stone door became shrouded in the gray fog. Within this mist, the chilling wails of tormented spirits arose, and the bloodlight flickered incessantly. Subsequently, thick, blood-red tendrils surged forth from the fog, relentlessly striking the azure stone floor, as if the stone door had come to life. However, these tendrils were swiftly enveloped by the gray mist, melting away one by one. Now, attack! Upon witnessing the scene at the stone door, bellowed without hesitation. He then pointed his golden sword, forming intricate mudras with both hands, channeling his spiritual energy through the into the flying sword. The golden blade instantaneously transformed into a dazzling golden arc, piercing through the air with remarkable speed. On one side, an elder wore a somber expression, channeling a substantial portion of his spiritual energy into a flag, which he then hurled forth in a flash of white light. The flag transformed into several fierce wind dragons, charging once more towards the stone gate. In an instant, the golden rainbow and wind dragons plunged into the gray mist. The thunderous roar erupted from within the fog. Golden radiance, crimson light, and tempestuous winds intertwined in the haze, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. After a gust of fervent wind, the stone door became distinctly visible, the grayish-white mist thoroughly dispelled by the blast. Upon witnessing this, Nanlongho narrowed his eyes. The blood light upon the stone gate had vanished, as if all restrictions had been nullified. With a slight shift of his gaze, Nanlongho glanced at the golden small sword embedded halfway into the surface of the stone door. With a surge of consciousness, the small sword suddenly shot forth from the door, transforming into a golden arc several feet long, and began to slash chaotically at the stone gate. A cacophony of chaotic sounds ensued. And amidst the brilliance of golden light, the entire stone gate was reduced to a pile of rubble. A foul, putrid scent suddenly pervaded the air. However, upon examining the shattered remnants of the stone gate, both Nanlongho and the elder of the Lu clan were taken aback. From the cut surfaces of the rubble, dark red-black blood flowed forth, reminiscent of human blood. The noxious odor emanated from this dark crimson liquid. The scene was undeniably bizarre. Though the stone gate had been shattered, the two men did not behold anything particularly astonishing, for behind the gate lay a dark staircase, extending downward into the abyss. Let us proceed. I am eager to discover what treasures this blood-cursed gate conceals, shrouded in such mystery, Nanlongho remarked, his lips moistening as he surveyed the passage that seemingly led straight to the netherworld. Without waiting for the Lu elder, he strode confidently forward, soon disappearing into the tunnel. The Lu elder, however, lingered for a moment, casting a glance at the remnants of the blood-cursed gate seeping with dark blood. Then studying the exposed passage beneath his very eyes, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Suddenly, he exhaled deeply, lifting his leg to follow suit into the tunnel. Much to the elder's surprise, the passage was rather short, leading downwards for merely 20 or so zhang before opening into a subterranean hall. This hall was modest in size, measuring only 7 or 8 zhang in width, apart from an offering table. The chamber was barren, devoid of any other objects. Upon the elder's arrival, he found Nanlongho standing in the center of the hall, gazing intently at several items upon the offering table, seemingly lost in thought. With a sense of skepticism, the elder approached, directing his gaze towards the table. Instantly, his heart trembled. The Tianyuan fruit. Am I not mistaken? This is indeed the fabled fruit that grants a century of longevity with but a single bite. And that purple fungus, could it be the legendary Butian mushroom? Given its age, it should have matured for over 10,000 years. Consuming it raw could significantly enhance decades of arduous cultivation. His eyes widened as he beheld a resplendent golden bamboo. Could this be the golden thunder bamboo, one of the 3 divine trees? Moreover, upon noticing the 6 or 7 varieties of herbs adorning the offering table, Lu Weiying was first taken aback, then his countenance morphed into one of sheer horror. Leaving him speechless, he could scarcely believe the marvels before him, and compelled by curiosity, he instinctively took a couple of steps closer to examine them. Lu Daoyu, if I were in your position, I would not act so recklessly. Do you truly believe that these spiritual herbs are simply laid bare before us for the taking? Fellow Taoist, perhaps you should take a moment to observe your surroundings more carefully before proceeding. Just as the elderly man was filled with excitement, Nanhongho suddenly spoke coldly. Brother Nanhong, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing these words, the elderly man felt as if cold water had been poured over him. His mind instantly cleared, and he hurriedly began to scrutinize his surroundings with renewed suspicion. This appears to be the rumored minor Shumi diamond formation. How could a Buddhist formation manifest here? The elder, finally discerning some significance from the runes faintly visible on the surrounding walls, was taken aback. Chapter 824. Minor Shumi Diamond Formation. Although Nanhongho's voice remained composed, his gaze fixed greedily on the various spiritual herbs upon the offering table. Each of these herbs was precisely what he and the elder required, and now that they were within arm's reach, his impatience grew. Upon first entering this place and seeing the herbs, he had nearly acted without thought, intending to sweep them all away, only to discover the existence of a rather peculiar formation barrier, causing him to stumble and be forced to patiently await the elder's next move. Now, upon hearing the elder mention the name of the minor Shumi diamond formation, Nanhongho's spirits lifted, and his heart swelled with joy. He had sensed that the barrier he had encountered was unlike any formation he had previously studied, and he had harbored some concerns. But now that the elder recognized this formation, it was indeed splendid news. Brother Lu, do you recognize the barrier here? Nanhongho suppressed his excitement and asked eagerly. In my earlier years, I came across some Buddhist cultivation texts. Though I did not pursue the cultivation due to the nature of the techniques, I do recall some of the Buddhist formations and barriers described within. This minor Shumi diamond formation is among the most exquisite. Brother Nanhong, if this barrier truly is that formation, we may be facing considerable trouble. The elder's gaze returned to the offering table, his brow furrowing as he spoke. What do you mean? Is it impossible to break this formation? Nanhong Ho's expression shifted, disbelief evident on his face. The minor Shumi Diamond Formation, also known as the Diamond Confinement Formation, is perhaps one of the few barriers in existence that relies solely on brute force for its dismantling. With no other methods of breach available to dismantle this formation, one must constantly employ various attacks to wear down the barrier's protective shield, without ceasing. While the defensive capabilities of this barrier may not rank highly among many formations, in terms of resilience, it is renowned within the Buddhist sect as unyielding and interminable. It seems that as long as the barrier is not completely destroyed, it can swiftly restore itself to its original state. After a moment of contemplation, the elder spoke gravely. Then, as if to validate his statement, he casually flicked his fingers, sending a fireball hurtling towards the offering table from several paces away, with a resounding bang. The fireball exploded before it could reach the table, dissipating into nothingness. A thick, shimmering barrier of spiritual light materialized above the offering table. This luminous shield, resplendent in golden hues, was adorned with ancient Buddhist characters the size of beans, each one emerging upon the surface like blooming silver flowers, covering the entirety of the barrier. The expression on Nanlong Ho's face grew slightly somber. He had encountered this scene once before and thus did not reveal any surprise. What is this? Suddenly, an exclamation from the elder nearby broke the silence. Startled, Nanlong Ho turned his head to glance over. He observed Lu weighing, his face a mask of astonishment, fixated on a particular point within the golden veil. A look of utter bewilderment etched upon his features. In response to Lu's astonishment, a flicker of insight ignited in Nanlong Ho's eyes, compelling him to strain his gaze through the veil in the same direction. There, amidst the golden luminescence, where only a few spirit herbs had previously occupied the offering table, there suddenly emerged a silvery, mist-laden bowl, roughly the size of a human head. The surface of this bowl was adorned with various arcane and esoteric runes, while 8 pale jade talismans lay flat around it, encircling the center. Above the bowl, at a height of about a foot, 3 small objects floated motionless in the air. As Nanlong Ho focused intently, he discerned that they comprised a silver dagger, a dark black staff, and a blood-red orb. Though each of these items was no larger than a few inches, they radiated strands of tricolored spiritual light, intertwining and coalescing to envelop the silvery bowl upon the offering table. Nanlong Ho gazed in astonishment. The bowl, the jade talismans, and those 3 magical artifacts had vanished in a fleeting moment from the offering table, as if they had never existed. Subsequently, the golden luminescent barrier, which had previously surged with Buddhist texts, also silently dissipated into the ether. What could this possibly mean? When the barrier first appeared, it seemed that these items were absent. How could it be that after the elder's exclamation, such treasures suddenly manifested upon the offering table? With lips tightly sealed, Nanlong Ho watched as the barrier faded, his gaze filled with uncertainty. The elder, however, entertained no such doubts. He too pondered the newly emerged bowl and artifacts, lost in contemplation. It was evident to anyone that, in comparison to the newly revealed treasures, the spirit herbs were merely supplementary. What kind of treasures could possibly surpass these extraordinary items in value? Merely contemplating this notion sent a thrill through the elder's heart. The earlier reservations and unease he felt upon encountering the blood curse gate were swiftly cast aside. Brother Lu, it seems we have indeed come to the right place. If we can unravel this Buddhist sect's restriction, our journey will not have been in vain, Nanlong Ho remarked with a sudden smile directed at the elder. Indeed, I had not anticipated such a wealth of hidden treasures behind the blood curse gate. However, dismantling this restriction is no trivial task. It will require a significant expenditure of time and may even cost us some vital energy. The elder replied, managing a smile. To acquire these treasures, I wouldn't mind losing some vitality. I would gladly sacrifice even 10 years of my life, he added. Earlier, you mentioned that breaking this formation relies solely on brute force. It seems I have my work cut out for me. Without further ado, he declared, let us commence at once. Once we breach the restriction, shall we divide all the spoils equally, Brother Lu? Nanlong Ho appeared eager to avoid any further delay. Fixing his gaze on the elder and speaking plainly, since you propose this, I shall naturally comply, the elder replied readily. Equally eager for the treasures, the look of satisfaction spread across Nanlong Ho's face upon hearing this. Yet, at that moment, an unspoken tension arose between the two, as they instinctively distanced themselves from one another, sensing a hint of caution emanating from the other. In the following moment, the elder retrieved a white and cast it into the air. subsequently settling into a cross-legged position while forming A with his hands. The Southern Long Marquis then waved his sleeve, and the golden flying sword suddenly shot forth. Instantly, a tempest arose at this location. With sword energy slicing through the air, and a golden light barrier materializing once more, a thunderous roar echoed continuously from beneath the ground. Near the summit of a mountain, a cerulean rainbow streaked from afar. Drawing closer with each moment, amidst the convergence of the azure arc, Han Li was diligently making his way forward. At this moment, he had already passed the peak where the purple-patterned scorpion resided. Heading towards the cave through which he had initially entered the inner valley. Having traversed this path before, Han Li moved with an air of familiarity, his speed of escape surpassing that of his earlier journey by several folds. What would have taken more than a day was accomplished in a mere third of the time. Just as he calculated that he could re-enter the cave within another hour, a faint, continuous rumble suddenly emanated from a distance to his side. Han Li's expression shifted, and he momentarily paused his escape light, instinctively turning his head to glance in that direction. With a swift sweep of his divine sense, he detected unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from that area. His eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed a faint white light flickering in the mountain distance. If memory served him correctly, that was precisely a place he suspected to harbor restrictions, potentially concealing ancient cultivators' treasures. It seemed that other practitioners had finally ventured into the inner valley and commenced their treasure-seeking endeavors. After a brief contemplation, Han Li shook his head. The notion of fishing in troubled waters flashed through his mind but was promptly suppressed. Moreover, to avoid drawing attention, his divine sense merely skimmed over that area without truly searching for those treasure hunters. For Han Li, it was better to avoid unnecessary entanglements, and thus he propelled the azure rainbow forward once more. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace from the nearby mountaintop. Several dozen miles away from the direction Han Li had glanced, a group of over a dozen cultivators were energetically assaulting a small hill enveloped in white light with various magical treasures. At the forefront stood the esteemed scholar of the Mulan sect, surnamed Zhong, alongside a woman surnamed Liu, and astonishingly, the entire group comprised Mulan practitioners. As Han Li soared away in the distance, the scholar Zhong slightly raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing towards the direction in which Han Li had departed. "What is it? Has Brother Zhong noticed something amiss?" the woman surnamed Liu inquired, noticing the scholar's unusual demeanor. "It's nothing. Just now, a certain cultivator from Tiannan briefly probed our direction with his divine sense. However, it seems he has no intention of interfering, merely skimming past before departing," the scholar replied nonchalantly. "What Brother Zhong says holds true. The restrictions here have been dismantled to a critical point. Let us hope that this time, unlike the last, we do not find ourselves confronted with nothing but worthless scrap metal. Especially after 2 individuals perished within the spatial rifts along the way." The woman sighed lightly, expressing a sense of helplessness. "This is simply unavoidable. Those invisible spatial rifts are indeed difficult to guard against. Furthermore, the low-tier spirit birds we had prepared went utterly berserk upon entering the inner valley, scattering uncontrollably. Otherwise, the demise of those 2 could have been averted." The scholar of the Zhong surname, upon hearing these words, felt a slight shadow darken his countenance. The spiritual birds employed for navigation did not appear to be mad. Rather, they seemed to harbor a profound fear of the inner valley, which rendered them uncontrollable. Could it be that there exists something here specifically designed to restrain the demonic beasts? The black-winged eagle I borrowed is already a 5th-level spiritual bird, yet since entering the inner valley, it too has refused to heed my commands, even unwilling to take flight from its spiritual beast pouch. It seems that this abyss of demons indeed harbors some enigmatic qualities, the woman of the Lu surname remarked thoughtfully. "Perhaps so. This place is reputed to be the most perilous region in the southern heavens, naturally concealing some arcane mysteries within. However, we are not here to unravel the enigma of the abyss of demons. Our purpose is to seek out ancient treasures and spiritual elixirs for our Mulan. Thus, we must continue our search even without the guidance of spiritual birds." This opportunity was a rare one, obtained through a trade with the high-ranking officials of the 4 major powers in the southern heavens. We must not squander it. A flash of cold light glimmered in the scholar's eyes as he spoke in a subdued tone. Incredulous. Chapter 825. Convergence. As the Zhong surname scholar and the Lu surname woman discussed the peculiarities of the abyss of demons, the remaining journey unfolded without incident. After several hours, he successfully arrived at the entrance of the cave in the inner valley. Once again, he retrieved the 2 instruments ring and, with the protection of this treasure, ventured into the passageway of the cave. Traversing the lengthy cave did not take much time, and soon Han Li emerged from the segment of the passageway illuminated by the North Polar primordial light, spotting the somewhat pale exit of the cave. A flicker of joy surged within him as he quickened his pace. Moments later, Han Li's eyes brightened. He once again found himself at the cliff's edge in the outer valley. Raising his gaze to the dim sky. Though it still appeared discomforting, it was a significant improvement compared to the omnipresent blood-red glow in the inner valley. A slight sweep of his divine awareness revealed no unusual occurrences, nor did any other cultivators seem to have discovered this location. Han Li, thus, let out a sigh of relief, his gaze shifting to the stone wall at the cave's entrance. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, sending forth a greenish talisman that shot forth and vanished into the stone wall with a flicker of spiritual light. Then, without uttering a word, Han Li formed a series of hand seals, murmuring low incantations that resonated softly. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The seemingly ordinary surface of the rock wall suddenly manifested a layer of azure mist that enveloped the entire wall. Shortly thereafter, swarms of golden devouring insects surged forth from the mist, dropping an array of silver crystalline fragments of varying sizes to the ground. Some were as large as a fist, while others were no larger than a bean. In the blink of an eye, a small pile began to accumulate on the ground before Han Li. These glimmering fragments resembled silver, but possessed a somewhat translucent quality. This was the crystallized essence of the raw or the silver sand. Initially, as the first few pieces fell, Han Li maintained a calm demeanor. However, when the number of crystalline fragments on the ground reached over a dozen, he could not help but display a look of astonishment. Young lad, the vein of silver sand here is far more abundant than we initially anticipated. It seems the mechanical puppets I crafted can indeed be forged with this material. The voice of the great Yin deity echoed in Han Li's mind. Filled with uncontainable excitement, indeed, I too did not expect such an abundance of silver sand in this place, Han Li replied, equally astonished. This time, the harvest was truly extraordinary. As the last group of gold-devouring insects discarded their precious deposits of silver sand crystals, Han Li gazed upon the small pile of gleaming silver on the ground with delight. With a flick of his sleeve, a wave of azure mist swept across, leaving the ground utterly barren. In an instant, all the silver sand crystals were collected into his storage bag through a swift incantation. Following this, he emitted a sharp cry, and the swirling cloud of golden insects spiraled down in a frenzy. Diving into the spiritual pouch, after completing these tasks, Han Li tapped his storage bag with one hand, and a transparent orb, roughly the size of a thumb, materialized in his grasp. He opened his mouth, and a burst of azure spiritual energy was immediately expelled onto the orb. The originally clear and crystalline sphere began to shimmer with spiritual radiance, and soon, a blue light the size of a soybean appeared within it. Han Li fixed his gaze on the orb for a considerable time, his brow furrowing slightly, before he lifted his head to survey his surroundings and ascertain his direction. Only then did he radiate with spiritual light, suddenly transforming into a streak of azure brilliance that shot skyward, racing towards a particular destination. Though he was in flight, Han Li consistently cradled the orb in one hand, glancing down at it periodically to adjust his trajectory. Consequently, his speed was not particularly swift, as he traveled leisurely through the skies. After traversing several dozen miles, while passing over a desolate expanse, he suddenly exclaimed softly, and his luminous form came to a halt. Subsequently, he descended, enshrouded in azure light. When he reached a height of over 30 zhang above the barren land, he paused once more, casting his gaze downward. There, he beheld the severed body of a male cultivator sprawled across the ground below. The blood, now congealed and dark, stained a vast area nearby. Strangely, the body appeared utterly devoid of any possessions. The storage bag and magical artifacts that should have been present had vanished without a trace. It seemed that someone had finally succumbed to temptation and acted. Han Li regarded the corpse for a moment, exhaling a gentle sigh as he spoke to himself. He had just confirmed that there were no spatial rifts in the vicinity. It was undoubtedly the work of other cultivators. Without lingering any longer, Han Li swiftly departed, continuing his journey towards a specific location, though he believed that, at this moment in the valley, aside from the two late-stage nascent soul individuals who posed a genuine threat to him, the others should be of little concern. He remained wary of the potential danger posed by a group of cultivators working in concert to lay traps for him. While the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal, Han Li's instinct for caution prompted him to heighten his vigilance as he proceeded. After a brief period, Han Li encountered no ambushes. Instead, he discovered two unfortunate cultivators who had perished beneath invisible spatial rifts. Upon seeing their mangled remains, he could only shake his head in sorrow. Guided by the spiritual light emanating from the orb, Han Li eventually found himself hovering above a lush, dense forest, gazing down at the seemingly boundless expanse of verdant foliage and towering trees. He fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, his hand, which held the orb, clenched into a fist, and with a slight exertion of force, azure light flickered from his fingers, followed by a crisp sound of shattering. The seemingly transparent orb was crushed into fragments by Han Li's immense strength. Disintegrating into nothingness, the azure spark within the sphere lingered, and scathed, gracefully floating before Han Li's eyes after its confinement had dissipated. Go. Han Li uttered a low grunt, extending a finger to prod at the luminous point. Instantly, this pea-sized azure glimmer began to dart in a particular direction. Han Li, unfazed, trailed the ethereal light closely, never straying from its path. A quarter of an hour later, high above a dense thicket, the light shifted direction. Soaring diagonally downward, a glint of brilliance flashed in Han Li's eyes as he followed suit, descending rapidly. Upon reaching the ground, the spark circled a towering ancient tree several times before vanishing suddenly into the trunk. Witnessing this, Han Li promptly approached the magnificent tree, his feet landing softly as the radiance around him subsided. After a brief examination of the tree, he raised his hand and struck it with a palm. With a muffled thud, a green light flickered at the point of impact, and an azure talisman emerged from within the tree. Quick as a flash, Han Li pinched the talisman between his fingers. A faint smile gracing his face as he regarded it. With a gentle wave of his hand, the talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a crimson beam that soared into the sky. This time, Han Li remained rooted in place, crossing his legs in a meditative posture, slowly closing his eyes to recuperate some of the magical energy expended during his journey. Shortly thereafter, the crimson light descended into an inconspicuous corner of the forest. Moments later, a radiant arc of light suddenly shot up from that spot, racing towards Han Li's location. Sensing its approach, Han Li gradually opened his eyes and gazed indifferently in the direction of the radiant arc. Before long, the arc arrived, circling above him as if to ascertain his identity, before plunging downward. Upon contact with the ground, the arc vanished, revealing a strikingly beautiful female cultivator clad in a white gown. Resembling an ethereal fairy, Han Li's gaze naturally fell upon her. "Miss Ziling, you've arrived with remarkable swiftness," Han Li remarked with an air of calm. "Swift. I have been awaiting my fellow cultivator here for several days. During this time, a handful of 6 or 7 groups of cultivators have searched this forest, and their frequency seems to be increasing. Had Brother Han delayed any longer, I fear I would have been unable to remain within the woods." Ziling replied, her voice melodious yet tinged with a hint of melancholy as she gracefully approached. Han Li chuckled softly at her words, taking in her jade-like visage before continuing, "To my surprise, Miss Ziling has revealed her true appearance. I had thought you would come in disguise. When I first entered the valley, I indeed did not use my true form. However, the artifact meant to conceal my appearance seems to have encountered some restrictions within the demon abyss, gradually losing its efficacy. I had no choice but to present my true visage. What? Does Brother Han find my looks unappealing, unworthy of your esteemed gaze?" Ziling teased with a playful smile. "You jest. Miss Ziling, very well. There is no need for you to jest at my expense. Is this the first marked location you have discovered?" Han Li replied with a wry smile, his expression turning serious. "Indeed, it should be quite devoid of any issues. The original markings appear to have been obliterated by the ghostly spirit sect. However, the mere fact that we can locate this place and undertake such actions further attests to its lack of problems." Ziling responded with a smile, her demeanor shifting slightly. In light of this, let us pursue the traces left by the ghostly spirit sect. This may save us considerable effort. Upon hearing the words ghostly spirit sect, Han Li raised his brows, then replied with a cold smile, "I will heed Brother Han's commands. A month ago, I placed a unique mark of our Miaoing sect on that disciple of the ghostly spirit sect. This mark is not forged through magical power, but rather left by an odorless, tasteless mystical fragrance. Its range is limited, and it loses potency after 2 months. Yet, it proves remarkably effective for tracking the whereabouts of the ghostly spirit sect at this moment." Ziling spoke with a charming demeanor, though a glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes. "Thank you for your diligence. Daoist Ziling, let us set forth. We shall catch up with the individuals from the ghostly spirit sect and surpass them to locate the remaining marks. Once accomplished, the spirit candle fruit shall be ours." Han Li, not one to be overly courteous, nodded and slowly rose to his feet. Suddenly, a silver-furred flying squirrel darted from the dense forest, cleverly sniffing the air before transforming into a streak of silver light, soaring towards a specific direction. Soon after, 2 brilliant arcs of light burst forth from the woods, one spiraling while the other followed closely in pursuit of the silver glimmer. Chapter 826. The scroll. As Han Li and his companion closely pursued the flying squirrel, the leader of the ghostly spirit sect and Wei Wuyi had already traversed the towering mountain. This basin was dark and damp, riddled with puddles of various sizes, much to the dismay of the party forced to advance on foot. Though they could employ minor spells to shield themselves from the muck and mire, their pace was inevitably slowed. However, this time, neither Wang Tiangu nor Wei Wuyi voiced any complaints, for upon cresting the peak of the immense mountain, they had caught a distant glimpse of what appeared to be a colossal altar situated in the center of the basin. Instantly, the spirits of all who had accompanied the leader of the ghostly spirit sect were lifted. Casting aside their previous doubts, it is worth noting that since entering the valley, this was the first time they had encountered such an intact structure. Undoubtedly, this place was anything but ordinary, likely holding some relation to what the leader of the ghostly spirit sect referred to as the Spirit Meow Garden. As a result, the group moved more deliberately, though their demeanor remained calm and unhurried. Some even attempted to traverse the air with floating spells, but their efforts were met with peril when a bolt of crimson lightning descended from the sky, nearly shattering the protective talisman of one unfortunate cultivator. It seemed that the closer they approached the center of the basin, the more stringent the restrictions on flight became. Consequently, the others abandoned any notions of seeking shortcuts and proceeded in single file at a slow pace. A disciple of the ghostly spirit sect forged ahead, clearing a path through the underbrush with a few fireballs, effortlessly creating a small passageway. After a long day's journey, the party finally drew near to the altar. Catching sight of its immense form from a distance, the altar is entirely constructed from white mountain stones, taking the form of a colossal trapezoid adorned with staircases on all four sides. Soaring majestically into the clouds, reaching a height of several hundred zhang. It is indeed a magnificent sight. However, the altar is somewhat distant and exceedingly elevated, making it impossible to discern what lies upon its surface. We are finally approaching it. It appears that, at most, in a couple of hours, we shall arrive there. The leader of the Wang sect, Wei, am now even more curious about how my fellow cultivator is aware of matters concerning Lingmu Garden. Although Wei Wuyo is also traveling on foot, he emanates a faint green luminescence, and with a gentle step, he glides silently several zhang away, appearing exceedingly at ease. Fear not, my brother Wei, once the matter is concluded, I shall certainly elucidate everything to you, the leader of the ghost spirit sect said with a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned. Wei Wuyo nodded, intending to inquire further when suddenly, a flash of light flickered around the disciple of the ghost spirit sect at the forefront, causing him to stumble. In an instant, his body was silently cleaved in two from shoulder to waist, and his corpse fell soundlessly to the ground. A spatial rift. Upon witnessing this scene, the leader of the ghost spirit sect's expression drastically changed. Wei Wuyo and the elder Wang Tiangu also turned solemn. Although they were unaware of the leader's true intentions, they had thus far encountered no invisible spatial rifts while following the designated path into the valley. Their earlier apprehensions had significantly eased, but now, with the sudden emergence of a spatial rift, both men felt a chill run down their spines. The remaining three disciples of the ghost spirit sect also appeared somewhat pale. The entire group came to a halt, ceasing their advance. The leader of the ghost spirit sect gazed at the severed corpse, his countenance shifting between shadows of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Wei Wuyo closed his eyes, seemingly attempting to sense something with his spiritual awareness, but after a moment, he reopened them. It is futile. This spatial rift cannot be detected simply by possessing formidable spiritual awareness. Its presence eludes my senses. Wei Wuyo stated expressionlessly, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiangu raised a hand, flicking his fingers, and 5 fireballs were released, scattering forward. After a series of muffled explosions, 3 of the fireballs extinguished in an instant. Yet 2 others soared several zhang to the side, striking the ground and erupting into 2 large craters. This rift is quite small. A slight deviation would allow us to bypass it, Wang Tiangu remarked, his tone softening. Although this rift is not large, who can say how many more may appear along the remaining path? We cannot afford to lose any more lives. As far as I know, there should be no spatial rifts obstructing our route, he continued. Is it possible that there are secrets being withheld by that individual? The leader of the ghost spirit sect did not exhibit any signs of joy. Instead, a shadow of gloom crossed his face as he muttered a few words. Hearing this, Wei Wuyo's expression shifted, yet he refrained from asking further questions. Instead, Wang Tiangu glanced towards the distant altar and then at the corpse lying on the ground. Puzzled, what does the leader imply? The leader of the ghost spirit sect furrowed his brow, gazing skyward without immediate response. After a moment, he let out a long sigh. I had intended to reveal certain matters only upon our arrival at the altar, but it seems I can no longer keep it concealed. Allow me to disclose some truths to you here. He spoke with a hint of peculiar expression. Wei Wuyo and the others were taken aback by his words. Exchanging perplexed glances, the leader of the ghost spirit sect, disregarding them, flicked his sleeve, and a flash of silver light danced as a scroll suddenly materialized in his hand. This scroll, measuring several feet in length, shimmered with a silvery glow, exuding an aura of antiquity. This is. Upon seeing the scroll, Wang Tiangu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Heh, it seems you recognize this item as well. It was you who personally handed it to me. Everything concerning Lingmiao Garden was derived from this very scroll, the leader of the Ghost Spirit sect remarked, casting a glance at Wang Tiangu with a nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiangu was utterly stunned. The scroll in question was indeed the image scroll of the suspected Song Kuan, obtained that day at the treasure site on the Milan grassland, the leader of the Ghost Spirit sect. However, tossed the scroll into the air, enveloped in a ball of spirit energy, levitating it before them. Then, with a grave expression, he formed a hand seal and lightly touched the scroll with his finger. With a crackling sound, the scroll unfurled swiftly, revealing an image within. A scholar, bearing a long sword and gazing skyward, appeared vividly upon the canvas. Wang Tiangu and the others widened their eyes, staring intently at the figure in the painting for an extended period, attempting to discern something, yet they found nothing of significance. However, Wei Wuyo, having cast a deep glance at the image, felt a stirring in his heart as a flicker of astonishment crossed his face upon sweeping his consciousness over the entire scroll. Indeed, Wei is worthy of being a late-stage nascent soul master, capable of swiftly uncovering its intricacies. Wang, on the other hand, could only attribute his discovery of the scroll's anomalies to a secret technique cultivated through personal practice. A fortunate stroke of luck. Observing Wei Wuyo's expression, the leader of the Ghost Spirit sect, feeling a stir in his heart, offered a word of praise. It is nothing. I have not encountered such a spatial artifact in many years. Had it not been for your prior reminder, I would not have easily disowned it, Wei Wuyo replied with an unusual expression. The leader of the Ghost Spirit sect chuckled, no longer pressing for further inquiries. However, he soon raised his hand, unleashing a black spell that struck the open scroll, simultaneously snorting coldly as he directed his words at the scroll. Are you not coming out? Do you need me to use demonic fire to coax you out? Upon hearing this, the others were startled, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Wei Wuyo, too, raised an eyebrow in surprise, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Isn't it already agreed upon? You were not to summon me until we reached the designated location. Now, before so many people, you dare to awaken me. Though you not wish to proceed with the transaction, a clear, resonant male voice emanated directly from the scroll. Following this, the silver light within the image intensified, and the scholar, who had previously faced away from them, suddenly turned, revealing a strikingly unique middle-aged face adorned with 3 strands of long beard, yet his expression remained icy, filled with displeasure. This scene rendered not only the remaining disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect speechless but also left Wang Tiangu, who had handled the scroll, gaping in astonishment. Only Wei Wuyo, after a brief moment of shock, quickly regained his composure, his gaze fixed on the scholar's image within the scroll, his expression contemplative. Humph, you dare to question me? Are you not aware that you assured me repeatedly that the route you provided was absolutely safe? What is the meaning of this spatial rift? A disciple of our sect has perished in vain. The master of the Ghost Spirit sect gazed at the portrait and inquired without formality. The path I chose back then was undoubtedly secure. How could there be any issue? The scholar depicted in the painting suddenly moved his lips in direct rebuttal. Why don't you take a look at what lies on your side? The master of the Ghost Spirit sect cast a dark glance towards the rift in space and coldly remarked. The scholar in the portrait was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief contemplation, he vanished, leaving behind a shimmering surface of the painting that transformed into a misty azure hue, with a layer of luminous film appearing upon it. Soon, a flash of radiance erupted, and a green light shot forth from the film, coalescing into a vague silhouette. It was indeed the figure of the scholar from the portrait. At that moment, the scholar's form seemed insubstantial, entirely composed of murky grayish-white light, emanating a faint spiritual glow, as if it could be extinguished by a mere breath. How should I address you? Might you be the venerable Song Kuan from years past? How could you possibly maintain your primordial spirit intact and live on until today? Wang Tiangu felt his voice was dry, and he himself sensed a hint of astonishment in his words. My time away from the scroll is limited. If there are any inquiries, you may consult your sect master later. I shall examine the rift first. The scholar paid little heed to Wang Tiangu's astonishment, instead fixating on the direction of the spatial rift, his brow slightly furrowing as he opened his mouth to expel a burst of gray light. With a resounding pop, the orb of light was silently engulfed by the rift in space. The scholar's expression immediately turned peculiar. Strange, There was indeed no such invisible rift here back then. It appears to be one of the rare new formations. My dear friends need not worry excessively about this. It is merely a coincidence. I shall take my leave now. Initially taken aback, the scholar then pondered briefly before becoming remarkably composed. Subsequently, with a soft sound, his form instantaneously faded, transforming back into a green light that swiftly flew into the painting, as if he were reluctant to linger outside. Chapter 827. The divine consciousness transforms into thousands. The moment the scholar's light form appeared, it vanished once again before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving Wang Tiangu and the others momentarily stunned. Wei Wuyo, after a moment of silence, inquired, Master Wang, is this person truly the once revered Song Kuan? However, he now exists only as a fragment of his essence. Even if he was once an unparalleled figure, he is no longer to be feared. Was it he who informed us about the affairs of Ling Miao Garden? To some extent, this individual can be considered both Song Kuan and not Song Kuan. Yet, the matters concerning Ling Miao Garden were indeed learned from his lips. Hearing that the spatial rift was merely newly emerged, the master of the ghost spirit sect's expression relaxed, now appearing composed. He responded to Wei Wuyo's inquiry. What does this mean? There is no need for you to be cryptic, my friend. Wei Wuyo's countenance darkened, revealing his displeasure. Brother Wei has misunderstood. The essence seen in the painting earlier is merely a remnant of an avatar of the former Song Kuan. This avatar was injured by a restriction while probing the abyss of demonic fall, leading to its disintegration, after which Song Kuan placed it within this painting device, crafted from soul-nurturing wood shavings. To recuperate, however, the true Song Kuan has long since perished many years ago. This remnant soul, apart from possessing certain memories, has attained a degree of autonomy. It would not be inappropriate to say it has become another individual altogether. The master of the ghost spirit sect spoke leisurely, unfazed by the revelation. Wei Wuyi, upon hearing these words, exhibited a look of mild surprise. Wang Tiangu, on the other hand, pressed his lips together, a bitter smile flickering within him. Uncertain whether his discontent stemmed from the failure to uncover the secret of the scroll or from yet another miscalculation. It is thus. It appears that you have forged some sort of agreement with this remnant soul, which is why it chose to divulge matters regarding the Lingmiao Garden. However, this is of little consequence to me. As long as you can grant me entry into the Lingmiao Garden, I shall not pry into your arrangements with it. At my age, I simply wish to enter the transformation stage and ascend to the spirit realm. Wei Wuyi nodded before coldly remarking, Indeed, Brother Wei is a person of discernment. This is most agreeable. Very well. Since this spatial rift has appeared by mere chance, let us set forth. The master of the ghost spirit sect smiled faintly, then gestured for a disciple to step forward and clear the way. The disciple, albeit pale of face, silently maneuvered around the rift and continued onward. Wei Wuyi proceeded with a composed gait, and the others from the ghost spirit sect followed suit. The group continued toward the clearly visible colossal altar. What is happening? Your flying squirrel has gone out of control. Standing upon a glacier thickly coated with ice, Hanli raised his gaze to the blood-red aurora reappearing in the sky, his expression dark as he addressed Xiling beside him. Not far behind him, a massive ice crevice spanning over 20 feet lay starkly evident. Hanli had just traversed this crevice and had once again delved into the inner valley. The surroundings were blanketed in snow, and a bone-chilling gale howled through the air. Yet, Hanli stood still in his thin blue garment, seemingly indifferent to the biting cold. I don't understand. My flying squirrel was perfectly fine outside, yet the moment it emerged from the ice crevice, it went into a frenzy. Fortunately, I had the foresight to store it away early. Otherwise, who knows what chaos would have ensued. Now it is confined within the spirit beast pouch, exhibiting an incredibly frenzied demeanor. Xiling, her dark brows furrowed, expressed her own confusion. Hanli pondered for a moment, then suddenly struck his storage pouch with one hand. A small swarm of golden-eating insects surged forth, buzzing into the air and coalescing into a tiny cloud of insects. Hovering above Han Li's head, with a subtle mental command, Han Li guided the cloud back to the spirit beast pouch. Without any sign of losing control, that he stroked his chin, his gaze shifting restlessly. Before swiftly tapping another spirit beast pouch, a beam of black light shot from the pouch, spiraling before settling several feet in front of Han Li. As the brilliance faded, a small black monkey, mere inches in size, materialized before him. It was the crying soul beast. At this moment, it yawned, blinked its eyes, and gazed at Han Li with a dazed expression, as if just awakening from slumber. Han Li regarded the creature for a moment, then with an impassive demeanor, swept his sleeve, unleashing a wave of azure mist. Moments later, the azure light flickered, and the crying soul beast vanished without a trace. Since your flying squirrel has gone awry. Regardless of the reason, We must rely on ourselves to seek out the members of the ghost spirit sect. Fortunately, having entered the inner valley, we are not far from them. I shall utilize my powers to search. Let us see if we can uncover any traces of their whereabouts. For the time being, please assist me in safeguarding. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li resolved to speak to Ziling. The golden-eating insects and the howling soul beast exhibited no unusual behavior within the inner valley, which brought him a sense of relief. After all, one was an extraordinary insect, and the other a mutated beast of great peril. Distinctly different from ordinary spirit beasts, however, Han Li remained unaware that the 1,000-mile lark prepared by the South Long Marquis could also remain unharmed within the valley, while the borrowed spirit birds of Mulan Fa sure were spiraling out of control. Akin to Ziling's flying squirrel, the intricacies of this situation undoubtedly pertain to certain secrets of the inner valley. Everything relied on the extraordinary abilities of Brother Han. Ziling bit her crimson lip. Compelled to voice it thus, Han Li nodded, calmly settling into a cross-legged position, his eyes gently closing. Moments later, an aura of spiritual light emanated from him, enveloping his figure in a veil of azure radiance. Exuding an ethereal essence. Ziling quietly remained by his side, her spring-like clear eyes fixed upon Han Li's unremarkable visage, not once blinking. To be honest, Ziling found herself at a loss to articulate the nature of her feelings towards the man before her. It was somewhat inaccurate to label their relationship as purely platonic friendship. At the very least, when she occasionally discerned astonishment in Han Li's gaze towards her countenance, a flicker of secret delight and excitement stirred within her heart. To claim they were confidants of the heart would be an overstatement. Although they had traversed life and death together, Han Li had never truly bared his soul to her. Instead, he seemed to deliberately create a distance between them, showing no inclination for further intimacy. In reality, given Han Li's current cultivation and status, were he to propose to her, she could not foresee whether she would acquiesce or decline. Upon inadvertently learning from a woman named Song of the Luoyun sect that Han Li had already taken a dual cultivation partner named Nangong Wan, she felt a profound sense of loss, akin to having something coveted snatched away by another. Gazing at Han Li's face shimmering in the azure glow, Ziling appeared somewhat dazed, her thoughts meandering. Meanwhile, Han Li, engrossed in meditation, remained oblivious to Ziling's musings. Yet, he had already unleashed his formidable spiritual sense, swiftly scanning the surroundings within 100 miles to detect any presence of the ghostly spirit sect's practitioners. However, after a while, he found nothing. Frowning slightly, Han Li, undeterred, extended his spiritual sense even further, covering nearly 200 miles. After another round of searching, still no other practitioners' ores emerged. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li suddenly removed a spirit beast bag filled with golden-eating insects from his waist and summoned it forth. After performing a series of hand seals, over 1,000 golden-eating insects surged from the bag, transforming into a cloud of golden insects. Go. Han Li's eyes widened as he raised his hand, casting a blue talismanic spell upon the insect cloud. The cloud buzzed and then scattered, turning into numerous golden flowers that shot off in all directions. As Han Li closed his eyes once more, his spiritual light began to shine brilliantly. Ziling observed this spectacle with a hint of astonishment. Unsure of the great divine ability Han Li intended to deploy. At that moment, Han Li had already brought the great shift technique to its utmost limit, forcibly dividing his spiritual sense into thousands of fragments. Aside from a few avatars remaining to serve as a protective barrier against unforeseen mishaps, the rest of the avatars swiftly pursued each gold-eating insect, temporarily attaching themselves to the creatures before dispersing in all directions. Utilizing the dual vision of the gold-eating insects, there was no longer a need to sense the presence of any cultivators. They commenced a methodical search for potential locations of the next mark. Naturally, encounters with spatial rifts were not uncommon, resulting in some being consumed or trapped within restrictions, unable to return. However, Han Li's avatars were formless entities, merely attaching to their hosts upon sensing danger. They promptly abandoned the gold-eating insects, returning to Han Li's side. Even so, there were still over a dozen avatars that were unable to escape in time, becoming ensnared or destroyed. Faced with such circumstances, Han Li decisively severed the connection with these avatars to prevent entanglement with the others. Yet, with each avatar relinquished, Han Li's complexion grew a shade paler. Fortunately, his spiritual consciousness was exceedingly robust. The loss of these avatars did not inflict any significant harm, and within moments, his expression returned to normal. Relying on the relentless search of thousands of gold-eating insects, Han Li eventually uncovered a clue, tracing the route taken by the ghost spirit sect's cultivators. He immediately urged all his avatars with his mind, prompting the thousands of gold-eating insects to promptly return. When the last of the gold-eating insects entered the pouch, A faint cold smile emerged at the corner of Han Li's mouth as he opened his eyes. Let us go. We have found their trail today. As soon as he uttered these words, Han Li swiftly rose, transforming into a streak of azure light soaring into the sky. Seeing this, Ziling joyfully transformed into a dazzling light, following closely behind. Shortly thereafter, Han Li and Ziling found themselves hovering above a chaotic pile of rocks. Han Li fixed his gaze upon a newly formed pit below, which was conspicuously empty. Wearing an odd expression. It appears this is the location of the next mark that, if I recall correctly, there are still 2 marks remaining before we can locate the spirit candle fruit. The next site is easily identifiable, presenting an excellent opportunity to catch up with the ghost spirit sect's members, Han Li stated calmly. With a flick of his sleeve, a ball of white light shot forth from his robe, landing several zhang ahead of him. It was none other than the wind chariot. Let us board this carriage. We must accelerate our pursuit. Your evasion speed is far too slow. Only by significantly increasing our speed can we hope to catch up with them. Han Li commanded Ziling with an air of authority. Increase our speed by several folds. But the spatial rifts in this inner valley are numerous and perilous, Ziling exclaimed, a hint of trepidation coloring her expression. I am doing this for the sake of the spirit fruit. Are you not willing to take any risks, Miss Ziling? Han Li replied with a subtle smirk, his lips curving upward in a semblance of amusement. From what I know of Brother Han, you would never take risks unless you were entirely confident in your methods. It seems you must possess some secret technique to evade those invisible spatial rifts. In that case, I shall respectfully comply, Ziling said, momentarily taken aback, her bright eyes flickering before she suddenly broke into a charming smile. With a swift motion, she elegantly positioned herself atop the wind chariot. Han Li cast a surprised glance at her, but soon fell silent as he also ascended into the vehicle, in an instant. With Han Li's urging, the wind chariot transformed into a streak of white light, slicing through the air as it took flight. Evidently, Han Li's deduction was correct. Merely half a day after their pursuit, in the vicinity of an endless expanse of desolate land, Han Li and his companion finally caught up with the members of the ghost spirit sect. The elder surnamed Zhong and his associates were in disarray, having inadvertently triggered an ancient minor restriction due to a momentary lapse by one of the sect's disciples, and were frantically engaged in self-rescue. With Han Li's cautious nature and his heightened consciousness, he naturally ensured that the elder Zhang remained oblivious to their presence. Instead, leveraging his formidable spiritual perception, he discreetly scanned the area from a distance. Han Li distinctly sensed the fluctuating spiritual energy of the ancient restriction, which was not particularly strong. It seemed capable of entangling the ghost spirit sect members for only a brief period, insufficient to truly confine the elder Zhang, who was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, for long. Nonetheless, this slight delay presented Han Li with a rare opportunity enough to shake off their pursuers. Steering his wind chariot, he resolved to take a risk by deviating from the original route and making a considerable detour. Before long, having navigated around several spatial rifts, Han Li successfully distanced himself from the ghost spirit sect and, accompanied by Ziling, approached a verdant mountain range that appeared to glisten with emerald hues. Upon sighting this range, Han Li's consciousness stirred, and he gradually brought the wind chariot to a halt. Indeed, this was the place. Look at that peak resembling a soaring bird. It is unmistakable. Ziling immediately recognized one of the majestic peaks, which bore a striking resemblance to a large bird, and exclaimed with excitement. Her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Han Li. To be candid, although Ziling had previously spoken with utmost confidence and seemed entirely at ease with Han Li's abilities, witnessing him maneuver the wind chariot at such breathtaking speed had her heart in her throat. However, she had not anticipated that the route under Han Li's guidance would prove to be exceedingly safe. They not only circumvented all spatial rifts but also triggered none of the ancient restrictions. Arriving here in one breath, unbeknownst to Ziling, Han Li was equally aware of the stroke of luck he had experienced, while the avoidance of spatial rifts was attributable to the efficacy of his clear spirit eyes. The fact that no hidden ancient restrictions had been activated after deviating from the route was indeed a fortunate occurrence. Such thoughts lingered in Han Li's mind, though his expression remained inscrutable. He merely squinted at the peculiar mountain peak in the distance, lost in contemplation. The direction indicated by the beak of the bird-like peak should logically correspond to the location of the final marker. Brother Han, shall we not set off? Or should we destroy this mountain peak before we leave? Ziling suggested anxiously after a moment of waiting, noting Han Li's silence. According to the Jade Slip, the last marker should lie within the desert, and it ought to be within 1,000 miles of this mountain peak. Surely we haven't missed it? Han Li suddenly inquired. Indeed, Brother Han implies. Ziling began to grasp the implication. It is quite simple. If we eliminate this peak, Then the moment the others see the newly destroyed mountain, they will naturally recognize it as the location of the next marker. Moreover, given that the final marker is situated in a desert region, it is such a conspicuous place that they would only need to invest some time to locate it. Just as we managed to trace our way to this spot, the only method to delay time a little longer is to set up the next illusion array, concealing this mountain peak, and see if it can perplex the opponent, allowing the Ghost Spirit Gate cultivators to overlook this marker. Hanli remarked calmly, "What you say, Brother Han, holds some truth. However, which type of illusion array could possibly shroud such a grand mountain and simultaneously deceive the divine senses of a nascent soul cultivator? Could it be that you also practice illusion arts?" Xiling responded, her tone laced with uncertainty. "Hee, I am not particularly adept at illusion arts myself, but there are those who excel in it," Hanli replied with a smile. Maintaining his composure, with a flick of his sleeve, a beam of white light shot forth from his robe, dazzlingly flashing as it landed on the ground, revealing a graceful and beautiful woman in white, a stunning figure emerging from the spiritual light. "Greetings, Master." The woman bowed to Hanli, and it was none other than Inu. "Who is she?" Xiling gasped in surprise upon seeing Inu, her voice faltering. "This is Inu, who can be considered one of my subordinates." Hanli explained briefly, gesturing towards the distant mountain peak while inquiring about the illusion array. "If I had several of the Master S-Array setting tools, combined with my illusion arts, it would indeed be possible to conceal this mountain. However, I cannot guarantee that the effectiveness of this illusion array will completely deceive the divine senses of a nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, my illusion arts are not akin to array restrictions and can only last for 2 days before dissipating." Inu replied respectfully, "Very well, proceed with your task. Achieve as much as you can within your means. 2 days should suffice." Hanli contemplated briefly before decisively tapping his storage bag at his waist, causing 2 sets of array setting tools to materialize in his hands, shimmering with various spiritual lights. He casually handed them to the woman. "Understood, Master." Inu accepted the array setting tools with a prompt acknowledgement. At this moment, Hanli glanced at the distant flying bird mountain, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he rubbed his hands together and raised one hand. A Tinjong-long azure sword aura shot forth from his palm like a dragon, encircling the mountain peak before soaring back with a long cry, vanishing into Hanli's body. In an instant, a humming sound emanated from the mountain peak, and the bird's head and wings of the mountain crumbled and collapsed. The peak transformed, appearing no different from an ordinary mountain. Xiling stared in astonishment. Although she understood that Hanli's powers far surpassed those of a mere core formation cultivator like herself, the fact that such immense power could be wielded without the use of magical treasures, relying solely on sword aura, left her utterly astonished, though she had often heard tales of Hanli, the newly ascended nascent soul cultivator, and his remarkable prowess, how he was nearly unrivaled amongst those below the 3 great cultivators. Xiling had always harbored a degree of disbelief. After all, Hanli had only recently progressed from being a core formation cultivator, and to achieve such a formidable reputation in such a short time was simply hard for her to fathom. She had initially thought that Hanli must have resorted to some clever trickery to gain such fame by sheer luck. Amidst the silent astonishment of Xiling, Inu had already gathered 2 sets of arraying tools and soared to a mountain peak that had been nearly severed in half, commencing the intricate arrangement of the magical formation. Inu's movements were swift. Within the span of a single meal, both sets of illusory arrays were meticulously established, causing wisps of white mist to gradually rise, enveloping the greater part of the mountain. Only the summit remained exposed, stark against the obscured backdrop. Having completed this task, Inu suddenly transformed into a radiant silver light, ascending to the peak's apex, and then directed a sudden incantation towards the mountains below, from which a vast expanse of pink mist erupted forth. This ephemeral mist dissipated almost instantaneously, yet Inu continued to release it in a continuous flow. Before long, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The entire vicinity of the mountain peak began to twist and warp, as the mountain itself seemingly vanished into thin air, replaced by dense thickets of trees in its stead. Observing this, Hanli nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, hundreds of feet beneath the surface, in a grand hall located thousands of miles away, Nanlong Ho and Lu Weiying sat cross-legged in a corner, commanding their magical treasures to relentlessly assault the now thin yet increasingly blinding golden barrier. The inscriptions on the barrier, once as small as grains of rice, had grown to the size of fists, swirling ominously across its surface, exuding an air of solemnity. Outside the golden barrier, a misty wind dragon, a golden thunderbolt, 2 azure ice pythons, and a verdant giant ring incessantly battered the barrier's surface. Each strike sent ripples through the barrier, causing it to shimmer erratically. The faces of Nanlong Ho and the elder bore a pallid hue, devoid of any trace of color. It was no wonder For anyone expending their magical power day and night, recklessly draining their essence to fuel their treasures, would inevitably find themselves in such a state. Both had long since cursed the perverse nature of the small Shumi diamond formation. Yet they were resolute in their desperate efforts to breach this Buddhist array. Although their energy was greatly depleted, the golden barrier was at its wit's end, clearly on the verge of being shattered. Amidst the thunderous cacophony of explosive assaults, an indeterminate amount of time passed before an earth-shattering sound erupted, followed by the elder's voice filled with exuberance, ringing out "It's broken. We have breached it." A triumphant exclamation escaped his lips as he sprang to his feet, his face alight with joy. The golden barrier that had obstructed their progress for nearly 2 days now lay in ruins. The faintly glowing inscriptions on the surrounding walls vanished in an instant. Nanlong Ho, seated in another corner, appeared quite haggard, yet his eyes sparkled with undeniable excitement. Their gazes converged upon the spiritual herbs and round bowls, now entirely exposed before them, stripped of protection. Even the most cunning of individuals could not help but feel their hearts race at the sight. Chapter 829. The demonic motion. Upon glancing at the offering table, both Nanlong Ho and the elder simultaneously perceived a profound sense of wariness in each other's eyes, despite any past camaraderie. The allure of the coveted treasures within reach had swiftly dissolved any semblance of trust between them. After a moment of silence between the two, it was the elder who, with a chuckle, broke the stillness and spoke first. "Dear Taoist Nanlong, we both know what is on each other's minds. Although my cultivation was somewhat inferior to yours before, your vitality has been significantly depleted during the events on the Mulan grassland. Thus, we are now on equal footing. With so many spiritual herbs at our disposal, let us refrain from harboring ulterior motives and divide them honestly. It is better to avoid the fate of mutual destruction. What you say is entirely correct, Brother Lu. I share the same sentiment. However, while we may split the spiritual herbs, I shall only claim that strikingly conspicuous round bowl. The rest shall belong to you. My friend, what do you think?" The Nanlong Marquis cast a sidelong glance at the eye-catching bowl upon the offering table and responded accordingly. "The round bowl? Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement." The elder declared, "I am currently focused solely on advancing my cultivation and extending my lifespan. These external possessions hold little significance to me." The elder's expression shifted slightly, but after some contemplation, he surprisingly acquiesced without further hesitation. The Marquis of Nanlong was initially taken aback, but soon felt a surge of joy. He had thought it would require considerable effort to persuade the elder to relinquish this treasure. Yet the elder surrendered it so readily. Nevertheless, out of caution, he scrutinized the elder closely. However, Lu Weiying's demeanor remained calm, without a hint of disquiet. It seemed that he even perceived the Marquis's moment of hesitation, as he suddenly smiled and remarked, "What is it, Brother Nanlong? Have you perhaps changed your mind and decided to bestow this treasure upon me?" The Marquis fell silent, his gaze flickering momentarily, and he hesitated to answer. After a brief pause, seeing no cause for alarm, he finally chuckled and replied with a faint smile, "Brother Lu, you jest. Since you have expressed yourself thus, I shall not stand on ceremony. Let us both act in unison. You shall collect the 3 treasures and the jade talismans from the bowl, while I will take possession of the bowl itself. Then we shall divide the spiritual herbs accordingly. How does that sound?" "Let it be as Brother Nanlong suggests," the elder responded without a trace of hesitation. The Marquis nodded in satisfaction, and the two almost simultaneously sprang into action. The elder waved his sleeve toward the offering table, and a misty white radiance surged forth, enveloping the 3 treasures and the jade talismans. Meanwhile, the Marquis of Nanlong carefully opened his mouth, and a brilliant golden light shot forth towards the round bowl. Everything unfolded seamlessly. Under the elder's sweeping white light, the treasures and jade talismans were effortlessly drawn into the bowl, while the golden light enveloped the round bowl, carrying it towards the Marquis of Nanlong. As the bowl floated gently into his hands, a look of uncontainable delight spread across his face. On the opposite side, the elder lowered his head to examine the 3 treasures in his grasp, his expression remaining inscrutable. Gazing at the round bowl, which was tightly sealed without a single gap, the Marquis of Nanlong suddenly retracted his smile, flipping his palm to swiftly slap a yellow talisman onto the bowl's surface. "Brother Nanlong, what is the meaning of this?" The elder's countenance changed dramatically upon witnessing this scene, and he could not help but ask in alarm and fury. "What do you mean?" The Marquis retorted. "Do you truly believe that I cannot discern that your 3 treasures and the jade talismans are ancient artifacts used to suppress the round bowl, although I am unaware of what lies within the bowl? However, this circular vessel is undoubtedly a remarkable ancient treasure, and the items sealed within it are certainly of great significance. Yet, if Brother Lu hopes that I would recklessly open this vessel, he is likely to be gravely disappointed. Without absolute certainty, I would never undertake such an action. At this moment, the Marquis of Nanlong, with a peculiar expression, spoke while continuously slapping his palm, affixing 5 or 6 differently colored talismans onto the circular vessel in one breath. I did not anticipate that my moment of modesty would lead Brother Nanlong to such a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, I have no desire to clarify anything. Let us divide the spiritual herbs and depart from this place. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I do not wish to linger here any longer, the elder named Lu remarked, his demeanor returning to normal as he spoke in a calm tone. Let it be as Brother Lu suggests. We shall share the Tianyuan fruit that can extend one's lifespan, and for the remaining spiritual herbs, each shall select one. The Marquis of Nanlong sneered. Subsequently, with one hand supporting the circular vessel, he callously reached towards the several Tianyuan fruits on the offering table with his other hand. Instantly, a golden hand, approximately a foot in size, materialized above the table, then swiftly reached down to grasp the fruits. Lu Weiying's expression darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, conjuring a white hand that similarly reached for the purple spiritual fungus beside the Tianyuan fruit. With 2 muffled thuds, the Tianyuan fruits and the purple spiritual fungus on the offering table shimmered with green light and suddenly dissipated into obscurity, leaving both luminous hands grasping at nothingness. Following this, radiant light erupted from the offering table, and all the spiritual herbs and fruits vanished as if they were mere bubbles in the brilliance. Upon witnessing this spectacle, both the Marquis of Nanlong and the elder were left utterly astonished. At that moment, the circular vessel held by the Marquis of Nanlong underwent a transformation. The talismans affixed to the vessel began to flicker with spiritual light before igniting spontaneously. In an instant, several talismans were reduced to ashes beneath the inky black demonic flames. Infuriated and bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the spiritual herbs, the Marquis of Nanlong instinctively turned his head and saw the situation with the circular vessel. His face turned ashen, and without a moment's thought, his other hand flashed with golden light, revealing a somewhat tattered golden talisman, which he fiercely slapped onto the circular vessel. However, this action was clearly too late. The once tightly sealed circular vessel erupted with a thunderous roar, and in an instant, the lid shot skyward. Following that, an incomprehensible dark light surged forth from within the vessel. At such a close distance, the Marquis of Nanlong had no time to evade. Just as the golden talisman in his other hand was mere inches away from the circular vessel, the dark light struck his face and vanished without a trace. A piercing scream escaped the lips of the Marquis of Nanlong. He violently hurled the circular vessel against the adjacent wall, and the golden talisman inexplicably slipped from his fingers. Subsequently, he knelt on the ground, cradling his head in both hands, while his features began to contort in agony. Possession, the elder, witnessing this scene, immediately paled and exclaimed in disbelief, drawing upon his extensive experience. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed at the Marquis of Nanlong, and 2 blue long spears shot forth from his body, ruthlessly slashing towards the seemingly immobile Marquis of Nanlong, showing no mercy whatsoever. Yet at that very moment, the Marquis of Nanlong let out a sudden low roar. Raising his head, a thick shroud of dark energy enveloped his visage, and his eyes transformed into a stark, silvery hue, fixated unblinkingly on the azure light that shot towards him, devoid of any expression. Just as the blue energy was about to zip past him, the Marquis abruptly swung his arm. A sharp metallic clang resonated as he deflected 2 beams of blue energy with a single arm, sending them hurtling away as if they were mere projectiles. However, the sleeve of his robe was torn to shreds by the impact, fluttering down like autumn leaves. His arm now lay completely bare. Upon witnessing the peculiar appearance of this exposed arm, the elder of the Lu clan could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye. The arm had inexplicably taken on a glossy obsidian hue, adorned with long, purplish-red veins, while the palm had become exceedingly coarse, wreathed in dark mist, resembling a ghastly claw. Astonishingly, this grotesque appendage had managed to thwart 2 beams of energy without sustaining any damage. The elder's heart sank. It was utterly inconceivable that, with the Marquis's mid-stage nascent soul consciousness, such a swift possession could occur, resulting in such a grotesque transformation of his body. What, then, was this dark energy? Surely, it could not be an ordinary malevolent spirit. The chill ran down the elder's spine as he suddenly shook his sleeve, summoning a white ceremonial flag in one hand and a stack of fiery red gauze in the other. He promptly cast the gauze forward, conjuring a shimmering red barrier that materialized before him. Lu Wing's heart was momentarily steadied. From his understanding, as long as the adversary belonged to the realm of malevolent spirits, this Haoyang gauze would suffice to repel any nefarious attack from demons or ghosts. The Marquis of Nanlong had now unsteadily risen to his feet, Rather than attacking the elder immediately, he extended his hands before his eyes, scrutinizing them carefully, before inspecting his entire body with keen attention. Suddenly, he threw his head back and erupted into a bizarre, cackling laughter. Giggling. Giggling. After all these years, my true self has finally emerged. This time, let us see who can thwart the descent of the Holy Ancestor. This realm, it seems, is destined to belong to our Holy Realm. Holy Ancestor, Holy Realm. Upon hearing these unfamiliar and arcane terms, the elder's heart grew even colder, despite his lack of understanding. As his gaze shifted, he discreetly swept his eyes towards the entrance of the hall, recalling the several magical formations he had laid at the bottom of the pond, a sense of urgency rising within him. Suddenly, without any warning, a brilliant light erupted from his body, transforming into a radiant white arc that surged towards the entrance. In such a short distance, his teleportation technique propelled him there in an instant. Just as he was about to enter the passageway in one swift motion, a figure flickered before him, and in an explosive sound, a tremendous force surged forth. The elder felt an overwhelming power emanating from his protective Haoyang gauze, sending his form, which had been fleeing, hurtling backward with an unstoppable force, crashing against the stone wall across the room, embedding him several feet deep into the structure, despite the protective spiritual light surrounding him. The elder felt a jolt reverberate through his back, rendering him numb and devoid of sensation, as if his entire body had momentarily slipped beyond his control. At this moment, he finally discerned that the South Long Marquis had inexplicably blocked the entrance. Slowly retracting a pitch-black fist while casting a cold smirk in his direction, the elderly man with the surname Lu instantly turned pale, as if drained of all blood. Chapter 830, Devouring Infants. Indeed, although this demonic form pales in comparison to my true self, the fact that you can withstand a blow from me and remain unscathed suggests that you are no mere low-tier cultivator. I shall commence by using you for a blood sacrifice, the South Long Marquis intoned ominously. The dark aura enveloping his visage thickened significantly, while a pair of silvery white orbs exuded an extreme chill. Fixated on the elder like that of a corpse, the elder felt a surge of dread within him. Without further ado, the South Long Marquis moved, leaving behind a trail of phantasmal afterimages as he lunged at the elder. Seemingly unwilling to waste a single word, the elder, struck with terror, felt his soul flee from his body, desperately attempting to escape through the stone wall, but time was simply not on his side. The opponent's movements were astonishingly swift, akin to that of a specter, as a claw shrouded in dark energy descended directly upon the elder's head. In a state of panic, the elder resolved to channel all his remaining power into a fiery crimson veil, his entire being radiating with white light. Instantly, the layer of red light before him surged upward by half a foot. The black claw, under the expressionless gaze of the South Long Marquis, plunged down with ferocity. A peculiar sound echoed forth as the light curtain blazed brightly. Amidst the elder's trepidation, the ghostly claw penetrated the veil by about a foot before finally halting. With this, the elder exhaled a sigh of relief, a hint of color returning to his face, and as his spiritual light flickered once more, he prepared to command his protective aura to break free from the iron-like restraints of the stone wall. The South Long Marquis, however, merely smirked, a trace of derision gracing his lips. A resounding crash reverberated as he swung his other arm down upon the red light curtain, the elder's recently released spiritual light. Under the force of the impact, inexplicably dissipated by more than half, stunned and unable to fathom the opponent's intent, the elder watched as the South Long Marquis's arm, now embedded within the veil, suddenly retracted and then delivered another swift punch. The curtain trembled once more, and the remaining protective aura surrounding the elder was completely shattered by the force of the blow. Simultaneously, he felt his body sink, once again embedding itself several inches into the stone wall. This is dire. The elder, upon witnessing this scene, finally recalled something, and his expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly shook the white talisman in his grasp, attempting to deploy the treasure. Yet, the South Long Marquis, unfazed, unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike landing in succession without affording the elder a moment to initiate the talisman. Each blow precisely dispersed half of the elder's infused energy into the flag. And with increasing speed and force, a thunderous cacophony erupted incessantly. In his astonishment, the elder endeavored to employ other secret techniques, but even half of his power was thwarted, rendering him incapable of gathering any energy. Thus, Lu Weiying, despite possessing immense power and divine abilities, found himself utterly ensnared within the stone wall, unable to exert even the slightest fraction of his strength, forced to watch helplessly as the red light curtain before him gradually diminished. His face betraying a countenance of despair, the elderly man of the Lu surname bore a countenance so pale it was almost ghastly. After exchanging a chilling glance with the cold-eyed Nanlong Marquis, a shiver ran down his spine, evoking a sense of dread within him. Undoubtedly, if matters continued in this manner, he would inevitably meet a fate where his treasures would shatter, and his very being would be reduced to a mere paste. With this thought in mind, the old man clenched his teeth and suddenly bellowed. Above his head, a white radiance flickered, and an ethereal infant, strikingly similar in visage to the elder, materialized above his crown. This infant bore a look of alarm, yet clutched tightly a small, misty blue sword. Almost simultaneously, the sound of cracking echoed from the ancient treasure's luminous barrier. The last vestige of hesitation vanished from the infant. And with a determined stomp, it vanished from sight, reappearing at the entrance in the next moment. The infant then attempted to ride the sword into the passageway to flee for its life. However, at that instant, a bizarre scene unfolded. The Nalong Marquis, still facing away from the entrance, seemed oblivious to the events transpiring, yet the robe on his back suddenly erupted, revealing a grotesque visage identical to that of the blood curse gate. Complete with tightly shut eyes that bore an uncanny resemblance to reality, this ghastly face abruptly opened its eyes, exposing the same silver orbs, and simultaneously, a purple shadow flickered as if something were being expelled from its mouth. At that moment, the elder's infant had just thrown the flying sword from its grasp and was preparing to merge with this lifebound treasure to escape desperately. Yet, it seemed to hear a whispering wind, followed by a sudden warmth in its mind, as something sprang forth from between its brows, extending outward. The infant merely stared blankly at the elongated entity between its eyes, and after a brief moment, a shrill cry erupted, causing it to instantaneously lose all strength, plummeting to the ground, motionless. Nearby cultivators, had there been any, would have witnessed a slender, purple tendril, akin to a thumb's width, extending from the ghastly mouth to the back of the infant's head. Piercing through its brow and protruding nearly a foot beyond, it appeared to be a tongue of sorts, yet its length was exceedingly strange. Observing the infant's fall, the ghastly face grinned menacingly, and with a swift motion of its elongated tongue, it ensnared the elder's infant, chewing briefly before swallowing it whole. Only then did the ghastly face exhibit a look of satisfaction as it slowly closed its eyes. At this juncture, the Nalong Marquis finally turned around. Emotionless, he surveyed the blue sword bereft of its master, a flicker of menace crossing his features. With a swift motion, he reached out and extracted the heart from the Lu elder's lifeless body. With a gentle squeeze, the heart disintegrated into a mist of crimson. Life was abruptly extinguished from that corporeal form. After completing these actions, the Nalong Marquis cast an impassive glance around the vicinity before transforming into a wisp of black vapor, soaring into the passageway. Moments later, he emerged at the bottom of a pool, raising his gaze to the unattended formations nearby, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He then soared upward, breaking through the surface of the water. Within a short span, the Nalong Marquis appeared atop a rocky mountain, suspended hundreds of feet in the air, surveying his surroundings. Soaring to such heights inevitably triggered the prohibitions of the abyss of despair, as countless crimson bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, all aimed directly at him. Yet, before these lightning strikes could approach within a mere 10 feet of Nalong Ho, they suddenly veered off course, curving away as if guided by an unseen hand, allowing him to remain unscathed amidst the thunderous fury of the storm. After surveying his surroundings for quite some time, Nalong Ho finally discerned the correct direction. He squinted towards a particular point, his eyes flickering with a silvery light. Suddenly, his form transformed into a wisp of black mist, piercing through the air, and shortly thereafter vanished without a trace on the horizon. Meanwhile, within the basin, Wei Wuya, the leader of the ghost spirit sect, and his companions were engaged in battle near the altar, gazing up at the seemingly endless staircase with expressions of wonder. They should have arrived here long ago. But upon nearing the altar, they encountered a vast array of prohibitions that obstructed their path. They were compelled to dismantle these barriers in order to proceed, resulting in a significant delay. And it took them the better part of a day to finally reach the altar. Now, having drawn closer, they could see clearly that although the altar appeared magnificently grand, it was evidently ancient, its construction obscured by the passage of time. The staircase was overrun with various weeds, and in some areas, signs of decay were already evident. Let us proceed. Once we reach the summit of the altar, we shall uncover the whereabouts of Lingmu Garden and devise a means of entry, according to the lingering spirit. The entrance to Lingmu Garden lies right here, urged the leader of the ghost spirit sect after a meticulous examination. He stepped forward, taking the lead onto the altar. However, he could not suppress a loud curse, startling the others. Everyone, tread carefully. There are other prohibitions still present upon these stairs. It seems that ascending to the top of the altar will not be a simple task. Glaring at the seemingly endless staircase above, surrounded by a yellow spiritual light, the leader of the ghost spirit sect gritted his teeth in frustration. Upon hearing this, Wei Wuya's brow furrowed slightly. Although he harbored no fear of the prohibitions, This revelation meant that their ascent to the altar's peak would inevitably be delayed further, much to his dismay. In truth, it was not only Wei Wuya who felt this way, the expressions of the others were similarly grim. Having learned of Lingmiao Garden's existence, their minds were solely focused on it, growing increasingly impatient with the various prohibitions that had recently emerged. Let us proceed. Wang Tiangu let out a sigh and stepped onto the staircase, only to be met with a sudden weight pressing down upon him as a yellow light flashed nearby, making him feel as though his shoulders bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. At this moment, the rest of the group also ascended the stairs, encountering the same predicament. Wei Wuya remained still, seemingly unfazed, while 3 disciples of the ghost spirit sect trembled slightly, their faces paling. The group slowly made their way up towards the altar's summit. Is this the spirit candle fruit? Hanli found himself in an oasis concealed by prohibitions, gazing at a verdant lake before him, murmuring to himself. Beyond the barrier lay an expanse of desolate ochre, a vast desert stretching for thousands of miles. Indeed, it is undoubtedly this fruit. Both its appearance and the markings confirm it as this spiritual entity. Xiling stood approximately 10 paces away from Hanli, her countenance adorned with a hint of excitement as her luminous eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixed unwaveringly upon the verdant lake ahead. In the lake, 100 paces distant, a small patch of silt protruded above the water's surface, where a vibrant spirit herb thrived. This herb stood several feet tall, adorned with oval-shaped leaves the size of a thumb, and at its pinnacle, 4 peculiar fruits grew in solitary splendor. These fruits, resplendent in fiery red, tapered at the top and flared at the base, emitting a faint crimson glow reminiscent of a single red candle flickering atop a candlestick, exuding a rich medicinal aroma. Hanli's heart surged with certainty that this was indeed the spirit candle fruit. And upon hearing Xiling's remarks, he merely smiled faintly. I shall retrieve it at once to avoid any prolonged uncertainties, he declared. Xiling inhaled deeply, tilting her elegant head as she suggested to Hanli. There is no need for haste. This spirit herb has remained here for countless years. Otherwise, even if concealed by an illusionary array, the spirit fruit would have long been devoured by other ancient beasts. Although Hanli felt a similar thrill within, he maintained an outward calmness and replied unhurriedly, Are you implying that ancient beasts still guard this place, Xiling? Having gleaned hints from Hanli regarding the existence of ancient monsters in the demonic abyss, felt a sudden jolt of awareness. Indeed, observe the 2 distinct bite marks atop the spirit herb. It is evident that 2 of the spirit fruits have been consumed by the guardian beasts. Hanli spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping across the verdant lake before lowering slightly to inspect the modest surface of the water. There was no doubt that if anything lurked nearby, it must be concealed within the lake. Upon entering the inner valley, Hanli had removed his hooded cloak. While employing the wind chariot and manifesting the clear spirit eye, he had not concealed his actions from Xiling. Fully aware that she had surmised his ability to evade spatial rifts and thus felt no need to obfuscate. As his consciousness scanned the waters without revealing any anomalies, Hanli's pupil shimmered with a blue glow, enabling him to penetrate the depths of the lake and glimpse the very bottom. His expression shifting slightly. What is it? Have you discovered something, Brother Han? Xiling, ever observant of Hanli's demeanor, raised an eyebrow and inquired with a slight frown. Step back a bit. This guardian beast appears to be rather formidable. I may need to employ some measures to deal with it, Hanli replied, his expression returning to normal as he turned slightly to Xiling, realizing that the ancient beast in the lake had somehow evaded his spiritual probing. Hanli regarded it with newfound respect. Then I shall rely on you, Brother Han. Xiling, understanding her own limitations, graciously acquiesced, promptly retreating 30 or 40 paces before halting her luminous escape, hovering motionless in the air. Upon seeing Xiling step aside, Hanli wasted no time in reaching for his waist, producing 3 spirit beast bags that he swiftly summoned into the air, with a swift gesture of his hands. Tens of thousands of golden flying insects surged forth from 3 pockets, filling the sky with a dazzling display, obscuring the sun and transforming the expanse of sky within several dozen yards into a resplendent and eerie golden hue. From a distance, upon witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Xiling could not help but gasp in astonishment. Hanli was adept in the art of insect manipulation, a fact that this woman was well aware of. Having personally witnessed it twice before during the fierce battles in Shutian Palace and the 6 Paths, however, the flying insects now, rapidly evolving towards maturity, bore no comparison in either size or color to the voracious golden insects of yore. These newly emerged, grotesquely enlarged and resplendent golden spirit insects, released in their tens of thousands by Hanli, exuded an extraordinary aura that was utterly formidable. It was only natural for Xiling to feel a surge of terror in her heart. Considering the unexpectedness of the situation, Hanli, however, had no inclination to pay heed to Xiling's shock. After arranging the voracious golden insects, he flicked his sleeve, unleashing 36 azure bamboo bee cloud swords that streamed forth from his sleeve. Transforming into dozens of golden beams approximately a foot long, swirling and dancing beneath the insect cloud. In quick succession, he unleashed several incantations towards the sky. All the golden sword lights quivered briefly before promptly splitting into hundreds of identical beams. Radiating brilliance, with a pointed finger, Han Li directed the sword lights in the air, uttering a low command. As the hundreds of sword lights trembled in the air, they began to vanish one by one in a peculiar manner, leaving the space beneath the insect cloud utterly void in an instant. The great gung sword array was swiftly established around him. Han Li pressed his lips together, finally feeling a sense of reassurance, and glanced down at the lake's surface, a trace of sternness flickering across his face. Rubbing his hands together, the golden light surged forth amidst the sound of thunder, and a fist-sized golden electric orb materialized between his palms. Gradually expanding in size under Han Li's icy demeanor, becoming extraordinarily radiant. In the blink of an eye, the electric orb swelled to the size of a child's head, with a push of his hands. Amidst the booming sound, the orb shot forth with a crackling sound, striking the lake surface a dozen yards ahead. A brilliant flash of gold erupted, accompanied by a tremendous clap of thunder, as the electric orb exploded. In an instant, the entire lake surface was adorned with arcs of electricity of varying thickness, the crackling sounds resounding continuously. Xiling, standing behind, felt a jolt in her heart, biting her red lip, her bright eyes glimmering. Just as the golden arcs had yet to dissipate, the lake's surface suddenly began to churn violently. A massive whirlpool, several yards in diameter, abruptly materialized in the center of the lake, followed by a deep, rumbling growl emanating from the lake's depths. A surge of black and white demonic energy shot forth from the whirlpool, within which was vaguely wrapped an oddly shaped ancient beast. This ancient beast was peculiar in appearance, its 6 to 7 yard long body resembling a mass of blackened, decayed flesh, riddled with pits and holes of varying sizes. In the center, a large, head-like mass of flesh slightly rose, possessing nothing but a single black eyeball, devoid of any other discernible features. At the very least, Han Li could not discern any mouth or nose, making the sight of this ancient beast utterly repulsive, even causing him to ponder in dismay. From a distance, upon seeing the appearance of this ancient beast, Xiling's complexion turned pale, displaying a look of sheer horror. However, this ancient beast, wrapped in black and white energy, was entirely unfamiliar to Han Li. He had never heard of it nor encountered it in any texts. He could not help but cast a glance at Xiling, who offered him a wry smile, evidently equally ignorant of the beast's origins. Confronted with such an obscure entity, Han Li, exercising utmost caution, refrained from leisurely probing its depths, lest he inadvertently allow the other party to unleash its formidable powers. Thus, he immediately raised his hand, casting a spell that struck the swarming clouds of insects above. Simultaneously, a melodious and elongated sound resonated from his lips. Instantly, the throng of insects, buzzing in a cacophony, rapidly coalesced towards the center, transforming into a colossal golden cloud that cascaded down upon the ancient beast. Upon hearing the ominous hum of the gold-devouring insects, the ancient beast seemed to sense impending danger. Its body swelled and contracted, releasing an unknown emerald liquid from various orifices aimed at the golden cloud above. A nauseating stench quickly permeated the air. Initially, Han Li furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed, for the gold-devouring insects, struck by the green liquid, appeared utterly unscathed. Once enveloped by the golden cloud, the beast found itself ensnared. However, the creature, shielded by a duality of black and white energy, although overwhelmed by the golden insect cloud, remained largely unharmed at that moment, witnessing numerous insects fiercely gnawing at the black and white energy, which it had painstakingly cultivated over many years. The beast was gripped by fear as it realized a portion was being torn away in an instant. With a heavy heart, it plunged downward, intent on submerging itself once more in the lake. At that moment, Han Li, having anticipated this maneuver, extended a finger towards the lake. The small blue fireball, the size of a walnut, materialized at the tip, and with a gentle flick, it shot forth. With a sharp crackle, the fireball exploded, casting a blinding blue light. Instantly, a frigid mist enveloped the area, transforming the lake's surface into a thick layer of ice. The ancient beast's plan to dive into the water was thwarted, resulting in a collision with the icy expanse, which sent it rebounding away. Now more terrified than ever, the beast's black and white energy trembled violently, carrying the swarm of golden insects as it fled diagonally into the air. However, as it darted away, just as it reached the edge of the green lake, a slender golden thread, as fine as a hair, materialized in the empty space, striking swiftly towards the fleeing creature. A small piece of charred flesh plummeted from the cloud of insects, as the protective barrier of black and white energy surrounding the beast was severed in an instant, carving away a portion of its body. With the barrier shattered, countless gold-devouring insects surged forth, swiftly enveloping the ancient beast. It emitted a piercing shriek, its body shimmering with spiritual light. A layer of eerie green flames erupted on its surface, engulfing all the insects that had dared approach, consuming them in a fierce blaze. Regrettably, although this green fire was a potent technique honed through years of arduous training, the gold-devouring insects remained oblivious to its effects. Their ferocity only heightened as they accelerated their consumption. In excruciating torment, the beast swiftly altered its course, desperately fleeing to the opposite side of the green lake. Hanli stood resolutely at the lake's edge, hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing the ancient beast entangled within the insect cloud, flailing about like a headless fly. Alas, this area had already been ensnared by his grand formation of the Great Gung Sword Array, which, although not yet activated to annihilate the beast, loomed ominously. Yet, regardless of where this beast attempted to flee, strands of golden light, transformed from sword energy, manifested and severed a substantial portion of its body. In the blink of an eye, the creature had lost more than half of its form. Its shrill cries became feeble and lackluster until, with a thud, it collapsed onto the icy surface, rendered utterly immobile. The true essence of this nameless ancient beast lay in its ability to conceal itself and change its form. Once it employed this innate skill to transform and hide, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would be unable to detect its presence, rendering it merely average in combat. Regrettably, this creature was first discerned by Hanli's clear-sighted spiritual eye, and subsequently, it was haplessly targeted by the golden-eating insect and ensnared within the Great Gung Sword Array, utterly incapable of utilizing its innate ability to escape, thus meeting an untimely demise at Hanli's hands. Moments later, a cloud of golden insects buzzed and soared skyward. The icy surface was left desolate, save for a peculiar orb of black and white. Indeed, the beast's demon core. At this juncture, Ziling approached, her face adorned with envy as she addressed Hanli. "Brother Han, your abilities are truly unfathomable. Even the extermination of such an ancient demon beast seems effortless. It appears that the rumors in the outside world, proclaiming you as the mightiest among the three great cultivators, are not mere exaggerations. It is not that my powers are extraordinary, but rather that this ancient beast is not particularly formidable, significantly inferior to the few I have encountered previously," Hanli replied with a shake of his head. Dismissively. He then raised a hand, grasped at the void, and with a swift motion, the demon core was drawn into his palm. Lowering his gaze, he observed the flickering black and white spiritual light upon the surface of the core, a coloration he had never encountered before, stirring within him a sense of intrigue. Chapter 832. The Harvest. With pressing matters at hand, Hanli had no intention of studying the demon core at this moment. He promptly flipped his palm, a flash of azure light emanating from it. He then raised his hand once more, summoning 3 empty spirit beast bags, pointing towards the airborne golden-eating insect while emitting a melodious call. Instantly, the buzzing of the insect swarm intensified, coalescing into 3 streams of golden cloud that returned to the 3 spirit beast bags, which Hanli subsequently stowed away for the Great Gung Sword Array. With a mere thought, Hanli reverted it back into 36 golden flying swords, which shrank and slipped into his sleeve. "Let us procure the spirit fruits. We must act swiftly. I am uncertain how long the illusion array we set up can deceive the ghostly spirit sect cultivators," Hanli stated, transforming into a streak of azure light that shot towards the lake. Observing this, Ziling hurriedly followed suit. As they gathered their essence, Hanli and his companion materialized about 10 feet above the spirit herbs. After surveying the top of the spiritual grass, Hanli did not rush to collect it but instead turned to Ziling, speaking calmly. "You may proceed to gather them. Do so with utmost care. The spirit candle fruit is exceptionally peculiar and must be contained in wooden vessels, otherwise, its medicinal properties will dissipate within days. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Han. I shall exercise great caution," Ziling replied, suppressing her excitement, offering Hanli a charming smile before expressing her gratitude. Without hesitation, she flicked her fragrant sleeve, producing a verdant wooden box that appeared in her jade-like hand. Extending a delicate finger, she swept it through the air below. In an instant, a beam of white light flickered, and a spirit candle fruit plummeted downwards. Yet, with deft preparation, the wooden box in the young woman's hand flipped open, and a misty radiance surged forth from within, swiftly enveloping the spirit fruit and drawing it into the box. Then, with a single sweep of her hand, the lid of the box closed on its own. After completing this action, Xiling let out a sigh of relief and carefully stowed the box into her storage pouch. What, Miss Xiling? Will you not take another? Hanli observed this scene, momentarily taken aback. A peculiar expression crossing his face. I sincerely appreciate your kind intentions, Brother Han, but just one will suffice. My arrival here was achieved with minimal effort, primarily through your remarkable abilities, allowing us to acquire this spiritual fruit. Although I share a certain rapport with you, I would not shamelessly demand a share of this bounty. You may keep the remainder, as this spiritual fruit not only serves to concoct transformation pills, but also possesses other subtle uses that can slightly enhance one's cultivation. Xiling remarked with a charming smile. Upon hearing such agreeable words from Xiling, Hanli felt a twinge of surprise. To be candid, this renowned beauty of the chaotic Star Sea, despite her enchanting allure, the most exquisite among the female cultivators he had encountered, harbored a rather profound cunning. Her demeanor had grown increasingly obsessive since the incident at the Miao sect, which had rendered Hanli somewhat wary of her. Yet, her current rationality, whether genuine or a calculated effort to ingratiate herself, significantly improved his impression of her. After all, it is no trivial matter to suppress one's greed in the presence of such heavenly spiritual fruits. Since Miss Xiling has expressed it so, I shall not be polite. Hanli nodded, dismissing any formality. He promptly patted his waist with one hand, and with a flash of white light, a pre-prepared wooden box materialized in his grasp, with a gentle wave of his other hand. A veil of green light enveloped the area, causing 3 spiritual candle fruits to tremble and fall freely before being enveloped within the green glow, with a slight tug of his hand. The 3 fruits were drawn into the wooden box. Let us depart. We cannot linger here, for we do not know when the ghost spirit sect may arrive. While I am not afraid of them, I prefer not to engage in combat here, as alchemy is of utmost importance, Hanli stated softly after securing the wooden box. Indeed, the spiritual fruits cannot be left for long. However, we should not retrace our steps, as we might encounter members of the ghost spirit sect. Instead, let us escape in a random direction for several thousand miles before seeking a secluded place to refine our elixirs for our destination. I leave the decision to you, Brother Han, Xiling replied, her beautiful eyes blinking as she pursed her crimson lips. Where shall we go? Hanli furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing around. Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something. Pressing his hand against his storage pouch, producing a piece of fabric resembling silk or satin. It was the map to the demonic abyss he had obtained within the blue silkworm robe. He scrutinized the map and assessed the surrounding environment and positions, revealing a look of surprise on his face. The location of this desert appeared to be quite close to the marked spot on the map. After traversing this desert and flying for another 2 days, they should reach the indicated location. Observing Han Li's contemplation over the unfamiliar piece of fabric, Xiling grew curious as he did not respond to her inquiry. However, being exceptionally astute, she refrained from pressing him and quietly awaited his decision. Come, let us proceed. First, we shall refine the elixir, Han Li declared with a sense of resolve as he stowed away the map. Speaking with an air of nonchalance, however, upon glancing at the spirit herb before him, his brow furrowed, and with a swift motion of his arm, he slashed the air. A flash of azure light flickered, and a small branch fell to the ground. Yet, as soon as the branch touched the earth, it abruptly withered and turned to ash before his eyes. Han Li lowered his gaze and felt a fleeting pang of regret. It seemed that the records were indeed accurate. The spiritual root of the Ling Zhuoguo was unlike that of other spiritual woods, rendering it one of the few types in this realm that could not be transplanted. Once displaced from its original position, the spiritual wood would instantly wither and vanish, proving impossible to cultivate artificially. Without further hesitation, Han Li raised his hand, releasing a beam of white light to summon the wind chariot, swiftly ascending aboard. Seeing this, Xiling followed suit without uttering a word, leaping onto the chariot. With a flash of white light, the wind chariot transformed into a luminous sphere, soaring through the air and soon becoming a small white dot on the horizon. Han Li had already formulated a plan. He intended to find a suitable location along the way to refine the creation pill and promptly consume it to absorb its medicinal properties. Once he experienced the miraculous effects of the creation pill and everything proceeded smoothly, he would then venture to the location indicated on the map to ascertain what treasures lay hidden there. After all, the map was shrouded in mystery, suggesting that any treasures it concealed were likely extraordinary. Provided there appeared to be no significant dangers, Han Li would not easily overlook the site marked on the map. Approximately an hour later, the disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect finally arrived at the original oasis. Yet, standing by the lakeside, Gazing at the still icy lake devoid of any sign of life, the disciples exchanged glances, while Elder Zheng's complexion darkened ominously. At this moment, Han Li had already traveled 1,000 miles away. Hastening toward the location marked on the map, shortly thereafter, they exited the desert region, revealing a plateau of varying heights in hues of azure and yellow. Upon witnessing this terrain, Han Li could not help but sigh. This corner of the abyssal Devil Valley seemed to encompass a myriad of landscapes, showcasing an astonishing mastery over the geography of the world. It remained uncertain whether such terrain was a natural occurrence of the abyssal Devil Valley or a result of ancient cultivators wielding extraordinary powers. After a little over half a day, Han Li piloted the wind chariot to a hilly region. Observing the modest peaks, he ventured deep into the mountains for several hundred miles, ultimately discovering an unremarkable small hill. He halted the wind chariot and addressed Ziling. "This shall do. Let us separate and refine our pills. I have scanned this area with my divine sense, and it appears free of ancient restrictions and spatial rifts, rendering it relatively safe." Floating at a low altitude near the mountain's base, Han Li spoke calmly to Ziling. "Thank you, Brother Han," she replied with a smile, her gaze sweeping the surroundings before she swiftly shot toward another nearby hill. Seemingly intent on establishing a secluded chamber for her pill refinement. As he watched her vanish into the small mountain, Han Li retracted his gaze, swiftly disembarking from the chariot and stepping several paces away. With a swift gesture of his hands, he beckoned the chariot, and the wind chariot rapidly diminished in size, vanishing into the folds of his sleeve. Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light, propelling himself toward the center of the small mountain before him. Moments later, under Han Li's command, dozens of flying swords simultaneously began to slice through the mountain stones, revealing a rudimentary cave entrance. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, Han Li set up a small formation and, with an impassive expression, stepped into the cavern. To exercise caution, he deliberately released 7 or 8 puppets at the core formation stage to guard the entrance against any unforeseen events. Only then did Han Li feel secure enough to enter a secluded chamber within. He tossed his storage bag into the air, and under the guidance of his spiritual sense, a multitude of prepared materials for the creation pill cascaded out in a radiant white light. Finally, he retrieved a wooden box containing spirit candle fruits and an ancient, exquisite azure cauldron, allowing them to float gently before him. Han Li's eyes narrowed as he surveyed these items, taking a deep breath before sitting cross-legged on the ground. Although this would be his first attempt at crafting the creation pill, his mastery of alchemy was nearly at a grandmaster level, instilling him with confidence. Moreover, he had meticulously prepared for this expedition to the abyss of the fallen demons, ensuring he had ample quantities of both the spirit candle fruits and the supplementary materials. Even if he were to fail several times, it would not be a matter of great concern. As for whether Ziling could utilize that single spirit candle fruit to concoct the creation pill, Han Li was uncertain. After all, she had never demonstrated her alchemical skills before him. However, since she only required 1 fruit, it was likely that she possessed some degree of assurance. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li fixed his gaze upon the spinning cauldron before him, not daring to blink. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a blue flame erupted forth, encircling the cauldron before enveloping it in a fierce blaze. Chapter 833. The altar. Moments later, the azure cauldron shimmered within the flames, and the chamber was filled with a surging heat, causing the temperature to rise dramatically. A glint of cold light flickered in Han Li's eyes as he raised his hand, casting a spell upon the cauldron. With a soft pop, a beam of azure light shot from the cauldron into the sky, and the lid flew off on its own, hovering gracefully above the cauldron. Observing this, Han Li swiftly pointed at a square jade box on the ground, causing the lid to vanish silently, revealing a dark, bulbous object within, several inches in size, somewhat flattened and round. Han Li gazed at this object for a moment before gesturing in the air, causing the bulbous item to float out of the jade box, hovering about 10 feet above the ground. With a calm flick of his finger, a flash of azure light passed by, and a fifth of the bulbous object fell away silently, with a wave of his sleeve. Azure light shot from his robe, wrapping around the fallen portion and tossing it into the cauldron in a single motion. He then directed another spell at the remaining bulbous piece, which immediately plummeted back into the jade box. Afterward, Han Li paid it no further mind and proceeded to open another long wooden box, revealing a segment of vibrant green, dripping with moisture, an unknown spiritual herb stalk. Utilizing the same technique, he deftly sliced off a small piece with a sword-like gleam and placed it into the cauldron. Thus, Han Li meticulously followed the alchemical formula, selecting various materials to place into the cauldron. At last, he extracted a single piece of the spiritual candle fruit. A flash of azure sword light split it into 4 parts, and he placed one into the cauldron. With a gentle touch, he directed his attention to the hovering lid of the cauldron, which then descended firmly, sealing the small cauldron tightly. Hanli exhaled softly and opened his mouth again. The azure infant flame erupted forth, instantly swelling, causing the temperature within the room to rise significantly. As he gazed intently at the small cauldron engulfed in flames, Hanli's fingers danced with fervor. Casting one spell after another, each strike landing perfectly upon the small cauldron. Before long, a series of thunderous roars emanated from within, growing increasingly louder. Noticing this, Hanli raised his eyebrows, altering his hand gestures to oscillate between slow and rapid motions. The thunderous sounds from the cauldron mirrored this fluctuation, becoming erratic and unsettling. At this moment, Hanli's expression remained impassive, yet the blue light in his eyes flickered, as if he could see through the walls of the cauldron to observe the state of the elixir within. Displaying neither joy nor sorrow, time passed gradually. Meanwhile, as Hanli labored diligently at alchemy, the group from the Ghost Spirit sect finally ascended to the summit of the altar, towering several hundred zhang high. It is uncertain what the ancient cultivators who constructed the altar were thinking. The restrictions on the steps were rather extreme. From the base of the altar, with each height gained, the gravitational pull on these individuals would increase substantially. Consequently, it took them over 2 hours to reach the midpoint of the altar, yet traversing from the midpoint to the top consumed a full day and night, necessitating a half-day's rest to recover their magical energy. The sect leader and other nascent soul cultivators fared somewhat better, but for the 3 disciples at the core formation stage, reaching the summit was an arduous challenge. On the final dozen steps, every step seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 pounds. These core formation cultivators moved forward inch by inch. Naturally, the one who found this ascent the least burdensome was Wei Wuyo. Throughout the ordeal, he appeared unaffected by the restrictions, showing no signs of strain. Even Wang Tiangu and others, upon reaching the final stretch, could only advance one step at a time, their faces reflecting visible discomfort. Wei Wuyo's ease of ascent surprised the sect leader, who regarded him with newfound respect. Although their cultivation levels varied, under the careful observation of the sect leader, they all reached the top of the altar simultaneously. As they set foot upon it, the oppressive weight they had felt vanished without a trace, allowing the Ghost Spirit sect disciples to finally breathe a sigh of relief, despite their protective spiritual light. The journey from the base of the altar had left them with sore backs, aching legs, and a sense of fatigue reminiscent of ordinary mortals, a sensation they had not experienced in ages. After all, they were accustomed to arriving at their destinations with a mere stomp of their feet, never having endured such hardship. Wang Tiangu and the others paid no heed to these sentiments. Upon arriving at this place, they immediately began to survey their surroundings. The area here spans over 100 zhang, with the ground adorned in exceptionally luminous white jade tiles. At the center stands a colossal offering table, measuring 6 or 7 zhang in length, exquisitely crafted from verdant jade. The surrounding space is largely vacant, yet at each corner of the altar rises a towering column of blue stone. These columns reach a height of approximately 10 zhang. Their surfaces inscribed with a myriad of intricate runes and incantations, appearing both obscure and profoundly ancient. Perched atop each of these columns is a Kirin statue, vividly lifelike and varying in form, emanating a faint ethereal glow, suggesting an extraordinary nature. Such a simplistic tableau was quickly surveyed by the few present. Wei Wuyo discerned nothing noteworthy, a frown involuntarily creasing his brow as his gaze drifted sideways towards the leader of the Ghost Spirit sect, who was gazing skyward, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly enchanted by some curious sight. Wei Wuyo, perplexed, followed suit and cast his eyes to the heavens. The upper sky was awash in blood-red hues, while lower down, various strands of rosy light floated and danced. Apart from the swirling mist of light, nothing else appeared unusual. Master Wang, now that we have arrived, where lies the entrance to Lingmiao Garden? Wei Wuyo inquired bluntly, without a hint of politeness. There is no need for haste, fellow Taoist Wei. The entrance to Lingmiao Garden is, of course, concealed by prohibitions. However, the method to break these seals is known only to the spirit within the painting. As long as we summon it and pose our query, the answer will be revealed, the leader of the Ghost Spirit sect replied, unfazed. I see. It appears this is one of the transactions made between you, Taoist Wang, and the avatar of the Tsongkuan elder. Wei Wuyo observed thoughtfully. Fellow Taoist Wei is indeed astute. This matter indeed pertains to certain conditions I agreed to with the other party. Please, wait a moment while I summon it, the leader of the Ghost Spirit sect said with a smile, reaching into his sleeve, where a silver-white scroll materialized in his hand. Wang Tiangu's eyes flickered momentarily as he approached silently. As the leader of the Ghost Spirit sect cast and unfurled the scroll, a green light surged forth from the image, swiftly transforming into the figure of a scholar. Indeed, this is the place. I never anticipated I would return here one day. the avatar of the Tsongkuan elder emerged, ignoring everyone around him, instead excitedly surveying his surroundings with an expression of exhilaration. As per our agreement, I have brought you to the altar. According to your words, this is the heart of the Demifall Valley. The entrance to Lingmu Garden. It is now your turn to fulfill your promise and open the entrance, the leader of the Ghost Spirit sect stated coldly, watching until the scholar's demeanor softened somewhat before continuing indifferently. I am already bound by your prohibitions. Do you truly fear that I would deceive you? The entrance to Lingmu Garden is directly above the altar. I do not lie. However, the prohibitions are rather peculiar and require my personal incantation to dispel. The scholar responded, gazing upward and observing the radiant clouds. Rubbing his hands together, a gray-white fireball materialized in his palms, which he then hurled upwards towards the sky. Upon reaching the cloud, the fireball vanished mysteriously into thin air. Observing this phenomenon, the scholar nodded, then turned his gaze towards the 4 stone columns, no longer wasting time as he spoke. Several fellow practitioners infused a certain amount of spiritual energy into 4 stone pillars, subsequently leaving the task of dismantling the barrier to me. Upon hearing these words, Wang Tiangu and the other 2 exchanged glances. The leader of the Ghost Spirit sect hesitated for a moment before solemnly responding. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. You 3, go to the stone pillars over there. Wang Shidi, I must trouble you below as well. As you command, sect leader. The 3 disciples immediately bowed in agreement. And Wang Tiangu did not hesitate, striding towards one of the stone pillars. At the leader's command, the 4 of them each placed a hand on a stone pillar, gradually channeling spiritual energy into it, which then transmitted to the stone statue atop. Before long, the 4 pillars began to emit a resonant hum, simultaneously quivering slightly. The Kirin statue at the top flickered with spiritual light, its lifeless eyes suddenly igniting with a crimson glow, as if it were on the verge of awakening. Observing this phenomenon, Wei Wuyo felt a vague familiarity with the situation regarding the 4 pillars, yet he could not immediately recall the details. His expression deep in contemplation, the leader of the Ghost Spirit sect remained silent, quietly observing the scene. Suddenly, the Kirin statue slowly raised its head and opened its mouth wide, within which 5 colored rays of light flickered erratically, as if something were about to be ejected. At this moment, the ethereal scholar, possessed by a ghostly spirit, sprang into action. He raised both hands, flicking his fingers, and 4 grayish incantations shot forth, striking the statue. Instantly, the contents of the Kirin's mouth began to pulse and expand, subsequently bursting forth. 4 beams of 5-colored light shot skyward, piercing the heavens. Then, an eruption of brilliance occurred as a 5-foot-wide sphere of radiant light manifested in the firmament. Following this, the surrounding space distorted and contorted, culminating in a thunderous explosion that resonated throughout the atmosphere. The dazzling 5-colored spiritual light momentarily obscured the entire altar, unleashing a staggering wave of spiritual energy that surged forth like a tumultuous tide towards the gathered cultivators. Even a practitioner of Wei Wuyo's caliber could not help but change countenance upon sensing the intensity of the spiritual wave. The others instinctively staggered back several steps, hastily mobilizing their internal energy to defend against it. Fortunately, the explosion was brief, and in an instant, the radiant light receded, and the spiritual energy dissipated. Only then did the members of the Ghost Spirit sect feel a sense of relief, lifting their heads to gaze at the sky. Yet, upon clearly perceiving the scene above, they were all taken aback. Wei Wuyo's expression darkened, and he abruptly turned to the scholar, his voice icy as he demanded, "Is this what you referred to as the entrance to the Lingmu Garden?" Chapter 834. The passage above the altar, at a height of over 100 feet, a misty arc of light appeared, the widest part measuring 4 to 5 feet across, resembling a crescent moon. It was, in fact, an exceedingly rare, colossal spatial rift. Previously, this rift had been concealed by some form of barrier, and despite the presence of numerous formidable nascent soul cultivators, none had detected such a terrifying existence overhead. Could this truly be the so-called entrance to the Lingmu Garden? Observing the visible distortion and transformation of space, even a practitioner as formidable as Wei Wuyo lacked the courage to venture into this rift. After all, the slicing power of spatial forces was beyond the capability of practitioners from this realm to withstand. In a wonder, Wei Wuyo could not help but feel an overwhelming rage. Lingmu Garden exists as an intermediary realm between the spiritual world and our human domain. To gain entry into this space, one must naturally utilize the fissures within it. A mere twist or disturbance would suffice to directly unveil the entrance to Lingmu Garden. Rest assured, I would never permit you to force your way in so recklessly. There exists an alternative method to temporarily escort you inside. However, it entails a certain degree of risk. My confidence in successfully navigating this endeavor stands at approximately 60 to 70%. As for those in the core formation stage, It is best that they refrain from joining. Their cultivation is insufficient, and their presence would only lead to their demise. The scholar cast a calm glance over the group and spoke in a measured tone. 60 to 70% confidence. Why had you not mentioned this prior to our arrival? The leader of the ghost spirit sect's expression darkened. What difference does it make whether I divulge this or not? Even if there were only a 2 or 3% chance, you would still not abandon your pursuit, the scholar retorted with a cold smirk. The leader of the ghost spirit sect glared at the scholar, his eyes glinting with malice. Suddenly, he raised his hand, producing a blood-red token. What are you planning to do? The scholar's countenance shifted dramatically upon seeing the token, and he instinctively retreated in alarm, shouting loudly. Yet, the leader of the ghost spirit sect remained silent, casually waving the token in his hand. The bloodlight emanating from the token intensified, and the scholar, who was in flight, let out a harrowing scream as he plummeted to the ground. Simultaneously, eerie crimson runes materialized on his skin, swirling incessantly as if embedded within his very being, an utterly bizarre sight. The soul fright curse. Wang Tiangu was taken aback by the scene, his expression turning grave. Wei Wuyo's demeanor shifted upon hearing this. Is this the soul fright curse, one of the secret spells of the ghost spirit sect? I have heard that this technique is threefold more nefarious than the ordinary sealing deity arts. Any cultivator afflicted by this curse finds their soul nearly disintegrated at the mere thought of the caster. Wei Wuyo scrutinized the writhing scholar on the ground and inquired nonchalantly, Brother Wei indeed possesses a broad knowledge. It is precisely this curse that I have employed. This essence of the soul is but a fragment of the once mighty Song Kong, who foolishly believes himself to be the invincible figure of your. Such arrogance warrants a lesson, the leader of the ghost spirit sect replied with a smile. Wei Wuyo nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. For them, even a mere essence of the soul, regardless of its origins, could not be allowed to display such hubris. The scholar appeared to be in excruciating torment. With every flicker of the crimson runes, his body trembled involuntarily. He rolled on the ground, clutching his head, his face contorted in agony. The torment persisted for the duration of a meal, during which even the ghostly form of his essence began to blur and waver. Observing this, the leader of the ghost spirit sect finally waved the token, casually ceasing the incantation. You should have learned a lesson by now. Even if your memories are indistinguishable from those of the former Song Kong, you are merely a remnant soul now. Do not engage in any further foolishness. While I am determined to enter Lingmiu Garden, I refuse to be led around like a puppet. However, rest assured, if you guide me faithfully, I shall uphold my promise. The master of the ghost spirit gate spoke with a blend of grace and authority. Understood. I shall open the entrance at once. Upon rising, the scholar became enveloped in a shimmering green light, his body instantly solidifying once more, yet his expression remained remarkably tranquil. The master of the ghost spirit gate, taken aback by the scholar's demeanor, felt a tightening in his chest as he prepared to speak again, only to witness the scholar, now surrounded by a radiant green aura, levitate gently towards the fissure in the air above. The words nearly caught in the master's throat were swallowed back. After all, the matter of accessing the Lingmiu Garden took precedence over reprimanding the scholar. Wei Wuyi and his companions remained silent, their gazes cold as they scrutinized the scholar's actions, perplexed by the method he might employ to navigate such a formidable rift. As the scholar approached within 20 zhang of the spatial fracture, he halted, gazing upward at the vast tier for a moment, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a sphere of green light erupted forth. Encased within this luminous sphere was a glossy, jet-black orb, roughly the size of a thumb, spinning erratically before him. The scholar, who had expelled this orb, turned pale and wan, his spirit visibly waning, as if a significant portion of his soul's energy had been siphoned away by the orb. Nevertheless, he managed to extend a finger towards the orb, softly uttering incantations. The dark orb flickered with ethereal light before shooting upward into the sky. The master of the ghost spirit gate and his companions were taken aback, their expressions revealing astonishment. What effect could such a small orb possibly have? Just as doubts swirled in their minds, the moment the orb approached within mere zhangs of the spatial rift, it was suddenly drawn in by the rift's gravitational pull. A flash of white light distorted the surrounding space, and in an instant, the orb vanished without a trace. For a fleeting moment, everything remained unchanged regarding the spatial fissure, with no anomalies occurring. However, the scholar, who had been near the rift, suddenly faltered, his countenance darkening as he plummeted downward, quickly distancing himself from the fissure. Wei Wuyi and the others were momentarily stunned, unable to grasp his intentions, when a deep rumbling sound erupted from within the rift. In the midst of the misty white center, a flicker of green light appeared, rapidly expanding into a large, dark green sphere, radiating blinding brilliance and accompanied by a piercing shriek. Now, behold the power of your abilities." The scholar remarked as he landed atop the altar, his voice devoid of emotion. Wei Wuyi and Wang Tiangu exchanged uncertain glances, a hint of skepticism crossing their faces. "Let us give it a try and see if it truly proves effective." The master of the Ghost Spirit Gate declared decisively after a brief contemplation. Wei Wuyi furrowed his brow slightly, but after a glance at the dark green sphere, he refrained from voicing any objections. Wang Tiangu naturally had no dissenting views either. The three then positioned themselves apart, simultaneously forming hand seals, and with a flourish, 3 beams of distinct colors shot forth from their hands, striking the dark green sphere within the spatial rift. The disparity in their cultivation levels was evident. Wei Wuyi's green energy beam was as thick as a bowl, while those of the master of the Ghost Spirit Gate and Wang Tiangu were slightly smaller. Yet comparable in size, the magnificent spiritual power continuously surged into the emerald green orb among the 3 spiritual pillars. A piercing shriek suddenly escalated, while its form began to expand outward inch by inch. Moments later, at the center of the verdant glow, a pitch-black void gradually materialized, initially measuring only about a foot in size, its depths unfathomable and unknown in destination. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, the members of the Ghost Spirit sect felt an immediate surge of joy within their hearts. The emergence of such an anomaly indicated that the scholar had not deceived them. Without hesitation, the 3 of them circulated their spiritual energy, causing the pillars in their hands to thicken slightly. While the emerald light within the fissure grew increasingly dense, after the passage of a brief interval, the black void had expanded to a size of 3 feet, seemingly just enough to allow one person to enter. However, the scholar, observing from the side, suddenly spoke with a calm demeanor. "Although entry is now possible, the entrance to Lingmiu Garden is far from stable. I do not possess a second world-breaking pearl to open the passage. If you esteemed friends do not wish to enter only to find yourselves unable to return, it would be prudent to continue infusing spiritual energy to ensure the stability of the spatial passage." Upon hearing these words, Wei Wuyo and the others were taken aback, yet they glanced at the still somewhat quivering void and dared not withdraw their spiritual energy, compelled to persist in their efforts. However, it became evident that stabilizing this black passage required even more spiritual energy, and after a while, the void remained unstable. At this point, the leader of the Ghost Spirit sect felt a twinge of doubt. But he unceremoniously commanded the 3 Golden Core disciples, "You 3, come over and assist. Though your cultivation may be lower, it is certainly better than having no one at all." "Understood, sect master." The 3 disciples, upon hearing this, did not dare to delay, and similarly condensed their spiritual energy into several pillars, launching them into the air. Meanwhile, the scholar remained in place, observing all that transpired, his expression devoid of emotion. Time slowly passed. Once Wei Wuyo and the others had infused a significant portion of their spiritual energy into the fissure, the black passage finally stabilized, ceasing its oscillation. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, and the group felt assured enough to halt the light pillars in their hands. "Does this passage truly lead to Lingmiao Garden?" the leader of the Ghost Spirit sect inquired, squinting his eyes as he retracted his magical energy. The scholar, however, showed no inclination to respond, prompting Wei Wuyo to interject. "It should be true. I can sense a vast expanse on the other side of this passage." Wei Wuyo licked his lips, his expression somewhat moved. The others, lacking sufficient spiritual awareness to extend their senses beyond the passage, were nonetheless elated upon hearing this. Since Brother Wei has stated it so, it seems indeed to be the case. However, to be prudent, it is wise to conduct a test. Wang Tiangu, suppressing his unusual excitement, flicked his sleeve, unleashing a wisp of black mist that shot forth, within which a small ghost could be discerned, darting directly into the passage. Chapter 835. The demonic body. The moment the little ghost enveloped in black mist entered the passage, a sudden explosion echoed, and it inexplicably burst apart. Wang Tiangu, connected to the little ghost, turned pale, suffering a considerable setback. "What is happening? Could there be some hidden mechanism within this passage?" Wang Tiangu questioned the scholar in a fit of anger and disbelief. Do you truly believe that the entrance to the Lingmiao Garden is merely an ordinary passage? Even a formless spirit, let alone a ghost king or a fierce apparition, would find themselves utterly disoriented upon entering this passage. Indeed, even I require the aid of a painted scroll to traverse this space. Now that the entrance has been opened, whether you choose to enter or not is of no concern to me. At this juncture, the scholar appeared remarkably composed, after delivering his words with a hint of nonchalance. He transformed into a wisp of green light, swiftly vanishing into the suspended scroll. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiangu's expression darkened instantly. The scholar's words implied that formless entities such as demons and spirits could not directly traverse the passage. He exchanged glances with the leader of the ghost spirit sect, both displaying expressions of surprise. Wei, having already probed the opposite side of the passage with his spiritual awareness, knew that despite the distortion caused by the spatial rift, it undoubtedly led to an unknown realm. Lacking the patience to linger in hesitation and risking further complications, he resolved to proceed first. After a brief contemplation, Wei Wuyo boldly declared his intent and, disregarding the two, transformed into a streak of green light, darting towards the passage. The leader of the ghost spirit sect's countenance shifted slightly upon witnessing this. You three, guard this place. Wang Shidi, let us not dawdle. We shall venture forth together. For the sake of the Lingniao Garden, a little risk is worthwhile. Besides, I have placed a fright spell on the spirit, so it is unlikely to attempt any tricks. As the leader issued commands, he coldly scrutinized the suspended scroll before him, observing that no peculiar occurrences transpired. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and grasped the scroll, drawing it into his possession. Then tucked it into his wide sleeve. Together with Wang Tiangu, they transformed into two dazzling beams and surged towards the passage. The Lingniao Garden is said to be abundant with celestial herbs. Should they delay and fall behind Wei Wuyo, the consequences would be dire. Thus, the figures of Wei Wuyo and his companions swiftly vanished at the entrance of the Black Passage, directly crossing the spatial barrier into another realm. This is certainly not the Lingniao Garden. The speaker was none other than Wei Wuyo, who had emerged first from the passage. He surveyed the unfamiliar terrain around him, his countenance shadowed with gloom. This realm was devoid of color, shrouded in a dreary gray hue. Looking up, one could see low piles of dark stones reaching heights of several dozen feet, obscured by a misty gray vapor that enveloped the surroundings. Extending approximately 10 miles is sensed by Wei Wuyo's spiritual awareness. Yet, to claim this place to be the fabled Lingniao Garden, where spiritual energy flourished and vibrant flora thrived, would be an unfathomable assertion. Not only Wei Wuyo, but even the leader of the ghost spirit sect and Wang Tiangu, who had just emerged from the passage, could scarcely believe such a notion. However, upon their arrival in this place, as they surveyed their surroundings, their expressions bore a peculiar mix of 7 parts fury and 3 parts astonishment. This left Wei Wuyo, who glanced back at the two, momentarily taken aback, and an instinctive wariness surged within him. He had anticipated that upon realizing this location was not the legendary Lingniao Garden, their faces would reflect utter despair, perhaps even prompting the summoning of the divine being from the scroll for questioning. Shidi, do you sense it? The demonic energy here is at least twice that of our realm. In this place, engaging in conflict with others allows my demonic powers to increase by 30% out of thin air. After a moment of silence, the leader of the ghost spirit sect finally spoke. Brother, we practice the same form of demonic arts. How could I possibly be unaware of it? If we remain here to cultivate, we may have a significant chance of breaking through our current bottleneck and advancing to the next realm. Wang Tiangu's gaze flickered, his expression equally complex as he spoke. Fellow Taoists, should we not summon that individual and interrogate him thoroughly? Do not tell me that Wei has gone to such great lengths only to arrive at this place. Wei Wuyo observed the scene for a while without any results, then stepped on the crushed stones beneath his feet. His face darkening as he coldly addressed Wang Tiangu and the others. Naturally, if he does not provide us with a reason, I shall ensure he experiences the torment of soul refinement. The leader of the ghost spirit sect, inflamed by Wei Wuyo's words and recalling the anger of having been deceived by that essence, retorted with a grimace. He then hurled the scroll in his hands to the ground, preparing to invoke the spirit of the Tsongkuan elder. However, before he could cast the spell, a flash of spiritual light erupted from the scroll, and a green light suddenly shot forth. Wang Tiangu, standing nearby, quickly reacted, reaching out to grasp it with a black shadowy hand extending from his own. Yet, the green light seemed to have anticipated this, instantly doubling its escape speed and slipping away from the shadowy hand, darting into the distance. Wei Wuyo, maintaining his composure due to his status, merely watched without intervening. The leader of the ghost spirit sect, witnessing this scene, was filled with rage. He flipped his palm, revealing a blood-red token, and a fierce expression crossed his face as he raised the token and shook it violently toward the direction of the fleeing green light. The token immediately radiated a bloody glow, causing the distant green light to momentarily falter in its flight, swaying in the air. The leader of the ghost spirit sect felt a surge of joy. But the green light suddenly steadied itself and, at a speed thrice as fast as before, shot off into the distance, quickly transforming into a small speck of light. This left not only the leader of the ghost spirit sect in a daze, but also Wei Wuyo and his companions, who stared in disbelief. Did I not see correctly? The soul fright curse cast by the leader of the ghost spirit sect had no effect on that wisp of essence. This is rather intriguing. I will capture this fellow and see what schemes he truly harbors, Wei Wuyo remarked suddenly, a cold smile on his face. He then flickered and transformed into a green streak, hurtling through the air in pursuit. Leader, you. Wang Tiangu finally recovered from his astonishment, unable to restrain his urge to inquire further. You have seen the punishment of the soul fright curse. He indeed fell victim to the secret incantation earlier. As for why it is ineffective now, I am equally curious. Let us go. I wish to see what this individual intends by luring us here, the leader of the ghost spirit sect declared with a menacing expression, and similarly transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the air. In such a vast space, he harbored no fear that the opponent could escape. Wang Tiangu could only let out a wry smile and follow closely behind. Not long after, the two individuals found themselves approaching the center of this space, where they discovered Wei Wuyo, who had halted his escape. At that moment, the essence within the scroll had transformed back into a Confucian scholar. Standing defiantly across from them, his countenance betraying not a hint of fear, this left the two men quite astonished. However, when Wang Tiangu and his companion lifted their gazes towards the area some 10 zhang behind the scholar, they were taken aback once more. There, amidst the faint mist, stood an enormous creature, towering over 30 zhang, motionless within a crystal-like, fiery red block. This beast possessed 2 heads and 4 arms, with a single horn protruding from its forehead. Its body covered in jet-black scales that shimmered ominously. Its visage was ferocious, with bared fangs that rendered it utterly terrifying. What could this be? The density of the demonic aura is staggering, Wang Tiangu thought, his heart racing as he exclaimed. His astonishment stemmed not merely from the creature's monstrous size and malevolence, but rather from the overwhelming concentration of demonic energy that enveloped the vicinity, far surpassing that of other places. Imbued with an unsettling aura that struck fear into one's heart. We shall defer further discussion for now and listen to what the other party has to say. The leader of the ghost spirit sect, equally wary of the sealed creature, hesitated momentarily but then floated down alongside Wang Tiangu, landing beside Wei Wuyo. With a late-stage nascent soul cultivator present, he felt little cause for concern. 2 fellow Taoists have also arrived. This is fortuitous, thought the scholar, as he aimed to conserve his breath. Upon seeing the arrival of the ghost spirit sect leader and his companion, the Confucian scholar smiled rather than recoiled in fear. You have lured us here. Pray, reveal your intentions, the leader of the ghost spirit sect stated calmly. Yet after studying the scholar for a few moments, he felt a profound shock. For the Confucian scholar before them bore blood-red runes that flickered and pulsed, a clear indication that the frightening soul curse was in effect. Furthermore, the exposed skin of the scholar visibly twitched in tandem with the shifting runes. Yet, his expression remained one of serene composure, devoid of any sign of suffering. Moreover, his ghostly form appeared remarkably solid, showing no signs of disintegration. Brother Wei may remain silent, but do the two Taoists not feel the overwhelming demonic energy in this place? Unlike anything in the mortal realm, due to your cultivation of ancient demonic arts, the scholar's words took the three by surprise. And what of it? Are you suggesting that this is indeed the Lingmiu garden? Wang Tiangu replied, maintaining an impassive facade. Lingmiao garden. This place may indeed be, or perhaps it may not, the scholar replied leisurely. What does that mean? At this juncture, do you still wish to toy with us? Wang Tiangu's expression turned Oh, you truly believe that ancient cultivators would bequeath such a bountiful haven of spiritual herbs and abundant spiritual energy to their descendants? Many years ago, perhaps there did exist locations like Lingmiao garden. And likely more than one. However, they have long been stripped of their spiritual herbs, ravaged by the strife of ancient cultivators. This location could very well be a forsaken remnant of Lingmiao garden. Or it may simply be another spatial rift at the juncture of the mortal realm and our holy realm. The scholar spoke with an enigmatic smile, unperturbed. Holy realm? You are an ancient demon. Wei Wuyo, who had initially maintained a calm demeanor, was suddenly taken aback by the scholar's words, his expression shifting to one of alarm. In a flurry of urgency, he swiftly formed a seal with both hands. And a torrent of green poisonous mist surged forth from his body, engulfing him within its depths. Chapter 836. Dissolution and Transformation. Are you familiar with our holy realm? A flicker of astonishment crossed the scholar's face. Although he knew little of the ancient demon realm, he was aware that you were irreconcilable with the ancient cultivators, who once sought to dominate our human realm in ancient times. That alone suffices. Wei Wuyo's voice was icy as he concealed himself within the green mist. Upon hearing this, the leader of the ghost spirit sect and Wang Tiangu's expressions changed drastically. Dark radiance flickered around them. and swirling mists of malevolence manifested, enveloping them for protection. The two men cautiously fixed their gaze on the scholar, instinctively retreating 2 steps, though they had never heard of the ancient demon realm or the ancient demons. Witnessing Wei Wuyo's palpable dread and the scholar's unflinching demeanor naturally heightened their wariness. As for my identity, it is unnecessary for the 3 of you to know at present. However, I intend to propose a transaction. Should it succeed, it could propel your realms to unprecedented heights, making entry into the transformation stage a distinct possibility. I wonder if the 3 of you would be interested in hearing more. The scholar spoke with an unwavering countenance, articulating each word deliberately. Oh, such a fortunate opportunity. Do share. The leader of the ghost spirit sect and Wang Tiangu exchanged glances, responding with an air of nonchalance. It is quite simple. You must have noticed the ancient demon body behind me. That I would like the 3 of you to assist in lifting the seal placed upon it. In return, I will use this body to open a slight rift leading to the holy realm and summon the true demonic essence of a revered ancestor to infuse you with demonic energy, thus creating an unparalleled demonic physique. From that moment forth, you shall become members of my holy realm. What are your thoughts on this proposal? With your talents, once the infusion is successful, your cultivation will undoubtedly soar, and entering the transformation stage will be within reach. The scholar's voice was laden with temptation. Lifting the seal and infusing demonic energy, the leader of the ghost spirit sect felt a surge of excitement. The prospect of a rapid enhancement in cultivation, even to the point of entering the transformation stage, was an irresistible allure for any cultivator. As he shifted his gaze, he noticed Wang Tiangu's similarly intrigued expression, clearly captivated by the proposition. What folly are you 2 indulging in? Do you truly believe that after infusing with demonic energy, you will remain unchanged? You may very well lose your sanity and become mere puppets of the ancient demons. Having lived for so long, Wei Wuyo was naturally cunning and perceptive, instantly discerning their thoughts. Without hesitation, he sought to awaken them to the danger. Wei brother, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Wang Tiangu felt as if cold water had been splashed upon him, awakening him to a degree of clarity. What do you mean? Do you dare to trust the words of an otherworldly demon? Although the specifics of this demonic energy infusion elude me, I can assure you that this murky essence will forcibly elevate your cultivation without regard for your original foundation. Do you truly believe there will be a favorable outcome? Wei Wuyo spoke mercilessly from within the poisonous mist. With each word, the leader of the ghost spirit sect and Wang Tiangu's expressions darkened further. After absorbing the entirety of his words, they turned their gaze toward the scholar. Their eyes now chillingly cold, the scholar furrowed his brow upon hearing this. His lips parted as if he wished to offer counsel, but at that moment, a peculiar expression flitted across Wei Wuyo's face. Behind the Confucian scholar, amidst a pile of stones about 10 feet away, a sudden shrill cry pierced the air, and a slender black shadow shot forth without warning. In an instant, it pierced through the scholar's abdomen, darting away over 10 feet, before spiraling in midair, coming to a halt. It was a bizarre little serpent, entirely black, with an extraordinarily sharp head adorned with a snow-white horn the size of a thumb. As sharp as a sword's tip, its body bore no scales, glistening with an inky sheen. The scholar's abdomen had erupted, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl. Being a spectral entity, it bore no blood. However, a bioluminescent green crystal core, about the size of a walnut, had been shattered, leaving only fragments within the cavity. You actually know the location of my soul stone. The scholar lowered his gaze to his abdomen, disbelief flickering in his eyes. That moment, from the green mist emerged the emotionless voice of Wei Wuyi. I do not cultivate the path of ghosts, so I naturally know nothing of soul stones. However, my soul-breaking serpent excels in dealing with spectral demons. Annihilating a wisp of spirit transformed into a ghost is but a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, the scholar's face betrayed a bitter smile. And then, with a sudden burst, his entire body exploded into a swirling mass of grayish-white mist. The leader of the ghost spirit sect and Wang Tiangu watched this scene with surprise. Yet they breathed a sigh of relief as their gazes fell upon the colossal monster not far away. Wei, shall we destroy this ancient demonic body? Wang Tiangu, feeling an inexplicable heaviness, could not help but ask. If it were possible to destroy it, do you think the ancient cultivators would not have done so? It is best to leave everything as it is and depart swiftly from this place. Wei Wuyi replied after a moment of silence, shaking his head. Wang Tiangu hesitated, but the leader of the ghost spirit sect, after a moment of contemplation, concurred. What Brother Wei says is indeed correct. This place is exceedingly strange. It would be wise for us to depart soon. Seeing both men in agreement, Wang Tiangu had no further objections and turned to take to the skies. Just then, a calm yet ominous voice echoed from behind. Who permitted your departure? Since you have arrived at the sealed domain of my true body, do you think you can leave here alive? If you refuse to drink the wine of respect, you shall face the punishment of death. Startled by the familiar voice, Wang Tiangu and the others felt a jolt of disbelief as they quickly turned to look. To their astonishment, the dissipated white specter mist not only failed to disperse, but began to coalesce once more. In an instant, a ghostly, gray-horned head materialized, its eyes glaring viciously at the three. The leader of the ghost spirit sect, quick-witted, raised a hand, sending forth a black flying knife that transformed into a streak of light, cleaving through the center of the ghostly head. However, the two halves of the head swiftly rejoined amidst the swirling gray mist. Seemingly unscathed, witnessing this spectacle, all three gasped in shock, their expressions fraught with terror. The leader of the ghost spirit sect felt a sudden pang of unease. The sect was already adept in the esoteric arts of exorcising spirits and severing souls. And as its leader, he possessed an extraordinary mastery of his life-bound flying knife in this regard. However, in the face of this ghastly head, their efforts proved futile, leaving the master of the ghost spirit sect with an unsettling premonition. Observing this through the green mist, Wei Wuyo let out a sharp cry. The serpent with sharp horns, circling above, responded to his call, suddenly transforming into a streak of black light that shot forth once more. Simultaneously, the green mist churned violently, and a terrifying emerald hand abruptly emerged, transforming into a green rainbow that lunged fiercely at the ghastly head. Wang Tiangu and his companion clearly had no intention of allowing Wei Wuyo to face this battle alone. One of them spun in place, channeling a surge of dark energy towards the ghastly head, while the other took a deep breath and unleashed a golden skull that erupted from his mouth. Following it with a ghostly wail as he charged forward, in an instant, the trio's combined force was established. Yet, at that very moment, the ghastly head in the gray mist suddenly lifted, releasing a continuous, piercing shriek. The sound was sharp and peculiar, but almost simultaneously, the enormous demonic form sealed within the crystal responded by glowing with a dark radiance, its eyes snapping open. Two blood-red beams shot forth from its eyes, enveloping the ghastly head and forming a layer of crimson blood shield. A thick, sanguine aura quickly spread out. At that juncture, various attacks struck in succession, resulting in a cacophony of thunderous sounds, as black mist and green light surged forth, momentarily submerging the blood shield within. However, after a brief interval, the expressions of Wei Wuyo and his companions shifted dramatically, prompting them to hastily retract their techniques and cease their frantic assault, revealing the blood-colored protective barrier once more. Whether it was the black mist formed from demonic energy or the gigantic hand conjured from poisonous fog, upon contact with the protective shield, they were silently absorbed, further solidifying the barrier. Meanwhile, the serpent and the golden skull continued their relentless assault around the luminous shield. Showing no signs of this anomaly in the moment of their shared confusion, the sealed demonic form underwent a startling transformation. The dark light emanating from the demonic form coalesced, fluctuating between brightness and darkness, suddenly shifting to a blood-red hue. Simultaneously, strands of crimson light began to emanate outward from within. In the blink of an eye, the immense demonic form became dazzlingly radiant, fully materializing. Correspondingly, the blood-colored shield enveloped the horned ghastly head, which now hovered at the center of the swirling crimson light, its eyes tightly shut. Beneath it, countless dark red light shards, as thin as worms, coiled together to form the shape of a normal human. The blood-red light flickered incessantly as muscles and bones, glistening with a fresh, blood-like sheen, rapidly coalesced, with countless strands of light layering over one another to rapidly form the outer skin. This bizarre and enigmatic sensation rendered the master of the ghost spirit sect and his companions utterly speechless, their scalps tingling. In an instant, not only was the body below taking shape, but the horned ghastly head was also enveloped by the crimson light, as chunks of blood-red flesh began to coalesce. Wang Tingu's gaze shifted, and he observed that as the human form within the blood shield solidified, the blood-colored light mass derived from the demonic form within the crystal was rapidly diminishing, with the two connected through the original two crimson beams. With a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled a legendary secret technique, exclaiming in alarm, "Disintegration and transformation. This is the supreme secret art of demonic techniques, disintegration and transformation." With a simultaneous flourish of both hands, he unleashed two streaks of dark energy that shot forth, directly severing the two interlinked crimson pillars of light that in fact, they were two palm-sized bronze plates, upon which swirled indistinct runes of a deep black HUEAT. That moment, Wei Wuyo and the leader of the ghost spirit sect, upon hearing Wang Tiangu's incantation of disintegration and transformation, were equally taken aback. Their gazes instinctively drawn toward the source, they beheld the two bronze plates plunging between the two pillars of light, instantly releasing a surge of black spiritual energy, causing the blood-red pillars to shatter abruptly. At this juncture, the demon, possessing a head of a ghost and a body of a man, which had completed its transformation, opened its eyes, one black and one purple, two eerie beams of light suddenly igniting, accompanied by a faint, sinister smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Chapter 837. A sudden change. Han Li found himself enveloped in a radiant glow, surrounded by swirling clouds of rosy light. While the distant surroundings lay in a somber haze, countless minuscule white orbs danced through the air, floating erratically. Suddenly, Han Li formed a hand gesture, his spiritual energy flowing incessantly, as a misty whirlwind erupted from the ground. Encasing him in its vibrant luminescence, the winds intensified, growing stronger and thicker, pulling the distant white orbs into its embrace like moths drawn to a flame. Before long, this wind transformed into a colossal entity, reaching skyward like a pillar supporting the heavens, where the fierce wind swept, dust and stones whirled about, as if a behemoth had descended upon the earth. That moment, however, Han Li's incantation resonated amidst the tempest. The wind column trembled violently before dispersing, morphing back into wisps of colorful clouds, drifting between heaven and earth. As the incantation quickened, the hues of the clouds shifted to a soft blue. A roaring sound of surging water arose, revealing boundless, rolling azure waves in every direction. Towering waves, reaching heights of 100 feet, surged forth, while Han Li was enveloped by a massive column of water, his hand forming a spell that radiated brilliant blue light, akin to the deity of rivers, rendering him unapproachable. Abruptly, Han Li altered his spell, the incantation dropping to a low murmur. In an instant, the colossal waves vanished as if mere illusions, replaced instead by layers of crimson flames that surged forth, alongside a dozen enormous fire serpents, each several dozen feet long, rising within the inferno, their heads raised, exhaling flames. Thus, following the flames, verdant forests, boundless deserts, and realms of ice and snow transformed under Han Li's command. At that moment, he seemed to embody a divine being, omnipotent in his prowess. Filled with ambition, Han Li effortlessly conjured an ancient giant towering 1,000 feet high, compelling it to pound its chest and roar skyward. Suddenly, streaks of silver light flickered across the horizons, converging into waves of silvery brilliance that rolled closer. In the blink of an eye, blinding silver light enveloped the entire sky. Under this radiant glow, the giant melted away like snow under the sun, while Han Li, shrouded in the brilliance, felt a sharp pain in his eyes, instinctively shielding them with his hands, a piercing scream escaping his lips. The very ground beneath him collapsed instantaneously within the silvery light. Dazed and disoriented, Han Li suddenly jolted awake, his eyes wide open. What silver light? What heavens? All had vanished without a trace. He sat cross-legged in a secluded chamber, drenched in sweat. After exhaling deeply, Han Li's heart gradually settled, and he finally recalled that he was in a secret chamber within the abyss of demonic fall. Not long ago, he had ingested a successfully refined creation pill. Everything that had just transpired was merely a hallucination induced by the effects of the medicine. Sitting dazedly on the ground, he did not rise immediately, instead savoring the experiences he had undergone in the illusion, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and bewilderment. Suddenly, he reached behind him and felt the dampness of his azure robe. The corners of Han Li's mouth twitched slightly. The creation pill was indeed astonishing. Even someone with his formidable spiritual awareness had succumbed to the illusion upon consuming it. In that recent vision, he had completely transformed into a stranger, encountering a series of incredible events and mastering numerous powerful techniques. Moving mountains and shifting seas, calling the winds and summoning the rain, were all effortless feats for him. However, upon further reflection, the incantations and techniques were all exceedingly vague, and he could not recall a single word. Yet, some insights and mastery over the spiritual energies of heaven and earth were vividly imprinted in his memory, as if he had truly experienced them. This was undeniably beneficial for him in breaking through to the next level of cultivation. Han Li closed his eyes once more, remaining motionless in his spot. He sat for a considerable time, and when he blinked and reopened his eyes, clarity and tranquility returned to his gaze, and the confusion on his face had vanished without a trace. Rising to his feet, he shook his sleeves and cast a spell towards a stone door to one side. Instantly, the door shimmered with spiritual light and slowly opened of its own accord. Hanli stepped outside unhurriedly. As he emerged from the stone door, a ray of white light shot forth from a nearby stone wall, fleetingly darting into Hanli's sleeve. It was the little fox transformed from Silver Moon. Have I been in seclusion for several days? Nothing untoward has occurred during this time, has it? Hanli inquired casually as he strolled toward the cave entrance. Master has been in seclusion for 2 days and nights. During this period, it seems Miss Ziling emerged from her own seclusion first and visited once. However, upon noticing that the cave's restrictions had not been lifted, she returned. Silver Moon replied respectfully. Given Miss Ziling's relatively shallow cultivation, the effects of the creation pill would naturally be less pronounced for her. It is not surprising that she emerged earlier. Conversely, your refusal to consume the creation pill truly astonishes me, Hanli remarked indifferently. Master should be aware that I am not a human cultivator, but rather a Silver Moon wolf demon. Moreover, my current cultivation is conducted through the body of a fox demon, which complicates matters further, rendering it markedly different from human cultivators. Aside from pills specifically for enhancing cultivation, I cannot recklessly ingest other cultivators' elixirs. Who knows what chaos could ensue? I would rather invest more time than take unnecessary risks. Silver Moon conveyed with a hint of exasperation. Hanli furrowed his brow, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded slightly. Choosing not to press the matter further, he had not wasted the remaining spiritual fruits from the refining of pills. Having devoured them all before taking the creation pill, now, as the medicinal effects blossomed, he had indeed gained a slight enhancement in his cultivation. Truly, it was worthy of being one of the rarest spiritual medicines in the world. As Hanli approached the entrance of the cave, the puppet beasts remained obediently stationary behind the door. He stepped forward a few paces, unfastening a storage bag from his waist and tossing it into the air. Instantly, a radiant white light erupted from the bag's opening, and wherever it passed, the puppet beasts were dutifully drawn inside. At this moment, Hanli cast a spell to unlock the stone door of the cave and stepped out with a composed demeanor. Just as the stone door creaked open, a startling rainbow shot up from the opposite mountain peak, hurtling towards him. Hanli glanced at the vibrant arc and with an unhurried gesture, beckoned with his hand. Immediately, azure light surged forth from the nearby ground and rocks, transforming into a series of array flags and array discs that fell neatly into his palm. Brother Han, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. I thought you would remain in retreat for at least half a day longer. At that moment, the radiant arc descended above Hanli, revealing the figure of Ziling. She hovered gracefully in the air, smiling enchantingly at Hanli, her beauty radiating and blossoming, undeniably captivating. It appeared that the effects of the elixir Ziling had consumed were remarkably effective. Advancing to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm would merely be a matter of meditative years. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, my friend, Hanli remarked, expressing his well wishes. Brother Han, you jest. This humble girl merely saved decades of arduous cultivation by taking the creation pill. It is you, Brother Han, who holds great promise for advancing to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm after consuming the pill. That is truly a matter for celebration, Ziling replied with a playful glint in her eyes. Surely, you do not genuinely believe that the effects of the creation pill are the same for cultivators at the core formation stage and those at the nascent soul stage, Hanli responded calmly. Although the creation pill is claimed to be consumable by cultivators below the god transformation stage, the reality is that the lower one's cultivation level, the more pronounced the effects. A core formation cultivator consuming this pill will undoubtedly progress to the next realm. However, for a nascent soul cultivator, the outcome is far less certain. Regardless, the creation pill will undoubtedly provide substantial assistance to your advancement. Brother Han, there is no need for excessive modesty, given your aptitude, having ascended to the nascent soul stage in just over 200 years. Advancing to the mid-stage should be merely a matter of time, Ziling remarked. Aptitude? Hanli could not help but smile bitterly at Ziling's words. While he refrained from arguing, he simply shook his head gently. Ziling smiled coyly, about to speak again when a thunderous sound suddenly echoed from afar. The very heavens seemed to tremble violently, and while Hanli remained steady, Ziling, suspended in the air, wavered precariously, nearly tumbling down. What has happened? What is going on? Ziling exclaimed, hastily stabilizing her fleeing light, though her expression paled in apprehension. Hanli, equally astonished, disregarded the need for a response and lifted his gaze towards the direction from whence the thunderous sound emanated. Ah, that location appears to align precisely with the marked spot on the map. A flicker of suspicion ignited within Han Li's heart. Just then, a white streak illuminated the distant horizon. Following that, a piercing wail surged forth like rolling thunder. The white line swiftly thickened, and an endless expanse of misty white waves materialized not far away. Upon closer inspection, the waves resembled a vast sea of white, sweeping over every hill and rocky outcrop in their path, flattening them to the ground, as countless mounds of earth and stone were engulfed, rushing towards Han Li in the blink of an eye. Their distance had shrunk to mere hundreds of zhang. Alarmed by the terrifying scene before him, Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his sleeve, and a small blue shield soared forth from his cuff. After a brief spiral, it expanded against the wind, transforming into a colossal shield that stood protectively before him. Pointing at the massive shield, a layer of azure mist enveloped him, encasing Han Li within its embrace. Yet, seemingly still uneasy, he opened his mouth, and a sphere of blue ice flame, the size of a fist, erupted from his lips, detonating in a brilliant explosion a dozen zhang in front of him. The dazzling blue light pierced the air, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds, as waves of frigid air spiraled and intertwined, rapidly swelling into a thick mass of blue ice. An imposing ice mountain, towering 50 or 60 zhang, loomed before Han Li. Xiling, naturally astonished, turned pale and hastily unfurled a silk handkerchief, transforming it into a veil of colorful mist that shielded her entire being. Upon witnessing Han Li's remarkable conjuring of an ice mountain, her surprise morphed into delight, and she quickly descended to his side. At that moment, the distant shockwave finally crashed upon the two, darkening the sky above them. The atmosphere erupted with a cacophony of thunderous roars, as the ice mountain trembled violently. Dozens of massive stones, each the size of a grinding wheel, fell simultaneously upon the mountain's opposite side, producing a jarring symphony of sound that stirred one's blood and unsettled the heart. Chapter 838. The emergence of the demon shadow. Seeing the colossal ice mountain seemingly falter under the pressure, Xiling's face grew ashen. Meanwhile, Han Li stood unwavering within the protective glow of the giant shield, his demeanor calm and composed, devoid of any hint of panic. Observing this, Xiling's heart steadied, realizing that Han Li must possess further protective measures, which accounted for his tranquility. To her surprise, however, Han Li refrained from deploying any additional magical artifacts or techniques. Despite the relentless assault of the boulders and shockwaves, the blue ice mountain remained astonishingly resilient, exhibiting not a single crack. After what felt like an eternity, the ferocious shockwave finally swept past, retreating far behind Han Li and Xiling. The resounding booms faded into silence as the white line of disturbance dissipated into the distance. What could this possibly be? Why does such a phenomenon exist in the abyss of demons? Xiling exhaled softly, transforming her colorful mist back into a silk handkerchief, which she held in her hand as she turned to Han Li with a puzzled expression. I am uncertain, Han Li replied. But the spiritual energy in the distance is decidedly chaotic. This shockwave is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Could it be that a spatial rift has manifested? However, this energy is so formidable that I doubt the inner valley's barriers can withstand it. While Yuan-Ing cultivators might fare well, possessing the means to protect themselves, if it breaches the outer valley, the Jiadan cultivators would be in grave peril. Han Li's gaze flickered thoughtfully as he murmured to himself. Xiling, hearing Han Li's words, furrowed her brows tightly. She too extended her spiritual sense forward, sensing a hint of anomaly within the spiritual energy. Yet, the distance proved too great for her to perceive anything with greater clarity. There seems to be something amiss. Brother Han, are you planning to go and take a look? Xiling inquired softly, her beautiful eyes blinking. Go. Why would we go there, regardless of whether this turbulence is artificially induced or a mere coincidence? That place is far from safe. While I harbor a modicum of curiosity, I have no desire to seek out trouble. Let us retrace our steps. After all, we have already accomplished the majority of our objectives in this valley. And following this unexpected upheaval, the ghost spirit sect is likely preoccupied with other matters and will not be searching for us. This presents an opportune moment for our escape. Han Li hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating. He then extended a finger towards the colossal shield before him, causing the luminous barrier surrounding him to rapidly dissipate. The shield swiftly shrank to a mere few inches in size and was stowed away in his sleeve. As for the iceberg before him, Han Li gently pressed his palm against the icy surface. Instantly, a brilliant blue light erupted, and the iceberg rapidly diminished and melted away. In a brief moment, a small orb of blue flame, identical to the one before, was absorbed into his palm. Xiling, witnessing this spectacle, revealed a look of astonishment in her bright eyes. Han Li raised his palm to inspect it, a hint of satisfaction gracing his expression. This technique of reabsorbing the ice flame into his body was a newfound method he had just comprehended through his experiences within the illusion, although it was merely his first attempt. He executed it with an ease that suggested familiarity, as if he had practiced it countless times before. This unexpected proficiency took Han Li by surprise, indicating that the insights he gained within the illusion were not mere figments of imagination, but rather a genuine understanding of a higher realm of existence. With this preliminary experience at a higher level of comprehension, his advancement to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm seemed promising. A faint smile graced Han Li's lips as he turned to speak further with Ziling, but at that moment, a sudden flash of light appeared on the horizon behind them, followed by two streaks of escaping light. One yellow and one white, trembling as if fleeing for their lives. Oh! Han Li's consciousness swept over, and he let out an involuntary exclamation of surprise. What's the matter, Brother Han? Do you recognize these two? Ziling inquired after probing with her own consciousness, identifying that both streaks of light belonged to nascent soul cultivators but gleaning no further information. Indeed, I'm acquainted with them, albeit tangentially, Han Li replied, his brow furrowing slightly as he fixed his gaze on the distance, speaking with a hint of detachment. Among the two fleeing figures in the distance, one, clad in yellow robes with a sallow complexion, was none other than the esteemed ancestor of Huangfeng Valley, Ling Hu. Beside him, a pallid-faced woman in white, exuding an icy demeanor, was none other than the senior sister of the Yinyu sect, Nangong Wan. The sight of these two arriving at the abyss of demonic fall left Han Li somewhat taken aback. He had not observed their entrance into the valley earlier. It appeared they had either disguised themselves to infiltrate or had intentionally delayed their entry. Until now, both of them bore expressions of fear, desperately urging their escape, as though a terrifying force was in relentless pursuit behind them, not daring to pause for even a moment. Han Li felt a surge of curiosity welling up within him. Yet, these two were formidable cultivators. Ling Hu was a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner, and Nangong Wan's techniques and artifacts were exceptionally sharp. The sight of such a pair appearing so beleaguered while fleeing was indeed hard to fathom. Could it be that they were being pursued by that Mulan sorcerer or the mysterious Master Zhong? The thought sent a shiver down Han Li's spine. His relationship with the Murang sorcerers could be described as utterly abysmal. Having repeatedly thwarted their endeavors and caused the demise of numerous high-ranking Murang mages at his hands, should he encounter that esteemed Master Zhong, he would likely strike without an ounce of mercy. With this thought, Han Li felt compelled to act without hesitation. In an instant, he shifted his form, and while the two distant figures remained oblivious to his presence, he deftly appeared beside Ziling. Before she could express her astonishment, Han Li formed seals with his hands, his aura shimmering as a veil of azure mist suddenly materialized above them, gently cascading down. The silhouettes of Han Li and Ziling faded within the azure light, vanishing without a trace, cloaked in obscurity. That moment, the two beams of light in the distance finally approached the mountain where Han Li stood. The ashen complexion of the old master Ling Hu was discernible even at a distance. Suddenly, Han Li's gaze sharpened, fixating on a point over 100 feet behind the two figures, his eyes narrowing slightly. Where do you intend to go? Have you forsaken your companions? He mused. TSK. You two possess commendable cultivation and a solid essence, making you perfect candidates for my enhancement. How could I allow you to escape? This time, there shall be no unforeseen occurrences. You would do well to surrender willingly. The derisive laughter echoed unabashedly, lacking any semblance of restraint, reverberating through the nearby skies, audible to cultivators within a radius of several miles. Following Han Li's gaze, a point behind the two fleeing figures suddenly flickered with a shadowy light, a strand of black energy manifesting eerily. This black energy appeared to shimmer unpredictably, flickering in and out of sight, yet with each emergence, it curiously closed the distance to the fleeing light. Within moments, the black energy was but 50 or 60 feet from the two figures ahead. At that moment, a silhouette faintly materialized within the black aura. Though obscured, Han Li strained to discern its form. However, this black energy seemed to employ a secret technique that even he could not penetrate with his divine sense, only allowing him a vague impression from the outside. Yet, the figure was somewhat familiar to Han Li, and as his thoughts raced, he recognized the individual, astonishment flooding his mind. Marquis Nanlong, what brings him here? And in such a state, Han Li's heart brimmed with incredulity. The figure was none other than the corrupted Marquis Nanlong, though Han Li was unaware that the man's body had been overtaken by demonic essence, rendering him no longer the original Marquis Nanlong. He could sense the overwhelming demonic energy emanating from him, now emboldened to pursue and threaten both the old Master Ling Hu and the Grand Elder of the CS sect. Thus, he refrained from acting rashly. At that moment, the black aura of Marquis Nanlong was a mere 30 feet from the two ahead. With a sinister cackle, he erupted, the black energy exploding outward, enveloping him in a shroud of pitch-black demonic essence. In an instant, the dark light flickered wildly, and Marquis Nanlong vanished within the abyss of shadows. The old masterling who, in the white-clad woman, ever vigilant of his movements, turned pale upon witnessing his strange disappearance. In unison, they halted their flight, raising their hands simultaneously as an ancient black mirror and a yellow-hued jade talisman soared forth, transforming into spheres of spiritual light that shielded them within, not far ahead of the two. A flash of dark light erupted, and a pitch-black magical aura surged forth without warning, instantly enveloping an area of over 10 zhang. The figure of Nanlong Ho flickered and swayed within the dark mist. You are fully aware that you cannot contend with me, yet you still choose to resist. How utterly foolish. Nanlong Ho sneered amidst the shadows, seemingly raising his hand in a casual gesture. A thunderous boom resonated, akin to an invisible giant hand striking the luminous barrier formed by the precious mirror of the woman in white. In an instant, both the woman and her shield were sent hurtling back 7 or 8 zhang. Barely managing to stabilize her figure, the countenance of Linghu Laozu, already ashen, grew even more grim. What are you, exactly? Not only have you possessed the body of my friend Nanlong, but you also dare to consume the primordial spirits of us cultivators? Do you truly believe you can challenge all the cultivators who have entered this valley? He demanded, his voice rising in intensity. There are dozens of cultivators here, all above the Yuanying stage. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot escape death. Dozens, you say? Huh. Splendid. Nanlong Ho replied with a sinister grin. I initially thought there were only a few human cultivators in this valley. Now that I see there are so many Yuanying for me to devour, I shall not rush to reclaim my body. As long as I consume all the Yuanying, I am certain my soul power will be restored to at least 70 or 80%. To this, Nanlong Ho showed no fear, but instead, a dark and sinister smile spread across his face. Then, with a resounding explosion, the black mist shattered into fragments. Following this, a shadowy figure shot forth from the darkness, trailing a series of afterimages as it lunged at Linghu Laozu. Viewed from above, the black and white figures formed a long, sinuous line, reminiscent of a graceful water snake gliding through a river. Aura, you are my princess. I truly do not wish for you to worry about these matters, but our situation is far more dire than you can imagine. Hush, let no one speak. I merely brought her here for a bit of amusement. You may continue with your affairs, for tomorrow's sun shall rise anew. Fong Lang chuckled lightly, waving his hand as he departed. Last night you witnessed it. Your mother pushed you into our bedroom. What does that signify? It indicates that your mother is a reasonable person who genuinely hopes we can share a bed and rekindle the happy family we once had, absolutely disapproving of your dalliances outside. My tone softened considerably, my brow no longer furrowed. As the dust settled, the 2 priests and 3 temple warriors lay charred at the center of the explosion. Lorenzo's mental energy flowed like a river across the smoldering ground, gauging the condition of the fallen. What are your plans now? At that moment, the Isither inquired of Li Tianfeng. With just a wave of the hand, the building was reduced to rubble. What do you think? Chi Chuan replied with a resigned smile. Only those who had experienced it firsthand and understood the challenges would comprehend the precision required to achieve such a feat on the battlefield. Such a dramatic scene unfolded, leaving many at a loss, causing the battle to halt once more as the righteous paused to observe the turmoil within their ranks. In the afternoon, Lin Gaoyuan visited the coaches of other families to discuss strategies for the upcoming tournament. Upon reading the contents of the letter, an image of a snow-like visage flitted through my mind, particularly that enchanting smile, which was utterly mesmerizing, evoking a profound sense of sympathy within the emperor's heart. Yu Liqingtan smiled courteously at Sumuyu, yet an unsettling sense lingered, as it seemed that something was amiss. The carriage in which Yu Liqingtan was seated traversed an eerily deserted road. Furthermore, the requirements for my passage were significantly more ambiguous than the tasks assigned in Lisa and Linda's birthday journals. Thus, how should the rewards for completion be calculated? The hawkish nations, including Sakura Country and the gentlemen, did not hesitate to relay orders promptly, alerting national security forces to be vigilant regarding the 2 cultivators, and to report immediately upon their discovery. Ji Yuzhen pondered for a moment, realizing that neglecting breakfast would be inappropriate, potentially leading to a series of unfortunate incidents. After days of diligent study and the devilish tutelage of Jiang Mingxi, Guzhen had developed considerable confidence in the results of his efforts as a student. This is not a matter that can be quantified by monetary value. If you can offer more, I shall spare you. The soul captor smiled with a sinister air, gazing at Qin Ju as one would at a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, the Shandians were entirely unconcerned with such matters, surging forward to lift Shiga and hurl him into the air. The eunuchs, despite their rampant arrogance, were birthed from the very power of the throne, thus daring to use them against the Donglin faction. The inevitable consequence was being subjected to Jiang Mingshi's supervision, forcibly completing numerous push-ups and sit-ups. Among them, the beings resembling humans known as the Bright Angels were the most sagacious. Wielding formidable powers, yet possessing exceedingly high summoning prerequisites, the carriage gradually ascended the mountain path, and Du gazed ahead, observing that although the terrain was undulating, it was not perilous. Rather, it resembled a picturesque realm, with clouds swirling and hues blending harmoniously. Chapter 839, Ambush and Revelation. The elderling whose expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's thought, he produced a jade talisman from his mouth, which transformed into a sphere of green light amidst the radiant glow. With a resounding crash, the Nanyang Marquis let out a cold laugh and, without hesitation, struck the jade talisman with a powerful punch. The intertwining black and green energies clashed, the black mist contracting and expanding, ultimately shattering the radiant light. The jade talisman shot back with a whoosh, hurtling towards Elderling Hu with great force. Taken aback, Elderling Hu hastily formed hand seals, unleashing a series of incantations to halt the jade talisman just before it collided with his protective barrier. Yet, in that fleeting moment of delay, a mysterious black fist materialized before the barrier and struck down fiercely. The shield shuddered violently, and Elderling Hu felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing both himself and the barrier to be sent flying at an angle. However, Elderling Hu, having lived nearly a millennium, possessed extensive combat experience. Just before being propelled away, he deftly flicked his sleeve, launching a fiery red flying dagger that streaked towards the newly revealed Nanyang Marquis. The visage of the Nanyang Marquis, shrouded in dark energy, twisted into a sinister grin. As the flying dagger arced towards his head, he exhibited no intention of evasion. Instead, he inhaled sharply, directing a stream of black-red demonic flame at the oncoming dagger. The moment the dagger entered the realm of the black-red flames, it was instantly ensnared, the crimson spiritual light flickering despairingly before being entirely consumed. In an instant, the knife lost its spiritual essence, transforming into a mere piece of mundane iron that plummeted to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the venerable Ling Hu was struck with profound alarm. This flying dagger, seemingly ordinary, was in fact the illustrious evil-breaking treasure blade renowned throughout the southern immortal cultivation realm, a treasure he had painstakingly acquired in his youth. Specifically effective against malevolent spirits and sinister entities. The Nalong Marquis before him was evidently possessed by a formidable evil spirit, which prompted Ling Hu to invoke this blade in a moment of desperation, although he did not expect this treasure to easily vanquish his foe. The casual manner in which it was effortlessly neutralized left him utterly astonished. As Ling Hu stood there, aghast, the demonized Nalong Marquis, without waiting for his form to regain stability, seemed to probe forward with a swift motion. His body elongated like that of a serpent, and in an eerie manner, he lunged directly towards Ling Hu, delivering a powerful punch. Ling Hu was sent flying as a result. The Nalong Marquis, with uncanny agility, then maneuvered beneath Ling Hu, launching another identical punch. In mere moments, Ling Hu found himself being battered like a mere punching bag, unable to withstand the relentless assault. The jade talisman, a top-tier defensive artifact, flickered with a verdant glow. Yet even under such tremendous force, it remained unshattered for the time being. This caused the Nalong Marquis to emit a soft exclamation of surprise, yet his onslaught did not relent, as punch followed punch without pause. At that moment, dread consumed Ling Hu. He was akin to the once mighty Lu Weiying, finding that with each blow, the spiritual energy he had just gathered was dispersed, leaving him with formidable abilities yet devoid of any means to retaliate. After enduring a barrage of more than 10 punches, the protective shield of the jade talisman began to tremble violently, initiating a transformation that instilled a sense of foreboding in Ling Hu's heart. Noticing this, the Nalong Marquis manifested a sinister smile. As his form shifted, one hand continued to deliver rapid punches while the other coalesced into a knife-like gesture, poised to strike. Clearly, he intended to deliver a fatal blow the moment the shield shattered. Ling Hu's complexion turned ashen. As the shield displayed visible cracks, he clenched his teeth and hastily reached into his robe, seizing an object with the intention of risking everything for a desperate counterattack. Just then, without any warning, a radiant pillar of 5 colors descended from the heavens, enveloping the unsuspecting Nalong Marquis within its embrace. Initially indifferent, the Marquis suddenly felt a weight pressing down upon him, causing his movements to slow significantly. Surprised, he cast a sideways glance toward a certain direction, where a woman in white was holding an ancient mirror aloft. from which the vibrant beam of light was emanating. Upon witnessing this, a fierce glint flashed in the Nalong Marquis's eyes. With the intervention of the woman in white, Ling Hu seized the opportunity like a lifeline. Filled with elation, he released the object in his grasp. Seizing the moment of his opponent's diminished offensive, he abruptly summoned his magical energy, transforming into a dazzling arc as he fled to safety. In the blink of an eye, he had soared to the side of the woman in white. Landing beside her, the venerable Ling Hu, disregarding any expressions of gratitude, first rubbed his hands together, then raised them high in unison. A dozen crimson talismans were released, hurtling towards the Nalong Marquis ensnared within the multicolored pillar of light. In an instant, these talismans reached above the Marquis's head, and under the urging of Ling Hu's incantation, they detonated in a spectacular explosion. The thunderous roar resonated continuously, unleashing vast swathes of crimson lightning and fire that cascaded downwards. The Nalong Marquis could only muster a surge of black mist to shield himself, yet he was soon engulfed by the torrential flames. Ling Hu was not so naive as to believe that this would ensure the demise of his adversary. Immediately, he formed a new incantation with his hands, releasing a misty white trident that struck with alternating intensity. Beside him, the woman in white was equally industrious, manipulating the condensing light mirror to amplify the power of the light barrier while deftly flicking her wrist. Sending forth two swords, one black and one white, transforming into dazzling streaks that sliced through the air. Previously, Nangong Wan and Ling Hu had already engaged in a fierce struggle with the Nalong Marquis. The outcome had left both parties momentarily stunned. With the multicolored pillar of light crackling ominously beneath them, is the entity possessing the Nalong Marquis, the ancient demon you mentioned, while Ling Hu and his companion battled fiercely in the skies. Not far below, Hanli furrowed his brow, engaged in conversation with the great Yin divine monarch. Aside from those ancient demons, what else in this realm possesses such formidable power, merely relying on a possessed body? It can send two Yuanian cultivators fleeing in disarray. It seems this ancient demon belongs to a higher echelon within the ancient demonic realm. If you were to confront it alone now, even without your original body, your chances of victory would be exceedingly slim, the great Yin divine monarch remarked with a hint of malicious glee. Ha. The fact that you haven't directly urged me to flee speaks volumes about your regard for me. As for engaging this creature alone, I lack the inclination for such folly. The Nalong Marquis's fall is truly unforeseen, Hanli replied with a wry smile, murmuring to himself, "Humph, in terms of cultivation, even if 3 or 4 of you were to confront this possessing ancient demon, you would still be no match. However, you do carry a rather eclectic assortment of items, not to mention the protection of the exorcising thunder. While you may not vanquish this ancient demon, escaping should still be within your grasp." The great Yin divine monarch said with a disdainful snort, his tone oddly peculiar. Hanli smiled faintly, poised to respond further when a voice interrupted him. "Brother Han, what shall we do now? Do you intend to take action?" Xiling, who had remained silent since the transformation of the Nalong Marquis into a demon, finally spoke up, her concern palpable. The ferocity of the Nalong Marquis had left her deeply unsettled. Hanli chuckled at Xiling's inquiry, just about to reply when his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. He raised his hand sharply, releasing a torrent of azure mist that enveloped Xiling, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. In an instant, they transformed into a streak of azure light. Soaring into the sky. As the azure glow receded, Hanli half embraced Xiling, revealing their presence once more, his expression grave as he gazed downward. Xiling, her cheeks slightly flushed, hurriedly extricated herself from Hanli's grasp. Casting a puzzled glance below, suddenly, in the very spot where they had just been standing, a shadowy figure emerged, coldly gazing up at them. It was the Nalong Marquis, who had inexplicably appeared at that moment. He had initially intended to descend stealthily for a surprise attack. Fortunately, Hanli had inadvertently swept his Mingqing spiritual eye across the area, and it seemed there was indeed a genuine possibility of being struck by the opponent. Xiling inhaled sharply, her breath catching in her throat, and quickly turned her gaze in another direction. There, beneath the radiant multicolored pillars of light, a swirling mass of black mist flickered in and out amidst the thunderous flames, with a figure moving within. Clearly another incarnation of the Nalong Marquis. From a distance, Ling Hu Laozu witnessed Hanli appearing in the air alongside a stunningly beautiful female cultivator, and initially, he was taken aback, quickly replaced by a look of elation. However, when his gaze swept below and he spotted yet another Nalong Marquis, his expression changed to one of alarm. Hastily, he called out to the white-clad woman, momentarily easing his assault. At that moment, The non-long marquee beneath the multicolored pillars cast a blank stare at the two of them before suddenly dissipating into a wisp of black mist. It was merely a temporary avatar. Linghu Laozu and the white-clad woman exchanged glances, each seeing profound fear reflected in the other's eyes. Creating an avatar was not particularly difficult, but to do so while evading the perception of two Yuanian cultivators was truly terrifying. They had been intently focused on the black mist surrounding the Nanlong marquee, without so much as a blink. Yet, the opponent had managed to execute the golden cicada's shedding shell technique without them being the wiser. Had the adversary not intended to covertly ambush Hanli, but rather targeted them instead, it was likely that one of them would have already fallen victim to a lethal strike. Han Daoyu. I did not expect to find you here. This is wonderful. This fiend is indeed formidable. The three of us must join forces to combat this menace for our own safety, Linghu Laozu declared loudly. Upon hearing this, Hanli could not help but let out a bitter smile. He had believed his concealment technique to be sufficiently adept. Even a late-stage Yuanian cultivator would struggle to detect him, and thus felt secure hiding nearby, planning to slip away shortly. Little did he expect that this ancient demon not only discovered his presence but had also feigned ignorance to launch a sneak attack against him. Nearly falling prey to its deadly grasp, it seemed that this battle was inevitable. Chapter 840. The initial confrontation with the demon's soul. Han Li nodded at Linghu Laozu before suddenly turning to Zi-Ling and saying softly, "Your cultivation is too low. You cannot be of assistance here. It would be prudent for you to leave this place now. Rest assured, with us here to distract this fiend, it will not turn its attention to you." Having shared some rapport with Zi-Ling, he felt it necessary to advise her to depart. Otherwise, once the battle commenced, he would have no way to protect her. Initially taken aback by his words, Zi-Ling hesitated for a moment, but then obediently nodded. "Since Han Daoyu has spoken, I shall take my leave first. Han Xiong, do take care," she said softly, after casting a final glance at the non-long marquee below and a lingering look at Linghu Laozu. She transformed into a streak of radiant light and soared away at the non-long marquee below, perhaps deeming Zi-Ling's cultivation too insubstantial to warrant an attack, or perhaps feeling overwhelmed by the trio of Han Li. Turned his cold gaze back to Han Li, his demeanor growing ever more menacing. Han Li, sensing the hostility in the opponent's eyes, darkened his expression and raised one hand. Thick arcs of golden lightning manifested upon his arm, accompanied by the resounding crack of thunder that echoed incessantly. In an instant, his entire arm shimmered with blinding flashes, radiating an almost overwhelming brilliance. Confronted with such a formidable ancient demon, Han Li had no inclination to engage in further probing. He unleashed the exorcising divine thunder, a force specifically designed to counteract demonic arts. This divine thunder had never let him down when facing malevolent sorcery, despite the ferocity of this ancient demon. Han Li retained a measure of confidence in the exorcising divine thunder. Upon witnessing the golden arcs jumping across Han Li's arm, Nanlong Ho felt a sudden jolt, his pupils constricting sharply. "I recognize you. Your presence is indelibly etched in the remnants of this host's memories. Although I cannot recall specific details, the original owner of this body held you in profound dread. It seems my instincts were not misplaced. Not only can you see through the stealth of the true master, but you can also wield the exorcising divine thunder that once caused us great suffering. It appears that dealing with you will indeed require considerable effort," Nanlong Ho remarked coolly after scrutinizing Han Li for a moment. Han Li, upon hearing these words, curled his lips into a cold smirk, his expression unwavering as the golden arcs on his arm surged with increased intensity. With a swift flick of his sleeve, a small blue shield shot forth, swirling before transforming into a shimmering azure barrier that enveloped him. Observing Han Li take the initiative to stand at the forefront, bracing himself against Nanlong Ho, both Linghu Laozu and the woman in white exchanged delighted glances. Han Li's reputation was indeed formidable, second only to those in the late Yuanian stage. Instilling a sense of confidence in the two, they exchanged a few whispered words, then gradually flanked Han Li, preparing to assist him from the sides. Seeing that Han Li remained impervious to his taunts and stood resolute, Nanlong Ho inadvertently furrowed his brow. Yet, a sinister grin soon spread across his face, without uttering a word. He stamped his foot, causing his body to tremble and leave behind a shadow as he abruptly vanished from sight. Han Li maintained a calm demeanor, though a shiver ran through him, heightening his vigilance to the utmost. However, as he scanned with his spiritual consciousness, he could not discern the opponent's whereabouts. Truly, this ancient demon was worthy of its reputation. Such stealth techniques were more than sufficient to thwart ordinary cultivators. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Han Li remained unperturbed, narrowing his eyes as a blue light flickered within them. The clarity of his spiritual eye manifested effortlessly. Suddenly, he raised one hand, and the golden arcs on his arm shot forth, transforming into a golden net that cascaded toward an empty space. Instantly, the crackling of electricity intertwined with booming sounds filled the air. In an astonishing turn of events, what had appeared to be an unoccupied area was pierced by a flash of dark light, revealing Nlong Hon unexpectedly. The moment he materialized, a multitude of golden arcs descended upon him, causing him to flinch slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure, his shoulders shaking as numerous afterimages sprang into existence. Once the arc struck, the phantoms dissipated, yet his true form was nowhere to be found. Han Li pressed his lips together, the blue light in his eyes flickering incessantly as he turned his head to one side. Meanwhile, his other arm suddenly lifted, aiming in the opposite direction. With the resounding crack of thunder, a massive golden arc was instantaneously propelled from the palm of his hand, aimed precisely at an ordinary spot several yards away. Just as the golden arc was about to strike, the figure of Nlong Hon materialized there, as if he had willingly stepped forward. All he could do was watch in astonishment as the thunder echoed and the electric arc surged toward him. This time, Nlong Hon was genuinely taken aback. Once could be attributed to luck, but twice in a row finding him with such accuracy was no mere coincidence. The opponent truly possessed the ability to discern his movements. This time, Han Li had timed his attack impeccably. As the golden arc approached, Nlong Hon found himself with no means of evasion. With his brows furrowed in alarm, he opened his mouth, unleashing a surge of black-red demonic flames that collided directly with the golden arc. With a soft poof, the flames and the golden arc flickered momentarily before dissipating like water meeting fire, vanishing into a wisp of green smoke. This time, Han Li's expression changed dramatically. This ancient demon actually had a method to withstand the exorcising thunder. What kind of formidable demonic flame was this black-red inferno, exhibiting such power? However, Han Li, being observant, also noted that at the instant the demonic flames extinguished, Nlong Hon's complexion momentarily paled, though his color returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Yet, it was evident that the black-red demonic flames were anything but ordinary. Most likely, they were intricately linked to his essence and soul power. Before Han Li could contemplate how to exploit this revelation, Nlong Hon, having extinguished the golden arc, suddenly lunged forward, his form stretching in an eerie manner as he appeared directly in front of Han Li. After casting a sinister smile at Han Li, he unleashed a pair of fists enveloped in demonic energy. Striking down with ferocity, Han Li remained unperturbed, calmly taking half a step back. With a thunderous roar, a pair of silvery wings materialized behind him amidst a gleaming light. In the next instant, with another crack of thunder, Han Li vanished within the silver arc with an air of composure. Upon witnessing this scene, Nlong Hon was momentarily taken aback, but after a quick glance, he began to sneer. The thunder escape technique. He certainly knew a fair bit. But alas, he chuckled derisively. In the midst of mocking laughter, Nlong Hon transformed into a wisp of black mist, disappearing into thin air. The exchange between Nlong Hon and Han Li, from the moment of attack to the unleashing of the exorcising thunder, and their simultaneous vanishing, transpired in but an instant. In the distance, Linghu Laozu and the woman in white, upon witnessing the clash, had initially intended to summon their treasures to assist Han Li. However, as the two engaged in a tempest of electric light and thunder, they found themselves unable to intervene. Now, with both figures entirely absent from sight, Linghu Laozu and senior sister Nagong exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. But soon, their wariness surged, and they hastily activated their defensive treasures to shield themselves, wary of a potential sneak attack from Nlong Hon. After all, neither of them possessed Han Li's extraordinary abilities to pierce through the opponent's cloaking techniques. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed as Han Li reappeared over 20 yards from his original position. Almost simultaneously, a surge of black mist emerged behind him, and to his astonishment, Nlong Hon materialized abruptly as well. A vicious glint flickered at the corners of his mouth as he unleashed a pair of fists, striking down without reservation. Han Li did not turn around. His consciousness instantaneously sensed everything behind him. However, he found himself with no means of evasion, and could only channel all his spiritual energy into the blue light shield. Bracing himself to withstand the impending blow, he had just employed the method of waiting by the stump for a hair, giving his opponent a taste of his own medicine, only to find himself swiftly ensnared in a trap of his own making. Astonished and perplexed, he was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. With two thunderstorms resonating, Han Li experienced the very sensations that the venerable Linghu had endured moments before. His azure protective barrier trembled, and he was involuntarily propelled through the air, the majority of his previously amassed spiritual energy dispersed by the sheer force of those two strikes. Consequently, his thunder escape technique became utterly unfeasible. The Nanlong Marquis erupted into raucous laughter, transforming his form into a tempest, pursuing Han Li with fervor, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Han Li, airborne and unable to control his trajectory, maintained an expression devoid of alarm or elation. Having witnessed the measures his adversary employed against Ling Hu, he was far from unprepared. Although he found it challenging to summon much of his spiritual energy, certain strategies required no direct intervention to secure victory over his foe. Despite his body being temporarily numb and immobile, his hands swiftly regained much of their dexterity. He swiftly retrieved a particular spirit beast pouch from his waist and hurled it at the Nanlong Marquis. Momentarily taken aback, the Marquis had yet to discern the nature of the object when the pouch emitted a resonant hum, unleashing thousands of golden devouring insects in a tumultuous swarm. In an instant, a golden cloud of insects formed, enveloping the oncoming Nanlong Marquis. Although he was unfamiliar with the devouring insects, their primal aura, reminiscent of ancient beasts, sent a shiver down his spine. Without hesitation, he reached out with one hand towards the cloud of insects. A ghostly claw, ablaze with grayish-white flames, materialized above the swarm, unceremoniously snatching a large portion of the devouring insects before the flames surged several feet high, consuming even those that had eluded capture. With a cold smirk, he prepared to advance towards Han Li. However, at that moment, the white-clad woman finally seized her opportunity to summon her cherished mirror once more. A multicolored beam of light cascaded down from the heavens, enveloping the Nanlong Marquis, while Ling Hu conjured a misty circular ring that began to spiral above his head, launching itself towards the Marquis. Enraged, the Nanlong Marquis evaded the multicolored beam with a slight shift of his form. Although the beam posed a challenge, as long as he remained outside its grasp, it posed no threat. The approaching ring, evidently a tool for restraining movement, would likewise be of little concern to him. Given his swift agility, the Nanlong Marquis deliberated carefully. While Ling Hu had simultaneously made his move, he deemed Han Li's malevolent divine thunder to be the greatest threat, thus ignoring Ling Hu and continuing his charge towards Han Li. Yet Han Li, ensconced within the protective barrier, was not idle. He struck the spirit beast pouch at his waist, from which a dozen white orbs erupted, transforming into a line of mechanical puppets that stood firm in the path of the Nanlong Marquis. Each stood 2 zhang tall, with the head of a tiger and the body of a man. They shook their arms. 10 razor-sharp claws of varying lengths sprang forth in a dazzling display. Chapter 841. Joining forces against evil. Upon the sudden appearance of the tiger demon puppets before him, Nanlong Ho was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, a dozen puppets, illuminated by a flash of white light, sprang into action like the wind, their figures swirling chaotically as they rapidly encircled Nanlong Ho. Dozens of claw-like attacks descended upon him with ferocity. With a grave expression, Nanlong Ho let out a low growl, disregarding the onslaught of claws aimed at him. Instead, he swung his arms, his fists darting forward with lightning speed to meet the advancing claws of 2 of the puppets. The pair of dull thuds resonated as the sharp claws, upon contact with the dark energy, failed to inflict any harm upon his fists, which instead shattered the claws and arms into fragments under the pressure of the expanding black aura, undeterred by the destruction. The 2 puppets continued their assault, coordinating their efforts with other puppets to strike again. A sinister smile curled on Nanlong Ho's lips as he gave a slight shake of his shoulders and vanished in a flash, evading the multitude of claw strikes that fell short. Yet, 2 more dull thuds echoed shortly after. Nanlong Ho reappeared outside the encirclement, effortlessly withdrawing his arms from the chest cavities of the 2 disarmed tiger demon puppets. Although these puppets lacked hearts, the extensive damage rendered them uncontrollable, and they plummeted from the air. The formidable strength of Nanlong Ho's fist proved insurmountable, rendering the meticulously crafted tiger demon puppets, forged by Han Li, utterly defenseless. However, this strike was merely a byproduct of his momentum. His true target was Han Li, whose body had yet to regain its mobility. Thus, after destroying the 2 puppets, he did not pause, swiftly advancing towards Han Li before launching a decisive punch. Enclosed within the protective barrier, Han Li's magical energy had yet to manifest. Yet, upon observing the dark aura enveloping Nanlong Ho's fist, he remained unfazed, a peculiar glint flickering across his visage. Witnessing this, Nanlong Ho was taken aback, pondering Han Li's intentions when a cacophony of sharp, explosive sounds erupted from behind him, as if some unseen force was surging forth to attack. Startled, he retracted his fist, his form twisting in an uncanny manner. And suddenly, countless afterimages erupted, causing his true self to vanish without a trace amid the phantoms. In the place where he once stood, A multitude of green claws descended from the void, shredding the afterimages to pieces in an instant. As the green light flickered, a grotesque creature, cloaked in green fur with a skull-like visage, materialized, coldly fixating its gaze upon Ne Long Ho, remaining silent. This was the Tianjuid demon corpse, summoned stealthily by Han Li under the cover of the puppets. Caught off guard by the tiger demon puppets, Ne Long Ho inadvertently overlooked the concealed demon corpse lurking nearby, narrowly avoiding a successful ambush. A corpse of refined magic. Ne Long Ho exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the demon corpse. At that moment, the remaining tiger demon puppets swiftly regrouped around Han Li. Suddenly, Han Li raised both hands simultaneously, fingers splayed wide. One hand shimmered with golden light, launching a massive arc of golden energy that crackled with thunderous sound. The other hand glimmered with purple light, a small orb of violet flame materializing silently. Having completed these actions, Han Li cast an impassive glance towards the demon soul. Ne Long Ho, upon witnessing this, snorted disdainfully. Having regained control over the method of force, further advances were rendered futile. What unsettled him was that, despite the opponent having unleashed such a vast quantity of the exorcising divine thunder, it had not yet been exhausted, which left him somewhat astonished. If memory served him correctly, prior to his sealing, although the exorcising divine thunder inflicted significant harm upon their ancient demons, the number of beings capable of wielding such treasures was exceedingly scant. Even among those who possessed such artifacts, the divine thunder could only be summoned once or twice, after which it would lose its efficacy. Otherwise, when they, the ancient demons, crossed over into the human realm, they would not have found themselves without rivals at that time. Yet, the individual before him seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of exorcising divine thunder coursing through his veins, deploying it without a hint of restraint. This posed quite a dilemma. What further caused him to hesitate was the sudden emergence of purple flames from the opponent's other hand, sending a chill down his spine, although he was unsure of the nature of these flames. The instant he laid eyes upon them, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of danger. It was evident that this was no ordinary phenomenon. As for the mechanical puppets, he dismissed them from his thoughts. After all, these entities would only serve to catch him off guard. In a genuine confrontation, they would prove to be of little consequence. Even the peculiar aura of the corpse refining technique was rather odd. Yet it would only amount to an early-stage nascent soul adversary, equally unworthy of fear. The South Long Marquis, possessed by a demonic spirit, found himself contemplating after failing to subdue his opponent in the initial skirmish. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling Hu the Ancestor and the woman in white, upon witnessing Han Li and the South Long Marquis temporarily cease hostilities, exchanged glances filled with unease. They dared not directly command the ancient treasures to attack, instead allowing the multicolored pillars and rings to hover above the South Long Marquis, poised for action, while the ring emitted a low, fluctuating hum, expanding and contracting in size. At that moment, a sudden explosion echoed from the skies. The South Long Marquis turned in surprise to behold a burst of grayish-white flames erupting in midair, from which a golden cloud of insects emerged unscathed. Yet, upon the dispersal of the flames, the originally entangled by Lin Ghost Claw had vanished without a trace. The expression on the South Long Marquis's face shifted, darkening ominously. Once freed, the golden insect cloud immediately darted towards Han Li. To his astonishment, the other party possessed quite an array of supernatural abilities. It appeared that relying solely on ordinary means to extract his nascent soul would indeed prove to be a troublesome endeavor. Given this, he resolved to annihilate him in one fell swoop, thereby eradicating any future threats. This body was merely a temporary vessel. Even if it were to be damaged, it mattered not. After a moment of silence, the South Long Marquis spoke with a fierce countenance. Subsequently, he drew a deep breath, as dark, ominous demonic energy surged forth from his form, accompanied by the unsettling cracking of his bones. His stature suddenly increased by several feet, with his neck and shoulders distorting grotesquely, as though something were attempting to burst forth from within him. At the sight of this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Raising both hands in unison, instantly, a series of golden arcs intertwined in one hand, transforming into a colossal golden python that lunged upward, while the other hand propelled what appeared to be an ordinary purple fireball. Simultaneously, Han Li let out a low growl, and the recently returned golden insect cloud took flight from above. Meanwhile, the throng of tiger demon puppets and the corpse-formed heavenly absolute demonic corpse remained stationary, vigilant against any potential ambush from the adversary. On the other side, the venerable Ling Hu and the woman in white would not tolerate the Nanalong Marquis calmly unleashing formidable techniques. Previously, the opponent had sent them fleeing in terror. Solely relying on their, and coupled with the unknown, eerie demonic arts, they found themselves in peril once again. After exchanging a glance, the two of them simultaneously gestured towards the treasures in the sky. And immediately, 5 colored beams of light descended first, arriving above the Nanalong marquee before Han Li's attack. Meanwhile, the misty circular entity suddenly expanded, transforming into a gigantic ring over 10 feet wide, descending to ensnare him. The demonic soul remained indifferent to the unfolding events, as the black mist enveloped him just as the light beams were about to reach him. Consequently, the moment the 5 colored beams made contact with the black mist, they flickered and vanished, as if devoured. At that instant, Han Li's golden arc, violet fireball, and the white giant ring all struck simultaneously, with the golden insect cloud lagging slightly behind, but still in pursuit. This time, the demonic soul was unwilling to face these assaults head-on. With a flicker of the black mist, he shot away at an astonishing speed. All the attacks, under Han Li's control, relentlessly pursued him. In an instant, a massive ball of black mist darted erratically in the air, while behind it trailed a giant python formed from the golden arc, the giant ring, and the insect cloud, all in close pursuit. The speed and evasion route were exceedingly bizarre, rendering these attacks unable to lock onto him. The woman in white, unwilling to relent, continued to manipulate the treasure mirror in her hand, unleashing a continuous barrage of 5 colored beams. Yet, they too failed to keep pace with the Nanalong marquee, landing empty. This dance of evasion and pursuit continued for a brief moment, although Han Li directed the golden arcs and violet flames with his divine sense. His brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. Youngster, if you lack any potent trump cards, I advise you to flee for your life promptly. Ancient demons are vastly different from the cultivators of our realm. Each one is ferocious and combative, with rich experience in actual combat. Although those crossing over are unlikely to be particularly fierce high-ranking ancient demons, once they become serious, you will not stand a chance. I have yet to complete the final Yuaning puppet and do not wish to perish alongside you, the De Yin Divine Monarch suddenly conveyed. Upon hearing this, Han Li showed no intention of responding, but a flicker of severity crossed his face. With a sudden shake of his sleeves, a crisp ringing sound emanated, and dozens of golden small swords swam out from his cuffs, in the blink of an eye. They transformed into numerous golden rays, each about a foot long, swirling and dancing around Han Li. With an emotionless expression, he unleashed several incantations. All the sword lights trembled a few times, instantly splitting into over 100 identical golden rays, simultaneously radiating brilliance. Go. Han Li clasped his hands in a decisive gesture, letting out a low shout. Over 100 sword lights surged forth in unison, then with a tremor around him, they mysteriously vanished from their original spots. And in an instant, Han Li had laid out the great Gung sword array before him. Oh, a sword array. So you still have means at your disposal. Very well, I shall let you proceed. Forget what I just said. However, I am quite curious to see what sword array gives you such confidence. The De Yin Divine Monarch remarked lazily. You shall soon discover what sword array it is, Senior. As for whether this array can harm the ancient demon's true form, that remains uncertain. Yet, since it is a practitioner possessing our human form, once entangled within my sword formation, they shall not escape unscathed. As soon as the formation was established, Han Li's voice resonated softly. Heh, young one, to be cautious not to burst your own bubble, the ancient demon remarked, having relied solely on raw strength to contend with you thus far. You have yet to witness the true prowess of the ancient demonic arts. The De Yin Divine Monarch scoffed, dismissing the notion. Chapter 842, The Two-Headed Four-Armed Creature. From your tone, have you not ventured into the abyss of demons? Han Li's curiosity piqued, prompting him to inquire further. Just because I have not seen it firsthand does not mean I cannot heed the words of others. When I entered the valley, my few companions, though lacking in prowess compared to myself, were no ordinary practitioners. Yet, united, only one managed to escape with their life. This illustrates the ferocity of the ancient demonic powers, the De Yin Divine Monarch huffed, sounding as though he was awakening to a realization. Han Li chuckled lightly, intending to ask another question when suddenly, from the swirling black mist in the distance, a pained roar erupted, followed by a sudden tempest that scattered the dark energy, revealing the Nanglong Ho. Upon recognizing one another, both Ling Hu and the white-clad woman were instantly taken aback, gasping in shock. Was this still a human? The Nanglong Ho had transformed entirely into a grotesque entity with 2 heads and 4 arms. One neck protruded forward while the other extended backward, featuring 2 grotesque visages, one large and one small, each adorned with a pair of menacing heads. The foremost visage displayed patches of violet scales, and a white horn sprouted from its forehead. Yet, despite the features resembling the original, The smaller head that emerged from the back bore a completely demonic countenance, while this head also possessed horns and scaled cheeks. Its visage was that of a ghastly creature, green skin, sharp fangs, and ebony lips that parted to reveal a long, barbed tongue, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. What was even more chilling was the narrow pupils of its eyes, gleaming with a cold silver light, devoid of any emotion, unmistakably indicating a being far removed from humanity. Not only the head but the body below the neck and the four elongated arms were likewise cloaked in deep purple scales. Impervious to the elements, each finger was tipped with what appeared to be bone spikes, glistening with a silver sheen, radiating an aura of lethal sharpness. Faced with this dreadfully intimidating sight, the Linghu and the white-clad woman felt a chill run down their spines. As seasoned Yuaniing practitioners, they were not easily shaken. Noticing the Nonglong Ho remaining stationary after revealing its true form, they instinctively directed their treasures to attack. In a flash of multicolored light, the Nonglong Ho was enveloped within a radiant column. Linghu's heart surged with joy. Seizing the moment, the white giant ring was swiftly cast down. The demon's foremost head wore an expressionless mask, akin to that of a corpse, while the rear head curled its lips into a smirk of derision. As the giant ring descended from above, the creature, ensconced within the multicolored light, deftly waved its forearms, suddenly seizing the giant ring with a grasp that was swift and unimpeded. At that moment, the venerable Linghu was taken aback, but he swiftly intensified his incantation. The circular artifact radiated a brilliant light, trembling violently as if striving to break free. Yet, the four colossal hands, as unyielding as iron, held it firmly in place. The head behind the demonic soul let out a sinister laugh, suddenly opening its mouth to expel a jet of inky black liquid that struck the great ring. Once the ancient treasure, which had been shimmering with ethereal light, was doused in the black fluid, it emitted a mournful cry as its brilliance dissipated, transforming into a shadowy entity that glimmered with an eerie darkness. My Mingyang ring, the venerable Linghu exclaimed in shock. In that instant, the moment the ring's hue altered, he felt a severance in the spiritual connection he shared with the ancient treasure, leaving his countenance pale and devoid of blood. The fact that this demonic soul could corrupt the ancient artifact and appropriate it for its own use was utterly astonishing. At that juncture, 3 of the 4 hands of the demonic soul released their grip on the ring, while one hand retained its hold, gently waving it, creating a cascade of overlapping ring illusions. Both heads displayed expressions of satisfaction. Indeed, I was lamenting the scarcity of usable treasures, and this one is just adequately suitable. The foremost head of the demonic soul articulated in human speech. Simultaneously, the other 3 arms shimmered once more, revealing a black flag and a small sword, both gleaming ominously in their grasp. The final hand, however, remained empty. Hee. Although I can only corrupt a few of your cultivator's treasures for now, these will suffice for a while. The demonic soul chuckled ominously. Meanwhile, Hanli, having been distracted while setting up the formation, found the speed of the golden arc and fireball lagging behind. As for the golden devouring insect swarm, which had previously kept pace, they hesitated upon witnessing the demonic soul's dual heads and 4 arms, instinctively retreating and spiraling in place. Hanli felt a surge of alarm. Through their spiritual connection, he could sense the innate fear emanating from the devouring insects, leaving him filled with suspicion. Moreover, upon seeing the demonic soul unleash its dual-headed, 4-armed form, he was reminded of the images depicted on the true fragment of the venerable saint and the statue of the 3-headed, 6-armed demon enshrined in the cave of the elder Tsanquan. Pondering the potential connections among the 3, that the flag in the demon's possession was none other than the ancient treasure of wind manipulation belonging to the elder with the surname Liu. And the small sword appeared strikingly familiar. Upon further reflection, he recalled it as one of the ancient relics from the remains of ancient cultivators. He had not anticipated that they would be sullied and repurposed by this being. Nonetheless, regardless of the underlying connections, now was not the time for inquiries. He needed to provoke the demon and lure it into the Dai Gung sword formation. With this thought, Han Li's expression darkened as he abruptly urged the swarm of devouring insects forward, simultaneously accelerating the exorcising divine thunder and purple fireball, directing them all towards the demon. Observing this, the 2 heads of the demonic soul emitted a discordant cackle, and suddenly, a blur enveloped its neck as the heads exchanged positions. The front head turned backward while the ghastly head surged forward, incessantly flicking its purplish-red tongue, an utterly bizarre sight. The transformed demonic soul coldly regarded Han Li's fierce onslaught, evidently with no intention of evading. With a gentle wave of its 4 arms, it simultaneously elevated the 3 treasures it held, causing the small sword, the law flag, and the circular artifact to emanate a powerful dark light. Thus, it appeared that Hanli and this ancient demonic soul were on the brink of yet another fierce confrontation. At that moment, a thunderous and monstrous roar suddenly reverberated from afar, echoing like a tempestuous storm. The sheer magnitude of the sound was akin to a cacophony of tumultuous thunder, rolling in waves from a distant source. It seemed as though the master of the voice was consumed by an extraordinary rage, exhibiting an unbridled ferocity. Even from such a considerable distance, the hearts of Linghu Laozu and the others quaked at the sound, their faces betraying expressions of horror. Hanli, upon hearing this astonishing roar, was momentarily taken aback, while the two heads of the demonic spirit facing him simultaneously underwent a drastic change in countenance. Abruptly, he withdrew the artifact in his hand, his figure swaying as he transformed into a streak of black light, fleeing backward without a moment's hesitation. Simultaneously, he emitted a similar long howl, darting away with the swiftness of lightning. The direction of his flight was precisely towards the origin of the roar. Initially stunned, Hanli hesitated only briefly before extending a finger to halt the golden arc, the purple flames, and the swarm of insects. Narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the now distant black dot of the demonic spirit, his expression shifting between shadows of uncertainty. If his memory served him right, the source of that fearsome howl was the very location where the astonishing surge of energy had erupted not long ago. Also marked on the map of the fallen demon valley, could it be that something remarkable was indeed unfolding there? However, the hasty retreat of the demonic spirit, accompanied by that howl, suggested the presence of another ancient demon. In an instant, Hanli mulled over all possible scenarios, his face etched with contemplation, remaining motionless in his spot. The white-clad woman and Linghu Laozu, witnessing the sudden departure of the demonic spirit, felt a simultaneous wave of relief wash over them, their expressions softening. The artifact the white-clad woman relied upon, the condensing light mirror, had proven ineffective against the transformed Nlong Ho, leaving her in a state of persistent unease. Meanwhile, although Linghu Laozu mourned the loss of a treasured item, he felt fortunate to have preserved his life. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Hanli, both he and the Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon sect would have faced dire consequences. The other cultivator who had entered the valley with them had met his untimely demise, caught off guard by Nlong Ho, who had swiftly extracted his Yuan Ing. Now, as they observed the demonic spirit retreating far into the distance, seemingly unable to return, Linghu Laozu and the white-clad woman exchanged glances before finally approaching Hanli. The extraordinary display of prowess Hanli had just exhibited was nothing short of astonishing, and the two felt compelled to express their gratitude rather than depart in silence. My dear friend Han, I must extend my heartfelt thanks for saving my life this time. Without your intervention, I would have surely faced calamity, Linghu Laozu said, clasping his hands in a gesture of utmost politeness. He then shifted his gaze, involuntarily scrutinizing the motionless tiger demon puppet and the chilling presence of the Tianjue demonic corpse beside Hanli. A sigh escaping him as a twinge of jealousy stirred within. It was remarkable that someone so young possessed such an abundance of artifacts and powers. His future in cultivation was undoubtedly limitless. It seemed that the initial agreement to assist in Huangfeng Valley had indeed been a prudent decision. As long as Hanli was willing to lend his aid, Huangfeng Valley should be able to withstand any calamity for a millennium. As for Nangongwan's senior sister, despite previous unpleasant encounters with Hanli, she could only muster a reluctant smile and similarly express her gratitude. I too am deeply thankful for your great kindness. My friend, the white-clad woman, still somewhat reluctant to fully engage, spoke in a tone that bore a hint of coolness, regarding the notion of seeking vengeance against Hanli upon witnessing his current divine prowess. This woman has completely extinguished such thoughts. It cannot be said that there is a debt of gratitude, as Han merely acted out of self-preservation. Now, my esteemed companions, what are your intentions? Do you harbor any interest in following up to see what unfolds? Hanli, maintaining his composure, raised his hand to summon back the golden arcs and other items, either storing them within his body or tucking them into his sleeves, before leisurely speaking. Han Daoyu is merely jesting. That object is extraordinarily formidable. Only a late-stage Yuaning cultivator could contend with it. How could we dare to pursue it further? The venerable Linghu shook his head repeatedly, without a moment's hesitation. The woman in white remained silent, yet her expression conveyed a deep understanding of the matter. Since that is the case, let us abandon the thought. Although I am intrigued, it would be rather rash for me to venture forth alone. I shall take my leave here, parting ways with the two of you. Hanli felt a twinge of regret. Had there been two Yuan-ing cultivators willing to accompany him, he would have genuinely wished to witness the events unfolding in the distance. However, as a solitary figure, he deemed it unwise to take such risks. With this thought in mind, he did not await a response from the two before casting a glance once more towards the direction where the thunderous roar had not yet ceased. To his astonishment, after merely a brief moment of observation, his expression shifted dramatically, growing grave. "What is happening?" Upon seeing Han Li's demeanor, Ling Hu's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily inquired, turning to look as well. Chapter 843, Moss to the flame. In the distance, a flash of light illuminated the horizon, revealing a vast expanse of black and purple radiance swirling in the high sky. Beneath it, a verdant cloud, dripping with emerald hue and spanning several acres, slowly ascended, gracefully rotating beneath the unusual light, producing a resounding rumble that echoed through the air. The source of the tremendous roar was emanating from that very place. This black and purple radiance exuded an overwhelming demonic aura, one that all three were acutely familiar with, distinctly reminiscent of the presence emitted by the Southern Longevity Marquis when he had just manifested his dual-headed, four-armed form. Yet, the ominous energy now manifesting in the sky was far more formidable that a mere distant sensation of it was enough to induce a feeling of suffocation. What alarmed Ling Hu was that the black and purple radiance, along with the verdant cloud, was rapidly approaching their location, seemingly on the verge of convergence. The corpse poison cloud, that is the fog transformed by Wei Dao Yu's toxic arts. Any ordinary cultivator who comes into contact with it would perish instantly. "I have witnessed Wei Dao Yu employ it once before," the woman in white exclaimed with delight upon sighting the green mist. However, upon hearing her words, Han Li and Ling Hu exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting profound trepidation. While the green cloud appeared imposing, it was evidently being suppressed beneath the black and purple radiance. What manner of demonic creature could possibly contend with Wei Wuyo that even late-stage Yuan-ing cultivators seemed powerless against it? The arrival of such an astonishing aura could not be attributed to the Southern Longevity Marquis who had just fled. The woman in white, not lacking in wit, quickly deduced the implications from the expressions of Han Li and Ling Hu. Her countenance darkening. "We should." The woman hesitated, intending to propose something, when suddenly, a chilling consciousness swept over the three. Her voice abruptly ceased. Han Li felt a chill run down his spine, while Ling Hu's expression grew even more grim. "Now the three of us are also ensnared by the entities over there. If we do not depart soon, we may find ourselves unable to leave at all. The demonic creature that just attacked us has also made its way to that location. Should they join forces against Taoist Wei, it is likely that no matter how profound Taoist Wei's cultivation may be, he would not withstand for long. Do the two of you intend to assist Taoist Wei? Or do you plan to part ways here, awaiting the inevitable demise of Taoist Wei only to be pursued by these demonic entities, each resigning to fate?" After a brief silence, Han Li spoke these icy words with an impassive expression. He had just probed the black and purple radiance with his divine sense, only to find the fluctuations of spiritual energy within astonishingly formidable, rendering his divine sense unable to approach even slightly. This caused his heart to sink slightly, indicating that the cultivators engaged in the conflict were far beyond his capabilities. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Ancestor Ling Hu and the woman in white exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their shared apprehension. If it were possible, having just escaped with their lives, they naturally did not wish to engage again with the formidable demonic creatures they had just encountered. However, as Han Li pointed out, should the immobilizing Taoist Wei Wuya falter, they had little confidence in escaping from the valley. After all, they had already ventured deep into the innermost part of the valley. Moreover, should Taoist Wei Wuya survive, and later learn of their failure to render assistance, as cultivators of the Nine Nations Alliance, the troubles that would ensue for them would be considerable. Both of them held the esteemed positions of grand elders within their respective sects, and such an action could spell disaster for the Zhongyue sect and the Huangfeng Valley. Yet, the thought of sacrificing their lives for their sect in a battle devoid of any certainty filled them with reluctance. At this moment, doubt clouded their faces. Han Li let out a cold chuckle inwardly, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the approaching black and purple radiance on the horizon. Choosing to remain silent, "Among the three of us, Taoist Han possesses the greatest prowess. I wonder how you plan to proceed?" Ancestor Ling Hu furrowed his brow, exhaling his pent-up frustration before abruptly inquiring of Han Li. "Me? Heh." Han Li did not respond immediately, opting to smile without speaking. Observing this, Ancestor Ling Hu could only manage a wry smile, secretly cursing Han Li for being a sly one. Otherwise, had Han Li merely suggested that they flee immediately, Taoist Wei Wuya could later hold them accountable, providing the woman and himself with an excuse to shift the blame onto Han Li. Just as Ancestor Ling Hu felt somewhat awkward, Han Li suddenly emitted a soft exclamation. "Oh, there are indeed other cultivators approaching nearby. However, this is hardly surprising. Such a cacophony would likely draw cultivators from several thousand miles around. Ancestor Ling Hu and the woman in white, startled by his words, quickly followed Han Li's gaze. Indeed, there was a flicker of spiritual light in the distance as a group of cultivators flew toward the green cloud enveloping the strange radiance. Why are they here? What business do they have in such a perilous place? Han Li had just scrutinized the approaching cultivators with his divine sense when a jolt of recognition struck him. Among the trio hastening toward the fray, he unexpectedly recognized two of them. One was the Tianjing Shinren, with two ghostly puppets trailing behind him, though they bore numerous wounds, one puppet even missing an arm, suggesting they had endured a considerable ordeal. The other was the silver-haired elder from the Luoyun sect, Han Li's senior brother, Cheng. As for the final individual, he was an unfamiliar elder who had entered the valley alongside the elder Cheng. As for the other elderly monk who should have been present, his whereabouts are entirely unknown, suggesting that something unfortunate has transpired. Upon recognizing these individuals, Han Li's expression darkened. It appears that these few have been drawn here by the astonishing battle taking place. They might even mistakenly believe that cultivators are fighting over some rare treasure, if they were aware that there are not only no treasures here but also demonic creatures capable of devouring Yuanying. They would surely have fled far away. Due to the considerable distance, Han Li's attempt to use sound transmission to halt them was already too late. In the blink of an eye, they approached the fray. It seems that Wei Wuyo is quite pleased to have a few scapegoats to help alleviate his burden. However, the silver-haired elder and his companions are in peril. Han Li could not concern himself with the fate of others. But this senior brother Qing had always treated him well in the Falling Cloud sect. He adheres to clear distinctions between gratitude and grievances. He cannot simply watch as this man meets his demise before him. It appears that he has no choice but to venture forth as well, Han Li thought helplessly. His original intention was not to flee immediately, but he had no desire to recklessly engage in a struggle between the ancient demon and Wei Wuyo. Instead, he planned to stealthily approach and observe the specifics of their conflict. If Wei Wuyo were merely at a slight disadvantage, he would naturally lend his assistance to entangle the passing demonic spirit. After all, as a human cultivator, he does not wish to witness the ancient demon rampaging through the valley, indiscriminately devouring Yuanying. However, if Wei Wuyo were truly unable to cope and on the verge of collapse, he would not sacrifice himself in the process. It would be wiser to make a hasty retreat for self-preservation. This can only be regarded as a calamity for the cultivators within the valley. Faced with an adversary capable of overwhelming even late-stage Yuanying cultivators, he possesses no ability to turn the tide. Merely preserving his own life would be a considerable achievement. Yet now, the silver-haired elder and his group have recklessly charged toward the battle. Han Li's expression fluctuated several times before he steeled himself and joined the fray. If the situation became too perilous, he could always resort to the blood shadow escape to save his life. However, when employing this secret technique, he must be precise in his direction. He cannot afford to inadvertently plunge into a spatial rift upon escaping. The danger remains significant, unless absolutely necessary. Han Li would refrain from using such escape techniques. After contemplating everything, Han Li suddenly turned and coldly addressed the venerable Ling Hu and the woman in white beside him. Since there are other fellow Taoists stepping in to assist, we cannot stand idly by in the face of these demonic creatures that devour the Yuanying of cultivators. Regardless of whether you two choose to join me, I shall proceed first. However, given your proximity to the battlefield, I fear that Wei Daoist has already detected your presence. It would not bode well to explain this to Brother Wei afterwards. After delivering this warning laced with a hint of threat, Han Li stamped his foot and transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring toward the battlefield. Ling Hu and the woman in white were momentarily left speechless by Han Li's words. In that brief delay, the clash of the black, purple, and green energies intensified. At this moment, they were merely a dozen miles away. If Wei Wuyo were attentive, a slight scan of his consciousness would leave them with nowhere to hide. Han Li's words were not entirely mere intimidation. Let us go. Han Daoist is correct. As human cultivators, it is indeed our duty to eradicate demons and uphold justice. After a twitch of his lips, the venerable Ling Hu expressed a wry smile towards the woman clad in white. The expression on her face was somber, as she too was acutely aware of the precarious situation, and could only helplessly nod in agreement. Fortunately, with such a multitude of cultivators joining forces, even the most formidable of fiends should be able to ensure their own survival. The two, harboring a glimmer of hope, transformed into two streaks of radiant light, resolutely propelling themselves forward. Unbeknownst to them, 100 miles behind, the esteemed Elder Dongmin II of the Yuling sect was hastily approaching with 3 individuals clad in green robes. Originally, there had been 5 cultivators of the Yuanying stage derived from the 5-element spirit infant transformation, but now only 3 remained. The other two had presumably perished within the spatial rifts and restrictions. Yet, there was no trace of despondency on his visage. Rather, he appeared somewhat exhilarated, frequently glancing towards the distant horizon. The fluctuations of spiritual energy in that direction were exceedingly intense, perceptible even from 100 miles away. It was likely that some cultivators were engaged in a fierce contest over treasures, and he was naturally inclined to investigate further, hoping to seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, 300 miles away, Elder Zhong of the Guiling sect was leading a contingent of disciples towards the battlefield, his expression one of extreme gloom. Although they had a route map for their descent into the fallen Demon Valley, two of his disciples had encountered unforeseen calamities along the way, their spirits extinguished within the treacherous spatial rifts. The primary objective of his arduous journey, the elusive spirit wood from which the spirit candle fruit was harvested, had already been plucked by someone else. This revelation nearly drove him to the brink of fury. For these spiritual fruits were crucial for his advancement into the late Yuaning stage. The traces of the fruit's plucking were still remarkably fresh, and the spirit candle fruit required immediate processing for alchemical purposes. Thus, the individual who had taken it could not have fled far. He promptly led his disciples in a search of the vicinity, but despite the passage of several days, their efforts yielded naught. Just as he was about to lead his disciples back along the original path, a sudden wave of energy surged towards them, nearly resulting in the annihilation of his entire group. Fortunately, he possessed a top-tier defensive ancient treasure, which allowed them to narrowly evade disaster. Soon after, another astonishing fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from the distance. Stirring his interest, he immediately recalled the cultivator who had snatched the spirit pillar fruit and could no longer contain his eagerness to race towards the source. Chapter 844. The Dual Demons Conference. Han Li did not retract the celestial fiend's corpse or the myriad of puppets accompanying him. The venerable Ling Hu and the woman in white, who had followed closely behind, were taken aback yet felt a measure of relief. While these puppets alone were not particularly formidable, if employed with strategy, a coordinated assault from dozens could compel even ordinary Yuaning cultivators to retreat. However, amidst their temporary solace, Ling Hu found himself consumed by jealousy, and the woman in white silently muttered to herself, increasingly convinced of Han Li's boundless capabilities and inscrutable depths, within a mere span of 10 miles. Han Li swiftly approached the fray, coming to a gradual halt 100 zhang away, his gaze sweeping over the unfolding scene with clarity. It was only at such proximity that he discerned the so-called black-purple radiance was, in fact, a dance of countless ebony tendrils formed from a vibrant crimson demonic light. The source of this demonic energy was a formidable fiend situated at the heart of the purple glow. This creature possesses a singular horn upon its brow, its visage grotesque, bearing a striking resemblance to the two-headed, four-armed monstrosity that fled moments ago. However, its physique is indistinguishable from that of a common human, its skin even possessing an extraordinary luster akin to exquisite jade. At this moment, the creature's expression is devoid of emotion, its eyes slightly closed, as if it has yet to fully awaken. Curiously, despite its lips being tightly sealed, thunderous roars intermittently emanate from its abdomen, suggesting an overwhelming fury within. Yet, its face remains expressionless, utterly impassive. The creature's two arms mechanically hurl globes of inky black fire downward, its movements rigid and conspicuously sluggish. Though these seemingly inconspicuous black fireballs may appear trivial, upon contact with the verdant mist below, they erupt with a force that engulfs the area in surging waves of black flames, scattering the surrounding green haze into disarray. However, Wei Wuyo's toxic clouds are not to be underestimated. After a tumultuous roll, they swiftly extinguish the black flames. Simultaneously, vast billows of mist morph into numerous colossal green serpents, incessantly lunging upwards to tear and bite, aspiring to breach the air and directly assault the creature at the heart of the magical illumination. Consequently, the mingling of green mist, otherworldly radiance, and black demonic flames intertwines and flickers, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thunderous booms. What transpires? It appears that this creature has yet to fully awaken, or perhaps it is bound by some restriction. This presents a fortuitous opportunity. Subsequently, the venerable Ling Hu approaches and halts near Han Li. Upon witnessing the creature in the sky, his expression shifts before he exclaims with delight, "If it were so easy to eliminate, Wei Dao would have already taken action, rather than cloaking himself in toxic clouds and laboriously holding on." There must be some deeper mystery at play. Judging by the intensity of the demonic aura, this creature is undoubtedly connected to the formidable entity that recently escaped, and it is significantly more powerful. Han Li casually shook his head while his gaze and consciousness incessantly scanned the vicinity. He found it perplexing that the earlier monstrous Nanlong Ho had vanished without a trace. However, his attention was drawn to a group of silver-haired elders nearby, whose expressions were transfixed with astonishment upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Upon noticing the arrival of Han Li and his companions, their faces registered surprise. The elder with the surname Qing, upon seeing Han Li, was overtaken by a mix of shock and joy. Yet, for reasons unknown, he merely nodded and smiled from a distance, showing no intention of approaching. Han Li, observing this, could only manage a wry smile internally before sending a message. Senior brother Qing, what brings you into this perilous situation? This creature is exceedingly dangerous. Even Wei Wuyo below may not be its match. Additionally, there should be another two-headed, four-armed monster nearby, equally formidable. What below is Wei Wuyo? And there exists another such fiend. The silver-haired elder's heart raced, and he conveyed a message with moving lips. Given how clearly you are aware, have you engaged in battle? He cautiously assessed the other creature, while he could not ascertain its true strength. It likely surpassed that of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. I, along with my two companions, barely managed to hold our ground against it. Moreover, these entities have the capacity to devour a cultivator's nascent soul, moving with the swiftness of the wind and excelling at concealing their presence. Senior brother, you must exercise caution. If we are to engage, it would be prudent for all of us to strike in unison for a greater chance of success. Han Li hastily conveyed the dangers posed by the ancient demons, issuing several warnings. Understood that I shall consult with these two esteemed companions here. Upon hearing Han Li's grave words, the silver-haired elder felt a weight in his heart and hurriedly responded. He then turned to the nearby Tianjing Jinren and the unfamiliar elder, conveying Han Li's message after a brief exchange. The Tianjing Jinren had already recognized Han Li and was taken aback by the sight of the 2 to 3 dozen tiger demon and giant turtle puppets surrounding him. At this moment, he smiled and gestured towards Han Li while engaging in conversation with the silver-haired elder. As for the wrinkled elder, upon hearing Han Li's name, he looked at him with a mix of astonishment. His curiosity piqued despite being a reclusive nascent soul cultivator who had long shunned worldly affairs. Nonetheless, he merely nodded faintly in acknowledgement to Han Li. Although Linghu Laozu and the white-clad woman were also well-known figures, they had little rapport with the individuals across from them. Thus, despite being aware that Han Li was communicating, they allowed him to converse with the three on the other side, deeming it wise to confront such a formidable fiend collectively. At that moment, a voice emerged from the verdant mist, low and somewhat hoarse. I ask that you, Dao friend Han, it is truly fortuitous that several fellow cultivators have arrived here just in time. This demon is an ancient fiend that invaded our human realm in bygone eras. A mortal enemy of our kind. I never anticipated that a being sealed within the abyssal demon valley would be inadvertently released by the Wang sect master and his companions. Both Wang sect master and Dao friend Wang Tiangu perished in the explosion of the spatial rift when it broke free. I have exhausted my spiritual powers to survive, but I am gravely injured and cannot hold it back for long. Fortunately, a small portion of the ancient cultivator's sealing spell still lingers within its body, though it is currently attempting to refine the restrictions with its innate demonic fire. Fellow cultivators, you must thwart it. Otherwise, once this fiend regains its full power, none in the abyssal demon valley will stand a chance against it, and you will all fall victim to its wrath. Wei Wuyo's voice was urgent and anxious, hinting at significant injury. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the swirling green mist, appearing in a glow of emerald light. His complexion was ashen, devoid of blood, and his eyes dim. It was none other than Wei Wuyo. Han Li, upon hearing these words, felt a moment of realization mixed with despair. He had initially thought he would merely assist Wei Wuyo, yet it seemed they were now to take the lead in this confrontation. The situation had become exceedingly dire. The expressions of Linghu Laozu, the silver-haired elder, and the others reflected their mutual uncertainty. If even a formidable cultivator like Wei Wuyo was no match for this demon, it was highly likely that they would fare even worse. However, to scatter and flee would invite disgrace. If news of their retreat spread, they would find it impossible to maintain their standing in the Southern Heavens cultivation community. After all, this was not merely a contest among cultivators, and retreating at the first sign of danger would draw no reproach. Fellow cultivators need not worry, Wei Wuyo continued. I have surveyed the area with my spiritual sense and have determined that if you can hold the demon at bay for a short while, reinforcements from other allies will soon arrive. Moreover, not long ago, I sent a message to the Mulan sect. If they wish to establish themselves in the Southern Heavens, they will undoubtedly come to our aid. Seemingly perceiving the awkwardness of Han Li and the others, Wei Wuya's voice softened, and at last he conveyed some good news. Upon hearing his words, the cultivators, including Han Li, collectively released a sigh of relief. Although they might not necessarily be capable of confronting the demonic creature, they felt confident that they could at least delay it for a moment. However, the demonic entity, shrouded in dark, ominous energy, appeared to comprehend their discourse. Its half-closed eyes flickered slightly, a glimmer of cold light passing through. Simultaneously, the infernal flames in its grasp ceased their dance, and it slowly raised its head to survey its surroundings. As the creature's gaze swept across the area, dark purple and black demonic glimmers flickered incessantly. The crowd felt an icy chill rise along their spines, an instinctual sense of being targeted by a formidable adversary, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Only Hanli, who had cultivated the grand transformation technique and possessed an exceptionally strong spiritual sense, felt a momentary discomfort upon meeting its gaze. Yet he narrowed his eyes and exchanged a fleeting look of azure brilliance with the creature. If he were to deliberately evade it, he feared that it might leave a lingering shadow in his heart, causing him to hesitate in the face of this demon in the future. The ancient demon with a human visage seemed unexpectedly taken aback by Hanli's reaction. After scanning the area with its icy gaze, it fixed its attention back on Hanli. Hanli, with his eyes half squinted, regarded the demon in silence. The elder of the Linghu clan and the woman in white, who had initially stood beside Hanli, instinctively stepped aside a few paces under the weight of the ancient demon's oppressive spiritual presence, clearly unable to endure the pressure. Observing this, the others changed their expressions and instinctively assumed a defensive stance. That moment, the demon raised a hand, and the black flames flickered. A black fireball rapidly swelled, soon reaching the size of a head. With a swift motion of its arm, the fireball vanished in an instant. Hanli's heart jolted, only to be left astonished, for the target of the black fireball was not Hanli and his companions, but rather a seemingly empty space above the demon, where it abruptly materialized and subsequently exploded. A radius of over 10 zhang was engulfed in the black demonic flames, just as Hanli was taken aback. A figure shimmered beneath the black flames, revealing a monster with 2 heads and 4 arms. The 4 arms, radiating purple light, waved in unison, causing the black flames to condense and coalesce, reforming into a black fireball in one of its hands. Then, with a swift motion, the monster's front head consumed the black fireball, swallowing it whole, before raising its head to cast a cold, piercing gaze upon the demonic entity below. Indeed, it is you. You have finally come. The ancient demon sighed, unexpectedly speaking in human tongue. You possess quite the audacity to strike against me. It seems you have taken matters into your own hands. I truly wonder whether it was right or wrong to let you out to devour that cultivator's primordial spirit back in the day. The dual-headed, 4-armed Nanlong Ho grinned wickedly, its tone laden with menace. Since I have gained autonomous consciousness, why should I still heed your commands? Moreover, in the holy realm, the phenomenon of being devoured by one's own split soul is hardly a rarity. When you set me free, you should have anticipated this outcome. The ancient demon, embodying a human form, maintained an unusually calm demeanor. Indeed, I had some inkling that I simply did not expect that upon your liberation from my control, human cultivators would be the first to seize my sealed bodied. In a desperate bid to break the seal, I am willing to resort to disintegration and the reconstitution of my form. Are you not aware that such actions, while capable of forcibly unsealing, will severely deplete the vitality of this body, costing at least 1/3 of my cultivation? Do you comprehend the implications of this? The 2-headed demon spirits simultaneously wore a frosty expression, their faces contorted with malevolence as they inquired. Humph, what do you mean by your body? I am, after all, a part of your primordial spirit. What is there to prevent me from occupying this form? Moreover, even if the body suffers a loss of 1/3 of its cultivation, once my true self devours you, and I evade those cowardly beings in the human realm, this world shall be mine to traverse freely. At that time, I shall once again unlock the ancient passage between the sacred realm and the human world, thus rendering great service to the esteemed ancestors, and perhaps even earning a place among them. What does the loss of this minor cultivation amount to? The ancient demon, head of the demonic spirits, scoffed disdainfully. The 4-armed, 2-headed demon spirit, upon hearing these words, realized that at this juncture, words were futile, since the second demon spirit began to rebel. Only one could exist autonomously in this world. The other must inevitably be obliterated. Surely, had he not been compelled by circumstances, his primary primordial spirit would not have risked sending the split soul away without return. Though he had managed to escape confinement, the split soul had indeed encountered difficulties. Yet, despite the adversary's occupation of the demonic body, its cultivation could not compare to the demonized form it had hastily acquired. However, back in those days, it was the primary primordial spirit, naturally imposing certain restrictions on the released split soul. While the extent of the adversary's breaking of those restrictions remained unknown, The outcome of their conflict was far from certain. With this thought, one of the demon spirits' heads suddenly turned to survey the surrounding practitioners, and with a chilling tone, declared, "Let us first consume these practitioners' nascent souls to replenish ourselves, and then we shall find a secluded place to settle our allegiance. I have no desire to allow these human cultivators to reap the benefits of our struggle. You have no objections, I trust? Of course not. The remaining restrictions within me are nearly refined, even if you do not strike. I alone could eradicate them all," the head of the ancient demon replied with calmness. Suddenly, a piercing purple-red glimmer flickered in his eyes, which were instantly wide open. Do not overestimate your prowess. Some of these practitioners are rather formidable." The demon spirit retorted with a cold laugh, instinctively casting a glance towards Han Li's direction. The ancient demon, opening its mouth, retracted its long purple tongue, yet wore an expression of indifference. The practitioners, upon witnessing the emergence of the four-armed, two-headed ancient demon, were initially taken aback. However, upon overhearing the candid exchange between the two demons, they were left utterly flabbergasted. From their conversation, it became evident that they were, in fact, the primary and secondary primordial spirits. Now that the secondary spirit had gained autonomy and overtaken the body of the demonic entity, it was as though they were at odds. The likes of Elder Linghu and the silver-haired elder felt a surge of delight, believing that the two demons would engage in a fierce battle, allowing them to take advantage of the chaos. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the dialogue shifted, and the two demons unexpectedly resolved to join forces against them. Their expression shifted dramatically. "Wei Dayu, I must trouble you to delay the opponent and allow Elder Linghu and the others to assist you," came the directive. I, along with a few others, will first confront another monstrosity. For now, self-preservation is our priority. With a swift shift in thought, Han Li calmly addressed Wei Wuyi, stating, "I will do my utmost. However, the restrictions within our opponent have been significantly lifted. I am uncertain how long I can endure while injured." Wei Wuyi was momentarily taken aback by these words, but soon a wry smile appeared on his face as he grasped Han Li's intention to delay. With other cultivators en route, naturally, the longer we can prolong this encounter, the better. Neither Linghu Laozu nor the woman in white exhibited any resistance to Han Li's commanding tone. After all, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Han Li's prowess far surpassed theirs, and his proposed strategy was undoubtedly sound. So they had no objections. However, the two demonic entities in the sky showed no regard for the deliberations of human cultivators. Before Han Li could further communicate with the silver-haired elder and the others, the two demons sprang into action. The leader of the demons, a figure of ancient malevolence, whirled with a flourish, his entire form shimmering with dark radiance. Instantly, the sky darkened, and the black-purple demonic light surged dramatically, rapidly expanding in all directions and staining the surrounding heavens with an eerie hue. The demonic soul hovering above showed no inclination to evade this ominous veil. Rather, the two heads bore an uncanny expression before they vanished into the shadowy curtain. Upon witnessing this scene, the assembled cultivators immediately understood that a great battle was imminent. Regardless of any previous reservations, they were now compelled to confront the threat head-on. Wei Wuyi's body radiated a vibrant green light, and he subsequently vanished within the toxic mist once more. The previously tranquil fog began to roil violently, erupting to unleash over a dozen emerald poisonous serpents, which lunged skyward with bared fangs, managing to temporarily withstand the surging demonic light. Upon observing this, Linghu Laozu and the woman in white exchanged a glance before transforming into two streaks of radiant light, hurtling towards Wei Wuyi's location. The woman in white produced a violet glowing mirror, unleashing a remarkably thick beam of multicolored light that pierced through the ominous veil without hesitation. Meanwhile, Linghu Laozu, having lost his original circular ancient treasure, resorted to the jade rui he had previously employed to shield himself, subsequently releasing a small green seal that morphed into a swirling emerald mist, hurtling towards the vibrant curtain with considerable force. In their minds, even if Wei Wuyi was gravely injured, being a formidable cultivator who had dominated the southern skies for centuries, he was undoubtedly a more reliable ally than remaining by Han Li's side. At the very least, the demonic soul's ability to conceal itself was too enigmatic for them to unravel. It was far safer to confront the other monstrosity under the protective cover of Wei Wuyi's toxic fog. In the blink of an eye, they soared into the emerald mist, which Wei Wuyi had already opened to allow their safe passage. Han Li had no inclination to further concern himself with Linghu Laozu and the woman, instead casting a fleeting glance towards the elder surnamed Cheng and his companions. However, he was momentarily taken aback. He beheld the three individuals, caught off guard, as they were enveloped by the black-purple veil of demonic light. Despite their advanced ages and status as Yuanian cultivators, they possess their own set of combat techniques. Immediately, the three of them drew together, back to back, forming a plum blossom-shaped defensive formation, and each retrieved their defensive treasures, which coalesced into layers of radiant spiritual light, swiftly erecting a robust protective barrier consisting of 5 or 6 thick layers. The two malevolent puppet demons simultaneously unleashed a torrent of thick, ashen white malevolence, enveloping the 5 individuals within its sinister grasp. Concurrently, the voice of the silver-haired elder echoed in Han Li's ears. "Junior brother Han, this fiend appears to be exceptionally formidable. It would be prudent for us to gather together." Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle wryly. It seemed that these three had managed to navigate their way to this point without a clear path, undoubtedly possessing their own set of skills, which alleviated his concerns regarding Brother Chung. However, while this approach appeared to offer a semblance of safety, it also severely constrained their options. It was imperative that they act in unison to ensure effective coordination. Yet he was not adept at collaborating with others and preferred to operate independently. With this thought in mind, the shroud of malevolence descended upon Han Li's head. Frowning slightly, he summoned a layer of azure luminescence to envelop himself. Raising both hands, he flicked his fingers against the luminous barrier, unleashing a flurry of over 10 azure sword energies, each extending a considerable length, which intersected and shot forth with remarkable ease, tearing the pitch-black violet barrier to shreds. Surprised by the outcome, Han Li momentarily paused, but after casting a glance around, he let out a resigned sigh and lowered his arms. Although the barrier above him had been shattered, the surrounding area was now illuminated by the ominous black-violet glow. He found himself ensnared within the ancient demon's veil of darkness. At this moment, the shroud extended at least several miles in diameter, an awe-inspiring display of power. Han Li's movement slowed slightly, and the veil above shimmered before returning to its original state. Descending upon him once more, this time, Han Li refrained from any futile actions besides shaking his sleeve to release a blue shield and adding an additional layer of protection for himself. He was soon engulfed by the black-violet barrier. His gaze darted about, seemingly nothing amiss, yet a frown creased his brow. He could not believe that the ancient demon would unleash such an expansive barrier for trivial purposes. Moments later, with heightened awareness, he finally discerned something amiss, and his expression darkened. Although his body remained unaffected, both layers of protective shields exhibited signs of mana depletion. While the loss was minimal, the continuous nature of it suggested significant consequences. These black-violet barriers were capable of directly siphoning the mana of cultivators. Seething with astonishment and anger, Han Li clenched his fists after a moment's contemplation. With a series of thunderous roars, 2 formidable golden arcs suddenly erupted from his hands. Crackling with electricity as they surged forth, they swiftly merged into the 2 layers of protective shields before erupting into a cacophony of sound. The blue and azure shields shimmered with countless delicate arcs of electricity, causing the encroaching malevolent light to recoil several inches in fear. The peculiar phenomenon of mana loss abruptly ceased. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief, and with a flicker of his consciousness, the celestial demon corpse and the myriad puppets stepped forward, encircling him in a protective formation. The dozen or so colossal turtles exhaled a frigid mist, and enormous crystalline ice spikes rapidly coalesced above their backs. While these actions appeared considerable, they transpired in the blink of an eye. Han Li then adopted a stoic expression, his eyes gleaming with azure light as he activated the clear spirit eye technique. However, as he swept his gaze to the front and sides, a sudden pang of apprehension gripped his heart. Chapter 846, The Battle Against the Demon Soul. What transpired? Under the watchful gaze of the spiritual eye, he could not discern any trace of the demon soul. However, he took a deep breath, suppressing the unease that stirred within him, and then unleashed a flickering azure light from his body, channeling all his spiritual energy into his eyes. In an instant, his pupils glimmered with a mesmerizing blue radiance, elevating the clarity of his spiritual sight to its zenith. After scanning the vicinity once more, Han Li finally made a discovery. His expression shifted dramatically, and the dozen or so giant tortoises behind him simultaneously radiated their spiritual light. Thousands of ice spikes, uniform in size, suddenly shot forth, enveloping a small area to one side. A dark mist abruptly emerged within the confines of the ice spikes, revealing the demon soul with a look of surprise upon its 2-headed, 4-armed form. Among its 3 hands, it brandished a magical flag, a circular ring, and a small sword. Upon witnessing the barrage of ice spikes descending from above, the 3 arms wielding treasures gracefully waved, and from the small mirror, black radiance surged forth in a sweeping wave. After a few flourishes of the small sword, a piercing sword aura, dark and formidable, swept outward as for the newly acquired circular ring. It seemed to possess an innate understanding of its function. With a gentle motion, countless rings of various sizes shot forth in a dense array, creating a formidable spectacle. Before the myriad ice spikes could reach the ground, they were shattered mid-air by the might of these magical artifacts, a mist of icy coldness instantly spreading to cover an area of over 10 zhang, causing the temperature to plummet. Yet, the demon soul remained unperturbed, instead breaking into a sinister smile before vanishing once more into the demonic light. Han Li's countenance darkened, and he moistened his upper lip with the tip of his tongue. This ancient demon soul proved to be the most formidable adversary he had encountered since stepping into the realm of cultivation. A careless misstep could lead to his demise. At that moment, despite having elevated his spiritual sight to its utmost potential, the demon soul's form became exceedingly indistinct amidst the demonic glow, even as it darted away with incredible speed. Han Li found it impossible to pinpoint its precise location, only catching fleeting glimpses of a faint shadow flitting about. Only when the demon soul slowed or came to a halt could he barely keep pace with it. Thus, Han Li found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Moreover, exerting his spiritual sight to its fullest extent placed an immense burden on his eyes, rendering it unsustainable. The moment his spiritual vision waned even slightly, he could no longer discern the shadow of his foe. Naturally, this left Han Li feeling quite vexed. The only viable strategy was to dismantle the demon soul's concealment swiftly or compel it to relinquish this tactic, convincing it that hiding within the demonic light was futile against him. Otherwise, continuing to battle such a capricious opponent would only amplify his trepidation. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Han Li maintained his movements, slapping the spirit beast pouch at his waist, causing a multitude of gold-devouring insects to buzz and swarm forth from the opening. Han Li did not direct the insect horde to attack anything. Instead, he emitted a low hum, and with a thunderous sound, the swarm transformed into a scattering of golden blossoms in the blink of an eye. A radius of over 20 zhang around Han Li was aglow with the shimmering traces of the gold-devouring insects. Consequently, even if Han Li could not utilize his spiritual sight to capture the demon soul's whereabouts, the moment this fiend entered the domain of the insect swarm, it would be immediately sensed, alleviating any fears of a sudden ambush. Just as the swarm was taking shape, a cold snort echoed from not far away. Following the source of the sound, the malevolent spirit manifested once more, its form flickering into existence. However, its head was now fixated on the swarm of golden light-infused insects surrounding Han Li, its expression rather unsightly. Yet, in an instant, the spirit's brows furrowed ominously, and with a sudden shake of its head, it inverted its position, revealing its ghastly visage now directed towards Han Li, accompanied by a chilling, sinister grin. A shiver coursed through Han Li, heightening his alertness. Before him, the ghastly head opened wide, unleashing a torrent of inky black ripples that silently surged forth. Where these waves passed, the nearby gold-devouring insects were helplessly swept into their embrace. Tumbling down from the sky in disarray, immediately the swarm Han Li had meticulously assembled diminished significantly, leaving a considerable void around him. The demon's gaping maw twisted into a cruel smile directed at Han Li, and it prepared to ascend with a swift motion. Han Li, however, darkened his countenance. Suddenly raising his hand, he flicked his middle finger, and a small, walnut-sized golden orb shot forth silently. Its speed was astonishing, reaching the demon's forehead in the blink of an eye. This was a technique Han Li had gleaned from the illusion of the creation pill, a method of manipulating lightning by compressing the exorcising thunder into a sphere and launching it unexpectedly. Its velocity surpassing that of a typical electric arc, with a slight increase in power as well. Caught off guard, the malevolent spirit was indeed taken aback. The speed of the lightning orb was so rapid that it rendered the demon's attempts to evade or conjure other spells too late. In a moment of desperation, it could only open its mouth wide, unleashing a serpentine purple shadow that collided directly with the golden lightning orb. With a thunderous boom, the orb erupted in a flash of golden light, and the purple shadow was sent reeling backward. A burnt odor quickly permeated the surrounding space, and the demon emitted a pained grunt, its gaze toward Han Li turning venomous. The purple shadow that had been expelled was, in fact, the demon's extraordinarily long and grotesque tongue. Though the reason for its immunity to the exorcising thunder remained a mystery, the sheer force of the lightning had inflicted considerable damage upon its tip, leaving it in considerable distress. Observing that his sudden ambush had not yielded the expected results, Han Li's expression remained devoid of surprise. With a cold smirk, he began to emit a clear, resonant sound. As he continued to resonate, the golden flying insects that had initially plummeted suddenly vibrated their wings, reviving and soaring back to their original positions. The malevolent spirit, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of astonishment. Its gaze towards the gold-devouring insects becoming notably grave. Meanwhile, on the other side, the silver-haired elder and his companions, seeing Han Li engage with the demon, summoned their own treasures for attack: a white flying sword, a blue jade ruler, and 3 white, misty, shuttle-shaped artifacts transformed into vibrant orbs of light. Launching menacingly towards the malevolent spirit, the spirit merely cast a cold glance at these artifacts, and with a simultaneous throw of its 3 arms, the enchanted treasures morphed into a sprawling mass of dark, otherworldly light, which intercepted the incoming projectiles from a distance. The manipulation of these demonized treasures was executed by the head positioned behind it. Subsequently, the head of the demon, unbeknownst to its method, unleashed a spell, causing the enchanted brilliance to surge exponentially. In an instant, it formed a colossal luminous barrier, enveloping the treasures of the silver-haired elder and his companions, trapping them within. The demon then continuously infused the barrier with its magical essence, refraining from employing any further tactics. It appeared that the demon sought first to eliminate Han Li, its most formidable adversary, before methodically dealing with the others. Observing this, Han Li furrowed his brow. Just then, the carved head behind the demon suddenly spoke. "These flying insects are utterly unafraid of my quaking wave demon technique. As far as I know, only a few types of spirit insects in this realm possess such audacity. Yet, judging by the appearance of these golden beetles, they are most likely the infamous gold-eating insects. These insects have even been momentarily dazed by the shockwave, indicating they are not yet the mature forms as rumored. Otherwise, with so many gold-eating insects, I would have no choice but to retreat without the appropriate magical artifact at hand. Alas, I am not using my true form at present. Otherwise, you would truly witness the might of the sacred realm's demon butterfly. In fact, immature spirit insects from the human realm make for the finest sustenance for the demon butterfly." The demon's chilling words prompted the head to glance at the ancient demon, who was pressing Wei Wuyo back, revealing a peculiar expression. A slight smirk graced Han Li's lips, his face betraying an air of detached indifference. Suddenly, he flicked his robe, and dozens of golden swords erupted from his sleeves, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. A series of incantations were swiftly cast, causing the flying swords to shimmer with golden light. As they began to arrange themselves into the grand gunk sword formation, the demon's grotesque head, however, glinted with malice at this moment. "Since you are so intent on seeking death, I have neither the time nor the inclination to engage in prolonged entanglement with you. The more nascent souls I devour, the greater my advantage will be in the ensuing battle with that individual. This body will soon be of no use, so I shall let you experience the true might of our sacred realm's demon arts. Prepare to meet your demise." Uncertain whether it sensed the threat posed by Han Li's flying swords or simply grew impatient with the confrontation, the demon made no effort to allow Han Li the opportunity to establish his sword formation. With a wild laugh, its form blurred, and it appeared unarmed amidst the swarm of insects. Han Li's heart sank. He could not afford to delay in forming the sword array and immediately urged the insect swarm with his consciousness. Although the gold-eating insects harbored a degree of trepidation towards the transformed demon, Han Li's forceful compulsion ignited their ferocity, and they surged towards the demon en masse. The fox demon puppets that had previously clustered around Han Li flashed with white light, coordinating their assault on the demon. Meanwhile, the heavenly fiend corpse advanced boldly, positioning itself in front of Han Li. As for the massive turtle puppet at the rear, it refrained from deploying the ice spikes on its back. Instead, it raised its neck and unleashed a barrage of blue light beams, as thick as small trees. In an instant, the demon found itself besieged by a multitude of attacks. Han Li did not expect these creatures to truly halt the demon, but as long as they could buy him the time needed to set up the sword array, it would suffice. He believed that even if such a multitude of assaults could not overcome the opponent, they should at least delay its movements sufficiently for him to complete the array. However, Han Li had still underestimated the true prowess of the demon, now transformed into a two-headed, four-armed entity. The head of the malevolent spirit emitted a series of metallic clangs, and with a swift motion of its arm, it became hazy. The 10 fingers of its 4 hands twisted and contorted rapidly, forming one bizarre magical seal after another. Suddenly, an intensely glaring black radiance shot forth from the essence of the malevolent spirit, its brilliance so blinding that one could scarcely gaze upon it. Following this, successive waves of murky black energy erupted from within the spirit. These layers of violent energy sent the golden devouring insects and the tiger demon puppet staggering in disarray. After a brief flash of dozens of blue pillars of light, they vanished into the ether. At that moment, the two heads of the malevolent spirit simultaneously opened wide, releasing a long howl that was several times more piercing than a mournful bird's cry. Resonating with a vigorous energy that reverberated through the nearby sky, the airwaves dissipated in an instant, the black radiance dimmed. A peculiar, glossy, dark shell adorned with long, backward-facing spines emerged upon the surface of the malevolent spirit, exuding an aura that surged towards the heavens. At this juncture, the head of the malevolent spirit inclined slightly, a glint of ferocity in its eyes as it regarded Hanli. Hanli stood there, utterly astonished, his heart gripped by terror. Chapter 847. The reappearance of the demon's sword. With a sinister laugh, the now transformed malevolent spirit caused the previously motionless celestial calamity demon corpse before Han Li to emit a low growl, its arms suddenly springing into action. Countless emerald claw shadows sliced through the air with a hissing sound, descending upon the area before it. The black light flickered as the phantasmal figure of the malevolent spirit with its dual heads and four arms materialized amidst the claw shadows. A flicker of menace crossed the malevolent visage, and one arm gracefully waved toward the claw shadows, instantly conjuring an even denser array of claw-like projections that emitted sharper sounds as they burst forth before the malevolent spirit. Upon slight contact, the black radiance effortlessly tore through the emerald claws, and the arm grotesquely expanded several feet, transforming into a shadowy form that thrust its 5 fingers into the demon corpse's chest. As hard as adamantine, with a swift retraction of its fingers, a gaping wound the size of a bowl was torn open, causing black corpse blood to surge forth. This grievous injury, which would typically spell doom for an ordinary cultivator, nearly invoked an agonizing fury from the demon corpse. It did not retreat. Rather, one arm shimmered with green light, instantly morphing into a tricolored spear several feet in length, lunging at the malevolent spirit. The malevolent spirit let out a soft exclamation, whether in surprise at the demon corpse's formidable vitality or the sudden manifestation of the spear, it was unclear. However, after this brief utterance, the malevolent spirit merely chuckled coldly. The two arms, like phantoms, moved to its chest just as the tricolored spear arrived, being firmly clamped in place by two hands encased in the dark shell, unable to advance another inch. Then, with a sinister grin curling at the corners of its mouth, it seized the spear and twisted forcefully, intent on tearing it asunder. With a soft pop, before the immense force could fully take effect, the spear shattered on its own. A cloud of tricolored worms suddenly materialized in its stead, which the malevolent spirit greeted without hesitation. At such a close range, and amidst this bizarre transformation, even the malevolent spirit, having pushed its demonic powers to the utmost, was taken aback. As the ominous swarm of insects loomed overhead, a fierce expression flickered across the face of the demon soul. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, and a series of black shockwaves erupted forth, enveloping the nearby tricolored insect cloud within its grasp. A bizarre scene unfolded. Once ensnared by the black ripples, the tricolored devouring insects became utterly motionless. Moments later, a series of muffled explosions rang out as these flying creatures began to explode in succession, transforming into a mist of crimson vapor that dissipated into the air. The tricolored devouring insects, being far less resilient than their golden counterparts, were utterly obliterated by the demonic sound emitted from the demon soul, leaving not a single trace behind. At the juncture, the other arm of the corpse demon lunged forward. An expression of impatience crossed the demon soul's face, and with a chilling demeanor, it vanished from sight in a mere blink. The next instant, it materialized behind the corpse demon, delivering a seemingly languid yet lethal punch. For reasons unknown, the demon corpse barely managed to tilt its head aside, but the punch reached its visage in an instant. Concurrently, a black bone spike, measuring nearly a foot in length, shot forth from the fist, piercing through one side of the corpse demon's head and emerging from the other, causing it to tremble violently. Its movements abruptly halted. With a sinister smile, the demon soul watched as black flames erupted from the bone spike, consuming it with ferocity. Retracting the spike, the corpse demon swayed precariously in the black flames before plummeting to the ground. From the moment the demon soul charged into the insect cloud and transformed, to the instant it dispatched the corpse demon with a bone spike, the entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing the demon soul approaching, Hanli instinctively retreated, seeking to distance himself from this formidable foe. Simultaneously, he pointed at the numerous golden sword lights swirling above, commanding them to coalesce into a unified force, transforming into cascading waves of golden brilliance. With a focused thought, he sought to direct these golden lights toward the position of the demon soul. However, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the two-headed, six-armed demon soul effortlessly dismantled the stationary celestial corpse. A chill ran down Han Li's spine, his heart heavy with despair, as he felt a pang of anguish. This celestial corpse had only recently been cultivated for battle, and after just one deployment in this location, it had been so easily vanquished by the ancient demon before him, now lying lifeless on the ground. Its fate remained uncertain. Yet, it was evident that even if it had not truly perished, it had irrevocably lost its fighting capability. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Han Li's consciousness remained dual-focused. The tiger demon puppets, having been disoriented by the shockwaves, regained their stability and once more charged toward the demon soul, their white light flickering. Meanwhile, the giant turtle puppets, akin to Han Li, scattered in various directions while their mouths glimmered with blue light, preparing to unleash another barrage of ice-infused beams. Above Han Li, the dense array of sword shadows continued to rumble as they descended upon the demon's soul. Observing this unfolding scenario, the demon's soul snorted coldly. With a subtle wave of its four demonic arms, black bone spikes erupted from the elbows and knuckles, each varying in shape, some curved, others straight, but all radiating a chilling gleam, exuding an aura of sharpness. Before the tiger demon puppets could close the distance, the demon's soul vanished in a swift motion, rendering all attacks aimless and momentarily halting their advance. At that moment, a flash of dark radiance flickered, and the soul of the demon appeared eerily behind a tiger demon puppet, moving in close proximity. With a gentle sweep of its four elongated arms, a series of whooshing sounds tore through the air. Several beams of dark light flickered across the body of the tiger demon puppet, which was instantaneously disassembled, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. In a swift motion, the demon's soul vanished once more. Another puppet, positioned nearby, was suddenly pierced through the chest by a thick-boned spike, collapsing immediately in a heap. From a distance, Han Li watched in shock and fury, directing the golden sword shadows in relentless pursuit of the demon's soul. Yet, this demon would vanish from sight in an instant, only to reappear in an unexpected location moments later. The demon's soul, now considerably more powerful, executed its evasion techniques and stealthy methods with seamless precision. In the blink of an eye, the tiger demon puppets were unable to form a proper encirclement or mount any effective resistance. Han Li, who had always prided himself on his prowess in close combat, found himself dwarfed in comparison to this demon's soul. Despite employing his clear spirit eye, he could not lock onto the demon. Just as panic surged within him, the demon's soul withdrew its bone spike from the neck of the last tiger demon puppet. Casting a casual glance at Han Li, the coldness in its gaze sent a chill down Han Li's spine, stirring a sense of unease within him. Since achieving the pinnacle of his nascent soul, such feelings had long since faded, yet they resurfaced now. Han Li exhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Given the demon's nearly instantaneous speed of evasion, it seemed highly improbable to arrange the great gung sword formation with ease. He would have to resort to other means to buy time. After contemplating this, Han Li pointed solemnly at the sword shadows in the air. Immediately, the myriad sword lights emitted a clear ringing sound. Abruptly turning to shoot back towards Han Li's head, the golden light shimmered chaotically as the numerous sword lights coalesced into layers of golden waves, enveloping Han Li in an impenetrable shield. Subsequently, Han Li formed a hand seal, and the sound of thunder erupted from his body, with thick golden arcs emerging from within, intertwining with countless delicate arcs of electricity to create a golden electric garb enveloping him. The dazzling golden light was exceptionally eye-catching. At the same time, he opened his mouth, and a blinding purple orb of light burst forth. With a crackling sound, the purple flames surged to a height of about a foot. Then, a sharp cry resonated from the fireball, as a purple firebird, measuring about a foot in length, materialized from the flames, soaring around Han Li's body, scattering brilliant purple sparks that flickered in and out of existence. Resplendent in their beauty, this was the culmination of all the purple luo, heavenly fire Han Li had refined and cultivated to date. His series of maneuvers seemed to pique the interest of the demon's soul. Its ghastly visage contorted momentarily, yet it remained stationary, seemingly intent on discerning the extent of Han Li's capabilities before delivering a decisive strike. Han Li cast a stoic glance at the demon soul's grotesque expression. As his gaze flickered, he suddenly flipped his palm, revealing a bizarre blood-red dagger that materialized from his hand. This dagger, mere inches in size, gleamed with a vivid blood-red hue, radiating a blinding crimson light. Within its blade, a faint wisp of black mist meandered, lending it an air of eerie mystery. This was the blood demon's sword obtained from the woman in white. As soon as the blood-red dagger appeared, it began to tremble and hum of its own accord, a wave of sanguine energy instantly permeating the air. Han Li was acutely aware that recklessly wielding this sword could lead to considerable repercussions. However, faced with the precariousness of life and death, he had little choice but to act. Opening his mouth, He expelled a billowing mist of azure essence onto the small sword. The blood-red light was blinding, causing the sword to instantly elongate to nearly a foot in length, simultaneously levitating into the air. Han Li's expression turned grave as he grasped the hilt firmly. After a brief glance, he gently swung it. He immediately felt an overwhelming surge of true essence from within him rushing towards the sword, prompting him to abruptly sever the magical connection, inwardly muttering about the sword's sinister nature. Thereafter, Han Li held the sword with one hand, his gaze coldly fixed on the opposing demon spirit. The demon spirit, which had previously worn a menacing expression, suddenly underwent a drastic change upon seeing Han Li brandishing the blood demon sword. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed its face, and its eyes remained fixed upon the blade without blinking. Observing this reaction from his adversary, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, harboring a sense of uncertainty within. Quite unexpected, he mused, that you possess even the sacred artifacts we left behind in this realm from years past. If you are willing to relinquish this sacred object to me, I might spare your life and allow you to depart from this place. After a brief pause, the demon spirit finally confirmed that the blood demon sword in Han Li's possession was indeed the very item it sought. A flicker of delight passed across its face before it uttered, "Sacred artifact? Is this instrument from your ancient demon realm?" Han Li, taken aback, furrowed his brows and inquired, "Humph, you need not concern yourself with matters of the sacred realm. I only ask whether you will agree." The demon spirit, evidently disinclined to elaborate further, narrowed its silver-white eyes and coldly demanded, "If you be a human cultivator, for the sake of your life, I would not object to your compliance. Des for yourself." Han Li rolled his eyes, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. Chapter 848, Black Blade. Surprisingly, the demon spirit did not respond with anger to Han Li's words. Instead, its silver-white eyes suddenly narrowed. It scrutinized the sword's shadow before Han Li, the purple firebird, and the blood demon sword, gradually growing colder. Han Li remained silent, his gaze icy, while the thunderous wings behind him began to materialize, and his magical energy surged rapidly within. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated from a distance, causing both Han Li and the demon spirit to pause momentarily and exchange glances. There, brilliant lights flickered as several orbs of various colors burst forth from the black energy shield. In an instant, the shield disintegrated, revealing the true forms of the circular ring, the small sword, and the magical flag. However, the demonic light upon them was dimmed, indicating they had sustained considerable damage to that moment. While the demon spirit was wholly focused on confronting Han Li, it had inadvertently underestimated the trio of silver-haired elders. Though they were merely early-stage Yuanian cultivators, each had extensive combat experience. Employing some secret techniques, they managed to shatter the constraints imprisoning their magical treasures in a remarkably short time. However, having witnessed the demon spirit's elusive and uncanny movements, they were understandably reluctant to approach Han Li. Instead, directing their magical artifacts to attack the demon spirit from a distance in hopes of providing some measure of distraction. They fully understood that Han Li was the primary force against this malevolent entity. Should Han Li fall, their own fates would be equally grim. The trio's ability to lend assistance brought great joy to Han Li's heart. If they could provide him with an opportunity to arrange a sword formation, it would be even more splendid. With this thought in mind, Han Li cast a glance at the demon spirit across from him. The demonic soul cast a glance at the coveted treasure and then fixed its gaze upon Han Li. With a subtle movement of its eyeball, the malevolent skull suddenly broke into a chilling smile, and its form began to shift. In the wake of a fleeting afterimage, the demon vanished from sight. Han Li felt a stirring in his heart and swiftly activated his spiritual vision, only to be met with astonishment. "This is be cautious," he shouted. Without further ado, he urged his divine consciousness, causing the colossal turtle puppets to raise their necks. Streams of azure light erupted in succession, targeting the area surrounding the silver-haired elder. The silver-haired elder and the other two, seasoned in their experiences, grasped the situation immediately. Having witnessed the demon's peculiar evasion technique moments before, they understood that the creature had suddenly abandoned its pursuit of Han Li and was now turning its attention towards them. Though alarmed, they could only silently lament their predicament. The demon, having observed Han Li's various tactics, especially the blood demon sword, realized that capturing him would not be an easy task. With the addition of the silver-haired elder and his companions, the situation had become even more precarious. Thus, the demon swiftly altered its strategy, opting to eliminate the interfering parties first before dealing with the now isolated Han Li. Dozens of thick light beams erupted around the three nascent soul cultivators, releasing an aura of chilling cold. Shadows flickered as the demon manifested a mere few dozen paces away from the trio. Even with their preparations, the silver-haired elder and his companions were taken aback by the demon's astonishing speed. Fortunately, their cooperation seemed remarkably synchronized. Brother Qing and another elder raised their hands simultaneously. One unleashed a flurry of symbols, while the other summoned a fiery red fox from his sleeve. Meanwhile, the heavenly crystal real person performed a hand gesture, causing the two malevolent puppets stationed behind him to shimmer and, under the cover of the symbols, dash out of the protective barrier. As the symbols flew beyond the barrier, they transformed into vast swathes of fire cloud, erupting with a thunderous roar, while the firefox leaped, seamlessly merging into the fiery expanse above, instantly disappearing from sight. This was indeed a rare spirit beast proficient in fire evasion techniques. Observing the two formidable malevolent puppets charging towards it, the demonic soul, with an impassive expression, rubbed its four hands together. A piercing shriek erupted from its palms, followed by the sound of air being sliced. Two blinding black spheres materialized between its hands. With a deft motion, it divided the two orbs of darkness into four, each hand grasping a piece. A flick of its arms unleashed a surge of black light, and four peculiar black light blades emerged in its grasp. These blades, not overly long, approximately 2 feet, tapered from sharp to broad, curving like a bull's horn. Strangely, the entire blade vibrated incessantly, distorting the surrounding space, and the sound of piercing shrieks echoed continuously. A truly astounding sight. Unbeknownst to the demon, at the moment the black blades took shape, the human-faced skull behind it contorted in agony, its countenance turning an ashen white, as though a significant portion of its vital essence had been violently siphoned away. Meanwhile, the malevolent skull in front grew increasingly fierce. With a flick of the four eerie light blades, it shot forth like a powerful crossbow towards a pale blue malevolent puppet. The puppet, devoid of any understanding of fear, opened its mouth without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of grayish shadowy energy that surged forth like a misty wave. Simultaneously, with a flourish of its hands, azure light flickered as 10 strands of icy silk shot from its fingertips, vanishing into the depths of the shadowy aura in the blink of an eye. Contrast, another crimson puppet exhaled a stream of shadowy energy, and as the red light danced upon its hands, a beam of scarlet radiance erupted forth. Meanwhile, the fiery clouds above rolled ominously toward the soul of the demon. In that fleeting moment, the demon's soul found itself caught in a pincer attack from the three entities. Unfazed, the demon's four blade-like appendages waved gently, and instantly, four crescent-shaped knife lights shot forth, crossing in midair and transforming into two massive black crosses that sliced toward the puppets. However, this maneuver caused the demon's soul to momentarily falter. Seizing the opportunity, a gigantic claw of flame descended rapidly from the clouds, its 5 razor-sharp talons aimed directly at the crown of the villain's head. The azure strands and the scarlet beam also darted forth from the shadows, targeting the demon's form. The demon's 4 arms moved with precision, causing the light blades to blur momentarily, generating waves of luminous energy that coalesced into a colossal sphere of black radiance. Upon contact, the azure strands and the scarlet beam were instantly engulfed, letting out a mournful wail as they were drawn into the sphere. In an instant, the blue and red lights erupted violently. The icy strands and the radiant beam were utterly annihilated. Witnessing this, the fiery claw, which had been reaching for the sphere, hesitated in terror before attempting to retract with lightning speed. Yet, it was too late. A crescent-shaped beam of black light streaked past, and the claw was severed, its remnants raining down in a gruesome spectacle that a chilling wail echoed from the fiery clouds above. The demon's soul's face twisted with a sadistic delight, its purple tongue licking the droplets of fox blood that had splattered onto its cheek. With a low growl, it vanished from sight, only to reappear in the heart of the fiery clouds in the next instant. The clouds churned violently, and pieces of the fiery fox's dismembered limbs, drenched in blood, plummeted from the sky. The scene of the demon's soul mercilessly slaying the fiery fox left the 3 guardians within their protective barrier utterly speechless. The unfamiliar elder, a guardian of the fiery fox, wore an expression of profound grief. After a sinister smile, the demon's soul once again disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, amidst the gray shadows, black light flickered, followed by 2 resounding booms. The master puppeteer, Tianjing Jinren, turned pale as a sheet, his face drained of color. Without a moment's hesitation, he swept his sleeves, conjuring a fierce wind that swept through the shadows, clearing the mist in an instant. Where once there had been the remnants of the puppets, there was now no trace of the demon's soul. In that moment, even Tianjing Jinren could not afford to mourn the destruction of his puppets. The 3 of them anxiously scanned their surroundings, hastily retrieving other treasures from their storage pouches. Nearby, A spatial disturbance erupted, and a towering black peak, several dozen zhang high, suddenly materialized, crashing down with immense force. It was Han Li, sensing the urgency of the situation, who had summoned his ancient treasure, the Qianzheng Peak, to aid the three guardians. Just as the peak was about to descend, a place that had appeared vacant suddenly erupted with black light, and the demon soul, exuding an aura of frost, materialized there. Raising all four of its arms skyward, the demon soul conjured a mass of light blades that coalesced into a massive black blade, measuring about 10 feet in length. From the blade emerged a thunderous roar akin to a tremendous clap of thunder. The demonic soul, gripping the blade with both hands, unhesitatingly aimed at the base of the obsidian peak and struck. A narrow beam of shadowy light shot forth silently from the edge of the blade that a blinding radiance erupted from the mountain's base, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. That a smooth, mirror-like fissure gradually appeared. Starting from the center, remarkably, the black peak was cleaved in two by this single strike. As the two halves of the mountain slightly shifted, they plummeted towards the ground. The demonic soul wasted no time. Raising the massive dark blade once more, glancing at the 5 or 6 layers of protective shields surrounding the three cultivators, a malevolent expression creeping across their face, with a swift motion of both hands. Another eerie, shadowy blade of light was sent hurtling towards the opposing barrier. The silver-haired elder and the celestial crystal true person immediately turned pale. They did not believe that the layers of luminous shields could withstand such a formidable assault. After exchanging horrified glances, the three of them felt their spiritual light surge, transforming into 3 dazzling streaks that darted away from the shield in different directions. The silver-haired elder was headed directly towards Han Li, while the celestial crystal true person and another elder veered towards Wei Wuyo. From a distance, Han Li, equally startled by the demonic soul strike, realized that the three were in dire straits as they separated. With the demonic soul's terrifying speed, their chances of survival seemed grim. However, he was preoccupied with the final steps of setting up the Grand Gung Sword Array, leaving him unable to personally intervene. Thus, he quickly unleashed a barrage of spells while simultaneously directing the dozen or so giant turtles to launch their ice spikes. Han Li did not seek to inflict damage with this assault. He merely hoped to slightly hinder the demonic soul's actions, thereby granting the silver-haired elder and the others a chance to escape. Chapter 849. The Rampant Demonic Might. As expected, the dark blade of light effortlessly cleaved through several layers of shields as if slicing through vegetables. Upon witnessing the three fleeing in different directions after his strike, the demonic soul's gaze shifted to their retreating forms, and a mocking smile spread across his face. At that moment, thousands of ice spikes surrounded him, enveloping him within their grasp. The demonic soul gave a slight shake of his hands, causing the black blade to shimmer with brilliance, transforming again into a dazzling orb of light. With a swift separation of his hands, the black light elongated and thinned, instantly morphing into 2 black spears, each approximately 2 yards in length. With a powerful sweep of his arms, one spear shot towards the elder, while the other was thrown back towards the silver-haired elder. Meanwhile, the demonic soul suddenly stomped his foot, and his form transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards the celestial crystal true person. A sharp whistling sound erupted as the 2 black spears vanished in a peculiar flash. The demonic soul then swayed slightly, appearing as if a phantom, more than 20 yards away, having swiftly evaded the range of the ice spike assault. The yawning elder, who was desperately fleeing, heard the shrill whistle behind him and was momentarily startled. Without a second thought, he swiftly summoned an object he had already clutched in his hand. Instantly, an octagonal silver plate shot forth, forming a silver-white barrier that enveloped him. The elder, feeling a slight sense of relief, hurriedly turned to look behind him, only to find the space empty, devoid of any presence. The elder was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation, when the sharp whistle suddenly erupted alarmingly close. In a flash of dark light, a sinister black spear materialized eerily at a distance of about 10 feet, shooting forth with the swiftness of lightning, piercing through the silver screen. Beneath the astonished visage of the elder, the intertwining of black and silver radiance unfolded. Yet, as the spear quaked violently, a sharp sound resonated, and the light veil was perforated as if it were mere parchment. Subsequently, the spear plunged into the elder's abdomen, resulting in an explosive rupture. The elder was unable to emit even a cry of anguish before his body disintegrated into a shower of gore. A bewildered primordial spirit, enveloped in a sphere of silvery light, materialized at the sight, seemingly in disbelief at the destruction of its corporeal form. However, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the remnants of the black radiance, which had just erupted, coalesced into an expansive net that ensnared the primordial spirit in an instant. It was only then that the spirit's face contorted in terror, prompting it to hastily perform a hand gesture, causing a flicker of silver light to flash around it before it abruptly vanished, executing a teleportation technique. As the silver light shimmered, the primordial spirit dashed into the net, revealing its form. The black net tightened mercilessly, swiftly constricting until it enveloped the spirit, transforming it into a colossal sphere of light, suspended motionless in midair. Meanwhile, another spear, aimed at the silver-haired elder, appeared behind him as if teleporting. The elder, already weakened prior to entering the valley, found himself unable to react to such a bizarre assault. In a moment of desperation, he contemplated extracting his primordial spirit to escape and preserve his life. Just then, a violent fluctuation in space manifested as he reached out, followed by the emergence of a blood-red sword light, nearly 10 feet long, hovering before the black spear. The sword light gleamed with a crimson hue, exuding an aura of malevolence, and without hesitation, it cleaved towards the black spear. The ensuing collision of black and blood-red light resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, erasing both entities without a trace. The silver-haired elder's heart surged with joy as he hastily glanced toward Han Li, only to find him, pallid-faced, slowly lowering the blood sword in his grasp, managing a strained smile. Naturally, senior brother Qing felt immense gratitude towards his junior, Han Li. Channeling his magical energy, he instantly soared to Han Li's side. However, the other celestial being, Tian Jingzhenren, was not as fortunate. Upon witnessing the destruction of the elder's body and the entrapment of his primordial spirit, his countenance turned deathly pale, and his escape speed increased dramatically. At that moment, a figure flickered before him, revealing an otherworldly entity with 2 heads and 4 arms. Tian Jingzhenren's heart quaked, prompting him to abruptly halt his retreat. Without a moment's thought, he opened his mouth, and a crystalline blade shot forth. Under the urging of his incantation, the blade transformed into a multitude of scorching white sword lights, chaotically slashing in every direction. The demonic entity, silent as ever, twisted its form eerily, vanishing into thin air, causing all the sword lights to strike nothingness. The sense of foreboding enveloped Tian Jingzhenren as his body shimmered with spiritual light, attempting to ascend into the air. However, scarcely had he moved when he felt a tremendous jolt to his protective barrier, followed by a series of muffled explosions. His internal magical energy spiraled out of control, dissipating significantly, causing him to falter. Alarmed, Tian Jingzhenren realized the protective barrier was shattering. A dark claw, accompanied by a hissing sound of rending air, pierced through his abdomen, seizing the primordial spirit that was attempting to escape from his dantian. With a swift yank, the elder's body became limp, utterly devoid of strength to act. Subsequently, black flames surged forth, enveloping the remnants in an instant, reducing them to a pile of ash. Just as the celestial crystal true person's nascent soul was terrified beyond measure, the grip of the demonic hand loosened, granting it an unexpected freedom. This sudden turn of events filled the nascent soul with a mix of astonishment and joy. Without the luxury of pondering the circumstances, a flash of white light occurred, and the nascent soul teleported to a distance of over 10 zhang. However, before it could teleport again, the distant demonic spirit let out a cold laugh, slightly parted its lips, and a purple shadow shot forth. The nascent soul, caught off guard, was pierced through by the purple tongue, and then effortlessly, the celestial crystal true person's nascent soul was drawn into the gaping maw of the demonic spirit. After a few cursory chews, the demonic visage flickered with dark light, revealing a look of satisfaction. It then beckoned to the luminous sphere enclosing another nascent soul nearby, which promptly hurtled toward it and was similarly devoured. After consuming 2 nascent souls in quick succession, the demonic spirit felt a significant surge in its own soul power, and only then did it leisurely turn around to regard the lone silver-haired elder and Han Li standing nearby. Its tongue flicked rapidly against the roof of its mouth before retracting, the grotesque face betraying a lingering sense of desire. The silver-haired elder, witnessing the scene of the celestial crystal true person and another companion's nascent soul being consumed, bore a countenance that, while not entirely one of abject terror, was undeniably grim. But he understood that had the direction of their flight not been toward Han Li, who had intervened to assist, his own fate would have been no better. In the eyes of the gathered cultivators outside the valley, who regarded the nascent soul cultivator with reverence and envy, it was astonishing that such a figure had come to face the demonic entity. The fact that Han Li could entangle with this demon for such a duration, merely at a slight disadvantage, spoke volumes of his prodigious capabilities, reflecting on the wisdom of his earlier efforts to cultivate a relationship with this junior brother. The elder couldn't help but glance at Han Li, who appeared unusually somber yet composed amidst the turmoil. Having already set up the Grand Gung sword array, Han Li felt bolstered with the confidence to engage in battle. He cast a casual glance at another skirmish hundreds of zhang away, where another ancient demon seemed intent on a methodical approach, unleashing a vast expanse of black demonic fire that encircled Wei Wuyo's green cloud, incessantly refining and weakening it. Once expansive, the verdant toxic cloud now shrank to a mere fraction of its former size, teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the old ancestor of the Liu family and the woman in white, sheltered by the green cloud, were frantically activating several treasures to resist the oppressive force of the demonic flames. Han Li sighed inwardly, recognizing that Wei Wuyo and the others could not hold out for much longer. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on this. His focus had to remain on the immediate threat posed by the demonic spirit, seeking to vanquish this foe with the aid of the array. At that moment, the demonic spirit approached Han Li with a leisurely demeanor. Narrowing his eyes, Han Li raised a hand without a word, sending a jade talisman shooting forth, followed by a surge of dark energy as a black demonic hand reached out to seize the spirit. Simultaneously, with a flourish of his sleeve, dozens of azure flying swords erupted forth, and with a resonant hum, the azure light intensified, coalescing into a massive azure sword of formidable presence. Han Li formed intricate hand seals. Directing a gentle finger toward the demonic soul. In an instant, the colossal sword shimmered and vanished from the air, only to reappear suddenly above the demon's head. Without a hint of hesitation, it descended with lethal intent. The demonic soul emitted a peculiar, mocking laughter, and with a deft motion of its hands, conjured another black blade, positioning it to intercept the falling azure sword. This demon had discerned that the azure flying sword was one of Han Li's most cherished treasures, and thus harbored a malignant desire to sever the giant sword, aiming to disrupt its opponent's focus. As for the approaching ghostly claw, the demon exhibited disdain, raising an arm to unleash a torrent of black, swirling demonic energy that swiftly transformed into a dark tendril, ensnaring the ghostly claw and trapping it in a suffocating embrace. The claw struggled fiercely against the surrounding demonic energy, yet it was futile. The dark essence clung to it like a relentless parasite, reconstituting itself no matter how it was torn apart, rendering escape utterly impossible. That moment, upon the collision of the black blade and azure sword, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Black and azure light intertwined chaotically, and the giant blade emitted a deep, resonant hum, distorting the very fabric of space and manifesting rippling shockwaves. Yet, despite the immense pressure forcing the azure sword to retreat, it remained unscathed, glowing with a vibrant brilliance, showing no signs of fracture. The two heads of the demonic soul lifted in astonishment, their faces betraying surprise. Little did they realize that although Han Li's azure bamboo bee cloud sword had undergone a relatively short cultivation period and lacked the infusion of essence, its power was limited. However, it had been reforged by Han Li using refined crystals in earlier years, endowing it with a hardness that surpassed ordinary artifacts. In this realm, there was scarcely anything capable of severing it in an instant. Despite the demon's formidable blade, forged from the highly agitated demonic energy, rivaling the finest flying swords wielded by human cultivators, it was ultimately insufficient to cleave through the multitude of azure bamboo bee cloud swords forming the giant sword in a short span of time. Just as the demon was taken aback, the azure sword erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing a multitude of golden arcs that crackled violently from its blade, shimmering brilliantly. The once dominant black blade, upon contact with these golden arcs, disintegrated with a sudden, explosive puff. The azure sword, unimpeded, surged forward, carrying with it the formidable golden arcs, striking down fiercely upon the demon's head. Chapter 850. The trapped demon. The demonic soul had not anticipated that the giant sword was imbued with the essence of the golden thunder bamboo artifact. However, with its uncanny speed, it vanished in a flash of black light, reappearing over 10 zhang away, thus evading the sword's deadly arc. Once halted, the demon's countenance darkened significantly. With a swift motion of its four hands, 2 black orbs of light materialized. The black light flickered, and the orbs transformed into 2 black spears, resonating with a menacing hum. The demon bit its tongue, releasing 2 spurts of vital blood that splattered onto the spears. Instantly, the 2 spears trembled lightly before morphing into a blood-red hue. However, after expelling its vital essence, the demon appeared somewhat weakened, as if this technique had drained a considerable amount of its energy. Once again, the azure sword reappeared above the demon's head, poised to strike. This time, without uttering a word, the demon swung its 4 arms, launching the 2 blood-red spears directly at the giant sword. In a flash, The blood light vanished, followed by the resounding booms of their collision. The golden arcs flashed fiercely, yet the two crimson spears, under the divine thunder meant to dispel evil, remarkably did not shatter. Instead, they struck solidly against the massive sword's blade. The result was a prolonged wail from the great sword, which was violently knocked back several yards, tumbling over multiple times. Simultaneously, the sword's spirit flickered with intense light, dimming to an extreme dead eye in the distance. Hanli, who was commanding the giant sword, turned pale as blood, but after a brief moment of flickering azure energy, his expression returned to normal. Being spiritually linked to the sentient sword, he naturally felt some repercussions. Fortunately, his spiritual awareness was extraordinarily robust, and this minor setback had little impact on him. However, Hanli dared not hesitate any longer and pointed toward the distance with a resonant hum. The giant sword transformed into dozens of azure beams, suddenly disintegrating, and then shot back towards Hanli, trying to escape. "We must seize these flying swords first," the demonic soul exclaimed sharply upon witnessing the flying swords retreat. Subsequently, with a wave directed at the two blood-red spears, a flash of brilliance transformed them into two massive crimson hands, which roared forward in pursuit. Having seen Hanli recklessly unleash numerous golden lightning bamboo artifacts, the demon was determined not to allow him to reclaim them easily. The demonic entity then swirled around, a vast amount of demonic energy billowing forth, coalescing into a dark cloud that raced after Hanli with the speed of lightning. Observing this, Hanli felt a surge of joy within, though his face remained inscrutable, exhibiting an extraordinary calmness. Meanwhile, the silver-haired elder beside him began to fidget restlessly. With a swift motion, he summoned a small, hazy yellow sword into his hand, intending to lend Hanli a helping hand. "Brother Ching, there is no need to intervene. Wait until this demon is ensnared before making your move." The elder had not yet invoked his flying sword when Hanli's voice resonated in his mind. Startled, the silver-haired elder glanced around and, upon grasping the situation, immediately ceased his actions, feeling greatly relieved. At that moment, the crimson hands were evidently far swifter than the multitude of flying swords. The azure sword light had only just launched when the two enormous hands swiftly caught up. Witnessing the hands suddenly expand multiple times, they reached out to snatch the flying swords. However, Hanli calmly urged his hand gestures, and the seemingly scattered flying swords emitted a clear chime, suddenly uniting their spiritual energies and transforming into a vibrant azure mist that soared through the air. Their speed astonishingly doubled in an instant. The two crimson hands, of course, grasped at nothing but air, as the azure flying swords shot upwards, swirling above Hanli's head in a mesmerizing dance. The demon, shrouded in ominous clouds, seethed with fury. The previous maneuver by the opponent was undeniably a deliberate mockery. With a grim expression, the demon summoned the two crimson lights, which returned to him, transforming into two blood-red sabers that he wielded. A fierce howl erupted from the demon's mouth, and an overwhelming wave of demonic energy surged towards Hanli without warning. In an instant, the demon's figure flickered and vanished into the swirling miasma. As the oppressive demonic energy loomed above, Hanli couldn't help but frown, yet he raised both hands, golden arcs of electricity instantly shooting from his arms, forming a net of lightning to intercept the vast expanse of demonic energy. His azure eyes flickered rapidly, scanning the surroundings with an unyielding composure. However, soon, a look of astonishment crossed Hanli's face. The area around him was eerily devoid of the demon's presence. Suddenly, he looked up, and to his dismay, the sky was equally empty. Hanli stood momentarily taken aback, stroking his chin, but his expression swiftly changed as a realization dawned upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the arm of the silver-haired elder and transformed into a streak of azure light. Shooting away at that very instant, two crimson beams shot skyward from the spot where Hanli had previously stood. Subsequently, the figure of the demonic soul emerged several jambes below, both heads exhibiting expressions of astonishment. Hanli had initially deemed this surprise attack nearly foolproof. In his heart, he cursed the demonic soul's insidiousness for daring to launch an assault from below. Had he not reacted swiftly and possessed the divine sight of his spiritual eye, he might have been cleaved in two. He did not believe that the trifling three-colored insect armor and a thin layer of protective spiritual light within his azure robe could truly withstand the opponent's blade light. Beside him, the silver-haired elder was drenched in sweat, equally displaying a visage of lingering fear. The demonic soul stood rooted, observing Hanli's suddenly pale face. After a few sinister glances, it smirked malevolently and transformed into a streak of darkness, hurtling towards them. Hanli chuckled lightly. Just as the dark streak flew several jambes away, A golden light erupted before him, revealing an inconspicuous golden thread that darted towards the darkness in the blink of an eye. With a gentle sound, the golden thread paused briefly in front of the dark streak, where two blood-colored long knives stood guard. However, a muffled thud followed, and the dark streak was abruptly repelled several feet away, revealing the somewhat staggering figure of the demonic soul, both heads now adorned with astonished expressions. Meanwhile, the golden thread vanished without a trace. At last, the great Gungsword formation was activated by Hanli, drawing the demon into several formations. At this moment, Hanli formed a hand seal, simultaneously connecting his consciousness to all the sword lights, and suddenly urged the entire great Gungsword formation into action. An eerie scene unfolded. Countless golden threads, shimmering with an enchanting golden hue, appeared sporadically around them, their movements silent and erratic, gradually converging towards the center. The demonic soul's countenance darkened, realizing too late that he had fallen into Hanli's trap. Ensnared within an unknown confinement, in a fit of rage, he swung his dual blades, unleashing several cross-cutting crimson blade lights aimed directly at Hanli's position. Simultaneously, dozens of golden threads flickered, and, in an instant, the blood lights were severed into countless pieces, dissipating into specks of spiritual light, vanishing without a trace. The demonic soul was momentarily stunned, and the head at the front revealed a grave expression. With a cold snort, he brought the two blood-colored long knives together, their blade lights flickering before transforming into a colossal blood-colored blade. With all four arms wielding the blade, he aimed slowly yet deliberately at a singular direction, delivering a powerful strike. The brilliance of the blood light on the giant blade was blinding, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped arc that cleaved through the air. The momentum was indeed formidable. The colossal blade light sliced through several golden threads, propelling them 10 zhang away. However, as the densely packed golden threads emerged ahead, after breaking through several feet, the blade light finally diminished, collapsing under its own weight. The demonic soul was left in utter shock. Meanwhile, the golden threads continued their relentless advance, gradually converging towards the center. Having previously executed the great Gungsword formation, Hanli now manipulated it with far greater proficiency than before. The silver-haired elder beside him bore a mix of astonishment and delight. Little did he know that Hanli possessed such unfathomable divine abilities. In the center, the demonic soul unleashed several escape techniques in quick succession, momentarily transforming into a wisp of faint black mist, then into slender black threads, seeking to flee from the formation. Yet, without exception, they were forcefully obstructed by golden silk threads. The entity even transformed its colossal blade into 4 elongated, monstrous blades, skillfully wielding them with all 4 arms to form a crimson sphere of light that enveloped its body. Before making another audacious charge, the outcome was even more dire. The golden threads were not only exceptionally sharp, but also imbued with immense power. Had it not been for the crimson light blades momentarily fending off the slicing of the golden threads, the entity would have been dismembered by the chaotic blades. Long as the sword formation constricted, the golden threads drew ever closer to the demonic soul, leaving only a scant distance of mere several zhang for movement. At last, the demonic soul could no longer contain itself and let out a prolonged howl from its 2 heads. One coarse, one sharp, one radiant, one supple. Hanli inadvertently furrowed his brow, uncertain of what the demon intended, when suddenly another ancient demon amidst the distant inferno of demonic flames emitted a similar howl. Subsequently, a colossal figure shot forth from the flames, hurtling towards this direction. Enveloped in pitch-black demonic fire was a similarly 2-headed, 4-armed behemoth, towering at a height of 6 or 7 zhang, flickering in and out of visibility amidst the flames. Its speed was astonishing, covering an immense distance in the blink of an eye. Swiftly closing the gap to less than 100 zhang from Hanli, his expression changed dramatically. "Junior apprentice, our reinforcements have arrived." At that moment, the silver-haired elder exclaimed joyously to Hanli. Taken aback, Hanli quickly shifted his gaze to the distance. There, on either side of the horizon, radiant lights flickered, revealing 2 teams of cultivators hastening towards them. This revelation immediately extinguished the escape plan that had just sparked in Hanli's mind. He glanced at the demon's soul ensnared within the sword formation, then swiftly looked at the other approaching demon. With his resolve solidified, he abruptly pointed at the violet firebird that had been circling above for quite some time. The bird spread its wings and soared towards the incoming ancient demon. Meanwhile, Hanli flipped one hand, and the blood magic sword, previously sheathed, reappeared. In his other hand, blood light flickered as a blood-soaked talisman manifested in his palm. Where a crimson blood serpent writhed incessantly, this was the spirit-summoning talisman he had painstakingly crafted. Although it had been utilized briefly during the Boundary War, it had consumed less than a third of its power. Now, without hesitation, Han Li slapped the blood talisman against himself. With a flash of blood light, the talisman vanished in an instant that a colossal serpent shadow suddenly materialized above Han Li, measuring over 10 zhang in length. Its entire form a deep crimson, resembling that of an 8th-tier venomous serpent. Upon its emergence, it let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing a profound change in hue across the realm. The ancient demon racing towards them and the demon soul trapped within the formation were both taken aback by the sound. The silver-haired elder wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Chapter 851. Unexpected turn of events as the dragon's roar subsided. The serpent shadow ascended into the sky, spiraling before descending. Bloodlight permeated its back, revealing a blood serpent emblem that transitioned from vague to vivid, measuring several inches in size and appearing lifelike. At this moment, bloodlight flickered around Han Li. From his cheeks to his arms, blood-red scales, the size of a thumb, emerged, shimmering brilliantly. Following a sharp pain on his head, a petite serpent horn, crimson as blood, burst forth. His palms transformed, each fingertip morphing into exceptionally hard, sharp claws. Upon a cursory glance, Han Li, after his transformation, bore a striking resemblance to the demon soul ensnared within the formation. Yet Han Li retained his human visage. Though his body was adorned with scales that glistened a deep, blood-red hue, the two heads of the demonic soul were grotesque in appearance, their scales a menacing shade of purple. Han Li unleashed the spirit-subduing talisman. Merging the essence of his true energy with the power of the flood dragon soul, instantly elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the early nascent soul stage, a mere breath away from the mid-stage. Surrounding him, ethereal lights of azure and crimson radiated forth as his hands clasped the hilt of the blood demon sword. Channeling his entire magical energy into it, the sword trembled violently, and then surged with a blood-red brilliance that expanded several feet. Exuding a pungent aura of blood, the singular red horn upon Han Li's forehead shone fiercely, its vivid scarlet intensified by the unleashed power of the flood dragon soul, casting a blinding glow. Resolute in his decision, Han Li understood that since he had ensnared the demonic soul within the sword array, he must not allow the other ancient demon to intervene, for the potential merging of the two demons would spell disaster. Yet, the speed of the approaching demon was such that it reached him before the array could close. The only recourse was to take the initiative and annihilate the demonic soul at once. With only one demon remaining, the oncoming throng of cultivators would pose no threat. Although wielding the blood demon sword carried great risks and would deplete his true energy significantly, Han Li had already resolved that he would expeditiously flee the perilous ground after vanquishing this demon. Refraining from entangling himself in the skirmish against the other demon to avoid any unforeseen calamities resulting from his diminished power, should he succeed in independently dispatching one demon, he surmised that the other cultivators would harbor no grievances against him. At that moment, the blood demon sword functioned like an insatiable abyss, swiftly consuming the majority of Han Li's spiritual power. The crimson sword light flickered and fluctuated, reaching an imposing height of 6 or 7 feet. The potency of the gathered spiritual energy astonished Han Li in silence. Observing this, the demonic soul fixated on the sword light, a glimmer of fear gradually emerging upon its countenance. Do you seek death? Human cultivators recklessly wielding our sacred artifacts from the holy realm. Do you wish to become demonized? The demonic soul could no longer contain its fury, both heads bellowing in unison. Han Li merely chuckled coldly, continuing to inject spiritual energy into the sword, paying no heed to the threats. Enraged, the demonic soul recognized that its adversary was intent on extinguishing its life, that a shadow of malice darkened its visage. Suddenly, with a flash of blood light, it severed its own arm with a swift motion. The wound was smooth as glass, not a drop of blood spilled, rendering the act exceedingly eerie. However, the moment the severed limb fell, it was swiftly grasped by the other hand. With a swift incantation, it expelled several drops of its essence blood onto the severed arm, intoning an ancient and somber incantation. Immediately, the severed limb radiated with light, pulsating with blood energy, and after a series of contortions, it transformed into a long sword reminiscent of the blood demon sword. This newly conjured blade was skeletal and riddled with pitch-black demonic energy. And with a mere flick, it sent wisps of demonic aura spiraling skyward. The demonic soul brandished the sword before it, infusing it with the demonic energy from its own being. Black sword light suddenly manifested upon the blade, swelling rapidly. Hanli, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, felt a twinge of surprise, accompanied by a chilling apprehension towards the demon's ruthlessness. Although he was uncertain of the power wielded by this self-mutilated weapon, it was evident that this tactic was not to be taken lightly. He dared not underestimate it in the slightest. With a swift shift in thought, he ceased channeling his energy, gripping the blood demon's sword firmly with both hands, and launched a fierce strike toward the demonic soul ensnared within the sword array. He would not grant his opponent the opportunity to fully unleash the power of that bone sword. He immediately launched and attacked a blood-red sword aura, over 10 zhang long, sliced through the air silently, ominously pressing down towards the sword formation. Before the sword aura arrived, the demonic soul was engulfed by an overwhelming stench of blood, and the space within the sword formation trembled, beginning to warp and distort, accompanied by an inexplicable low buzzing sound resonating all around. The demonic soul was struck with terror. The emergence of such a situation clearly indicated that the sword had been wielded to its utmost potential. If memory served correctly, their demonic realm's sacred artifacts should be beyond the capability of human cultivators to exert more than half of their power. Could this be related to the transformation the opponent had just undergone? Although this demon had experienced the ancient wars, it was utterly perplexed by the fact that later human cultivators had actually developed such an astonishing talisman as the spirit-subduing talisman. However, with its life hanging in the balance, the demon had no time for contemplation. It could only helplessly infuse a bit of magical energy into the bone sword and hurriedly flick it upwards, simultaneously issuing a loud shout from both of its heads. A dark sword aura, nearly half the size of the blood-red one, shot forth from the bone sword with a sharp screech, directly confronting the crimson glow in the air. Moments later, the two sword auras collided. With a thunderous boom, akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day, the sound reverberated from above. The two sword auras instantly intertwined and entangled with one another. Waves of hurricane-like force erupted from the point of impact, sending the silver-haired elder staggering backward for several steps before he finally steadied himself. In contrast, Hanli, utilizing his profound cultivation nearing the mid-stage of the nascent soul, merely swayed slightly, retreating half a step before remaining still. The demonic soul, however, treated the force as inconsequential, remaining utterly unmoved, though its face bore a hint of tension as it gazed anxiously at the sky. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded that left both Hanli and the demonic soul in shock. As the force swept past, a pitch-black, luminous sphere, the size of a fist, bizarrely emerged amidst the intertwining sword auras, rapidly expanding and distorting. In the blink of an eye, a dark, elongated object, 4 to 5 zhang long and several feet wide, materialized above the sword formation. Just as Hanli was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation, a burst of multicolored light suddenly flashed out from this elongated entity. Due to the proximity and the swift speed of the light, both the demonic soul and Hanli, standing at the edge of the sword formation, were caught completely off guard and enveloped by the radiant glow, irresistibly pulled upwards by a tremendous force. Fortunately, the elder, who had retreated several steps back, narrowly escaped being ensnared. This is bad. It is a spatial rift. In an instant, Hanli realized the gravity of the situation. Alarmed, he attempted to forcibly break free from the radiant light. However, as he channeled his magical energy, he was struck with horror. His complexion drained of color. All spiritual power vanished from his body without a trace, rendering him utterly powerless. Cold sweat broke out on Hanli's back as he saw himself being consumed by the spatial rift. And in a frantic attempt, he could only use his consciousness to urgently signal the azure bamboo, cloud sword below. Similarly, the demonic soul, also ensnared by the radiant glow, appeared to be facing a predicament akin to Hanli's. Its face etched with sheer terror. As the radiant light flickered, Hanli and the soul of the demon were effortlessly engulfed by the gaping black rift in space. Below, a melodious chime resonated as hundreds of golden sword lights simultaneously emerged around, transforming into crimson blades that shot towards the rift. Concurrently, a furious roar echoed from the distance, growing ever closer. Following this, a dark flame surged into view, seemingly teleporting to the vicinity of the spatial rift, where it extinguished to reveal a colossal figure resembling a demonic deity, another ancient demon that had claimed a demonic body. Upon witnessing the soul of the demon being drawn into the rift, The creature was filled with a mix of astonishment and fury, yet it dared not venture into the realm enveloped by the radiant light. However, it caught sight of Han Li's last few azure bamboo bee cloud swords soaring towards the rift. And without hesitation, it reached out with one hand towards these flying swords. Instantly, a gigantic demonic claw manifested above the blades, reaching down to grasp them. Most of the swords emitted a resonant chime, swiftly evading the claw's grasp and darting into the rift. Only 2 golden blades failed to escape in time, caught firmly in the demon's grasp, unable to budge an inch. Just then, a purple fireball came hurtling from an unknown direction. Following closely behind, and also plunging into the rift, the towering ancient demon paused momentarily, contemplating its next move, when the rift suddenly trembled and rapidly shrank, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In that instant, only the ancient demon and the silver-haired elder, who stood nearby in stunned disbelief, remained. The ancient demon stared blankly at the spot where the rift had vanished, its expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Before it abruptly turned to glare at the elder, a savage glint flashing across its countenance. Startled, the silver-haired elder swiftly raised a yellow flying sword to shield himself, gradually retreating while inwardly lamenting his predicament. However, as his gaze instinctively shifted left and right, surprise flickered across his face. Is that not Daoist Zhang? A calm voice suddenly emerged from afar, as a group of robed cultivators in green appeared over 100 feet away. The leader, an elder in green robes, gazed at the enormous 6-armed demon with evident astonishment, none other than Da Min Tu, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Convergence sect. Behind him were 3 remaining members of the 5-element spirit infants. Indeed, I share your curiosity. Almost simultaneously, a grim voice echoed from another direction. Moments later, a dozen figures clad in black robes, resembling disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect, shot forth. The leading figure, Elder Zhong of the Ghost Spirit sect, spoke up. Both groups of cultivators had witnessed the final scene of the rift's disappearance, their faces painted with shock. This tale is lengthy, but let us first deal with this demon, the silver-haired elder remarked with a wry smile, striving to maintain his composure. However, fellow Taoists, exercise utmost caution. This demon is exceedingly formidable, and a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. Da Min Tu and Elder Zhang exchanged bewildered glances, falling silent as they quickly rallied their companions. Encircling the towering demon with heightened vigilance, the 2 colossal heads of the demonic spirit slowly rotated, surveying the surrounding human cultivators. The corner of one face twitched slightly, revealing a palpable aura of murderous intent. In contrast, the other visage bore a sardonic expression, its eyes glinting with mockery. It remained silent, yet with a delicate wave of its 4 arms through the air, 4 immense, pitch-black blades of light materialized in its grasp. A slight tremor sent forth a piercing shriek from each blade. Upon witnessing this eerily familiar scene, the elderly man with silver hair immediately transformed into a visage of utmost distress. Chapter 852. Silver flame. In the instant that Han Li was engulfed by the spatial rift, he found himself overwhelmed by the dazzling brilliance of the surrounding radiance, rendering it impossible to focus on anything. Simultaneously, due to the loss of his internal magical power, he felt an intense dizziness, and his body was in a state of profound discomfort. Had it not been for his resilient physique, a hybrid of dragon and human, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness. However, after a brief moment, Han Li felt a stirring of spiritual energy within him, which swiftly coursed through his body, restoring his magical power. A flash of joy ignited within him as he regained control over his form. Stabilizing himself in midair, concurrently, the nearby radiance flickered a few times before dissipating, revealing the entirety of his surroundings. With a swift glance, Han Li propelled himself away from his original position, retreating over Tinzhong in an instant. For the demonic spirit was similarly suspended in the air, nearly adjacent to him. The proximity startled Han Li, prompting him to hastily evade. He did not take the time to scrutinize the situation here. Nor was it necessary, for the space was only a few dozen zhang in size, allowing for a clear view of everything. There were no other beings present. It was merely him and the demonic spirit. This realization weighed heavily on Han Li's heart. A fleeting sense of awareness revealed the astonishing density of spiritual energy in this place, as if it were home to various spiritual herbs and medicines. Additionally, there stood a complete stone pavilion and a fragment of a corridor. The walls of the space and the heights above were shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of any other objects. This place resembled a fragmented medicinal garden. Although Han Li was astonished, the imminent threat to his life left him no inclination to study his surroundings further. He cast a cold glance at the demonic spirit. whose entire form shimmered with azure light. Clenching its fists, golden arcs of electricity crackled into existence around it, while a purple fireball descended from above, swirling above its head. This violet celestial flame had hurriedly followed Hanli into this space moments after he was consumed by the rift, providing him with a modicum of reassurance, ensuring he was not entirely without recourse. The demonic spirit, having finished inspecting the area, displayed a look of surprise across its two faces, soon replaced by a peculiar expression. "Ha ha, I never imagined this to be the remnants of a spiritual garden, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune indeed." Allowing this demon lord to evade calamity, the spirit tilted its heads back in raucous laughter, which gradually subsided as both heads simultaneously turned, casting an enigmatic gaze upon Hanli. Hanli snorted coldly, and with a flick of his sleeve, dozens of golden flying swords shot forth, forming a barrier of shimmering blades before him. It was then he realized that two of the Qingzhou Fengyun swords, infused with Gung essence, were missing. This revelation astonished him greatly. These flying swords were his life treasures, and he had been completely unaware of their absence. Evidently left behind in the expanse beyond, failing to enter this realm in time, that a wry smile crept upon his lips as he pondered this predicament. If it were any other magical artifact, it would be one thing, but the Qingzhou Fengyun sword is a complete set, meticulously forged. Without these two flying swords, not only would the Dage sword formation be impossible to establish, but the overall potency of the entire set of flying swords would also diminish significantly. This left Hanli feeling a profound sense of helplessness. With no hope in the sword formation, he could only rely on the power of the Jiangling talismans and the Bixia divine thunder for self-preservation. The demon soul, observing Hanli as if faced with a formidable foe, grinned widely, its long tongue flicking in and out, revealing a sinister expression. Demonic energy surged into the sky, instantly enveloping a vast portion of the surroundings. The area was shrouded in billowing demonic energy, accompanied by chilling gusts of wind. Hanli took a deep breath, summoning all the remaining Bixia divine thunder within him. Suddenly, golden light erupted from his body, and over 100 arcs of gold leapt forth, swiftly coalescing into several thick golden lightning serpents that circled around Hanli in a menacing display. Such an abundance of Bixia divine thunder? The demon soul's expression shifted to one of surprise, but it quickly sneered. Lifting its hands without hesitation, two torrents of demonic wind erupted from its palms, intertwining with the demonic energy in the air, instantly transforming into numerous black tendrils of varying thickness that danced wildly in the sky. Although the Bixia divine thunder could restrain demonic energy, an overwhelming quantity of it could not be easily vanquished. Both Hanli and the demon soul were acutely aware of this principle. Thus, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Hanli's expression darkened. The most frustrating aspect was that the blood escape technique, which he had relied upon for survival in this confined space, had become utterly useless. With a fierce roar, the demon soul commanded all the tendrils to rise simultaneously, launching towards Hanli like a horde of ravenous black pythons, exuding an intimidating aura. Hanli steeled himself, and with a thunderous roar, the golden lightning serpents coiling around him surged forward to meet the oncoming assault. Meanwhile, the cluster of purple flame from the heavenly fire transformed into a colossal wall of fire, shielding Hanli from harm. Just as Hanli prepared to engage in a desperate confrontation with the demon soul, the entire space trembled without warning, a resonant hum filling the air. The once gray sky was suddenly pierced by blinding white light, which quickly shifted to a silvery hue. Both Hanli and the demon soul were taken aback. Their movements momentarily halted at that moment. The clouds above surged violently, morphing into vast swathes of rolling silver flames. Then, under Hanli's gaze, a thunderous crash echoed as an extraordinarily thick pillar of silver light descended from the flames, striking precisely where the demon's soul stood. Wherever the silver light reached, all demonic energy disintegrated and dissolved. With the demon soul enveloped within, Hanli could distinctly see the look of terror etched on the two heads of the demon soul as it was swiftly engulfed by the silvery flames. Vanishing in an instant, the pillar of light blazed brilliantly before erupting, sending countless silver sparks swirling through the air, clearing the vicinity of demonic energy in the place where the demon's soul had once stood. Only a few battered magical artifacts remained suspended in the air, circular rings, magical flags, and other treasures. As the demon's soul was obliterated, the silver flames in the air rapidly receded, returning to a muted gray hue. Hanli, however, was left in a state of astonishment. his expression one of utter disbelief. Silver flames, such a formidable restriction. This seemed beyond the means of the mortal realm. Now, this was indeed intriguing to the moment when Han Li found himself at a loss. The voice of the great Yin divine monarch echoed within his mind. What could this mean? What remarkable origin does this silver flame possess? Regaining his composure, a radiant joy illuminated Han Li's face. To think that such a formidable adversary could be vanquished without his intervention, eliminated by the spatial restrictions of this place, filled him with unparalleled delight. He then raised his hand, retracting both the golden arc of purple fire and all the flying swords one by one. The potency of the spatial constraints here was astonishing. To effortlessly annihilate the ancient demon was clearly beyond the capabilities of any formation known to the mortal realm. Moreover, the silver flame bore no trace of malevolence, directing its wrath solely towards the ancient demon. Such a divine ability could only belong to cultivators of the spirit realm. It appears that the ancient cultivators who ultimately triumphed over the ancient demons had indeed received assistance from the spirit realm. After a moment of silence, the great Yin divine monarch sighed and spoke. The implication of your words, esteemed elder, suggests that the master of this space is acquainted with cultivators from the spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a stir of emotion. That seems plausible. This place should indeed be the renowned ruins of the Ling Miao Garden from ancient times. Legend has it that during the ancient era, there were powerful cultivators who could utilize certain treasures to carve out small spaces infused with far more spiritual energy than the mortal realm, which they used as medicinal gardens to cultivate various spirit herbs. Naturally, such spaces were exceedingly rare. However, it seems that some calamity befell them, as all records of the Ling Miao Gardens suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving subsequent cultivators unable to locate any of them. To his astonishment, he discovered such a site within the abyss of demons. Yet, it appeared that this Ling Miao Garden had undergone some calamity, having been forcibly divided into several fragments. This must be but a small portion of it. The great Yin divine monarch spoke slowly, his words imbued with a sense of nostalgia. Ling Miao Garden. I have indeed come across references to it in ancient texts, though I had always assumed it to be mere folklore. I never imagined such a place actually existed, Han Li murmured, his gaze inevitably wandering around once more. However, moments later, his attention was drawn to several magical artifacts left behind by the demon souls. With a flick of his finger towards the floating objects, the artifacts transformed into wisps of spiritual light, darting into his grasp. After a hurried glance, Han Li frowned, a hint of regret crossing his features. These artifacts had first been tainted by demonic energy, and then further refined by the silver flames, leaving their spiritual essence severely damaged. Even if he could refine and utilize them in the future, they would hardly possess their original potency, rendering them akin to useless trinkets. Shaking his head, Han Li carelessly stowed the items into his storage pouch. Then, with a flash of bloodlight, he dispelled the spirit summoning technique. A blood-red talisman shooting out from within him, which he swiftly caught and examined. It appeared that it could be used at most one more time. The usage count for this spirit summoning talisman is indeed quite limited. Han Li murmured to himself. Subsequently, he carefully tucked the talisman away and descended gracefully as soon as his feet touched the ground. Han Li gave a slight shake of his sleeve, and a small white fox darted out from within. Following that, a flash of white light revealed the form of an enchanting woman with a graceful figure. It was none other than the Lady Yin. I had thought the master would summon the little maid to assist during the earlier battle. Yet it seems she was only called forth now. After bowing respectfully to Han Li, Yin spoke with a cheerful smile. Your cultivation as a fox spirit is lamentably insufficient. What purpose would there be in summoning you? However, your mastery of evasion techniques may prove useful in discerning any concealed mechanisms or restrictions in this vicinity. Let us embark on a quest of exploration together, Han Li remarked with a calm demeanor. As you command. Silver Moon nodded in agreement, her form flickering with silvery light before vanishing from sight, delving into the earth below. Han Li, on the other hand, seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes to gradually extend his spiritual awareness. Meticulously examining every inch of the space in search of hidden secrets or pathways, his expression grew tranquil, yet after a while, the lack of discoveries seemed to evoke a subtle sense of anxiety. However, moments later, his eyelids fluttered, and a curious expression suddenly graced his face as he opened his eyes wide. He sprang to his feet and strode towards a corner of the space, halting in front of a peculiar spirit herb adorned with clusters of purple berries. a spark of excitement illuminating his countenance. Chapter 853. The Scarlet Cloud Pill and the Snow Spirit Pill. This appears to be the dreaming fruit that it only takes over 10,000 years of medicinal potency to attain such coloration. The astonished voice of the great divine lord resounded. This medicinal garden has not been visited for countless millennia. If the herbs here were not over 10,000 years old, I would indeed find it strange. Hanli responded, striving to suppress his inner exhilaration while maintaining a calm demeanor. He refrained from hastily plucking anything, choosing instead to observe quietly for a considerable duration before turning to depart towards another corner. Dragon Pattern Grass, Wind Spirit Flower. With each rare herb he encountered, Hanli murmured their names, many of which were long extinct in the outside world. The spiritual essence of these herbs was undoubtedly over 10,000 years old, causing Hanli's eyes to gleam with increasing brilliance. I never imagined you were so well-versed in spiritual herbs of the names you uttered. There are several whose medicinal properties I am unfamiliar with. The great divine lord remarked, unable to contain his surprise. Senior, are you jesting with me? Recognizing a mere third of these spiritual herbs is commendable for me. I would greatly appreciate your guidance on the remaining ones. Hanli replied with a gentle smile as he glanced at the other herbs nearby. Humph. While I have dabbled in alchemy, I have not delved deeply into this subject. I can only assist you in identifying a few more. The great divine lord responded, perhaps considering it a trivial matter, easily pointing out several other herbs along with their properties. Hanli nodded thoughtfully, revealing a piece of pale blue jade slip in his hand. Without hesitation, he immersed his spiritual consciousness within, remaining still as if in search of something. The great divine lord, sensing the moment's significance, refrained from interrupting Hanli's focus, allowing a substantial amount of time to pass in silence. After a meal's worth of time, Hanli withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip, an expression of contemplation adorning his face. This jade slip was the very one gifted to him by the songwoman of the Fallen Cloud sect, containing records of numerous ancient spiritual herbs and alchemical formulas. It was solely through this artifact that he could identify such a multitude of spiritual grasses and trees within this garden. Yet, upon thorough examination, Hanli discovered that only one of the ancient formulas contained therein could be immediately prepared with the available materials for crafting. Among the materials, one portion consists of the recently identified ancient spiritual herbs, while the other is derived from the spoils of boundary gambling and the ransom for the ancient copper lamp. Together, these resources barely suffice to assemble the alchemical ingredients known as the Jiangyundan. According to the alchemical formula, this ancient elixir, even during the barbaric era, was a rare and precious substance for enhancing one's cultivation. For Hanli, a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, the potency of this elixir is somewhat excessive and wasteful. The optimal realm for its consumption would be the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Taking Jiangyundan in the early nascent soul stage not only results in the wastage of some of its effects, but also subjects the practitioner to intense pain from the expansion or even tearing of their meridians. In addition to Jiangyundan, there exists another elixir known as the Shuepa Wan, which also holds great promise for successful refinement. The primary ingredients for this elixir can be gathered from the spiritual herbs cultivated in this medicinal garden and the original materials. Although several rare components are still lacking, opportunities to procure them from the outside world do exist. While the Shuepa Wan is not an elixir for enhancing cultivation, it serves as a supplementary medicine for practitioners of ice-type techniques, facilitating their mastery of the mundane ice powers. The formula merely provides a brief mention of the effects of this elixir, without delving into elaborate details. Nevertheless, the necessity for such a plethora of rare ingredients indicates its extraordinary nature. As for the remaining spiritual herbs in the garden, they cannot be combined to create any other ancient elixirs. They must be collected for future use. As Hanli's thoughts swirled, he meticulously organized the potential uses of these spiritual herbs. Even in his typically calm demeanor, he found himself overwhelmed with excitement. He had been in the early stage of the nascent soul for several years. Although he had been busy and had not found the opportunity for prolonged meditation to cultivate his powers, it was also due to the lack of suitable elixirs to facilitate his advancement. Thus, he had subconsciously been seeking opportunities elsewhere. It now appeared that his efforts had not been in vain. His chance had truly arrived. If the effects of Jiangyundan were indeed as miraculous as stated in the formula, the quantity of spiritual herbs available here could propel his cultivation to the pinnacle of the early stage, allowing him to attempt a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Moreover, by harvesting some of these herbs for transplantation and using the green liquid to accelerate their growth, he could ensure a continuous supply of Jiangyundan. The Shuepa one would also prove immensely beneficial for him, given that the refined Qianlong Ice Flame and Ziluo Heavenly Fire were both embodiments of extreme cold. This elixir would perfectly enhance their power. With his plans firmly established, Han Li let out a long breath, his face betraying a rare expression of joy. If everything unfolded as he envisioned, then his perilous venture into the Devil's Fall would not have been in vain. The various damaged treasures and puppets paled in comparison. The only lingering concern was the 2 flying swords infused with Gung essence that he had lost. However, these 2 Qizhu Fengmen swords were his lifebound treasures. And as long as their master had not perished, he was not overly worried about them being forcibly seized. The worst, once he emerged, he would need to invest additional effort to retrieve the swords, which should not pose a significant challenge. Han Li remained blissfully unaware that his swords had fallen into the hands of another ancient demon, naively contemplating his situation. Han Li no longer pondered and swiftly struck his storage bag with one hand, causing a dozen jade boxes of varying sizes to shoot forth, each one hovering before him. He immediately bowed and began to carefully transplant the spiritual herbs beneath his feet. Once he had successfully transferred one of these herbs into a jade box, he did not hasten to move the other identical herbs, but instead proceeded with the collection of the boxes to an adjacent patch of medicinal plants, regardless of whether he was familiar with them or not. Han Li intended to transplant at least one specimen of each herb before moving on, so that he could continue to cultivate and utilize these medicinal plants once he exited this space. However, after diligently executing this plan, Han Li's expression darkened, becoming quite grim. It was because among the ancient spiritual herbs in this medicinal garden, 3 varieties proved utterly impossible to transplant. One herb, just placed into a jade box, spontaneously ignited and vanished without a trace. Another, reminiscent of the spiritual pillar fruit he had encountered earlier, immediately withered and lost its medicinal properties the moment it was removed from its original growing location. The final variety was even more absurd. Upon merely touching the roots with soil, it disintegrated into a puddle of liquid as if frightened. Han Li felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Was it not said that there were few herbs in this world that could not be transplanted? Yet here, in such a small corner of this medicinal garden, 3 types had appeared. Most disheartening for Han Li was that one of these herbs was unexpectedly a principal ingredient in the crafting of the Jiangyundan. This was utterly dreadful news. After circling the fiery red herb several times, Han Li's expression turned as dark as the depths of water. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he reached into his robes and, to his surprise, pulled out a small green bottle that was neither wood nor metal. It was the mysterious vial that Han Li regarded as a treasured possession. Typically, this vial was concealed on his person using secret techniques, and unless he were to perish, it could never be discovered or stolen by another. "What is that?" inquired the curious Dayin Divine Monarch. "Though merely a magical artifact," Han Li replied casually. He then cradled the bottle in one hand, while calmly twisting off its cap with the other. Despite the cap being removed, no extraordinary phenomena occurred. After waiting a while longer, Han Li slowly replaced the cap, carefully stowed the bottle away, and furrowed his brow in contemplation. This realm lacked the sun, moon, or stars, and there was no distinction between day and night. It was not surprising that the vial had lost its efficacy here, yet Han Li still felt a wave of dejection. This meant that even if he lingered here for years, he would still be unable to acquire more Jiangyundan. The quantity of pills he could concoct was strictly limited to the spiritual herbs at hand. Overwhelmed by frustration, Han Li sighed and gazed up at the gray, overcast sky, narrowing his eyes. Regardless of the issue concerning the elixirs, there was another pressing matter he needed to address: how to escape this space and return to the human realm. He was acutely aware that he was alone, without anyone to join forces with him. Earlier, he had used his divine sense to probe the walls around him, discovering that the spatial barriers were entirely seamless and stable, without a single weak point. When he attempted to investigate the sky and ground with his divine sense, he was met with a repelling force. Clearly, there were restrictions present in those 2 areas. The silver moon on the ground had already utilized the art of earth concealment to infiltrate below and was meticulously observing its surroundings. The only matter it sought to investigate was the hazy gray clouds above. However, having witnessed the formidable restriction vanquish the demon's soul right before his eyes, Han Li was naturally reluctant to recklessly provoke this barrier and invite any grave troubles upon himself. As he pondered deeply, the ground before him shimmered with silver light, and the figure of the silver moon emerged, promptly bowing deeply to Han Li. "Master," I have thoroughly examined everything underground, although there is a restriction below. It is incomplete. Following the gap, I delved deeper and found no anomalies whatsoever. I fear I may disappoint you. The Silver Moon spoke with a hint of regret. It is of no consequence. It was unlikely that any vulnerabilities would exist underground. Hanli replied, his expression unchanged. He slowly nodded and lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Are you planning to explore the skies, Master? The Silver Moon inquired with a note of concern upon witnessing Hanli's actions. Indeed, with no apparent flaws in the surroundings or the ground, we must take the risk to investigate above. Since that silver flame only extinguished the ancient demon, this restriction, though formidable, should pose no significant threat to human cultivators. There should be no issues. Otherwise, are we to remain trapped here for eternity? Hanli stated decisively. Subsequently, a green light flickered around him, and he began to float upwards into the air. Chapter 854. Stagnation. The space here was not particularly high. Gazing at the grayish mist above, he channeled his spiritual energy, his eyes shimmering with azure light, halting his ethereal flight. Under the scrutiny of his clear spiritual vision, the clouds above revealed a faint blue hue. Yet behind them lay a thin, silken veil suspended motionless in the sky. Could this be the restrictions set by the spiritual realm cultivators? Hanli's mind stirred as he raised one hand. Spreading his fingers, and a green light sphere materialized within his grasp. In the next moment, the sphere shot forth silently, merging seamlessly into the cloud layer. Moments later, Hanli observed with clarity as the sphere passed effortlessly through the silver barrier. And after traveling over 10 zhong, it seemed to collide with something, erupting in a silent explosion. Hanli felt a wave of relief wash over him, and immediately, the azure light enveloped him, transforming him into a streak of green light as he soared directly into the clouds. Even after having conducted a preliminary probe, Hanli felt a pang of anxiety as he traversed the silver barrier. Fortunately, he emerged unscathed, having not triggered the restriction. It appeared that this barrier of the Spirit Veil Garden's remnants was indeed specifically designed to target ancient demons. Yet, he could not help but wonder whether the fragmentation of this medicinal garden bore any connection to the ancient demons. That a peculiar thought crossed Hanli's mind. Upon crossing the barrier, he naturally felt a sense of ease and activated his spiritual sense and clear vision to meticulously examine the spatial barriers inch by inch. Within a matter of moments, he had scoured an area spanning dozens of zhong without uncovering any irregularities, completely regaining his composure from the initial thrill of acquiring the spiritual herbs. Hanli realized that his troubles were likely just beginning. He lowered his gaze to observe the shimmering, gossamer-like silver barrier below, which was somewhat eye-catching. However, after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately refrained from approaching to investigate further. The potency of that silver flame remained vividly etched in his memory, and he had no desire to inadvertently provoke this restriction and invite calamity upon himself. Hanli inspected the surroundings once more from the air, letting out a deep sigh, his face etched with disappointment as he descended back to the ground. Master. There is nothing to be found. This place appears to be utterly sealed, devoid of any exploitable vulnerabilities, he stated with a blank expression. Does this not imply that we may be eternally trapped here? The ability to cleave through space at will is a feat only achievable by cultivators at the transformation stage. Inu also began to feel a twinge of unease upon hearing her words. Hanli refrained from retorting, yet the furrows in his brow deepened further. Suddenly, after his gaze flickered momentarily, he approached a certain wall of space. Inu, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed suit. When they were a few zhong away from the spatial barrier, Hanli remained silent as he shook his sleeves, causing a burst of golden light to erupt as dozens of golden flying swords shot forth from his cuffs. With a swift incantation, the swords swiftly coalesced into a massive golden sword overhead, measuring about 10 feet in length. Raising his hand, Hanli pointed at this sword. A thunderous roar resonated as golden arcs of lightning leapt from the blade, the exorcising thunder being unleashed without hesitation. Then, he opened his mouth, releasing a wisp of purple flame that gently erupted forth, striking the sword's body. Instantly, the massive sword shimmered with intertwining purple flames and golden light. Crackling with an unending symphony of thunder, its might magnified. With a low command, the giant sword spiraled in the low air before transforming into a dazzling golden purple arc, fiercely descending upon the wall of space before them. A resounding crash echoed as a blinding sphere of light erupted, shaking the entire space as it vibrated and hummed. Hanli hastily formed 2 seals with his hands, and the dazzling arc shot back with a whoosh. Its astonishing radiance retracting to restore it to the form of the giant sword as the blinding light gradually faded. Han Li focused intently, narrowing his eyes. Yin, observing closely from behind, also noted that where the spatial barrier had been struck by the giant sword, there was no sign of rupture whatsoever. It merely twisted and trembled for a brief moment before returning to tranquility. A hint of disappointment crossed the delicate features of the woman. Meanwhile, Han Li's gaze flickered incessantly. Lost in thought. Haha, young one, do you truly believe you can shatter this space with such an attempt? That is nothing short of a daydream, the Daiyin Divine Monarch remarked lazily upon witnessing the futility of Han Li's strike. Oh, it seems the esteemed elder knows the way out. I humbly request your guidance, Han Li responded, his irritation replaced by a glimmer of joy. That if you wish to escape, first comprehend how you arrived here. The Daiyin Divine Monarch replied with a cold chuckle. Do you genuinely believe that your full-force strike against that ancient demonic soul could casually rend a spatial fissure to access another realm? Han Li's countenance shifted slightly as he hesitantly inquired. Are you implying that it's quite simple? The remnants of this space were barely preserved after undergoing a cataclysm. After so many years, they have long been on the brink of obliteration. You witnessed it just now. The barrier trembled even at the impact of the giant sword. According to ancient texts, the grayish-yellow hue of the spatial wall is an omen of instability, most likely. Your strike from the human realm coincidentally struck at the weakest point between this space and the realm of humanity. Having fortuitously breached this space, we have arrived at this location, the great Han deity analyzed with remarkable calmness. The most vulnerable point. Both Yin and I have thoroughly searched every corner of the barrier and found no anomalies. After a moment of silence, Han Li slowly inquired once more. Humph, foolishness. The most fragile point of the space does not merely refer to the barriers surrounding us. Rather, it could be any point within this space. That if you only search along the edges, it is only natural that you find nothing. Moreover, this entire space has become unstable, and most likely, this fragile point is wandering throughout the entire expanse. If you search carefully, you should be able to discover it without much difficulty. The words of the great Yin deity carried a hint of mockery, yet they incisively highlighted the crux of the matter. Any point within the space. Upon hearing this, Han Li suddenly came to a realization. After all, his cultivation was still shallow, and his understanding of spatial concepts could not possibly compare to that of a venerable being like the great Yin deity, who had existed for over 10,000 years. However, with a slight nudge from the other party, he quickly grasped the essence of it. Han Li immediately closed his eyes, unleashing his formidable consciousness, and began to meticulously search the entirety of the space. This time, the delay was not long. Within merely the span of a tea's brew, he discovered what he sought. Without rising, Han Li's figure shimmered and transformed into a streak of azure light, flying into the stone pavilion. Once the radiance receded, Han Li's form became visible. He promptly fixed his gaze upon a particular point high above in the pavilion, where a blue glimmer flickered in his eyes. It appeared barren. Yet to Han Li, there was a faint blue light, as small as a rice grain, dim and indistinct. Carefully sensing with his consciousness, he detected a minuscule aura of spiritual energy emanating nearby. It seemed this was indeed the spot. A look of joy spread across Han Li's face. After a moment of contemplation, he flipped his palm, and a blood-red small sword materialized from his hand. What, do you intend to wield that sword? The voice of the great deity was imbued with an odd tone. Indeed, I am well aware of the power of my previous strike. Even if I locate the most vulnerable point, it would be impossible for my innate treasure to breach the barrier with a single blow. In terms of destructive capability, this blood demon sword is undoubtedly the most formidable. I shall attempt it nonetheless. Han Li replied calmly. Humph, I advise you against wasting your vital energy. You previously employed a peculiar secret technique to significantly enhance your cultivation, and it was only through the clash with the demon soul that you managed to create the spatial rift. Do you truly believe you can replicate that feat now? Your sole recourse is to hasten your advancement to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, and then utilize that intriguing talisman along with the blood demon sword. Only then might you have a chance to breach the barrier, the great Yin deity stated bluntly. Advancing to the mid-stage of the nascent soul is no trivial matter, even with the exceptionally dense spiritual energy here and the aid of spiritual pills. It would require 2 or 3 decades of arduous effort to achieve such a breakthrough. Han Li's heart sank, and he exclaimed in astonishment, in 2 or 3 decades, this space will not collapse. So what is there to fear? If you were to cultivate in the outside world, relying solely on meditation, with your aptitude, you would need over 100 years to even entertain the thought of advancing to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. The Yin divine monarch let out a disdainful snort, seemingly displeased with Han Li's avarice. Han Li's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. The elixir he referred to was undoubtedly the Jiang Yundan. With the assistance of this potion, he was confident in achieving the consummate early stage of the Yuaning realm within 30 years, thereby allowing him to begin breaking through his bottleneck. The primary ingredient of this elixir was irreplaceable, which meant he had no choice but to refine the medicine entirely within this space. Enduring decades of arduous cultivation here before departing was not something Han Li found particularly objectionable. The concentration of spiritual energy in this realm was so dense that it surpassed even the cave he had previously established with his spiritual eyes by several degrees. This indeed counted as a rare opportunity. The sole concern troubling Han Li was the fate of Nangong Wan. Still ensnared by the soul-sealing curse, thought he was anxious to return and use the fire-toad beast's demon pill to relieve her of the toxic curse. However, the jade slip left by Nangong Wan indicated that she could utilize secret techniques to delay the onset of the curse for approximately 100 years. So a delay of 2 or 3 decades should pose no issue. After pondering deeply for a while, Han Li reluctantly concluded that he would indeed need to remain in this space for an extended period, prompting a bitter smile and an expression of helplessness to cross his face. Inyu, please gather those spiritual herbs that we shall commence the refinement of the spiritual elixirs starting today, Han Li said, pressing his lips together and speaking without further hesitation. Inyu, having overheard the conversation between Han Li and the Yin divine monarch, felt reassured upon hearing there was a way to leave this space. She had no desire to experience the feeling of being trapped again. With a charming smile, she responded affirmatively and swiftly took a bundle of bottles from Han Li's hands, gracefully soaring to the side to begin processing the spiritual grasses and woods. Meanwhile, Han Li seated himself unceremoniously in the center of the stone pavilion, once again retrieving the jade slip detailing the ancient formula for the Jiang Yundan. Diligently studying the method of its refinement, given the limited supply of spiritual herbs here, Han Li naturally dared not approach the crafting of this elixir with any negligence. Chapter 855. Escape in the Ningzhou of the southern Tian Nandong Kingdom. The landscape starkly contrasted with the lush and verdant mountains of Changzhou, being instead filled with barren yellow earth and scarce trees or rivers. Consequently, the number of cultivators residing in this state was exceedingly few. Only a handful of small cultivation families occupied the meager, low-quality spiritual veins scattered throughout the region, living leisurely without competition. In the southwestern corner of Ningzhou, there lies a mountain range known as Linglin Mountain, one of the few locations with spiritual veins in the state. This Linglin Mountain is not particularly small, spanning over 100 miles, yet the actual spiritual vein stretches merely a dozen miles. It is only the main peak of Linglin Mountain and 2 nearby smaller hills that can barely accommodate cultivators for meditation and training. However, within this cramped area, 3 cultivation families, Huang, Li, and Wang, coexisted, each occupying one of the 3 peaks. These families, forced to settle in the spiritually barren Ningzhou, were all insignificant clans. Among them, the Huang family, despite being the strongest, had no more than 2 foundation establishment cultivators, and not a single core formation cultivator. The rest of their disciples were mostly low-tier qi refining stage practitioners, predominantly at the 3rd or 4th levels. Even among the 3 families, there are thousands of descendants lacking any spiritual roots who are compelled to reside on the outskirts of Linglin Mountain. Despite the close proximity of the 3 families, they coexist peacefully without any disputes, and their camaraderie is naturally quite commendable. Over the past century, there have been numerous instances of intermarriage among the disciples of the 3 families, forging strong familial bonds. The root of this lies in the fact that, although the quality of the spiritual veins on Linglin Mountain is rather mediocre, the 3 families share an enigmatic and extraordinary spiritual spring at the summit. While this spring does not possess the rarity of the legendary Spirit Eye Spring, it is nonetheless a miraculous source of spiritual essence, when combined with certain spiritual herbs to brew spiritual tea. The water from this spring enables low-tier disciples, those at the 5th or 6th level of the qi refinement stage, to purify their marrow and transform their constitution to a certain extent, greatly benefiting their future cultivation endeavors. This is one of the primary reasons why, despite the knowledge that this location is not an ideal place for cultivation, the 3 families stubbornly choose to remain. However, this spiritual spring, despite its wondrous properties, cannot be utilized throughout the year. Tea only flows to the surface for a few fixed days each year, with the amount of water being woefully insufficient for the three families' needs. Consequently, after much deliberation among the elders of the three families in their earlier years, they collectively decided to seal the spring, allowing access only once every decade. The quantity of water accumulated over 10 years is sufficient for a single usage by all three families. Furthermore, this 10-year interval coincides perfectly with the maturation of new disciples, thereby preventing any wastage of the precious spring water. This solitary spiritual spring has, therefore, bound the three families together in a mutual commitment to safeguard and utilize this remarkable resource. Every 10 years, they jointly unlock the spring, providing their young disciples with the opportunity to purify their marrow and enhance their cultivation. On this day, at the pinnacle of Linglin Mountain, a grand ceremony to unveil the spiritual spring is taking place. Before a towering, dark cliff that rises over 100 zhang, dozens of disciples from the three families are arranged in several rows. Each face alight with excitement as they gaze ahead. These disciples range in age from merely 11 to 17 years, with most at the third or fourth level of the Qi refinement stage, and some even at the first or second levels. At the forefront of the crowd stand a group of seasoned cultivators, significantly older, all above the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage. Among them, 3 elders have already reached the foundation establishment stage, 1 at mid-stage and 2 at early stage. These venerable figures, commanding a profound mastery of their craft, are positioned before the stone wall, wielding various magical artifacts, chanting incantations in unison as they perform the ritual to dispel the formations and restrictions. Affixed to the imposing cliff face are several talismans of varying sizes and colors, pulsating with flickering spiritual light. At this moment, guided by the 3 elders, the incantations of the cultivators grew fervent and urgent, while the light of their magical banners intensified. In an instant, the 3 elders simultaneously raised a hand, unleashing a spell that transformed into a radiant glow that swept forth. The talismans on the stone wall trembled in response to the brilliance of the spell and subsequently fell away. At this juncture, several disciples, who had been standing by with jade boxes, rushed forward to diligently collect the fallen talismans, carefully stowing them away before retreating once more. This talismanic restraint is a rare treasure for such a modest clan, and its loss would be intolerable. As the stone wall, devoid of the talismanic seal, emitted a hazy spiritual light, it began to tremble gently. In an instant, the cultivators at the forefront, including 3 venerable elders, simultaneously raised their law flags. Delicate strands of light, varying in hue, shot forth from the tips of the flags, plunging into the white glow and vanishing from sight. The quaking of the stone wall intensified, and amidst the rumbling tremors, it gradually split down the middle, revealing a vast semicircular opening measuring over 10 zhang in width. The youthful disciples from the 3 clans widened their eyes in astonishment, eagerly observing the scene within the GAP.It is worth noting that this spiritual spring is regarded as a priceless treasure by the 3 clans, and ordinary clan disciples might only have this singular opportunity in their lifetime to witness the spring with their own eyes. Naturally, none wished to miss out on the spectacle. In fact, even the youngest children in the clan could articulate a vivid description of the spring's true form. A 3 zhang long, 1 zhang wide pool, constructed from pristine jade, lay nestled within the opening, deep within the ATA glance. Only a small portion of the pool contained clear and transparent spring water, so pure that it appeared utterly untainted. What rendered it even more extraordinary was the subtle fragrance wafting from the water, invigorating those who inhaled it, leaving them feeling utterly refreshed and revitalized. A stir ran through the youthful disciples, and the elder among the 3, a white-bearded man, suddenly turned around, his eyes radiating a sharp brilliance as they swept across the crowd. Instantly, all commotion ceased. This elder was Huang Yuanming, a senior of the Huang clan, whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, making him a true master among the cultivators of Linglin Mountain. Not only did the disciples of the Huang clan hold him in great reverence, but even the young disciples of the Wang and Li clans regarded him with profound respect. Huang brothers' authority is indeed effective. It compels these young ones to behave, remarked another elder clad in gray robes, his eyes narrowing with a smile. Of course, Brother Huang has now reached the late stage of mid-foundation establishment. He might even advance further into the late stage of foundation establishment. Another elder in green robes added enviously, "You too jest at my age. What chances do I have for further advancement?" Such opportunities are meant for the younger generation to seize. We should hasten to brew the spiritual tea for these young ones. Huang Yuanming replied with a chuckle, displaying modesty. The other two elders were, of course, the foundation establishment elders of the other two clans, which were not as formidable as the Huang clan, barely managing to nurture a single foundation establishment cultivator to maintain their facade. Huang Yuanming and these two had been close friends for many years. Thus he took their earlier remarks lightly. The other two elders smiled faintly, refraining from further discussion on the matter, and began to instruct their respective clans' secret disciples to commence the brewing of the spiritual tea. Immediately, 2 disciples from each clan flew forth, racing towards the spiritual pool. However, just as the onlookers focused intently and the disciples were nearing the edge of the spiritual pool, an astonishing twist of fate suddenly unfolded. At a distance of 3 or 4 zhang above the pool, a sudden, low rumble of thunder echoed, followed by a brief flash of multicolored auroras. In an instant, a dark orb emerged from thin air. This ominous sphere emitted a peculiar crackling sound, contorting and transforming into a spatial rift approximately a zhang in length. With a resounding splash, amidst the astonished gazes of the assembled cultivators, a figure was ejected by a torrent of vibrant clouds, plummeting directly into the jade pool below. Shortly thereafter, the spatial rift flickered a few times before vanishing without a trace. Upon splashing into the water, the figure let out a soft gasp, quickly regaining composure and standing upright. Casting a glance at the stunned cultivators gathered by the pool, a look of extreme peculiarity crossed his face. The trio of cultivators led by Huang Yuanming were left utterly speechless, their astonishment rendering them momentarily mute. The figure was a young man clad in a green scholar's robe, who, upon noticing the multitude of cultivators present, appeared somewhat taken aback, a hint of embarrassment fleeting across his features, which soon gave way to an air of nonchalance. A flash of azure light enveloped him, and the moisture on his robe evaporated instantaneously, leaving it remarkably dry. Where is this place? Am I still in the Dongyu Kingdom? The young man, seemingly casual, lifted a foot and floated out of the pool. His gaze shifted effortlessly to find the most formidable cultivator present, Huang Yuanming, and he inquired in a tone imbued with undeniable authority, "Is this Dongyu Kingdom's Ningzhou? May I inquire your esteemed name?" Senior? Huang Yuanming had already scanned the young man's cultivation level with his spiritual sense, and he was struck with astonishment, unable to discern any trace of the other's depth. This indicated that the young man was at least a core formation cultivator. Given the exceedingly bizarre circumstances of the young man's arrival, he naturally dared not exhibit the slightest neglect. After bowing deeply, he cautiously replied. The 2 other elders likewise sensed the unfathomable prowess of Han Li. Their hearts filled with trepidation, and they too performed deep bows, their faces adorned with forced smiles. Ningzhou, the young man blinked, his expression unwavering, yet he murmured the name, a contemplative look surfacing upon his visage. This individual was none other than Han Li, who had just narrowly escaped from the remnants of Ling Miao Garden at this juncture. 27 years had elapsed since the cataclysmic battle at the Devil's Abyss. Chapter 856. Shadows of the Southern Demons. As Huang Yuanming and the other cultivators cautiously faced Han Li, they realized that the considerable quantity of spiritual spring water had been significantly disturbed by his abrupt entry. Leaving barely a thin layer remaining in the pool, the 3 elderly men felt a pang of regret at the sight. Yet in the presence of the unfathomably powerful Han Li, they could only feign ignorance and maintain forced smiles. Lest they offend this senior figure and invite calamity upon their families, in the moment when Han Li evaporated the water droplets from his body, he caught a whiff of the extraordinary fragrance emanating from the spiritual spring. As the contemplative look dissipated, he instinctively glanced back at the pool. This seemingly casual glance sent waves of unease through the hearts of the 3 elders opposite him. They had guarded this spiritual spring for many years, and if it were to catch the attention of this individual, they would have no choice but to surrender it willingly, fearing to utter a word of refusal. Han Li's gaze merely swept over the pool without betraying any hint of greed. Instead, he turned back to the 3 individuals and spoke in a subdued tone. "I have been away from the world for quite some time, and I find myself somewhat unfamiliar with the recent events in Tiannan. Might you 3 fellow Taoists enlighten me about the significant happenings of the past few years? Of course, esteemed senior, if you do not mind, we would be honored to host you in the hall of our Huang family. Allow us to offer you tea, and any queries you may have, we shall answer without reservation," Huang Yuanming replied, feeling a sense of relief as he noticed Han Li's lack of interest in their spiritual spring. The other 2 elders shared his sentiment, exhaling in unison. Very well, I indeed have numerous inquiries to make. I shall trouble you three fellow Taoists. Then, Han Li said, glancing at the younger disciples of the three families in the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Not at all. It is our Huang family's privilege to host a distinguished figure such as yourself. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. He then instructed several disciples to hasten back and make preparations, ensuring that nothing was amiss that might cause Han Li to feel unwelcome. Following this, he personally led Han Li away from the area, towards a cluster of pavilions nestled within the mountains. The other two elders, having given similar instructions to their kin, promptly followed, maintaining a respectful distance. It is quite rare for three families to coexist in such proximity, Han Li remarked during their journey. Inquiring about their specific location and the circumstances of the three elders, his tone laced with surprise. Esteemed senior, you just thought we are simply unable to establish ourselves elsewhere, which is why we find ourselves here. Huang Yuanming replied with a wry smile, that I have observed that some of your younger disciples seem to possess considerable talent. Why have they not been sent to the major cultivation sects? With their abilities, even if they cannot become direct disciples, it would not be impossible for them to join as outer disciples. Han Li expressed his curiosity, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Esteemed senior, you may not be aware that while there are many cultivation sects in our Dongyu kingdom, most have established ties with specific cultivation families. Alternatively, they are often jointly controlled by certain clans. As a small sect of our status, we lack the qualifications to attract the attention of these sections. Even if a particularly outstanding disciple occasionally emerges, we dare not allow them to join a sect easily, as we need their support to uphold our family's reputation. One of the elders, a stout and somewhat rotund man, explained to Han Li with a hint of resignation. The elders of these families, had they chosen to join one of the major sects in their youth, might have advanced their cultivation to even greater heights by now. Yet, for the sake of their family's continuity, they must remain behind. A predicament commonly faced by smaller families. Han Li's gaze flickered momentarily before he nodded in understanding, choosing not to probe further as they approached a majestic pavilion that loomed ahead. The elder guided Han Li directly to the highest of the pavilions. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance, where two rows of young female disciples awaited, standing in respectful anticipation. Esteemed senior, please enter. Our Linglin Mountain may not produce many spiritual herbs or fruits, but we do have a type of spiritual tea that is rather commendable. You are welcome to indulge in several cups. Huang Yuanming spoke as he ushered Han Li into the hall of the loft. Han Li, showing no reluctance, strode confidently into the pavilion. The hall was not particularly large, spanning only around 20 to 30 zhang, yet it was more than ample for a modest family. In the respectful gaze of the three elders, Han Li calmly took his seat in the main position. The three elderly men stood obediently before him, not daring to sit alongside Han Li, their cultivation levels and statuses being vastly different. Han Li made no pretense of humility in this regard. At that moment, a beautiful female disciple, her eyes as enchanting as a painting, approached with a tea tray. After skillfully preparing a cup of fragrant tea for Han Li, she carefully retreated. Han Li picked up the teacup and casually sipped, initially tasting a hint of bitterness, but moments later, his palate was flooded with an exquisite sweetness, transforming into an alluring aroma. Indeed, it was a rare spirit tea. A slight smile graced Han Li's lips as he praised it. Your cultivation is profoundly inscrutable, yet your countenance seems unfamiliar. Might you not be from the Eastern Yu Kingdom? The round-faced, plump elder could not help, but inquired. I am indeed not a cultivator of the Eastern Yu Kingdom, Han Li replied, alluding to his name without disclosing it, merely casting a glance at the round-faced elder, his expression a blend of mirth and mystery. You need not harbor concerns. Once I have clarified a few matters, I shall depart promptly and return to my origins, without lingering here, Han Li assured. The elder, his countenance shifting in alarm, hastily proclaimed, it is a tremendous honor for us to meet you, esteemed one, but how could we ever entertain the thought of disrespecting your departure? Enough? I, too, have journeyed from the ranks of lowly cultivators. I am well aware of your apprehensions and aspirations. As long as your responses satisfy me, I would not mind bestowing upon you some advantages. After all, your opportunity to meet me is not without its fortune, Han Li remarked, noticing the round-faced elder's eager expression as he attempted to explain further. He waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor remaining unfazed. Feel free to ask whatever you wish to know. Although our family is modest, we are well informed on certain matters. I assure you, we will satisfy your inquiries. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy and displaying utmost respect. Han Li smiled slightly. While he had no intention to offer any tangible benefits, he surmised that these individuals would not dare to deceive him with falsehoods. However, if there were some advantages to be gained, their responses would undoubtedly be more earnest, and they would likely divulge both what could be disclosed and what could not. Regarding the recent opening of the Falling Demon Valley and the multitude of cultivators entering in search of treasures. You are quite close to Changzhou, so you must know something about it. Please recount the events surrounding this matter, Han Li said, glancing at the trio with an indifferent tone. The Falling Demon Valley? This matter, I naturally am aware of, Huang Yuanming replied, momentarily taken aback by Han Li's inquiry, but quickly continuing without hesitation. He adjusted his thoughts on the relevant details before continuing. The influx of cultivators into the Falling Demon Valley in search of treasures occurred over 20 years ago. The Ghost Spirit sect discovered a reliable method to enter the valley, leading hundreds of cultivators at the Foundation establishment level and above to venture therein in pursuit of ancient relics. However, the dangers within the Falling Demon Valley are indeed extraordinary. Despite the large number of high-level cultivators entering, most merely wandered in the outer valley, while many others met with a tragic end due to the valley's restrictions and spatial fissures. The number of cultivators who managed to escape the valley alive was less than half of what it once was. Even more dire was the fact that upon entering the inner valley, the members of the Ghost Spirit sect inadvertently unleashed two ancient demons capable of devouring nascent souls. The sect leader and others perished on the spot. These two demons were truly formidable. It was said that the nascent soul cultivators who ventured into the inner valley joined forces to engage in a fierce battle, with even the esteemed Wei and the divine master Mulan among the three great cultivators stepping forth to vanquish the demons. They barely managed to eliminate one, while the other escaped unscathed from the abyss of demons. The casualties among the attacking cultivators were grievous, with numerous renowned elders falling in this encounter. Nevertheless, the abyss of demons rightfully earned its reputation as the burial ground of ancient cultivators. It was rumored that those few who managed to leave the valley alive had, to varying degrees, reaped some rewards. Indeed, several elders even discovered elixirs and techniques within that could extend their lifespans and elevate their realms, causing a sensation throughout the southern heaven cultivation world. Consequently, many cultivators, envious of this fortune, disregarded the peril of the valley's unstable spatial rifts and once again utilized the Ghost Spirit sect's teleportation array to enter the abyss of demons. However, this batch of nearly 100 cultivators did not yield a single survivor. This shocking outcome deterred other cultivators who had been eager to venture forth, rendering the abyss of demons a forbidden ground once more. With no one daring to challenge it today as for the demon that escaped the abyss of demons, what became of it? Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart sank, and his expression darkened. The matter of this demon was something I must convey to you, even if you do not inquire further, Han Li thought to himself, for it was this very demon that nearly brought forth another calamity upon the entire southern heaven cultivation world. Huang Yuanming, noticing Han Li's inquiry, couldn't help but change his expression slightly as he spoke. Han Li furrowed his brow but remained silent, patiently awaiting the continuation of the tale. Initially, when the demon first escaped, some elders had stated that such a demon could not long endure in our human realm and would eventually return to its own dimension. Thus, at the outset, no one took the matter too seriously. However, to their astonishment, this demon brazenly roamed about, launching surprise attacks on high-level cultivators and voraciously devouring their nascent souls to replenish its vitality. Within a mere year, 6 or 7 nascent soul cultivators fell victim to its malevolent grasp. Showing no signs of returning to its original realm, it was then that the other cultivators realized that the demon had somehow discovered a method to linger in this world for an extended period. In response, the 3 great cultivators united, gathering a dozen mid-stage nascent soul elders to form a demon-slaying team aimed at eradicating this menace. However, the demon proved exceedingly cunning, refusing to confront the team directly. Instead, it preyed upon isolated cultivators, even targeting members of the Mulan clan. This provoked the Mulan to dispatch a contingent of powerful masters to join the demon-slaying effort. From that point onward, the demon found itself unable to evade the relentless pursuit of the combined forces of cultivators and spellcasters, forced to flee in a state of disarray. Yet, this predicament only fueled the demon's madness. Ultimately, it escalated its attacks not only on high-level cultivators, but also on lower-tier ones with reckless abandon. It was said that in the final months, it mercilessly slaughtered over a dozen cultivation families and several minor sects. These families and sects were utterly powerless to withstand the onslaught of this demon. However, it was precisely because of this that a dying elder from a nefarious sect planted a certain secret technique within it. Ultimately, it was tracked down and besieged by the demon-hunting squad on the Soulfall Mountain of Fengdu Kingdom. It is said that this demon, whose vitality had been completely restored, approached the cultivation level of a transformation stage practitioner, and was confronted by two formidable cultivators and a Muruan master. The battle raged fiercely, casting the heavens into darkness and the earth into chaos, leaving other practitioners unable to intervene. The entire main peak of Soulfall Mountain was reduced to flat land. At this point, Huang Yuanming paused, a flicker of horror evident on his face. Chapter 857, The Vortex. Upon hearing this, Han Li realized that the three late-stage nascent soul practitioners, in their alliance against the ancient demon, seemed to be struggling to achieve a swift victory. This revived ancient demon likely possessed powers equivalent to that of a transformation stage practitioner. Was this demon truly obliterated in that battle? Han Li inquired calmly. The younger generation is uncertain about that. Some say that the demon perished on the spot amidst the siege of the cultivators, while others claim it employed an incredible secret technique to miraculously escape the encirclement. My family's capabilities are limited, rendering us unable to ascertain the veracity of these accounts. However, it is indeed true that following that encirclement, this fiend vanished without a trace from our Tiannan region. It is feared that it has truly been annihilated, both in form and spirit. Huang Yuanming hesitated before expressing some speculative thoughts. Annihilated in form and spirit. Han Li stroked his chin, pondering briefly, yet he found himself skeptical of this notion. If the demon had indeed been extinguished, why would Wei Wuyo and others still be so circumspect? There must have been some unforeseen circumstance, resulting in a blend of truth and falsehood, thus prompting them to refrain from clarifying the matter. However, the disappearance of that demon does strike one as peculiar. Had it sustained such grave injuries in that battle that it was compelled to hide and recuperate, or had it simply departed from Tiannan? Han Li contemplated, considering both possibilities without being able to discern which was more likely, and temporarily set the matter aside. Taoist Huang, besides the incidents regarding the fall of Demon's Valley and the fiends, have there been any significant occurrences over the past 2 decades, regardless of which nation's affairs? I would be eager to hear about them. Han Li inquired calmly regarding other matters. Indeed, there have been a number of other events in recent years. However, in comparison to the fall of Demon's Valley, they are hardly worth mentioning. The only noteworthy occurrence that has stirred considerable commotion is that shortly after the demon's disappearance, a peculiar large vortex suddenly manifested on the surface of the boundless sea, near the coastline of the Shi Kingdom. This vortex emitted a substantial amount of spiritual energy, beginning to purify the surrounding waters of the boundless sea. Furthermore, 7 small islands surfaced around this vortex, each brimming with potent spiritual energy and possessing rare top-tier spiritual veins. The ownership of these islands prompted the 3 major sects to once again unite for an island acquisition conference, with numerous sects participating. Ultimately, 7 prominent cultivation sects acquired the rights to these islands. It is said that the vortex is unfathomably deep, and many practitioners have ventured inside to explore its depths. However, once one delves into the vortex, they encounter immense pressure, which intensifies the deeper one goes, rendering it unbearable. It is rumored that the Master of the Sun from the 3 major sects also undertook an exploratory expedition, but was compelled to retreat after descending approximately 3,000 zhang. Unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, Huang Yuanming contemplated for a moment before articulating the preceding discourse that a great vortex. Could such a phenomenon truly exist? Han Li's countenance betrayed a hint of surprise as he inquired with astonishment. How could a junior dare to deceive a senior? This matter has stirred considerable commotion for several years before gradually subsiding. If the senior were to merely inquire of others, the veracity of this affair would soon be revealed. Huang Yuanming remarked with a courteous smile. Han Li nodded, finding himself intrigued by the matter, yet he proceeded to question further about other issues, particularly concerning the actions of the Mulan people and the dynamics between the righteous and demonic sects in recent years. Pursuing the inquiries with meticulous attention, Huang Yuanming and the 2 elders exhibited complete transparency, showing no inclination to conceal any information. Huang Yuanming predominantly addressed the queries, while the other 2 elders occasionally interjected to provide additional insights, ensuring Han Li's satisfaction. Before long, Han Li had garnered a general understanding of the myriad events that had transpired in recent years, which eased his mind, aside from the incidents involving the ancient demons and the vortex. The so-called significant matters were merely reports of spiritual herbs or treasures emerging from certain locales, or disputes arising between two cultivation sects, Tio Han Li. These occurrences were of little consequence. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, attentively listening as the three recounted their accounts. As for the affairs of the Luoyun sect, Han Li refrained from inquiring. After all, this place was far removed from the Shigua, and families of their standing could hardly possess detailed knowledge of such matters. If he truly wished to investigate the Luoyun sect, it would be more prudent to do so at the market or upon returning to Shigua, where he could pose his questions more thoroughly. After absorbing all that the three had narrated, Han Li displayed a look of satisfaction on his face. With a swift flick of his sleeve, a pair of resplendent golden short blades materialized upon the table, shimmering with azure light. I am grateful to the three esteemed friends for your extensive explanations, he declared nonchalantly. I possess no treasures of such quality, thus I present this pair of short blades to you. Huang Yuanming, upon observing the golden blades, immediately bowed in gratitude, his expression one of sheer delight. For their three families, while they did not lack for upper-tier artifacts, the combined total was but a handful, each regarded as a precious treasure. Hence, to receive such a remarkable item merely for answering a few questions was a delightful surprise. Although these short blades were merely upper-tier artifacts, their combined use could rival that of top-tier artifacts. I acquired them by chance long ago and found them intriguing, hence I have kept them until now. Bestowing them upon you now is not a waste, Han Li remarked with a smile. The benefits have been conferred upon you, and I shall not linger. Should fate allow, perhaps we shall meet again in the future. After briefly explaining the blade's capabilities, Han Li chuckled softly, his entire being enveloped in radiant spiritual light, and he transformed into a streak of azure light that swiftly darted through the hall's entrance, vanishing without a trace after a few fleeting moments. The three elders were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Han Li's abrupt departure. Without any hesitation, that a torrent of gratitude rose to their lips, yet they were compelled to swallow their words. Subsequently, their gazes collectively fell upon the pair of golden blades on the table. This senior indeed possesses a remarkable generosity, so effortlessly bestowing a pair of upper-tier artifacts. The round-faced elder mused, fixated on the blades. It all depends on who the person is, came the response. The high-tier magical artifacts are undoubtedly rare and precious to us. However, for this esteemed elder, they hold little significance. The elder in the white robe, who had spoken the least among the trio, suddenly wore an expression of peculiar interest. Brother Wang, what do you mean by that? From your tone, it seems you have recognized this esteemed elder. Huang Yuanming, intrigued, could not help but inquire. The round-faced elder also gazed at the white-robed elder in astonishment. Brother Huang, you are both wise yet occasionally naive. The moment this person appeared, he inquired about the abyss of Demifall and the matters concerning those demons. Given his youthful appearance coupled with such profound cultivation, and the fact that he claims his surname is Han, do you truly not know who he is? Let us not forget that during the siege on those two demons in the abyss of Demonfall, aside from the Yuaning cultivators who perished in battle, a notably renowned figure also went missing, did he not? The white-robed elder lamented with a wry smile. Are you referring to that person, the esteemed Han? Huang Yuanming exclaimed, his face paling in realization. The round-faced elder similarly came to an epiphany, his face reflecting shock. Now do you two brothers understand what I mean? This esteemed elder is second only to the three great cultivators, and his generosity in action is indeed remarkable. Hearing Brother Wang's words, there seems to be a considerable chance of it being true. However, regardless of whether he is that esteemed Han or not, it makes little difference to us. Even if we wish to associate ourselves with such a figure, cultivators of this caliber would hardly take notice of our families. The fact that we have obtained two high-tier magical artifacts is already a delightful surprise, likely granted by this esteemed elder out of consideration for the damage inflicted upon the spirit spring waters. Let us first discuss how to handle these two golden spears. After a moment of silence, Huang Yuanming sighed, his words laced with a hint of resignation. Though this opportunity is rare, a being of Han Li's stature is simply beyond their reach. Thus, while they might feel regret, there is no real sense of loss. Upon Huang Yuanming mentioning the golden spears, the other two elders momentarily set aside the matter of Han Li's identity and turned their attention to the spears. For the ownership of the artifacts before them represented tangible benefits, The three immediately engaged in a lengthy discussion regarding the allocation and utilization of the two golden spears. Meanwhile, Hanli remained oblivious to the fact that he had been recognized by the three elderly figures, having already appeared over 100 miles away. This time, he had managed to emerge from the spatial rift without directly teleporting to the Dongyu Kingdom, which was indeed a stroke of luck. After all, the fragile point that tore through space was rather erratic. It would not be surprising if he had ended up thousands of miles away. Where do you intend to go next? Will you return directly to the Falling Cloud sect? Do not forget that I still require some materials for crafting puppets, which are still lacking. They must be collected. The voice of the great god of Diyin suddenly resonated in Han Li's mind. I am well aware of this matter. However, the materials you seek are all exceedingly rare in this world that it is likely that even the entirety of southern Tian cannot gather them all. This is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Han Li furrowed his brow, responding with a hint of helplessness. Humph. Do you think I, an old man, can wait another 70 or 80 years? If southern Tian cannot provide the materials, then a trip to Dajin is in order as long as you possess an ample amount of spirit stones. What rare materials could possibly elude you? Allow me to make it clear, should you fail to craft that puppet before my very eyes, I would rather obliterate the method of its creation than leave it to you after my soul has dissipated. The Diyin God Sovereign expressed his frustration. Rest assured, regardless of your intentions regarding Dajin, I shall undertake the journey myself. Did you not mention that my body is burdened with an excess of malevolent energy? Continuously wielding that blood demon sword has entwined me deeply in dark forces. If I do not expunge it promptly, not only will it gradually harm my body, but I will also find myself stagnating at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Han Li sighed, expressing his discontent. You need only to be aware, from the moment I first laid eyes upon you, I found it peculiar. How could one so young be tainted by such profound malevolence? In my youth, I was not one to show mercy. At that time, my own malevolent energy was but a fraction of yours. Remarkable, indeed. Perhaps you should consider cultivating demonic arts instead. Such malevolence could actually aid your advancement. However, by the time you reach the transformation stage, you will not ascend to the spirit realm, but rather to the ancient demon realm. The Diyin God Sovereign, evidently capricious, began to jest with Han Li at this moment. Chapter 858. Return to Falling Clouds. To cultivate to the point of becoming a monstrous ancient demon, Han Li retorted coldly. Han, do you truly believe that all ancient demons possess grotesque forms? The Diyin God Sovereign fell silent for a moment, his tone taking on an unusual quality. What do you mean by that, esteemed elder? Is it not the case that transforming into an ancient demon renders one a monster from another realm? Can one still retain their human form? Han Li asked in astonishment, countering with a question. You may be mistaken in this regard. According to the texts I have perused, those who ascend from the human realm to the demon realm, even upon becoming members of the ancient demons, do not experience any change in appearance. That, of course, if one employs demonic techniques to undergo transformation, that is an entirely different matter. During the final confrontations between ancient cultivators and demons, a small faction of cultivators, lured by high-ranking ancient demons, underwent the method of demonic infusion to directly join their ranks, intensifying the conflict. It is said that these individuals, once demonized, retained their human forms and intellect, yet willingly served the higher ancient demons. What ulterior motives could be at play, one wonders. It was from that point forward that the rumor emerged, suggesting that human cultivators who master ancient demonic arts to their utmost would automatically ascend to the ancient demon realm. As for those ancient demons with inherently grotesque forms, they can be divided into two categories. The primal monsters of the ancient demon realm, which are the pinnacle of existence and are often referred to as saint ancestors. These monsters are few in number, yet each is exceedingly terrifying. Even now, some demon cultivators continuously invoke the names of these ancient demons to successfully channel demonic energy for their spells. The second category comprises certain demon tribes from our human realm who, after practicing demonic arts, ascend to the ancient demon realm. The original forms of these demon tribes are not human, and thus, upon becoming ancient demons, they naturally retain their vile and monstrous shapes. Demon tribes? How can this be? How could they possibly cultivate ancient demonic arts, right? Do not inquire about this matter, my old friend. I too am utterly perplexed. The ancient texts provide scant detail on the subject, merely suggesting that the primordial demon race may have encountered the ancient fiends long before our human lineage did. The specifics remain unclear to me. However, some high-ranking demon clans I encountered in my youth are currently not practicing any demonic arts, nor do they exude any demonic aura. The reasons for this may become apparent to you when you arrive in the Great Gene, where some of the most ancient tomes of our mortal realm are preserved. The languid Yin Shinjun replied. Han Li's expression fluctuated between shadows of doubt and flashes of insight, recalling the fragment of the so-called treasure of the demon race, the Fan Xingzhen. Nestled within his storage pouch, the three-headed, six-armed technique depicted upon it bore an uncanny resemblance to the four-armed, two-headed arts once wielded by the ancient fiends. Could there truly be an uncharted connection between the two? After a moment of silent contemplation, Han Li suddenly burst into quiet laughter. Even if there existed some clandestine secret between the demon race and the ancient fiends, what concern was it of his? He was not one to meddle in others' affairs or feel compelled to unravel every mystery. Some matters were perhaps better left shrouded in ambiguity. Furthermore, the Fan Xingzhen in his possession was merely a fragment. Even if a complete set of demonic techniques were available, he would not waste his time in idle practice. After all, how long would it take to master the Qing Yuan sword technique to its utmost potential? Moreover, if this technique were indeed intertwined with the ancient fiends and the demon race, it would likely be unsuitable for human cultivation. Shaking his head, Han Li dismissed thoughts of the demon race and the Fan Xingzhen. Redirecting his inquiries towards a matter of greater concern, you need not worry about the puppets. Whether I venture to the Great Gene or not, I will naturally assist you in gathering the materials. However, you mentioned a couple of years ago that you had nearly deciphered the method to forge the Seven Flames FAN.BY now. It should be completely resolved, should it not? If the method is indeed ready, why not share it with me so that I may commence its fabrication? My flying swords have diminished by 2, rendering me unable to establish a sword formation. I am in urgent need of a foundational treasure. Han Li was direct, having developed a considerable understanding with the Yin Shinjun over the past 2 decades, their relationship having evolved into one of greater ease, at times resembling that of half-master. Half-friend. I in the method for forging the Seven Flames fan. I have reduced the materials that are no longer obtainable and sought substitutes where possible. That I have indeed formulated a method for you. However, I cannot guarantee its success. The artifact produced by this method can scarcely be called the Seven Flames fan. It is more akin to the Three Flames fan. Originally, it required 81 types of fire-attributed spiritual materials for its creation, which I have condensed to 31. Naturally, its potency has diminished significantly as a result. The Yin Shinjun candidly conveyed the particulars to Han Li. That is of no consequence. Even if the power is somewhat diminished, it matters not if the legendary Tong Tianling Bao truly possesses the might of its tails. This imitation, the Three Flames fan, would undoubtedly be beyond the capability of an ordinary cultivator to withstand. Han Li replied without a moment's hesitation. I have inscribed the forging method within this jade slip. Study it carefully. However, even as an imitation, several of the required materials remain elusive. I fear that the process of refining this fan will indeed require considerable effort. The Yin Divine Monarch remarked with a hint of indifference. At that moment, the lid of the bamboo tube behind Han Li opened, and a beam of white light shot forth. Han Li, as if possessing eyes at the back of his head, swiftly reached out and grasped it, revealing a white jade slip. Unperturbed, Han Li immersed his consciousness into the slip, scanning its contents with casual scrutiny, his brow involuntarily furrowing slightly. The other materials were manageable. With a bit of time, he could gather them and refine them into spiritual materials. However, the feathers of the Haoyang bird and the scales of the Jiao were rare treasures that were difficult to come by. Where could one possibly find them? At the very least, we have not heard of these 2 items appearing in Tiannan. These 2 materials were the most easily obtainable substitutes that I could conceive that I asked for the other items. There was not a glimmer of hope in sight. Among them, the feathers of the Haoyang bird had been seen by me long ago during my travels in the Great Gene, where I encountered a young female cultivator from the Yuyang Palace who raised such a spirit. Now, years have passed. Even if the original Haoyang bird is no longer present, it is likely that descendants remain. You might consider seeking them out. As for the Jiao, it will depend on your fortune. However, if you travel to the Great Gene, it should not pose a significant challenge, the Yin Divine Monarch said leisurely. Humph. After all this talk, you still want me to make a trip to the Great Gene? Han Li huffed, feeling somewhat exasperated. My suggestion for you to go to the Great Gene is for your own benefit. Only by experiencing it once can you truly comprehend what a sacred land for cultivation is. The Great Gene is undoubtedly the epicenter of the known cultivation world, the Yin Divine Monarch stated nonchalantly. Let us hope so. However, before leaving the Eastern Yu Kingdom, I have another matter to attend to. I must first take one last look outside the Zamo Valley. Han Li replied calmly as he stowed away the jade slip. What do you mean by going to the Zamo Valley? The Yin Divine Monarch was taken aback by this remark, surprised. Rest assured, I do not intend to venture into the valley. Do you remember the Tianju Mo corpse? As soon as it emerged from the rift, I sensed through secret techniques that it had not been obliterated. Naturally, I must ascertain whether it still lingers within the Zamo Valley and see if I can summon it forth. Having stated this, Han Li ceased further conversation, accelerating his escape speed and transforming into a green rainbow that pierced through the air. Upon entering Changzhou, Han Li immediately made his way back into the Wanling Mountain, returning to the entrance of the Zamo Valley. After lingering there for 2 days, he finally confirmed that the Tianju Mo corpse indeed still existed within the valley. However, it seemed ensnared in some location. And despite Han Li's incantations urging it, it could not emerge from the valley. After hesitating for half a day, he left in mild frustration that it seems that I must wait for the next opening of the Zamo Valley. If the corpse remains, I shall rescue it. Then 2 months later, Han Li's figure finally reappeared near Yunming Mountain. As he approached the gates of the Luo Yun sect, he encountered several patrolling disciples. Upon seeing him, the disciples were naturally stirred into excitement. They joyfully greeted Han Li while hastily releasing transmission talismans to inform the 2 elders within the gates. Before long, disciples from the entire Luo Yun sect flew forth from the sect to welcome the renowned ancestor elder. Led by the elder Qing and the elder Lu Luo, when the 2 individuals encountered Han Li, their expressions were naturally filled with a delightful surprise. However, they exchanged no further words, hastily ushering Han Li into the sect, instructing the other disciples to disperse. Junior brother Han, I was certain that with your extraordinary abilities, you would encounter no mishaps. Yet, since all is well, why have you not returned to our sect sooner? It has caused great concern for both of us, Brother Chung remarked with a hint of reproach, even amidst his joy, once they were all seated in the grand hall of the Falling Cloud sect. Indeed, if you had returned earlier, it would have spared us much anxiety, Brother Lu echoed, his face aglow with genuine happiness. You two have missed the opportunity to meet with me. Huh? I have been ensnared within a spatial rift, unable to escape until just recently. As soon as I freed myself, I rushed back. Han Li replied with a slight pursing of his lips, his countenance reflecting a sense of helplessness. Regardless, the fact that junior brother Han has returned alive is sufficient. Speaking of which, I have yet to express my gratitude for your timely rescue. Had it not been for your intervention in the valley, I would have long since turned to mere bones. The elder said, rising from his seat to bow deeply to Han. It is of no consequence. Ever since joining the Falling Cloud sect, Brother Chung has treated me with great kindness, which I have always kept close to my heart. How could I stand idly by when I saw Brother Chung in peril? Han Li replied with a gentle smile, sincerity evident in his words. Such trifles pale in comparison to the debt of life you have bestowed upon me. You must still be concerned about Taoist Nangong, I presume. Rest assured, she remains safe and sound within the ice, the elder added, evidently aware of Han Li's deepest concerns, promptly conveying this reassuring news. Upon hearing this, Han Li exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Brother Lu scrutinized Han Li closely, an expression of disbelief creeping across his face. Junior brother, you have advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. When did this occur? It is simply astonishing. Could it be that you encountered some fortuitous event while in the abyss of demonic fall? Hearing Brother Lu's words, Brother Chung was equally taken aback, soon realizing that Han Li's aura was indeed restrained. Enveloped in a luminous glow, unmistakably indicative of his advancement, he stood there, momentarily stunned. That I knew that both of you possess keen insight and would discern it swiftly. Indeed, I have experienced a fortuitous opportunity in the abyss of demonic fall, and, after enduring considerable trials, I have made this advancement. Progress to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm in such a short time was something I had not anticipated myself. However, had I not known that Warner had the protection of you two, I would have been dreadfully anxious. Being trapped for so many years, my mind was far too restless to focus on cultivation. I owe much to both of you, Han Li expressed, bowing slightly to express his gratitude. What you say is unmerited. Since junior sister Nagong regards me as her elder brother, is it not my duty to look after her? Moreover, as her elder brother, I have not been able to assist in any meaningful way. She remains confined within the ice that I feel deeply ashamed. Brother Ching finally emerged from his astonishment at Han Li's advancement. Quickly responding with humility upon hearing Han Li's words, To have advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm at less than 300 years of age will surely astonish the entire Tian-Nan. It seems that discussions regarding the later stages of the nascent soul are now unnecessary. Even the ascension to the transformation stage appears to be a distinct possibility for our junior brother. El Luo could not help but exclaim, his words laced with envy. Given Han Li's extraordinary rate of advancement, there are likely only a handful of individuals in the annals of the cultivation world in Tian-Nan who could be considered his equals. Such a pace of cultivation has little to do with one's innate talents. It is predominantly a matter of personal fortune and fate, which cannot be forced. Han Li, of course, humbly downplayed the accolades, then intentionally shifted the topic to inquire about the events that transpired in the abyss of demons after his disappearance years ago. The accounts from those who personally witnessed the battle are undoubtedly far more authentic than mere conjectures. Upon hearing Han Li's question, the elder could not help but chuckle bitterly that it turned out that after Han Li was consumed by the spatial rift, the other ancient demon was filled with unbridled fury. Just as the elder felt his life was in peril, other cultivators fortuitously arrived. However, even with the assistance of the cultivators who had arrived first, they could do little against another ancient demon that had transformed into a dual-headed four-armed monstrosity, and soon found themselves in dire straits. At a critical moment, the group of Mulan finally made their appearance. Ultimately, with their combined efforts, they succeeded in subduing the demon. Following an intense battle, aided by the Mulan's sacred avian summoned by a woman of the Lu family, they managed to inflict severe injuries upon the fiend, even resulting in the Mulan's chieftain successfully severing one of its heads. Yet, in the end, the ancient demon managed to escape. Numerous nascent soul cultivators fell during this confrontation. Even Nangong Wan's senior sister was struck directly by a ball of demonic flame in the final fray, reducing her nascent soul to ashes. The situation for the old ancestor of the Gui Ling sect was somewhat better, as he suffered only bodily destruction, with his nascent soul narrowly escaping. The most unfortunate were the cultivators of the Gui Ling sect, for Elder Zhong was directly deprived of his nascent soul and consumed by the ancient demon. Among the Gui Ling sect's cultivators who entered the valley, aside from a handful of core formation practitioners, the high-level cultivators were completely annihilated, a fact that is undeniably astonishing. The subsequent events unfolded similarly to what Huang Yuanming had conveyed. They had initially believed that the demon would not be able to linger in the human realm for long, as documented. These individuals did not venture out of the valley to pursue the demon. However, unexpectedly, the demon, utilizing some unknown method, showed no inclination to return to the other realm. Instead, it rampaged across Tian-Nan, devouring the nascent souls of cultivators, which ultimately incited widespread outrage and led to its encirclement. Upon hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brow and inquired, regarding the great battle to encircle this demon, I have indeed heard some external rumors. There are many tales. Yet it is said that two prominent cultivators and a Mulan divine master attacked simultaneously. Could it be that they truly failed to vanquish the demon on the spot? Given the status of my two senior brothers, you should know the true outcome, correct? As he spoke these words, Han Li's expression grew grave. The ferocity of the ancient demon still sent shivers down his spine. As for the battle to encircle the demon, neither of us participated. However, according to the information relayed through the alliance, the ancient demon did suffer a fatal blow. Yet, it managed to escape the encirclement by employing a peculiar secret technique. Nevertheless, Ji Yang and his companions relentlessly pursued, determined to eradicate the evil. Ultimately, they pursued it all the way to the fringes of the Mulan grasslands. Due to the trepidation instilled by the enigmatic cultivator, he was compelled to abandon the pursuit. However, as the years have passed, this ancient demon has yet to reappear in the southern skies, and the situation on the side of the enigmatic figure remains eerily tranquil. It seems that this demon has not truly perished from grievous injuries, but rather traversed the Mulan grasslands to the Great Jane. The elder meticulously elucidated to Han Li. The Great Jane? Upon hearing this, Han Li's countenance subtly shifted, though he quickly regained his composure. Both Brother Chung and Lu Luo perceptively noted Han Li's reticence to divulge certain thoughts, yet they wisely refrained from pressing further. After all, Han Li's current prowess and realm far surpassed their own, instilling in them a newfound sense of reverence. After engaging in a brief conversation on other matters, Hanli finally disclosed that he had discovered a potent remedy within the abyss of demons. Intending to first offer it to Nangong Wan to attempt to lift her curse, the two, upon hearing this, were elated. If Nangong Wan could return to her former self, their Falling Cloud sect would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in strength. They promptly lost interest in further discussion, accompanying Han Li to the entrance of the forbidden area at the threshold. Brother Chung and his companion instinctively halted, expressing their intent to personally safeguard the entrance. Assuring Han Li that he could proceed to lift the malevolent curse without concern, Han Li expressed his gratitude and, without hesitation, ventured inside alone. Shortly thereafter, his figure appeared before the stone door of the secret chamber. Gazing at the warding barrier outside the stone door, he noted that it had not been passively triggered since his last departure. It seemed that Brother Chung and his companion had merely used their spiritual senses to probe Nangong Wan's condition without breaching the barrier again. This realization further gratified Han Li regarding their actions. With a series of hand seals, he unleashed several spells, causing the stone door to shimmer with light before emitting a muffled sound and swinging open. Han Li stepped through silently as the stone door descended once more. The interior of the secret chamber remained unchanged. The moonstone embedded in the ceiling illuminated the space without a hint of gloom. Moreover, due to the presence of the barrier, the room remained pristine and unblemished, while the icy wall glimmered with a faint ethereal light, encasing Nangong Wan in her youthful form, her eyes tightly shut and her complexion slightly pallid. A fleeting expression of compassion crossed Han Li's face as he approached the icy wall, stopping at a distance of about 10 feet. Gazing intently at Nangong Wan's pale visage, his eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions. Standing there, entranced by the sight of the frozen Nangong Wan, time seemed to slip away until he exhaled deeply. Morina tapped her waist pouch, and a jade box materialized in her hand, cradling the box. Han Li gently flicked the lid with a finger. The lid sprang open, revealing a thumb-sized crimson sphere, the demon core of the fire-toad beast. This core flickered with a mysterious, resplendent red light within the pristine jade box. Han Li narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the demon core for a moment before opening his mouth to release a swirling mass of azure spiritual energy that enveloped the core, guiding it toward the icy wall. At that moment, a low chant resonated, and a spell struck the icy barrier. The blue light of the wall flickered as the demon core seamlessly merged into the thick ice, gliding to the edge of Nangong Wan's lips. Han Li calmly directed a finger toward her, causing Nangong Wan's lips to part slightly, as if she were a marionette responding to an unseen puppeteer. Seizing the opportunity, the demon elixir swiftly flew into the mouth of Tenko. Instantly, Nangong Wan's pallid and bloodless visage was enveloped in a faint crimson glow, yet her long-lashed eyes remained tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. Han Li sighed, recognizing that this matter could not be rushed. Even if the demon elixir proved effective, it would not suffice to dispel the soul-sealing curse in a mere 10 days or so. Nevertheless, Han Li did not depart immediately. Instead, he stood silently before the icy wall, gazing at Nangong Wan without uttering a word. For some inexplicable reason, the stunning moment of their first encounter resurfaced in his mind. Time flowed slowly, and Han Li remained motionless in front of the ice wall. After a considerable duration, he finally exited the secret chamber with a calm demeanor. He reopened the restrictions and retraced his steps. Senior Brother Chung and Lu Luo were still stationed outside the forbidden area, and upon seeing Han Li emerge, they naturally inquired with concern. Han Li forced a smile, merely stating that he would need to observe for a few more days to ascertain whether the soul-sealing curse could truly be lifted. Having traveled extensively in recent days, he felt somewhat fatigued and chose not to linger in conversation with the two after parting ways with them. He returned to his own cave abode. After all, there was ample time ahead, and any matters could be discussed in detail later. Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light, making his way toward the Zimu Peak. From their earlier conversation, he was aware that despite his disappearance for over 20 years, his cave abode remained untouched under the strict orders of the Elder and Lu Luo. Moreover, his concubine, Mu Peeling, had continued to reside within the Z Peak, receiving ample care from the two elders. Now, this woman had reached the false dance stage, and in merely a year's time, she would be able to attempt forming a Dan. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Han Li felt a stir in his heart, naturally recalling the matter of the Diaofeng Pei Yuan Gong. It was well known that various elixirs could enhance the success rate of Dan formation, and he possessed quite a few. Furthermore, her aptitude could be considered exceptional. Should he truly exert his full effort to assist her in forming a dan, she would have at least a 70% chance of achieving success without mishap. However, he had not anticipated that amidst his descent into the abyss, another opportunity would arise, allowing him to break through that bottleneck before she could even form her dan. This, indeed, diverged significantly from his original plan. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The dual cultivation method of Jiao Feng Pei Yuan Gong was equally beneficial for breakthroughs in the late nascent soul stage. Of course, the level of practice required for this technique would need to be more profound. She would also need to attain the late dan formation stage to be of any use. The initial notion of allowing her to cultivate this technique for several decades, thereby harvesting her Yuanine body and then letting her choose her own fate, had to be revised. After all, under normal circumstances, he might not reach the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage for 200 to 300 years. Such an extended period would necessitate substantial nurturing of this woman's practice of Jiao Feng Pei Yuan Gong. As it was not a top-tier technique, without the aid of elixirs, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to reach the late dan formation stage in a short time. Contemplating this, Han Li soon arrived at Zimu Peak. Gazing at the cloud sea barrier before the peak, with a slight smile, he waved his sleeve, parting the dense mist to create a path. He proceeded toward the main peak at a leisurely pace. Chapter 860, Candid Confessions. Everything within the cave abode remained unchanged, even the portion of the tricolor devouring insects that had been left behind upon his departure, still coalescing into a tricolor sphere. Suspended majestically in the center of the hall, the Xiantian immortal vine and the 9, which had been transplanted in the medicinal garden, were also intact, as if he had only departed yesterday. As for the remnants of the Xiantian immortal vine, Han Li held little hope for its revival. However, the 9 was of significant importance, being a rare spirit herb long extinct in the outside world. Furthermore, this herb had long since developed a sentient form, rendering it exceedingly precious. Were it not for the inconvenience of carrying it on his person, Han Li would have seriously considered transplanting this spirit herb for personal use. Regrettably, the ancient formulas he had obtained thus far had not made further use of this spirit herb, compelling him to set it aside with a sigh of longing. Aside from the spirit herbs in the medicinal garden, the larvae of the six-winged frost centipede and the majority of the devouring insects had been taken with him in a spirit beast pouch during his last departure, alleviating any concerns regarding their well-being. Indeed, the 24 larvae of the six-winged frost centipede had hatched en route to the extreme western lands shortly after his departure. Yet, during the over 20 years trapped within the spatial rift, the small vial had been unable to produce the green liquid again, causing these spirit insects to remain in their larval state, never advancing further. Han Li had contained them within a specially crafted spirit beast pouch, ensuring they remained in a deep slumber. This circumstance was somewhat regrettable. Now, Han Li first returned the batch of devouring insects poised for evolution back to an insect chamber, then separately retrieved the exceedingly cold special spirit beast pouch. Making his way to the adjacent chamber previously designated for the six-winged frost centipedes, he gently tilted the spirit beast pouch towards the chamber's entrance. In a flash of white radiance, over 20 larvae, each several inches long, materialized in the center of the chamber. These six-winged frost centipede larvae, with their snow-white, translucent bodies, bore no sign of wings at this moment, resembling somewhat enlarged white silkworms, devoid of any menacing or fearsome appearance. Initially, upon acquiring the six-winged frost centipede, Han Li was unaware whether these spirit insects truly evolved through mutual consumption of the rainbow grass. It was merely an experiment born of curiosity. His great delight, he discovered that these spirit insects indeed possess such evolutionary traits, although his original intention was to harness the cold energy of these insects for the cultivation of the purple luo heavenly fire. After the battle in the abyss of demonic fall, he found himself harboring other considerations. While the devouring insects were remarkably sharp, their speed of flight was evidently lacking, leading Han Li to worry that, once fully matured, they might face significant limitations against exceptionally swift adversaries or in certain scenarios. The six-winged frost centipede, on the other hand, held a formidable position on the list of wondrous insects, not only due to its terrifying frosty breath, but also because of its remarkable speed. Even in its two-winged stage, its evasion speed was comparable to that of other ordinary spirit insects. However, upon sprouting an additional pair of wings, transforming into a total of 4 pairs, its speed would increase dramatically, surpassing that of ordinary magical treasures. Most terrifying of all, when it evolved to manifest a 3rd pair of wings. Its evasion speed would rank it among the top 3 in all spirit insects. It is said that one can achieve an elusive mastery, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. Of course, such descriptions are merely the whispers recorded in ancient texts. Even in antiquity, the number of evolved six-winged spiritual insects was exceedingly rare. Han Li remained only half convinced by these tales. However, there is no doubt that the six-winged frost centipede is an ancient spiritual insect renowned for its astonishing speed and evasion. Han Li had certainly suffered greatly at the hands of his opponent's ghostly agility during his battle with the ancient demon, which naturally led him to contemplate cultivating the six-winged frost centipede to its utmost pinnacle. Moreover, upon reaching the six-winged stage, the chilling breath exhaled by this insect would intensify, proving to be immensely beneficial for his cultivation of the purple fire of the heavenly lotus. With such thoughts in mind, Han Li began to regard these six-winged frost centipede larvae with newfound respect. Observing their lack of aversion to the new environment, he felt reassured, just as he was contemplating to observe them for a while longer. He suddenly sensed something and glanced toward the entrance of his cave abode. His gaze flickered, and with a subtle motion of his sleeve, a beam of white light shot forth, revealing the exquisite figure of Enyu. Mu Peeling has arrived outside. Please escort her to the hall that I have some matters to discuss with her, Han Li instructed in a low voice. As you wish, master. Enyu replied respectfully, vanishing in a flash of silver light. Han Li then sealed the insect chamber once more and leisurely returned to the hall. Moments later, he sat motionless in the main seat of the hall, his chin resting on one hand. Seemingly deep in thought. That moment, soft footsteps echoed at the entrance of the hall. Enyu entered with a radiant smile, followed closely by Mu Peeling, whom he had not seen in many years. Her beauty remained unchanged, or rather, it was even more enchanting than before. The previous chilliness had diminished considerably, replaced by an ethereal grace reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley. I pay my respects to the young master. Congratulations on your safe return and significant advancement in cultivation, achieving the mid-stage of the Yuan-Ing realm, Mu Peeling said, a hint of a smile gracing her exquisite features as she performed a respectful bow. You greet me with congratulations upon seeing me. It seems you are already aware of my recent developments. There is no need for such formalities. After all, during our journey to the extreme west, you shared in the trials, if not the triumphs. Between us, there is no necessity for excessive formality, Han Li remarked with a gentle smile, gesturing for her to rise and speak. The 3 years spent together in the extreme west had indeed brought them closer. Though they were not yet intimately familiar, their relationship had improved significantly. Thank you, young master, Mu Peeling said gracefully as she stood upright. Upon returning from the extreme west, I never anticipated that shortly after parting ways, I would be trapped in the abyss of demonic fall for over 20 years. Your unwavering presence here is truly commendable. A favored concubine of the young master, deeply indebted to him. Mu Peeling felt there was nowhere else she could be. Moreover, she never believed that the young master would truly meet his demise. The smile lingered on her lips as she spoke. I am surprised you have such faith in me. Yet, this time was indeed perilous. I nearly did not return, Han Li replied. Though you have some elixirs to aid you, your rapid progress in cultivation can indeed be deemed miraculous. I wonder, how confident are you regarding the upcoming formation of your golden core? With a hearty laugh, Han Li shifted the topic to inquire about the young woman. As for me, I possess no such assurance. The probability of forming a golden core is originally less than 1 in 10. Whether I can succeed ultimately depends on fate, Mu Peeling replied with a hint of resignation on her face. Fate? Well, that's a matter that cannot be easily defined. I could lend you further assistance in your golden core formation, potentially increasing your chances by 2 or 3-fold, Han Li said with a radiant smile as he gazed at her. What? How is that possible? Surely, you jest, my lord. I have never heard of such spiritual herbs existing in Tian-Nan. Mu Peeling exclaimed, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. Most of the spiritual herbs I possess are not produced in Tian-Nan, and it is quite natural that you have not heard of them. However, I can assure you that with your qualifications, consuming these herbs will elevate your chances of success to nearly 50%, which is not an extraordinary occurrence. Han Li maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. Having spent time with Han Li, Mu Peeling knew he never exaggerated, which instilled in her a degree of belief. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she remained somewhat hesitant. My lord, are you revealing these matters now because you have further instructions? If there is something, you need only state it plainly, she said softly. Han Li paused momentarily, taken aback, but after a brief reflection, he decided to be straightforward. Do you recall the promise made when I took you as my concubine? He directly addressed the crux of the matter. Of course I remember. You assured me 30 years for cultivation during which you would not take my primordial ain, Mu Peeling replied, initially startled, her cheeks flushing crimson. Exuding an exquisite beauty. Considering the time agreed upon, it is nearly up. However, you need not worry. I will not trouble you at the critical moment of your golden core formation. Yet, there are some matters that must be clarified beforehand. So you can weigh the pros and cons carefully. I wish to avoid a situation where I exhaust my spiritual herbs to assist you in forming your golden core, only for you to suddenly backtrack and harbor resentment. Hanli recognized that the young woman misunderstood to some extent, but he continued to speak calmly. What do you mean by that, my lord? Mu Peeling was taken aback, looking up at Hanli with a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. I hope that after you form your golden core, you will abandon your original cultivation method and instead practice a technique known as the Pinnacle Phoenix Cultivation Method, Hanli remarked with an odd expression. Pinnacle Phoenix Cultivation Method? Mu Peeling was taken aback. This is a rare dual cultivation technique designed specifically for women. Once cultivated to profound depths, it allows both partners to reap significant benefits during their first union. While the enhancement of cultivation is secondary, the primary advantage lies in its incredible efficacy in breaking through bottlenecks. Of course, I shall be candid. Although the technique is primarily for the woman to master, the man will benefit the most. Hence, I have endeavored to compensate you beforehand and assist you in forming your golden core, for I have already reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. The practice of Dianjin Peiyuan Gong will be beneficial for my advancement to the late stage of the nascent soul, but it is essential to cultivate this technique to the late stage of golden core. Should you agree to amend your cultivation path, I shall continue to furnish you with elixirs suitable for the golden core stage, facilitating your progress. I cannot make grand promises, yet I can assure you that it could save you a century of arduous cultivation. Of course, if you deem it unsuitable, I shall not impose. After you conclude this attempt to reach the golden core stage, regardless of your success, I will lift the restrictions on your divine consciousness, restoring your freedom. From that point onward, our paths shall diverge. Hanli maintained an impassive expression, yet spoke with remarkable tranquility. Upon hearing these words, Mu Peeling was taken aback, her heart in disarray, her countenance shifting between varying emotions.